Persist, just persist. Liu Sen kept muttering to himself. Only the last segment of battery remained on the electric scooter's screen, and the red warning light for low power kept flashing. Meanwhile, the scooter continuously broadcasted insufficient power, please charge. Helplessness filled his eyes. It was 9:40 p.m., and he had just delivered his last order. Half an hour ago, Liu Sen had been about to close the food delivery crowdsourcing app to go home and rest. That damn platform had assigned him another delivery order to a remote location. After delivering it, the remaining battery wasn't enough to get him home. Liu Sen was a low-level office worker at a company. He worked normal hours during the day and did part-time food delivery for a kangaroo delivery platform at night. He had been doing this for over a month, working 3 to 4 hours each night, averaging around 80 yuan in income. The electric scooter continued to crawl forward for a few more minutes, its speed slower than walking. Liu Sen had no choice but to put his feet on the ground and push it forward, eventually resorting to pushing the bike by hand. Pushing up a slope, Liu Sen was drenched in sweat and spots began to dance before his eyes. This only happened when he was extremely fatigued. He couldn't push the bike anymore and had to stop by the roadside. This place was still 2 or 3 kilometers from his dormitory. Sigh. Liu Sen sighed and picked up the phone hanging around his neck, preparing to call his roommate for help. He didn't like troubling others. As he held his phone to dial, he noticed several dots flashing incessantly on the screen. Liu Sen didn't pay much attention, thinking it was caused by his recent exhaustion and dizziness. He shook his head to clear it, but the flashing dots in front of him didn't move with his vision. They stayed fixed in one place. He shifted his gaze to the electric scooter and found similar flashing dots there too. Liu Sen looked around, at the guardrails, the green belts, but none of them had these flashing dots. Looking back at the electric scooter and his phone, more flashing dots appeared. He rubbed his eyes with his hand, but the dots remained. Liu Sen looked at the scene before him, confused. He felt both afraid and hopeful. Afraid that he might have a mental problem, that he was sick. What he was hoping for was whether this would bring some kind of change. He reached out his right hand to touch the small dots in front of him, but felt nothing. Liu Sen noticed that his right hand also had flashing dots on it. What exactly were these things? He stared intently at one dot on his hand, and a projection screen appeared before his eyes. Thumbnail length 1.23 centimeters. The decimal point in 1.23 was flashing continuously. Now Liu Sen was certain this was not an illusion. Looking at the projection before him, Liu Sen immediately carefully glanced around. The passing vehicles and occasional pedestrians showed no abnormalities. He was immediately relieved. The projection could only be seen by him. Was this the legendary golden finger? But what use was it? It couldn't just be displaying data. Otherwise, why would the decimal point keep flashing? Could the flashing mean the decimal point is operable? Could it be movable? Where's the manual? He was about to try moving the decimal point in the nail data, but suddenly paused. This was part of his own body. If something went wrong, he could kill himself. That would be too tragic. Testing needed to be careful. He didn't want to be the first person to die from misusing a golden finger. Liu Sen shifted his gaze to the electric scooter, focused his mind on the flashing dot, and immediately a light screen appeared. DD electric scooter range 60. 0 kilometers remaining 0. 5 kilometers max speed 50. 00 kmh. After considering the screen for a while, he tried to move the decimal point of the remaining 0.5 kilometers backward. The decimal point jumped back, and the display changed to range 60. 0 kilometers remaining 5 kilometers. It really changed, but he wondered if this data alteration would affect reality. He looked at the electric scooter's dashboard. The display still showed 1 bar of battery, but the red light had stopped flashing. He twisted the throttle, and the vehicle started running normally. It really had power now. Liu Sen decided to return to the dormitory first and study the ability slowly. He was still on the road now. If there were any strange phenomena during the alteration, it would be problematic. Liu Sen looked at the flashing dots before him and wondered if they would always exist. They were somewhat obstructing his vision. Just as he thought this, the flashing dots disappeared as if they had never been there. For a moment, Liu Sen felt worried that the golden finger might disappear too. Then with a thought, the flashing dots reappeared in his vision. It seemed they would appear whenever he wanted and disappear when not needed. Liu Sen rode the electric scooter back to his dormitory building with excitement, pushing the bike into the open first floor, a designated charging and parking area. Because it was an old residential community, there were no cameras here. He once again summoned the electric scooter's panel with his mind, thinking about adjusting the battery to see if he could avoid charging. DD electric scooter range 60. 0 kilometers remaining 2. 1 kilometer max speed 50. 00 kmh. He wanted to move the decimal point of 2.1 backward again, but found it couldn't be moved. Strange, could it only be moved once? But the dot was still flashing, so it should still be operable. He changed his approach and moved it forward by 1 place. Success. The data changed to 0.21 kilometers. Moving it forward again, the data became 0.21 kilometers. Attempting to move it forward once more failed, but moving it backward worked again. After several attempts, he discovered the pattern: the decimal point could only be moved 1 digit forward or backward from the original base data. Liu Sen didn't move the decimal points of other data, as that would directly alter the car's performance. For example, if he changed the speed to 500 kmh, what would the vehicle become? He barely dared to imagine it. And if the range became 600 kilometers, comparable to electric cars, how would the vehicle change? For now, it's better to be cautious. He only changed the remaining kilometers just now because that data mostly affects the battery level and shouldn't cause visible changes. He plugged in the charger for the electric scooter, swiped his card for 2 yuan, and set the charging time to 480 minutes. Liu Sen checked again, the charger connector, and saw the display showing charging. Only after confirming did he feel safe returning to the dormitory. He had forgotten to charge before several times, resulting in no power the next day. Now he was paranoid, once even running back down from the 5th floor dormitory to confirm before bed. Arriving at the 5th floor, he opened the door and heard the sounds of League of Legends from his roommate's room. His roommate was a colleague from his company named Qin Song, who was quite introverted. This 2-bedroom apartment was rented by the company. The environment was decent. The company deducted 150 yuan from his salary each month and provided a 60 yuan subsidy for water and electricity bills. Qin Song had been doing part-time food delivery with Liu Sen recently. Before, when his battery ran out, he was looking to Liu Sen for rescue. Liu Sen took off his food delivery uniform, quickly washed up, and returned to his room. He closed the door and locked it from the inside. Sitting in his chair, he swept his gaze around the room and noticed tiny twinkling dots scattered across various items. Some items had the dots, others did not. The bed had none, the blanket had dots, the wardrobe had none, the desk lamp had dots, the cup had dots, the milk had dots, the desk had none, the chair had dots. Staring at the dots, Liu Sen pondered for a long while before finally understanding that all items with dots belonged to him. To better verify his theory, he opened the bedroom door and stepped out. He walked into the kitchen. On the gas stove sat 2 pots, but only one had a twinkling dot, the one he had bought. Among all the bowls, the ones he purchased had dots, while those bought by Qin Song had none. He grabbed a few of his chopsticks and returned to his room, locking the door behind him again. Focusing his mind, he examined the twinkling dot on a chopstick and opened its attribute panel. Ordinary chopsticks. Material: common bamboo. Length 22.0 centimeters. He nudged the decimal point to the left once, and the chopstick in his hand instantly shrank shorter than a needle, becoming only 2 centimeters. He nudged the decimal point again, and the chopstick returned to normal. One more nudge, and it instantly transformed into a 220.0 centimeters bamboo pole. It was too thin, though. If only he could adjust the thickness or diameter, it would be even better. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a new line appeared on the attribute panel. Ordinary chopsticks. Material: common bamboo. Length 220.0 centimeters. Diameter 30 millimeters. He fiddled with the decimal point of the diameter again, changing it to 33 millimeters, and the chopstick transformed into a normally proportioned staff. At the same time, the weight also changed. Liu Sen figured it must be because of his subconscious expectation, so the weight was changing simultaneously. Liu Sen felt his golden finger ability was somewhat heaven-defying. This kind of change was unreasonable, essentially creating something from nothing. He was extremely excited, and if not for his colleague next door, he would have laughed out loud. If he bought some gold and made it bigger and heavier, he could directly multiply its value by 10. Liu Sen did not know whether this change was permanent or temporary. Thinking about this, he shrank the chopstick to 2 centimeters long and as thin as a needle, placed it on the side of the desk, and decided to wait until tomorrow to see what happened. Although he did not yet know the result, Liu Sen had a hunch that the change was permanent. He noticed a 1 yuan coin on the nightstand that also had a twinkling dot on it. What would happen if he changed this? Liu Sen shifted the twinkling dot on the coin, and the coin in his hand became a 0.1 yuan piece issued in 2003. Its entire appearance had changed. The 0.1 yuan coin was no longer in circulation. Liu Sen looked at the 0.1 yuan coin and was certain it was real money. He moved the decimal point again, and the money in his hand turned into a 10 yuan paper bill issued in 2019. Staring at the bill before him, he once again marveled at how powerful his golden finger was. The form itself had changed. This should still be the result of his own consciousness influence, because in his mind a 10 yuan was always paper. He had never seen a 10 yuan coin. He moved the decimal point back, and the money returned to a 1 yuan coin. Now that he had the golden finger, earning money was too easy. He did not need to bother with these trivial amounts. Liu Sen decided to think carefully over the next couple of days about how to make better use of this ability. He went out to the fridge and grabbed a bottle of mineral water. Mineral water. Specification 100L. Back in his room, he instantly made the water 10 times bigger. The 1L water became 10L, and the bottle grew along with it. Looking at the 10-liter bottle before him, Liu Sen cursed himself for being stupid. It was too big and inconvenient to drink. He shrank it again and unscrewed the cap. He poured a small amount of water into a cup, just covering the bottom. Liu Sen adjusted the water volume in the cup to be 10 times bigger and drank it. In summer, ice water felt so refreshing. In the future, his expenses would be reduced, significantly equivalent to a tenfold reduction. Suddenly, he wondered if the water temperature could also be adjusted. He saw an additional line of description appear in the cup of water. Mineral water. Specification 137. 0 milliliters. Temperature 2 degrees. After moving the decimal point, the temperature became 42 degrees, it directly turning into warm water. As expected, as long as he could think of it, the golden finger could do it. This meant any data he could think of could have its decimal point moved. Liu Sen thought of himself and stretched out a hand, looking at the nail data. Thumbnail length 23 centimeters. He moved the twinkling dot once, and the attribute instantly became thumbnail length 30 centimeters. He felt the long nail, not much different from a naturally grown nail, with a slight curve. It looked about the same as what he had seen in videos before. He restored it to its original state, then moved the decimal point again only to find that he could not change it to 0.23 centimeters. This was the first operation he could not complete. Moving the decimal point to the right worked. He tried moving it to the left again, but still could not. He switched to the mineral water bottle and directly shrank it 10 times, turning it into a miniature bottle. Liu Sen understood this must be a form of self-protection. The area where the nail meets the flesh normally sits around 1-point-something centimeters. Any shorter, and the nail would separate from the flesh, causing bodily harm. No matter how he moved the decimal point on other items, there would be no harmful effect on his body. Making his nails longer did not hurt him, so it was operable. In that case, there was nothing to worry about regarding changes to his body. Any change that could harm the body simply would not succeed. In an instant, countless ideas popped into Liu Sen's head, and he could not help but laugh mischievously. Could he make himself taller, bigger? As if he could already see a crowd of people kneeling and calling him daddy. He immediately walked into the bathroom, locked the door, and stood before the mirror. Looking at his handsome self in the mirror, his heart burned with excitement, because he saw twinkling dots on his own body in the mirror. With a single thought, Liu Sen saw his body attributes. Liu Sen, age 29, 0 years, height 177, 0 centimeters, weight 65, 0 kilograms, savings 23,333, 0 yuan. All these decimal points could be moved, but some were not suitable for changing. Changing his age to 9 years old, he certainly did not want to grow up again from scratch. And he was unsure whether such a change would make him shrink or be reborn 26 years earlier. Better not touch this for now. Thinking of this, he picked up the facial cleanser on the washstand. Its days since manufacture showed 62 days. He directly changed it to 2 days. The amount of cleanser did not change, only the outer packaging looked a bit newer. The expiration date changed from production date June 2nd, 2021 to July 27th, 2021. It seemed the change indeed happened at the current time, without any time travel. There was no need to change his age for now. He could wait decades or a century to change it. Would that mean indirectly achieving immortality? Height and weight definitely could not be changed. If changed, would he still be a normal person? Savings also could not be modified after all his savings were stored in banks and a certain treasure app. If he changed, that would the entire national financial system go haywire. Liu Sen knew that a small shortage of his own money would not be a big problem, but the money data in the system was all networked. If he changed something here, everything would get all mixed up. And if the banks and the treasure app suddenly had a discrepancy of even 1 cent, they would investigate furiously. Although Liu Sen felt his golden finger should directly modify reality, and the banks and treasure app would probably not notice even if he changed them. The most important thing was using the golden finger. He had plenty of ways to legally earn countless money. Liu Sen summoned his attribute interface, focusing on the physical constitution attribute he hoped to see. Instantly, a new line of attributes appeared on the screen. Constitution 8. 2. It actually works. His guess was correct. With excitement, Liu Sen adjusted the decimal point of his constitution attribute only to find it could not be set to 0.82. He directly changed it to 82. The moment the adjustment was completed, he felt a massive surge of warmth flooding through his body, as if soaking in a hot spring. His skin, flesh, bones, and marrow were all undergoing metamorphosis, with his physical fitness visibly strengthening. An endless surge of power coursed through his body, and when he clenched his fists, Liu Sen felt capable of devastating everything with his bare hands. The objects before his eyes became extraordinarily clear, and the entire world appeared more vivid and vibrant. In the bathroom, before altering his constitution, Liu Sen could only vaguely hear the sounds of League of Legends from his roommate's room. Now, however, everything was distinctly clear. At that moment, a faint, muffled, drawn-out sound echoed up from downstairs. Damn it, that sound had to be a fart from downstairs. Even though there was a floor between them, Liu Sen instinctively waved his hand in front of his nose. Perhaps due to his waving, a buzzing sound came from nearby. Turning his head toward the source of the sound, he clearly saw a mosquito flying in the corner of the bathroom. Every detail of the mosquito's flight was visible. Seeing the mosquito, he immediately raised his hand, flicking at it with the posture of a finger snap technique. He watched his hand shoot up rapidly, middle finger bent, snapping forward. In Liu Sen's eyes, the mosquito seemed frozen in place, his extended middle finger slowly closing the distance until it made contact. The instant his finger touched it, the mosquito began to be crushed. Its body ruptured and died, blood streaming out. One leg snapped off and fell to the ground, while the rest of its body was flung against the glass with a soft tap, shattering into pieces. Then time seemed to return to normal. Damn it, Liu Sen cursed aloud because he saw cracks spiderwebbing across the glass where the mosquito had struck. He would need to be more careful from now on. The sounds coming from around him felt somewhat noisy. Not wanting to hear them continuously, the moment the thought arose, the noises vanished. Liu Sen wondered if he had imagined it, then listened again, and the sounds returned. Fortunately, he could subconsciously control his hearing. Otherwise, daily life would be impossible. From the events just witnessed, Liu Sen understood that this constitution upgrade was not isolated, but a comprehensive enhancement, and unlike protagonists in novels who suddenly gained power and lost control, he had experienced no such loss of control. Feeling the boundless strength within him, Liu Sen stripped off his clothes. His once thin frame had transformed into well-defined muscle. Not the exaggerated bulk of bodybuilders, but a natural flowing silhouette that showcased the artistry of the human form. He turned on the shower and rinsed his body. Glancing at his somewhat long hair, he adjusted its length directly, making it just slightly longer than a buzz cut. After showering, Liu Sen studied his reflection in the mirror, the flawless physique and sharper features giving him a noticeably more vigorous appearance. He knocked on his roommate's door and called out, "Shin Song, it's getting late, you should sleep early." "Alright Senji, I'll play a bit longer." Back in his room, Liu Sen decided against testing his cheat ability for now. He could discover its full potential gradually over time. Lying on his bed with his heart racing from excitement, his mind kept cycling through various thoughts, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. Along the path in Huashan Park, a figure sprinted rapidly. It must have been the constitution enhancement that allowed Liu Sen to wake after only 5 hours of sleep, feeling remarkably energized. Upon waking, he immediately checked his chopsticks. They remained as thin as needles with no changes. After heading downstairs, Liu Sen tested the idea he had been contemplating the night before. He adjusted the decimal point on his electric bike, and the panel changed. DD electric vehicle. Range 600. 00 kilometers, remaining 600 kilometers. Maximum speed 50. 00 kilometers per hour. There was no visible change to the exterior. It seemed he could purchase various instruments in the future to refine the precision. A significant portion of social progress stems from advances in materials, and he could modify many materials in the future. For now, however, he could not pursue that path. It was too difficult with major corporations already monitoring that field, so he needed to accumulate his strength first. He reset the electric bike back to its original 60-kilometer range. Having confirmed that, Liu Sen, brimming with energy, ran for an hour through the residential complex without breaking a sweat, then proceeded directly to the nearby Huashan Park to begin an accelerated sprint. His speed kept climbing until he reached racing velocity, at which point Liu Sen stopped pushing further. Fearing suspicion from others, he maintained that pace for 5 or 6 minutes before slowing down to a walk. This sprint demonstrated that the tenfold constitution boost was truly formidable. If Liu Sen were to enter competitions now, he could effortlessly claim a string of world championships. Unfortunately, that was not his goal. Such achievement would only represent personal breakthrough. Applying his cheat ability elsewhere would uplift the entire nation and its people. The previous night, lying in bed, Liu Sen had already planned his future. He would found a company, build a tangible business, and focus on manufacturing. Now he simply needed to accumulate startup capital, but his savings of just over 20,000 yuan were far too little. Even using his cheat ability, it would only grow to over 200,000. Still a drop in the bucket, insufficient to withstand the demands of manufacturing. On his way back to the dorm, he picked up spicy soup and scallion pancakes, placing the breakfast on the living room table as soon as he entered. After showering and washing up, he checked the time. It was around 8 o'clock. Liu Sen went directly to Shin Song's bedroom door and knocked. "Shin Song, get up." "Alright, I'm up." Hearing the response, Liu Sen sat at the dining table and began eating the breakfast he had just bought. He discovered his appetite had grown considerably. The breakfast he normally purchased was not enough. With a thought, he summoned the scallion pancakes' attributes and directly amplified it tenfold. Watching the increased quantity of scallion pancakes, he nodded in satisfaction and took a bite. The crispy exterior, tender interior, and fragrance of scallions were delightful. From now on, he could accomplish great things with minimal cost. "Hurry up, I brought you breakfast." "Thanks, senior brother Son. I'll resign today. In a couple days, you'll be the only one living here." With that, Liu Sen finished the last of the spicy soup in his bowl. "Senior brother Son, why the sudden resignation?" Shin Song, still brushing his teeth with foam filling his mouth, turned and asked Liu Sen. "Yeah, I want to go back. It's not sustainable to keep drifting around out here. I need to go back and try making something of myself. Besides, my elderly parents are getting older. It'd be good to be around to look after them. Yeah, house prices are astronomical now, 2,000 or 3,000 per square meter. There's no way we could ever settle here. I guess most of us will go back sooner or later to get married and start families." Liu Sen offered no comment on that. He quietly returned to his room and began packing his things. At 8:30, the two of them headed downstairs and rode their electric scooter to the company. A few minutes later, they arrived at the company's rear entrance. They parked, swiped their cards, and entered through the back door, taking the elevator up to the second-floor offices. "Morning, senior brother Son." Several people in the office greeted Liu Sen. "Morning." Liu Sen nodded in response. No sooner had he sat down than several new messages came through. Liu Sen checked them. They were from the Day 1 group chat. The group had 4 members, all from the company's logistics and support department. Liu Ying, senior brother Son, the meeting agenda has been drafted and the attendees have been confirmed. The hotel is booked, 32 rooms in total. I've sent you both the content and the meeting budget. Dan, senior brother Son, last week's expense reports have been compiled. I checked with finance and the amount section chief Zhou promised yesterday has already been credited. This week I'll need to assist old Zhu with client maintenance. Lulu, senior brother Son, I've selected a restaurant for the upcoming reception. It's got real character. The sightseeing route is planned as well. Alright, got it. I'll review everything in a bit. Liu Sen replied in the group chat. All 3 were subordinates he had personally trained. Thinking that today was his last day, he sent another message to the group. "I'm resigning. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight." Hardly had the message been sent before all 3 women chorused in unison, "Senior brother Son." Liu Sen looked up and saw all 3 sitting beside him, eyeing him with questions in their expressions. He waved his hand at them, gesturing that they could talk about it at dinner tonight. The three of them hesitated, wanting to ask more, but caught Liu Sen's look and finally lowered their heads to resume work. Liu Sen opened his work computer, composed a resignation email, but merely saved it to the drafts folder without sending it. He began tidying up the remaining tasks on his desk, then reviewed the documents the three had just reported on. After confirming everything was in order, he signed them and handed them back. Next, he organized his remaining to-do items, typed them into a spreadsheet, and printed it out. He spotted his direct supervisor entering the office and immediately made his way to the manager's office with the printed document. "Good morning, General Deng." Liu Sen knocked on the office door. Liu Sen stopped standing there. "Come in and sit." He pointed to the chair across from his desk as he spoke. General Deng, whose full name was Deng Yaluan, was a man of strong managerial ability and a stern personality, a classic tiger type. He and Liu Sen shared a close relationship and frequently sang karaoke and bathed together in private. "What's up? You don't usually come in here unless it's something," Deng Yaluan said with a teasing laugh. "Well, actually there is something. I plan to resign today." Liu Sen answered with a smile. "Someone poached you. What's the offer?" "No one did. I just want to go back to my hometown. It's better to be closer to my parents. You know, I'm not getting any younger. My family's been pressuring me to set up dates and get married. So going back isn't a bad idea. I've thought about returning to my own hometown too, but I can't bring myself to give up. So I just keep grinding it out here." Deng Yaluan was from Jinling. He and Liu Sen had both started at the group's headquarters. Their parent company was a medical devices and reagents firm based in Jinling with branch offices across many cities. Because both men were straightforward and had offended their superiors, they were transferred together to the city-long branch. "No worries. I'll go back and make something of myself." Liu Sen was confident he would succeed. Seeing the certainty in Liu Sen's expression, Deng Yaluan knew he couldn't change his mind and could only offer his blessings. "If you need anything, just say the word. I'll fly over to help however I can." "Absolutely. If I need anything, I'll definitely come to you, brother." Liu Sen knew all too well just how capable Deng Yaluan was. "Keep it up," Deng Yaluan said. "All right. I'll submit the resignation report shortly. Here's a list of my remaining tasks. Some I can finish today, and the rest you'll need to hand off to someone else." Liu Sen pushed the document across to Deng Yaluan. Deng Yaluan glanced over the listed items and said, "Fine, no problem. The rest are minor matters. The team you've built will handle them without issue." "All right, I'll head out. Let's grab lunch together at noon," Liu Sen said as he walked toward the door, waving goodbye. Liu Sen sent the resignation report to Deng Yaluan and asked him to handle the remaining offboarding procedures. Liu Sen set about completing the tasks he needed to finish that day. He logged into the company's internal management system and printed 2 orders for client requirements, then went to the administration department to pick up the keys to the company's small delivery van. "Qin Song, come with me. We've got 2 clients who need their reagent deliveries today." Liu Sen and Qin Song made their way together to the first-floor procurement warehouse, donned heavy coats, and entered the cold storage to collect the reagents according to the outbound order. They loaded the reagents into pre-cooled refrigerated transport cases, inserted digital thermometers, and sealed them securely. The 2 of them carried them to the small van and set off directly for the first client, City-Long First People's Hospital, pulling right up to the rear entrance of Building 1 after passing through the main gate. As soon as the vehicle stopped, a uniformed security guard approached. "Excuse me, you can't park here. If you need to park, please turn right and use the underground garage." "Officer, we're delivering reagents to the lab department. We'll be down in a moment." Liu Sen greeted the guard while he and Qin Song began unloading the cargo together. "Hurry up, or someone in charge might give you a talking to." The guard glanced around, confirmed no supervisors were in sight, and added softly, "Just make it quick." "Thank you, officer." Liu Sen pushed the reagent cart, with Qin Song in tow, heading straight for the elevator. Upon reaching the 3rd-floor laboratory department, they located Deputy Director Tan. "Director Tan, this batch of reagents has arrived." "Understood." Deputy Director Tan nodded curtly, then called out to a physician nearby. "Xiao Song, come sign for the delivery." Qin Song and Dr. Xiao Song proceeded to handle the handover. "Director, I am formally resigning today. I will not be coming back." In the office, Liu Sen was chatting with Director Tan, heading elsewhere for a better position. Director Tan was quite surprised, knowing full well that Liu Sen's performance had been exemplary. "Director, I've resigned to return to my hometown and strike out on my own. Entrepreneurship has its merits, freedom. I'm simply shackled to this hospital 24/7. "Director, you jest. This post is the dream of countless professionals." Just then Qin Song entered the office. "Brother Sen, the handover is complete and the temperature logs have been submitted." Saying this, he waved the paperwork in his hand. Liu Sen rose to bid farewell to the director and exited the department. Gazing at the array of precision instruments, he mused inwardly, if only these machines could be upgraded, how formidable they would become. Once wealth permits, he vowed to purchase one for personal testing. If successful, it would send seismic shocks through the entire medical marketplace. This would undoubtedly constitute a paradigm shift. For decades, the medical device sector had been monopolized by Western conglomerates, with the vast majority of equipment sourced from overseas. It was an industry valuing in the trillions. Within hospital hierarchies, the laboratory department boasted profit margins nearing 90%, making it a primary revenue driver alongside radiology. Yet paradoxically, the salaries within the department rested at the absolute floor, a fact that baffled outsiders. They tinkered with priceless instruments daily, yet drew meager paychecks. Should he manage to break through in this domain, the profits would be staggering. Alas, the barriers to entry in healthcare were prohibitively high, far beyond his current reach. Market competition was equally cutthroat. Many manufacturers deployed equipment on a loss-leader basis, provided hospitals committed to purchasing their proprietary reagents and consumables. Some went further, stationing dedicated technicians on-site to operate the machinery, with all labor costs absorbed by the vendor. Of course, certain top-tier hospitals still opted for direct procurement, where a single unit could command millions. Stepping out of the hospital, Liu Sen silently vowed, "I will return, and I will come bearing my own products." The timing was simply unripe. Without deep connections and backing, penetrating this market was impossible. Those who breezed through licensing and secured hospital contracts invariably did so through nepotistic ties to retired officials. Jin Song, let's proceed to the next client. Before 11, the pair had rushed back to the office. Let's hit up Shaxian Grand Hotel for a meal. Liu Sen approached manager Deng Yaluan's office, rapped twice on the door, and immediately turned toward the elevator. Deng Yaluan followed shortly after, and they stepped into the lift together. Boss, 2 duck leg rice sets plus extra duck heads. After ordering, Liu Sen grabbed 2 bottles of ice-cold Pepsi from a nearby cooler. He and Deng Yaluan found a window seat and fell into easy conversation. I'll wrap up the signing this afternoon and head out. We'll meet at the usual spot tonight for a farewell dinner. I've booked the largest private room. With that, he took a long swallow of cola. Fair enough. We should gather everyone for one last send-off. Deng Yaluan pondered for a moment before asking, have you already secured a position elsewhere before returning? No. This time around, I'm done working for others. Never again in this life. Going solo. If you're eyeing the same industry, the capital requirements are astronomical. Agency work is unwinnable without ironclad connections. Deng Yaluan warned with a grave tone. I plan to pivot to a different sector. I'll study the waters first, build up experience, and then make my move. After lunch, they returned to the office. Shutting the door to Deng Yaluan's cubicle, they booted up their computers and queued up 2 matches of heroic glory. Asen, cover me. They're camping my lane again. On my way. Watch me dismantle this team. Liu Sen responded instantly, fingers flying across the keyboard. Moments later, Liu Sen secured a triple kill, closing out the first game with clinical efficiency. In the subsequent match, he switched to the jungle role and once again dominated, securing a swift victory. Liu Sen, what's gotten into you today? Your mechanics have always been solid, but nothing like this monstrous display. You're sweeping the map, either ganking or on the hunt. Deng Yaluan stared at him in utter disbelief. Haha, standard operating procedure. Liu Sen smiled faintly. He had clearly noticed a qualitative leap in his tactical awareness and reflexes. He could now anticipate his opponent's movements before they made them. This was all a product of his physical transformation, and he believed far greater surprises lay ahead. Over the next several rounds, he claimed MVP in every match, racking up kills with chilling ease. This has been the most satisfying session yet. Did you down some kind of stimulant? You're on another level entirely. Deng Yaluan chuckled, thoroughly impressed. Perhaps leaving everything behind has cleared my mind, unlocking this kind of performance. Liu Sen mused. He reached for his cola, took a sip, and noted with mild disappointment that it had lost its chill. Right back to the grind. I'll let you get to work. Liu Sen stood and headed for the door. I've already pre-cleared your resignation paperwork. Just swing by this afternoon to finalize the signatures. As Liu Sen reached the threshold, Deng Yaluan's voice drifted after him. Understood. Stepping into the hallway, he cast a quick glance to ensure no colleagues were watching. Secretly invoking his golden finger, he adjusted the cola's temperature from 21°C down to a crisp 2°C. He drained a generous gulp, bliss washing over him. Having a golden finger made life infinitely easier. That afternoon, Liu Sen collected his termination checklist from HR, then navigated through various departments to gather the necessary signatures, finally returning to Deng Yaluan's office to complete the last approval. Paperwork's done. I'll go back and pack my things. See you tonight. Exiting the manager's office, Liu Sen handed the signed termination list and his employee badge back to HR. Liu Sen efficiently cleared out his desk, sent a group message to colleagues with the coordinates for the evening reunion, and specifically exchanged farewells with Liu Ying and the others. Stepping out of the building, he mounted his trusted e-bike and pedaled along the familiar streets back to his dormitory. In the afternoon, Liu Sen was packing his belongings in the dormitory when he received a bank notification. This month's salary and a severance payment amounted to 95746 yuan. Liu Sen was quite surprised. Normally, voluntary resignation does not come with severance pay. What was going on? He immediately called Xiao Qi from the company's HR department. Xiao Qi, I just received a bank notification with a remark, severance payment. What's the situation? Is the amount incorrect? Wait a moment. Xiao Qi, tilting her head to hold the phone, checked Liu Sen's resignation file. She quickly recited a string of numbers to confirm with Liu Sen. The amount is correct. This data was provided by Manager Deng and Finance. If you have any questions, you can contact Manager Deng. Liu Sen knew that this must have been secured by Deng Yaluan. The severance payment was not something Deng Yaluan could decide on his own, it had to be reported to the headquarters and approved by Finance. He wondered how much effort Deng Yaluan had put in, knowing that Deng Yaluan had some conflicts with certain leaders of the Jinling company. Liu Sen immediately called Deng Yaluan. Yaluan, did you arrange this severance payment? Yes, it's what you deserve. The company knows they owe you, otherwise they wouldn't have approved it when I asked. After hearing this, Liu Sen's mind raced for a moment before he finally said, then thank you. Cut the crap, don't be so fussy. Just drink a few more cups with me tonight. I still have work to handle. I'll hang up now. Listening to the beeps from the receiver, Liu Sen felt a mix of emotions. This was true brotherhood. Brother, in the future, I'll take you along to soar to great heights. Although his monthly salary was decent after paying the mortgage and expenses, there wasn't much left. With the severance payment, he now had about 1,000 yuan in total, which made things more convenient. After finishing everything, he glanced at the chopstick he had modified the night before. It was still the same as a toothpick, unchanged. He put the 10 times shrunken chopstick into his backpack, intending to observe it for a longer period. Moreover, it could serve as a self-defense tool if necessary, as he could restore it and enlarge it tenfold, turning it into a 3-meter-long rod. Although his physical body was formidable, why forego a useful tool? He also picked up the gold ring and the trophy awarded by the company as the best honorary employee of 2019. Liu Sen had received this honor 2 years ago, being selected as the best among tens of thousands of employees nationwide. He had thought that winning this award would usher in a period of career growth, but he was transferred to launching the very next year. Liu Sen stopped dwelling on the past was the past. Gold ring. Wait, 9. 5G. It seemed the company hadn't misrepresented, it was indeed 9. 5G, symbolizing the honor of supreme supremacy. Liu Sen moved the decimal point, turning it into 95 grams. He weighed it in his hand. The ring became thicker and wider, almost like a thumb ring. This was all money. At 360 yuan per gram, this was over 3,000 yuan. With this golden finger, making money was too easy, but it wasn't safe. He could buy a lot of gold, enlarge it 10 times, and sell it, reaping a profit of at least 8 or 9 times. Then buy more gold and sell again. Circulating like this would be incredibly easy. But how to handle so much gold? Would he sell it to gold shops or pawn shops like the protagonists in novels? Are you kidding me? Selling a small amount might be okay, but a large quantity would raise suspicion. Wouldn't he be traced? This wasn't a decade ago when it was still manageable. Now it was the information age. Big data could lay everything bare. Hadn't they seen those big streamers exposed? Tax evasion fined hundreds of millions to billions. Even with the team handling things, they were still caught. It all depended on whether the authorities were investigating you. Selling a bit on the sly might work, but large-scale sales would likely lead to immediate arrest. Could he claim it was inherited from his ancestors? No kidding. Liu Sen's family was solidly rooted in generations of poor and lower-middle peasants. Moreover, even if he sold a small amount, once he became successful in the future, people would dig into his past. A suspicious point like this would be magnified, especially since his future career would inevitably offend many and disrupt many industries. This would surely invite attacks from all sides. He had to consider this in advance and take preventive measures. Liu Sen's self-set path was to go slower, build a solid foundation, and avoid rapid development that would create a castle in the air easily toppled. Therefore, he first modified his physique to protect himself. Any unexpected accumulation of wealth must be kept reasonable. Seeing that it was about time, Liu Sen left the house and went to a nearby liquor store, spending over 170 yuan to buy 2 boxes of 12 bottles of white liquor. He then took a taxi to Launching Banquet. Upon arriving at the reserved private room, he called the waiter. "You can start serving the dishes. Also bring a box of coconut juice and a box of orange juice." After a while, colleagues arrived one after another. There were more than 20 people in total. Liu Sen looked at everyone and clapped his hands. There are 2 tables. Those who can drink sit at the inner table, and those who can't or don't want to drink sit at the other table. Everyone quickly took their seats, and the liquor was opened and poured into the individual wine pitchers. Seeing everything ready, Liu Sen picked up his wine pitcher, filled his glass to the brim, and stood up. "This toast is to everyone. Thank you for your cooperation over the past 2 years, and of course for your tolerance of my shortcomings at work." With that, Liu Sen raised his glass. Everyone stood up and raised theirs. Cheers. 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 After this toast, the atmosphere livened up, and everyone began to toast each other. As soon as the wine touched his lips, Liu Sen frowned slightly. He didn't really like drinking and had a low tolerance. Due to frequent social engagements, he had often drunk too much, waking up in the middle of the night to vomit over the toilet. He had drunk so much, but never tasted the so-called beauty of wine that others spoke of. He looked up and saw the gaze of the men around him, all radiating danger. Meanwhile, the people at the other table, led by Qin Song, were already holding glasses and wine pitchers, walking toward him. Seeing this, Liu Sen knew they were all coming for him. However, his physique was now 10 times stronger. The wine might taste bad, but his capacity had likely increased significantly. Suddenly, he wondered what would happen if he modified this wine. Baijiu. Weight 8 qian. Alcohol content 42. This measure would be noticeable if altered, but it seemed the alcohol content could be changed. Thinking this, he directly adjusted the alcohol content to 4.2. This alcohol content was similar to beer, and regardless of taste, the quantity could at least be increased tenfold. At this moment, Qin Song had already raised his glass and extended it before Liu Sen. "Brother Sen, thank you for your care. I toast to you." With that, he downed the drink in one gulp. Liu Sen raised his glass and drank. The moment the liquor entered his mouth, he sensed a refreshing fragrance. The liquid was incredibly smooth and silky, carrying a slight warmth that flowed from his throat like a single thread into his stomach. His stomach began to warm, and at the same time a soothing warmth spread through his mind. This warmth was not a dry heat, it was exceptionally gentle. Liu Sen's eyes lit up. The alcohol content had been lowered, but the flavor had undeniably improved by more than tenfold. Liu Sen felt that this was a drink he would gladly enjoy every day. Moreover, he believed that women would also be willing to drink this liquor. If he could produce this kind of liquor, it would surely sell well. After all, even someone like him who disliked alcohol loved this modified version. He wondered how this modified liquor was brewed. Just as he was pondering this, a sudden surge of information flooded into his mind. Upon careful reflection, Liu Sen realized it was the method for brewing this liquor. Liu Sen felt as if he had found a treasure. This golden finger had such a function. Could it be that every modified item would come with corresponding knowledge? If so, many of his previous ideas would become much easier to realize. He thought of the battery capacity he had modified that morning. Could he also learn its principles and manufacturing method? The moment these thoughts occurred, a stream of information poured into his mind. Originally, his goal was to accumulate some capital, then modify certain materials or items, and hire a large number of people for reverse engineering research. But that approach was extremely difficult. The nation itself had developed bit by bit from scratch. Those researchers, starting from absolute poverty, had pulled the country's comprehensive national strength under the leadership of its leaders. Reverse engineering was tedious, faced with no leads, no research direction. This would lead to slow progress and require massive investment and constant trial and error. Now it seemed his path would be much easier. Liu Sen smiled. After dealing with those who came to toast him, Liu Sen picked up the liquor decanter and directly spoke to Deng Yaluan, who was sitting beside him. Yaluan, to you. I'm sorry for causing you trouble today. Son, no need to say more. You deserve this. Back then it was because of me that you offended the group leaders and were transferred to Longsheng with me. If anything, I should thank you for always supporting me. Deng Yaluan's face was full of sincerity. As he spoke, he also picked up his liquor decanter, touched it with Liu Sen's, and downed it in one go. Liu Sen said nothing more and drank it all. This liquor was truly fragrant and went down very smoothly. It could even be drunk like a beverage. This change must not be limited to the alcohol content. There must be other alterations. While savoring and pondering, Liu Sen heard a female voice. Brother Sun, let's toast you together. As she spoke, three young women raised their glasses, all eyes fixed on Liu Sen. Looking at the three charming and distinctive women, Liu Sen couldn't help but recall the past. They were all quite young, freshly graduated. He had spotted them at the job market, recruited them under his wing, and guided them through training and management and internal control, while also handling scheduling duties himself. Previously, he had gone to deliver reagents to 2 clients only because an employee had to take sudden leave due to family matters, and he helped out with the delivery. Among these 3 women, each had her own characteristics. The leader was Liu Ying, 164 centimeters tall, with shoulder-length hair, a lovely face, and youthful radiance. Beside her was Yin Dan with ear-length short hair, a clear and cool face, icy and taciturn. The last one with a bit of baby fat was Lu, who had a lowly-like face, stood only 155 centimeters, and was very lively. All 3 worked diligently, carefully, and energetically, making Liu Sen's daily work very easy. This also made Liu Sen feel that he had a good eye for talent, as he had interviewed and recruited all 3 into the company. They were also trained by Liu Sen one by one. He could be considered their mentor. Looking at the 3 youthful and vibrant women before him, each holding a glass, he steadied himself, took a careful look, and said, "Why are you drinking, Baijiu? You usually don't drink, do you?" Liu Ying replied, "Usual times are usual times, this time is different. Mainly Brother Sun is leaving the company. There won't be many chances to toast you in the future." Lu continued, "We owe a lot to Brother Sun's care at work. We are very grateful." Yin Dan added, "Only by drinking can we show our sincerity. We wouldn't drink with anyone else. Are you sure you want to drink?" The 3 women immediately nodded, their faces serious. Liu Sen thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered the liquor he had modified. He wondered if they would like it. He guessed they would, as it had low alcohol content and a smooth entry. Besides, letting them taste it now would also give him feedback from others. "All right then, but not this liquor. Wait a moment." Liu Sen excused himself to the others and temporarily left the restaurant. He went to a supermarket at the entrance and bought 2 more bottles of the same brand he had purchased earlier, then adjusted their alcohol content to 4.2. He discarded the outer packaging, unscrewed the caps, and carried the 2 bottles into the private room, placing them on the table. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Liu Sen said, "This liquor is homemade by me. It's a low-alcohol drink. I brought it with me a couple of days ago, but never opened it. Today I had it placed at the counter, originally planning to have it when we go singing after dinner. But now these young ladies insisted on drinking baijiu, so I brought this up for them to taste." As he spoke, he poured the baijiu from the young women's glasses into his own liquor decanter, then refilled their glasses with the new liquor and poured a glass for himself. "Try this. If you like it, I'll pour you more. If not, you can switch back to juice." Upon hearing this, the 3 women picked up their glasses, sniffed them, and sensed a rich fragrance far superior to the previous one. They felt no resistance to this drink and couldn't help but show eagerness to try. The 3 women exchanged glances, somewhat surprised, then turned to Liu Sen and raised their glasses. "Brother Sun, thank you." Liu Sen clinked glasses with them, downed his drink, and watched them drink. They first took a small sip, then downed the rest in one go very decisively. Then each closed their eyes, slightly revealing expressions of enjoyment. Afterward, they opened their eyes in surprise, looked at Liu Sen, and then exchanged glances among themselves, confirming that they all thoroughly enjoyed the liquor's aroma, smooth texture, and silky sensation. "Brother Sun, this liquor is so delicious. I want more." Lu directly asked Liu Sen for more, her eyes blinking at him, as if she would cry if he refused. Liu Ying and Yin Dan also looked at Liu Sen, their expressions full of longing. Was this wine truly so delightful that it showed on their faces? This had never happened before. Even when Liu Sen occasionally ordered milk tea for them, they never wore such expressions while drinking it. He knew they were particularly fond of milk tea, often ordering it, and always including an extra cup for him. It's really delicious, and this is wine. Delicious. The three women nodded fervently. Liu Sen had no choice but to fill their wine decanters with the special wine. The decanters had been empty before, as none of the women had poured any wine, saving it all to toast him. The three women eagerly picked up their decanters and poured wine into their glasses, their movements so cautious, as if afraid of spilling a single drop. Seeing them like this, Liu Sen couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Deng Yaluan, curious, finished the wine in his small glass and said to Liu Sen, "Let me have a taste too. Is it really that extraordinary?" He quickly poured the special wine for Deng Yaluan, who then downed it in one gulp. "Good wine. Bro, why didn't you bring out this fine wine earlier? You're such a womanizer." "Nonsense. I was planning to drink it at the KTV," Liu Sen immediately retorted, unwilling to be labeled a womanizer. "Then how come you brought it out for them as soon as they asked for wine? Still not doting on them?" Deng Yaluan knew his brother Liu Sen's character well. He was just joking around. He also knew Liu Sen had feelings for the three women, so he took the chance to nudge them a little. "If you say so, then fine. I'll be a womanizer today. This wine is only for them to drink." Liu Sen stopped defending himself. The three women at the table blushed slightly, perhaps from the wine. No, pour me some more to taste." Deng Yaluan immediately snatched the special wine from Liu Sen's hand and filled his own glass. This time he didn't drink it all at once, but savored it slowly, his face full of ecstasy. He kept smacking his lips, finishing the glass quickly and wanting to refill. Liu Sen directly interrupted. "This wine is low alcohol, and there's only this much. It's mainly for the ladies. Are you going to fight them for it?" "All right." Deng Yaluan showed an awkward expression. The three women beamed with joy, glad that a big drinker wasn't going to snatch the fine wine Liu Sen had prepared for them. They knew well that Deng Yaluan was an incredibly heavy drinker. They had never seen him drunk in years. Liu Sen, in truth, wasn't unwilling to share the special wine with Deng Yaluan, but he hadn't anticipated this and hadn't prepared. Moreover, he had already said there were only 2 bottles. He couldn't suddenly produce more without explanation. Deng Yaluan poured himself a glass of regular wine, clinked glasses with Liu Sen, and after drinking, his face turned strange. The baijiu that had seemed passable moments ago suddenly lost its appeal. Staring at the wine in his decanter, Deng Yaluan felt a headache coming on. It's truly easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality. Deng Yaluan sighed. "Alright, I'll go home and see if I can get a few more bottles and send them to you, okay?" Hearing this, Deng Yaluan instantly cheered up. He clinked glasses with Liu Sen again and said, "You're a real brother. But your family's wine is really well made. Those liquors like Moutai and others can't compare to yours. They're not even in the same league. If you sold this, you'd definitely make a fortune. I'm going back this time to look into that to start my own business. I found the recipe in my ancestral home before and tried brewing it myself. It turned out decent, so I taught myself a lot about it and improved the formula. This batch I brought is the improved version. This is my first time tasting it, and I didn't expect it to be this good." From the moment he drank this wine, Liu Sen felt it had great potential, especially since he also obtained the recipe and brewing method. This was a fast-moving consumer good that could serve as a cash flow for future research and ventures. 2 hours later, everyone had almost finished eating. Some who needed to leave early had already gone. The remaining 11 people chatted as they walked to a nearby KTV and booked a large VIP room. Once the music started, those who rarely drank, and those who sang. Lu Ying and the other 2 women sang a few songs, their voices melodious and pleasant, far better than the howling of some of the male colleagues. The 3 women sang while drinking the remaining bottle of the modified wine Liu Sen had given them. It was almost gone. It was so delicious they treated it like a beverage. Although it was only 4.2 alcohol, it still had alcohol, and they began to sway. They started pulling Liu Sen to sing, but his singing was just average. Moreover, it was early autumn, so their clothes were still thin. The physical contact made Liu Sen both embarrassed and flustered. Soon it was time to wrap up. It was already past midnight, and empty bottles littered the floor. Everyone helped each other downstairs. Liu Sen took care of seeing each colleague off in a taxi, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Who knew when they would meet again? Coming back to his senses, he looked around. Only Lu Ying, Dan Lu, Deng Yaluan, and Qin Songhe remained. Deng Yaluan glanced at the 3 women and whispered to Liu Sen, "All 3 of them have feelings for you. Figure it out yourself. I'll head off first, I have work tomorrow. Take care of them. It's fine if you come to the office late tomorrow." With that, he got into a taxi that had just arrived. Seeing Qin Song still standing dumbly beside Liu Sen, he pulled him into the car. "Driver, let's go." "Manager, we're not going the same way. Why did you drag me in?" Qin Song looked confused. Deng Yaluan was the manager and enjoyed better treatment. The company had rented a high-end apartment for him. Sitting in the car, he said to the bewildered Qin Song, "Young man, you're a blockhead. You were just in the way." Liu Sen looked at the 3 women before him. The weather was cold, and their faces were flushed, whether from the wine or something else he couldn't tell. "What do you say? Aren't you going back? Or should I call a cab for you?" The 3 women exchanged glances, but none moved. They all had strong feelings for Liu Sen, yet their close friendship prevented them from crossing that line. They had always thought to let things take their natural course, and see whom Liu Sen would ultimately choose. But instead of an answer, they got news of his resignation. They didn't know how to handle it. They had drunk so much today partly because the wine was good and partly because they were afraid they might never have another chance, so they used alcohol to bolster their courage. Brother Sen, don't call a cab. Let's take a walk together, said Dan, who usually acted cool and aloof. Then Liu Ying and Lu nodded vigorously. Liu Sen felt the cold and was about to refuse, but then he saw the hopeful looks in their eyes and softened. All right, let's walk. He started walking ahead. Lu happily bounced along. Dan and Liu Ying looked at her joyful demeanor and felt a bit happy too. Brother Sen, I heard you're going back to start your own business. Liu Ying caught up and walked beside him. Yes, I've been thinking for the past couple of days. Working for others is no way out, so I decided to go back and start my own venture. In what field? Dan asked closely. Quite a few things. The wine you drank today is one aspect, and there are many others. Mainly the real economy, starting companies, opening factories. That wine is so delicious and Brother Sen is so capable. It's sure to sell well. Brother Sen, when you start your company, can I come work for you? Lu asked directly. If you're willing, of course, no problem, Liu Sen said after a moment's thought. Great. I still want to follow Brother Sen. I want to follow Brother Sen too. Me too, Liu Ying and Dan immediately chimed in. Of course you can. Your abilities are all solid, I know them well, and I'm used to working with you. But are you serious? I'm starting from scratch and the future is uncertain. Right now you have a stable footing. After I leave, Deng Yaluan will take care of you out of respect for me, so you'll do fine. I've even told him to choose one of you three to fill my position on a trial basis. Liu Sen stopped and looked at them seriously. He looked at them with a serious expression. Liu Ying's expression was earnest. I still want to follow Brother Sen. He recruited me, mentored me, and taught me how to work. I trust Brother Sen. So do we. Would you be willing to leave the city and move to a new place? Liu Sen asked again. Yes, it's fine. Our families aren't in this city anyway. Besides, all three of us feel that following Brother Sen will offer better prospects. Alright, go back first and make preparations. You can think it over these 2 days and confirm later. Liu Sen also hoped they would follow him. He found them easy to work with, and indeed all three had been carefully selected by him over the past 2 years, whether in appearance or workability. Alright, let me see you back. It's too cold outside. Saying this, he tightened his coat. Okay. The four of them took a car to where the three girls lived, not far from Liu Sen's dormitory in another residential area, also leased by the company. After accompanying the three down to the building entrance, Liu Sen said, You go up first. Brother Sen, come up for a while. Liu spoke up. It's already so late, I won't go up. Liu Sen thought for a moment and shook his head. Brother Sen, we haven't eaten much dinner. We want the noodles you make. Liu said, hugging Liu Sen's arm and shaking it while secretly exchanging glances with Liu Ying and Dan. That's right, we're all hungry too. The two women who received Liu's signal immediately spoke up. Alright, I'll make noodles for you. Great. Liu let go of Liu Sen's arm and bounced with excitement. Let's go. Liu pulled Liu Sen upstairs. Upon entering the room, a fragrance that wouldn't be found in a guy's room filled the air. Whether it was laundry detergent or shampoo, they couldn't tell. Soon surrounded by the three girls, he finished cooking a pot of noodles with 4 boiled eggs. Alright, let's eat. Liu Sen placed the 4 servings of noodles on the dining table. Warm and delicious, Liu Ying said contentedly. It feels much warmer eating this. It was so cold outside just now. Do you still have that wine from before? It was so good. At the mention of wine, both Liu Ying and Dan's eyes lit up, waiting for Liu Sen's response. That wine is gone, but I still have some homemade brew at home. We can't drink it these 2 days. It's unbearable. I feel like even bubble tea doesn't taste good anymore. The 3 girls seemed noticeably disappointed hearing Liu Sen's response. Seeing their reactions, Liu Sen strongly suspected they wanted to follow him mainly because of his homemade wine. Alright, I have to go. Liu Sen said this as he was about to leave. The 3 girls immediately grabbed him, refusing to let him go and insisting he stay and hang out a bit longer. Their behavior today was completely different from usual, likely due to the alcohol. They were a bit tipsy. Having no choice, Liu Sen ended up playing cards with them again and ultimately did not leave. The next day in the office, Deng Yaluan was about to file the document in his hand when he looked out at the empty workstations, left in a state of speechless bewilderment. Deng Yaluan couldn't help but complain inwardly. I told you all you could come to work later the next day, but I never said you could all show up late together. That's ridiculous. Around 10 in the morning, Liu Sen woke up, glanced around, and felt a bit dazed. Recalling everything that had happened the previous day, he scratched his head in confusion. Liu Sen had no idea how he had ended up staying overnight at the 3 girls' dormitory. It certainly wasn't good for their reputation. Fortunately, nothing had happened. They had merely spent the night together. He had slept in a separate room. He had also drunk quite a bit the previous day. After just obtaining his golden finger, he had been feeling a bit excited. Drinking compromises judgment, and mixing different types of alcohol is even worse. At the KTV, he had started with beer and later switched to Western liquor. In the end, Liu Sen had not used his golden finger. If it were exposed, it would be problematic. Getting dressed, he stepped out into the hallway. No one was in the living room, and the doors to the adjacent rooms were tightly shut. He could clearly hear the breathing of the 3 inside, which meant they were still asleep. It seemed the 3 were truly exhausted. The drinking the previous night had been substantial. They had not slept until past 3 a.m. He knocked on Dan's door, and immediately a thud echoed from inside. Ouch, that hurts. Dan's voice came through. Oh no, it's already 10 o'clock. In an instant, all 3 girls' voices echoed out. Don't rush. I've already told Deng Yaluan. We'll be there late. Take your time getting ready. I'll go buy some food outside and come back in a bit. Liu Sen did not wait for a response and left the apartment. Upon hearing Liu Sen's voice, the room fell silent. Only after they heard him close the door did the three girls' startled exclamations ring out once more. Oh no, what happened yesterday? Why are we sleeping together? And why is brother Sun here? Liu Ying said, her face flushed crimson. Does this count as spending the night together? I'm going to die of embarrassment, Lulu added. Dan also wore a deeply embarrassed expression, her usual cold demeanor completely gone. After drinking the previous day, the three had indeed let loose a bit too much. Glancing at each other, they could not help but let out a collective sigh. After exchanging glances for a moment, a determined expression gradually appeared in their eyes. They were all intelligent young women. After 2 years of working together, they already harbored some affection for Liu Sen, and yesterday, they had experienced something else he had to offer. Deeply understanding Liu Sen's potential combined with last night's drink, it was clear he had a bright future ahead. Outside, Liu Sen had, and was contemplating various matters when he reached the door and knocked. The door was opened quickly. Come, let's get something to eat. I bought preserved egg and pork congee, soy milk, and soup dumplings. Saying this, he placed the breakfast items on the dining table. Thank you, brother Sun. The three girls were all naturally beautiful and confident in their appearance, so they simply washed up and sat at the dining table to begin their breakfast. You drank a lot yesterday. Your decision might have been made on impulse. Have you changed your mind now? Liu Sen asked seriously once again. We've decided. We'll follow brother Sun. You won't treat us unfairly, right? The three girls said after pausing. Absolutely. When have I ever treated you unfairly? Liu Sen broke into a smile instantly. This was his team after all. Since they had confirmed they would start a business with him, there were still some matters he needed to handle. Liu Sen dialed Deng Yaluan's number. Yaluan, let me tell you something. Liu Ying and the other three are planning to follow me. I'm giving you a heads up so you can prepare. Start recruiting as needed. Once I'm settled back, they'll probably leave. You little rascal, always causing trouble for me. Yesterday, I said you could come to work later, and now you've taken them all away. Tell me the truth. What did you do last night? Deng Yaluan complained as soon as he got the call. Nothing at all. How could someone as pure as me have done anything wrong? Liu Sen immediately denied it 3 times. Yeah, right. Alright, I know about the 3 of them. Can they still come to work today? If not, don't bother coming. I'm always cleaning up after you, kid. That's because you're capable. Then I'll let them rest today and come tomorrow. Liu Sen considered that they had slept so late the previous day, so not going today would allow them to catch up on rest, and agreed to Deng Yaluan's suggestion. After hanging up, he said to the 3 girls, eat slowly. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. I've already talked to Yaluan. You don't need to go to work today, so rest well. Liu Sen returned to his dormitory, loaded his packed belongings into his car, and set off toward his intended destination. Liu Sen rarely drove his car in Longcheng. He mainly used it when heading back home, which he did only once every half-month or so. The car usually stayed parked, and he preferred riding his electric scooter for convenience. Soon he arrived at the Jade Gambling Stone Market in Longcheng. Gambling stones were Liu Sen's goal for the day. He planned to accumulate his initial entrepreneurial capital through this means. The funds obtained this way were safer than selling gold, since no one could predict what lay inside the stones. Success depended entirely on fortune. After parking, he entered the market and observed the crowds. According to his knowledge, there should not have been so many people at this hour. The surge in visitors was due to a fresh batch of raw stones recently transported from Rueli. Liu Sen had come across this information online the night before. Walking up to piles of rough stones, he noticed they were all fully enclosed raw material, each tagged with a price. Some jade rough stones were sold individually, representing those with the best performance indicators. Their prices were steep, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan. More expensive options simply did not exist here, for Longcheng's gambling stone market was modest compared to places like Tengchong and Rueli. The remaining rough stones showed poor performance and were priced between 80 to 300 yuan per kilogram. Liu Sen's knowledge in this field was limited. He had only done some basic research. His target was not fully enclosed raw material. Following the crowd, Liu Sen purchased 2 mediocre rough stones for 350 yuan. After completing the payment, the 2 rough stones in his hands underwent a transformation. Before paying, his golden finger had shown no reaction, but as expected, the flashing dots appeared. He checked the information. Ordinary jade rough stone, net weight 2 kilograms, jade content 0 grams. Ordinary jade rough stone, net weight 1.2 kilograms, jade content 0 grams. As expected, such inferior raw material rarely yielded any jade. Otherwise, why would they be so cheap? These were precisely the stones professional gamblers rejected. Holding the 2 rough stones, Liu Sen immediately handed them to the stone-cutting master and asked him to proceed. The master secured the rough stone and prepared to cut. Several onlookers stood nearby watching. After a few slices, the crowd collectively sighed and shook their heads. It had failed. Liu Sen did not care, yet he too wore an expression of regret mirroring the others. The shop owner glanced at Liu Sen and spoke. Young man, raw stones with such poor performance hardly ever produce jade. If you truly wish to gamble, it would be better to purchase those with solid indicators. No need, I'm just joining the fun and testing my luck, Liu Sen quickly declined. He did not possess such courage to spend so much money on premium raw stones, especially since he could not know what lay inside beforehand. At that moment, enthusiastic discussion erupted from the crowd. Liu Sen turned and saw a middle-aged man in a tailored suit. Carrying a rough stone, he approached and said, "Boss, I've taken a fancy to this piece. Though 27,000 yuan is a bit steep, lower the price slightly, and I'll take it. The boss studied the middle-aged man and replied, "Sir, this is a small business with thin margins. Besides, judging by the stone's performance, this price is genuinely reasonable. Give it to me straight. Can you reduce it?" The suited man pressed without acknowledging the boss's words. "Alright, consider it making a friend. 25,000 yuan. If you accept this price, take it away, I'll otherwise go pick something else." "Very well, boss. You're a straightforward person. I'll take it." The middle-aged man in the suit paid, and had the stone carried to the cutting machine. The master marked the lines according to the buyer's instructions, and began cutting. Everyone gathered around. In no time, one slice was made, revealing a large patch of green mist. "It's rising. This cut shows excellent potential. Resale value could reach 3,000 yuan, someone remarked. A portly middle-aged man with a prominent belly and a handbag immediately shouted loudly, "Boss, are you selling? I'll pay 3,000 yuan. Not selling. This stone will still appreciate," the suited man declined outright. Seeing such a firm refusal, the portly man stepped aside and ceased bidding. Cutting continued. The green mist was wiped away, revealing mostly white stone beneath, with only a small portion showing jade of mediocre transparency and faint coloration. Now it's completely ruined. What a pity. Alas, it might fetch 5,000 yuan at best now. 6,000? I'll take it. Let me gamble on it. The portly man who had bid earlier spoke up again. Liu Sen noticed the suited man hesitating, uncertain whether to continue cutting. Confused murmurs rippled through the crowd while the middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly grim. He had high hopes for this stone, never expecting it to yield such poor results after cutting. Although money was not a concern for him, such an experience was deeply unpleasant for anyone. "Boss, shall we continue cutting?" the stone-cutting master asked with regret. If the stone had appreciated, the owner would typically offer a red envelope as a tip. Now that opportunity was gone. "Cut one more slice. Make a 2-centimeter opening on the other end of the back," the suited man insisted, unwilling to give up. Following the instructions, the master adjusted the stone's position and cut another opening on the reverse side. Yet again, no jade appeared. Completely ruined now. The crowd resumed their chatter, and the suited man's expression darkened further. He had lost all desire to continue. "Everyone who wants this stone, I'm done cutting." His words sparked widespread discussion, yet no one stepped forward. The stone was so thoroughly ruined that taking it over meant certain loss. Seeing no response, the suited man turned his gaze toward the portly man who had bid twice before. "I'm sorry. Before that last cut, I would have considered buying it. There was still a chance to gamble. But now the performance is far too poor, there's nothing left to bet on. Cutting further would yield the same result. 5,000, I'm selling it to you. It's already a low price, but you could still gamble with it," the suited man gritted out. The portly man shook his head after hearing this. He reasoned he'd have better chances buying a new stone than taking this one. 5,000, I'll take it. Hearing someone bid to take over, the crowd turned their attention to the bidder. To their surprise, it was a handsome young man, and they could not help but shake their heads. It was Liu Sen who had spoken. He had been watching carefully, waiting for the right moment to step in. He had come to the market specifically for these partially open stones, not the fully enclosed rough material. With fully enclosed stones, he could not know whether jade existed inside before purchasing. If he bought a stone containing no jade, his golden finger would be useless. 0 multiplied by 10 remained 0. Therefore, he needed to buy partially open stones where jade was already visible. The visible portion of this stone was worth at least 1,000 yuan. After his golden finger enhanced it could sell for over 10,000 yuan. This valuation was based only on what was currently visible. If more jade existed inside, the profit would be even greater. Moreover, he wanted to test whether the golden finger could improve both the texture and color. "Young man, it's yours," the suited man said with a complex expression, showing no excitement about having sold it. Liu Sen transferred 5,000 to him directly via Alipay, then crouched down to examine the remaining raw stone, taking photos of it with his phone. Half-cut, ordinary jadeite rough stone. Net weight 4.5 kilograms. Jadeite content, 350 g. Jadeite color green, color grade 0.7. Jadeite species, and water 3.5. Liu Sen studied the information and realized the stone would likely yield material worth just over 1,000 yuan at best. Poorest color and species. But he could make adjustments. He wondered what level of jadeite he might achieve. Half-cut, ordinary jadeite rough stone. Net weight 4.5 kilograms. Jadeite content, 3500 g. Jadeite color green, color grade 7.0. Jadeite species, and water 35.0. Liu Sen examined the modified stone. Its exterior remained unchanged, for he had subconsciously wished it to stay that way. And the result was exactly as he had hoped, with no issues arising. "Master, please polish this stone for me. I bet it will yield jadeite," Liu Sen said to the stone-cutting master. The master was startled to hear the request to polish the stone, but upholding his professional ethics, he proceeded, as Liu Sen asked. The onlookers began murmuring among themselves. With such poor-looking material cut this way, why bother polishing it? That young fellow must think he can extract high-quality jade from this. That's pure fantasy. If it could produce valuable material, would it be left for you? Seeing there was still entertainment to be had, the crowd that had been about to leave gathered around again. Soon the stone-cutting master began polishing along the previous jadeite exposure area, and the surface that had been only a few centimeters gradually expanded. The color deepened progressively. The scene drew gasps from the onlookers. Is this a modest gain or a massive breakthrough? Indeed, one cut brings poverty, another brings wealth. As expected, nobody knows the outcome until the very end. That's the charm of gambling on stones. The middle-aged man in the suit had not left. Witnessing this, he was stunned and sighed, "How I wish I had held on." Liu Sen heard this and couldn't help but curl his lip, thinking to himself, if you had persisted, you wouldn't even have that 5,000 left by the end. Persisting to the end doesn't guarantee rewards. It could mean ruin. Sometimes you truly must cut your losses. It's like stock trading. You buy and the price plummets continuously. You refuse to stop the loss and keep adding to your position. The price keeps falling. Your purchases turn you into a long-term shareholder, and eventually you go bankrupt. He had a friend who tried to buy at the bottom, but only caught himself halfway down the mountain. He didn't expect there to be a valley below, so he tried again, and found a basement underneath. In the end, out of sight, out of mind, he stopped selling, uninstalled the trading app, and waited a year. When he finally checked back, his composure shattered completely. He had fallen into an abyss with no bottom. "Young man, I'll give you 500,000 for it," the middle-aged, portly man offered Liu Sen. "I'm sorry, but I intend to cut the entire stone first. If you're still interested afterward, we can discuss the price," Liu Sen replied. The portly man said no more, watching from the sidelines with regret etched on his face. Perhaps he regretted not having taken the stone for 5,000 earlier, or perhaps he regretted that Liu Sen had declined his offer. Liu Sen knew this revealed only the tip of the iceberg. There was absolutely no way he would sell now. He would wait until all the jadeite was fully exposed before selling. He wouldn't keep it for himself. His purpose in coming here was to raise capital. Only when he had accumulated sufficient starting funds would he set some aside, crafting pieces to gift his family. As time passed, the polished jadeite grew larger and larger, and the surrounding chatter intensified. Everyone's faces flushed with excitement, as if they themselves had struck gold. This young man is going to be set for life. Yes, but we still don't know how large the final piece will be, or what its species and water quality are. Nobody dared to take this rough stone before, because its appearance was so poor. This material is terribly deceptive. The good parts were hidden away and never showed. Or you could say the previous owners simply had terrible luck. The stone-cutting master polished with extreme care, fearing he might accidentally remove the valuable flesh. Finally, he finished completely and rinsed the stone with water. The jadeite rough stone instantly burst forth with rich, vivid green, only slightly paler at one edge. The surrounding crowd erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Many more people had gathered than at the beginning, all drawn by the magnificent jadeite breakthrough. This rough stone is so massive, and is that imperial green. The translucency is exquisite. This could yield 6 or 7 pairs of bangles. It's truly priceless. The shop owner promptly brought over an electronic scale. Liu Sen placed the stone on it. The total weight was 3.12 grams. He then took several photographs, though he had already been recording a full video throughout the polishing process. Previously, everyone had only been estimating by eye, but now that the exact weight was confirmed, the crowd erupted in fervor. How much must this be worth? Rough stones of this caliber were rarely seen in their daily lives, let alone one of such substantial size. After giving the stone-cutting master a generous red envelope, Liu Sen addressed the crowd. "I'm preparing to sell this rough stone. Does anyone here have an interest in purchasing it?" Immediately, several people stepped forward, representatives from jewelry companies and prominent business owners alike, all eager to acquire this jadeite. Premium jadeite was always in short supply. "You may wait a moment. I'd like to inspect further to see if anything else of quality can be extracted. We can discuss everything together afterward." Liu Sen then continued wandering through the market, followed by a crowd, some genuinely interested, but mostly onlookers eager for the spectacle. Soon Liu Sen stopped before a stall selling semi-gambled rough stones, stones that had already been windowed. This was a specialized trade. However, windowed stones were generally expensive. Before long, Liu Sen had selected several rough stones, spending over 90,000 in total. Windowed, ordinary jadeite rough stone. Net weight 1.6 kilograms. Jadeite content 62 g. Jadeite color green, color grade 1. 2. Jadeite species and water 4. 5. Windowed, ordinary jadeite rough stone. Net weight 3.2 kilograms. Jadeite content 123 g. Jadeite color green, color grade 1. 0. Jadeite species and water 2. 1. Windowed, ordinary jadeite rough stone. Net weight 2.7 kilograms. Jadeite content 154 g. Jadeite color green, color grade 2. 1. Jadeite species and water 5. 1. Windowed, ordinary jadeite rough stone. Net weight 3.7 kilograms. Jadeite content 204 g. Jadeite color purple, color grade 0. 9. Jadeite species and water 4. 1. Windowed, ordinary jadeite rough stone. Net weight 1. 4 kilograms. Jadeite content 37 g. Jadeite color green, color grade 0. 4. Jadeite species and water 1. 1. In total 5 semi-gambled rough stones. He had also purchased 2 additional ordinary fully sealed rough stones. Liu Sen had only modified the first 4 semi-gambled stones, after paying for the fully sealed ones he already knew they contained no. Amidst the stunned disbelief of the onlookers, Liu Sen quickly cut 5 pieces of jadeite. The purple stone and the 2 best materials weighing 2.7 kilograms were left uncut, the rest were all processed. Jadeite rough stone. Net weight 1.6 kilograms. Jadeite content 620 g. Jadeite color green, color grade 12. Jadeite species and water 45. Windowed, ordinary jadeite rough stone. Net weight 2 kilograms. Jadeite content 1230G. Jadeite color green color grade 10. Jadeite species and water 21. Windowed, ordinary jadeite rough stone. Net weight 1 kilograms. Jadeite content 370G. Jadeite color green color grade 4. Jadeite species and water 11. Except for the last piece, which was merely average, the other two were no inferior to the earlier one. In fact, the first piece exceeded the previously opened stone in both color and species quality. Liu Sen packaged the 2 uncut stones together with the 4 cut jadeites. "Young man, aren't you going to cut those too?" the shop owner asked. "No need. I'll keep the rest to enjoy later at home." Carrying his purchases, Liu Sen left the shop. Immediately a crowd surged inside, hurriedly selecting and purchasing jadeite rough stones in the hope of catching some of his fortune. "Alright, let's go to the hotel next door and borrow their conference room for discussions." Seeing that the interested buyers had no objections, Liu Sen led the way out of the jadeite market. The few people trailing behind exchanged glances and quickly made their respective phone calls. "President Wang, I have something to report. At the jade market today, someone unveiled a 3,412-gram oval imperial green jade rough stone along with several other decent pieces. The owner is willing to sell. Will you come over?" Alright. "Chairman Gua, there's an imperial green jade rough stone here. The amount is substantial. We need your authorization." Liu Sen watched them bustling about, a broad smile on his face, and also took out his phone to make a call. "Sis, I have a big deal here. The revenue should be quite substantial, at least tens of millions. Open a new account for me. I also need you to arrange professionals to oversee the process, ensuring the funds are safe, and there are no legal complications." "Bro, are you serious? You're not joking, are you?" An IU on the other end of the phone looked incredulous. An IU was Liu Sen's cousin, working at a state-owned bank branch in their hometown Rongqing, currently the deputy manager of the credit department. With such a large sum of money coming in, Liu Sen naturally wanted to take care of his cousin. This would also bring many benefits for his investments in his hometown. "Of course it's true. If there's a big business, I'll definitely come to you. If you don't want it, I'll look for a bank in Longqing. Don't you dare, or I'll go to Auntie and tell her you're bullying me." Liu Sen laughed upon hearing this. "I'll send you the address. You guys come over, it's about an hour's drive. Love you, Mwok. Bro, I'll talk to the boss and then head out. Be safe on the road." Got it, bot. Liu Sen sent the location along with the photos and videos he had taken from beginning to end. He also asked if she knew anyone who understood jade to ask about prices and get a sense of the market. Liu Sen arrived at the hotel, negotiated, and rented their conference room. After entering the conference room, everyone introduced themselves and the companies they represented. Because the amount involved was substantial, they all needed to wait for the decision-makers to arrive. Liu Sen placed the jade rough stones on a table covered with velvet cloth for everyone to examine. The several people looked on with great enthusiasm, some taking photos, others recording videos, all continuously assessing the prices with their respective companies. Watching the busy buyers, Liu Sen thought for a moment and called the 3 women, asking them to take a taxi over. Having them come could help with matters and also boost their confidence in following him. It was also a good opportunity for them to gain experience, since this was no small affair, a deal worth tens of millions to hundreds of millions. They wouldn't be intimidated by similar occasions in the future. Soon the 3 women arrived at the hotel. They didn't know exactly what they were needed for, but they came as soon as they heard they were needed. Entering the conference room, they saw Liu Sen and the jade rough stones on the table in front of him. Their eyes immediately widened. "Bro Sen, what kind of stone is this? It's quite beautiful." Liu Ying said. "Guess what it is? If you guess right, you'll get a prize," Liu Sen replied, looking at the 3 of them. The 3 women approached to take a closer look. They guessed several times, but were all wrong. Finally, Dan guessed correctly. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to guess. Rough stones and finished jewelry are completely different. Seeing Liu Sen's surprised look, Dan explained, "Because this hotel is right next to the jade market, so I guessed it was jade." Liu Sen looked at Dan. He had always thought she had the strongest logical thinking, but he didn't expect her observation skills to be so sharp. "Since you guessed right, I'll reward you with some milk tea. There will be more rewards later." Liu Sen then ordered their usual milk tea from a delivery app. He ordered 10 cups so that when his cousin's people arrived later, they could also have some. He also asked them to have the hotel bring some pots of fine tea and plates of snacks. The 3 women watched as a group of people gathered around the green stones, discussing and commenting, so they listened intently. From the snippets of conversation, the 3 women learned the value of these beautiful stones and instantly felt they couldn't hold back. These stones weren't just jade. They were endless piles of money. Their expressions were excited, faces flushed. They had never seen anything worth so much money, and now it was right in front of them. "Bro Sen, is this really?" "Yes." Liu Sen nodded with a smile. The expressions of Liu Ying and Dan were just too adorable. Liu Sen felt that this moment must be recorded. It would be fun to look back on when they had achieved success in the future. He took out his phone and started filming the 3 women. Lu and the others didn't react at first, only seeing Liu Sen looking at them with a smile. They quickly realized what was happening, and the 3 of them tried to grab the phone. Liu Sen's physical fitness was now 10 times that of an ordinary person. Seeing their expressions, he immediately tucked the phone into his chest. Seeing this, the 3 women knew it wouldn't be easy to snatch it, especially with so many people around. "Bro Sen, delete what you just recorded," Liu Ying said. "No way." Liu Sen remained unmoved. Seeing Liu Sen's defiant attitude, Liu Ying didn't know what to do for a moment and turned to look at Dan and Lu. Immediately the two blinked their bright eyes and looked at Liu Sen with a pitiful expression. Bro son. Hearing this, Liu Sen got goosebumps. Looking at the three before him, graceful and dignified, cold beauty, gentle and refined, cute. Various words surged in his mind. After staring for a while, Liu Sen simply closed his eyes, afraid he might lose control. In the several years they had known each other, they had never been this bold. Probably after drinking yesterday, the feelings of parting and reluctance had caused many things usually hidden to surface. After that night, they had firmly expressed their intention to follow him in starting a business and build a beautiful future together. Bro son. Another coquettish address came from beside him. Hee, I'm just recording the beauty of this moment. Such a memorable occasion, Liu Sen said unabashedly. Hello, delivery from Mate 1. Your milk tea is here. The delivery guy appeared just in time, rescuing Liu Sen. Excuse me, which one is Mr. Liu? The delivery guy continued. That's me. Please put the milk tea on that table. Thank you. Liu Sen stood up and pointed to an empty table. All right, time for milk tea. And you gentlemen, would you like some milk tea? Liu Sen said to the three women, then turned to the others in the conference room. No thanks. We'll just have tea. While they were drinking the milk tea, several groups of people arrived one after another. Those called in by the people in the conference room to appraise or make decisions. Liu Sen was not at all afraid that these people might have ill intentions because he had confidence. With his physical condition, he truly wasn't afraid of a dozen people getting close. Through previous tests, he knew that the improvement in physical fitness increased his combat power exponentially. As long as there were no firearms, he could be considered invincible. Even with firearms, he might be fine, but he had to consider the people around him. Moreover, in Huahua, especially in Jiangnan province, public security was guaranteed. Boss Liu, we're all here. When would you like to start? They had just exchanged names earlier. Sorry, we need to wait a bit longer. There are also bank people coming from my side. They'll help with signing contracts and transferring funds. Liu Sen replied. That's good, it's safer, the other party said. 15 minutes later, his cousin and Liu entered the conference room with three people. Two of them were dressed in work attire, carrying several bags. There was also a middle-aged man in a casual suit. And Liu had a lovely face, wearing a well-fitted women's suit, beautiful, with a touch of heroism. Bro, I'm not late, am I? No, just in time. Have a seat. There's milk tea here, you and your colleagues can have some. Liu Sen pointed to the milk tea. And Liu did not stand on ceremony and directly handed out the milk tea to the several people. The two colleagues thanked her, then opened the computers they had brought and connected the portable printers. And Liu pointed to the middle-aged man with them and said, this is Lawyer Wang. Lawyer Wang, hello. Sorry to trouble you to come all this way. Liu Sen quickly shook hands with Lawyer Wang. Hello, President Liu. Not a trouble at all. I should thank manager and I for favoring our law firm with business. Then Liu Sen introduced the three women to Liu. The negotiation didn't take long. Although the amount was large, the prices were relatively transparent. On the highway on the way here, Liu had used her connections to contact experts in Jinling in this field. The 4 jade rough stones were jointly acquired by them for 123 million. As for how they would divide them among themselves, that was their own affair. They drafted the sales contract on the spot, both parties signed, and the transfer was made. Both parties were satisfied smiles. Liu Sen now had entrepreneurial funds, while his cousin and Liu Dan and Lu were delighted to have earned such a large sum for him. As for the other party, these high-end rough stones, once carved and designed, could become the prized treasures of their shop. The signature pieces that would draw customers and generate huge profits, ranging from tens of millions to over 100 million in profit. Outside the hotel, they could already see the company's security vehicles parked. For security guards stepped forward, 2 scouted the surroundings, while the other 2 took the jadeite rough stones from the buyer's phone and placed them into a safe box. They then turned and carried the box into the vehicle, locking the doors behind them. Only the 2 remaining security guards continued their patrol. Seeing the jadeite loaded into the car, one of them said to Liu Sen, Mr. Liu, if you ever get top-grade jadeite again, please contact us. We'll certainly offer a fair price. Certainly, no problem. Liu Sen replied, though in truth, he probably wouldn't be selling again anytime soon. The other party departed cheerfully alongside the security convoy, while Liu Sen observed their behavior and reflected on their intense reverence for the jadeite. It was almost 2 extremes. The reason was simple: these jadeites had come to Liu Sen far too easily. Brother, this is truly astonishing. You just made a small goal. Although some time had passed, and Liu was still extremely excited. When fortune comes, there's no stopping it. By the way, how much was Lawyer Wang's fee? I'll transfer it to him. Liu Sen mentioned Lawyer Wang, who had accompanied them. You don't need to pay. He's already been settled. He works with our bank regularly. We're old acquaintances. And Liu said, rolling her eyes at him. That's one thing, and this is another. I'm not short of money, and I won't let you cover it. Since you didn't tell me the price, I won't ask. Here's 100,000 directly. Liu Sen immediately pulled out his phone to transfer the money to his sister. Don't. It was only 10,000. Why are you calculating with me like this? I should be thanking you. My performance targets are saved now. Today I went to see the branch manager, who gave me full support. Oh, and brother, what are your plans going forward? I'm going back to start my business. This money will still be needed, and I may have to take out a loan as well. A loan would be even better. That's right in my wheelhouse. My performance depends on you now, and Liu said happily. Brother, when are you coming back? And Liu asked while sipping her milk tea. I've already resigned. I'm planning to return today, but I saw the news about new rough stones arriving here, so I came to join the excitement. Your luck is absolutely insane. And those 3 young ladies over there, what's the story? And you watched the three girls sipping milk tea and nudged Liu Sen knowingly. They're former colleagues from the company. I'm going back to start a business and they plan to join me. Today I brought them along to broaden their horizons. Liu Sen's eyes flickered slightly when answering this question. And you saw right through his excuse, her expression clearly saying, I don't believe a word of it. She had already noticed the way the three girls looked at her brother. There was definitely something going on. But since her brother insisted, she decided not to press further. Brother, I'll head back first then. And you said as she saw her colleagues finishing packing everything. Alright, come over for dinner tonight. I'll drive back shortly. And you and Liu Sen went their separate ways. Liu Sen drove the three girls back to their dormitory and told them to handle their resignation paperwork at the company tomorrow, then come find him in Rong City in a couple of days. Liu Sen then transferred 100,000 yuan to each of the three girls. They initially refused, but he insisted it was a settlement allowance. Once they explained the situation to their families and mentioned moving from a second-tier city to a smaller third or fourth-tier city, their families were unlikely to strongly oppose with 100,000 advance payment in hand. To Liu Sen, these three girls were part of his inner circle, and he had to consider things thoroughly. He then transferred another 100,000 to his sister, telling her to use it as she saw fit. Getting into his car, he stopped by a supermarket to buy some local specialties from Longcheng along with cigarettes and liquor, then set off for his hometown. Over an hour later, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Liu Sen drove straight into his family's courtyard. His mother spotted his car and hurried out excitedly. Xiao Sun, what brings you back today? Liu Sen's mother Wang Zuolian asked with both joy and curiosity. Mom, I resigned. I'm coming back to start a business and be my own boss. Liu Sen got out of the car and opened the trunk to retrieve the gifts he'd brought. Oh, I see. That's good then, Wang Zuolian said. Though puzzled, she didn't ask too many questions. Her son had always made his own decisions. Noticing what her son was carrying, she chided him. Buying so much stuff. What a waste of money. These are for you and Dad. It didn't cost much at all. Liu Sen thought he'd bring up the matter of money after seeing his father. Qingxing, come out quickly. Xiao Sun is back. Wang Zuolian called out loudly to Liu Sen's father Liu Qingxing. Coming. Liu Qingxing quickly made his way from the vegetable patch behind the house to the front courtyard. After some casual chatting, they began preparing dinner. Liu Sen informed his parents that his cousin Yu was coming to eat, then drove back to town to buy some braised dishes to bring home. Just as the meal was nearly ready, Yu arrived in her car. Uncle, Auntie, I'm here to steal a meal. Yu said with a grin, immediately linking arms with Wang Zuolian. Perfect timing. Let's eat then, Wang Zuolian said warmly. Everyone helped carry the dishes to the dining table in the main hall, and they gathered around the large round table to sit down. Mom, Dad, I'm not going back to Longqing this time. I'm starting my own company. Liu Sen raised his beverage in a toast to his parents. At home, only Father Liu usually drank. Mother Liu hardly ever touched alcohol. Hearing this, Wang Zuolian and Liu Qingxing paused. Liu Qingxing thought for a moment and said, coming back is fine. Close to home, and we can look after you. There's also some money at home. We'll give it to you tomorrow. Liu Sen's family had always been democratic. His parents never interfered with his decisions. They allowed him to make up his own mind and generally supported him. There's no need. I have money. I made over 100 million today, Liu Sen said bluntly. Even if he were short of funds, he would never ask his family for money. When they'd bought the house in the county town, his family had already contributed a great deal, and now he was wealthy himself. Is that so? Do you really think we're that easy to fool? Liu Sen's parents didn't believe him. It's true. Ask Iya if you don't believe me. Liu Sen immediately dragged Yu over. He had invited her specifically to corroborate his story. Auntie, uncle, it's true. Brother made over 100 million today, Yu said. She knew this was her moment to speak up. Yeah, tell the truth. You can't team up with your brother to trick us, Wang Zuolian said sternly. It's the truth. Yu then recounted everything that had happened today in vivid detail, even pulling out her phone to show Liu Sen's parents the photos of the jadeite. Liu Sen had taken numerous photos and videos, not only as evidence for future reference, but also to document this windfall, making it clear it was an unexpected fortune. Believe it now. Let's eat first and talk more later, Liu Sen reminded them, raising his glass again. Alright. Liu Sen's parents were overjoyed. I'd like to renovate the family house so you can live more comfortably. Liu Sen's family home was a 2-story building constructed over a decade ago. Its style was now outdated, the roof sometimes leaked during heavy rain, and the layout was impractical. Now that he had money, he wanted to rebuild it. Liu's parents had no objections. If their son had money, let him do as he pleased. After dinner, Liu Sen asked Yu to help open a new bank card for his parents. He wanted to transfer 1 million yuan into it for them to spend, planning to send more once his company stabilized. As soon as Liu Sen mentioned money, Yu immediately thought of the 100 yuan she had received that afternoon. Brother, just 100 yuan would have been enough for today, but you transferred so much. The extra is for your pocket money. You're my little sister. I have money. Keep it. When I come back to start a company, you know many people, and I'll need you to make connections. If you don't accept, I'll feel awkward asking. Liu Sen said. Auntie, look how formal brother is being with me. Yu immediately said coquettishly to Liu's mother. If your brother gives you money, keep it. Spend it as you need and ask him for more if it's not enough. Liu's mother said directly. Hearing his mother say this, Liu Sen couldn't help but shoot Yu a knowing look. Brother, what industry are you planning to start your company in? Or are you going back to the medical industry from your previous company? No, the medical industry isn't easy to break into. I'm planning to enter the baijiu industry. The state is promoting the rejuvenation and lower alcohol content of baijiu. Nowadays most drinkers are middle-aged and elderly. I aim to tap into the young market, including the female market. That's a good idea, but can you compete with those big brands with long histories? After all, you weren't even in this industry before. I'm very confident. We might even capture the red wine market and become popular abroad. You know that domestic baijiu isn't well accepted overseas. Liu Sen said slowly. Before you could voice her opinion, he stood up, walked to his room, and brought out a bottle of the low-alcohol liquor he had modified. Back in the main room, he took a few cups, poured some, and pushed them in front of Liu's parents and Niu. Try a little and see what you think. Niu and Liu's parents looked curiously at the cups before them. They sniffed, catching a faint, refreshing fragrance. Or perhaps it was the aroma of liquor. Smells nice, very smooth. They raised the cups and drank. Instantly, a warm current flowed from their mouths down their throats into their stomachs, and then another warm surge rushed directly from their mouths into their brains. The warmth was incredibly gentle, leaving them completely relaxed. There was no hint of pungency or irritation. It felt like soaking in a hot spring. Although it was summer, the warmth caused no discomfort. Is this the liquor you're planning to produce? Niu blurted out, while Liu's parents stared intently at Liu Sen. Yes, this is my confidence. I blended and brewed it myself, he said with a hint of pride in his voice. I don't know about others, but I feel it's excellent. If this liquor were available, I'd definitely buy it, Niu replied very decisively. Let me say something. I have some authority when it comes to liquor. I've been drinking baijiu all my life. Though I've never had the really expensive kinds like guamao, the taste shouldn't differ much. But I believe the mouthfeel of this one is unmatched. The only pity is that it's not strong enough, Liu's father said, smacking his lips as he spoke. I'm targeting the young market with this. Most of them don't like strong liquor. In fact, many are put off by how harsh baijiu can be. And I'm confident that female consumers will also be quite fond of it, Liu Sen said, looking at Niu. It's really good, better than red wine, which can be a bit astringent. If I had to choose, I'd pick this one every time. Due to work, Niu often attended social drinking events and had tried many kinds of alcohol, but none had ever struck her as refreshing. This one was definitely among the best. So this liquor definitely has potential. Brother, you're covering my alcohol from now on, Niu said, clinging to Liu Sen's arm and shaking it. Of course. I can give you some to drink now, but large quantities will have to wait until the factory is built, Liu Sen said indulgently. Thanks, brother. Niu replied obediently. I'll go back to the city tomorrow to start the registration process for the company. Also, do you know any intermediaries? I know someone. I'll send you their contact. Early the next morning after breakfast, Liu Sen and Niu each drove to the city. Niu had drunk the night before and stayed overnight at Liu Sen's home. Once in the city, Niu went straight to work at the bank carrying the 2 bottles of liquor Liu Sen had given her. Liu Sen went directly to the intermediary company. When he mentioned that Niu had referred him, the boss said everything could be done in 3 days and offered a 20% discount. The company names Liu Sen had already decided on Edian technology, Edian liquor, Edian beverages, Edian materials, and so on. He also contacted his former lawyer Wang to help register all related names and trademarks such as Edian Dian, Wan Dian Dian, Xian Dian Dian, Wan Dian Xian Dian by Dian, Yitiao, Wan Tiao Yitong, and so forth. Since Liu Sen would inevitably venture into many industries, it was better to register everything at once to avoid having names in other industries snatched up after one became successful. With similar names registered, knockoff products would appear. The current environment was truly awful. Malicious registrations followed by lawsuits demanding compensation were absolutely disgusting. After handling these matters, Liu Sen returned directly to the apartment he had bought in the city. His apartment was on the 31st floor, with the top being the 32nd. In this county-level city that was already the highest floor, the view was excellent, overlooking the entire city. Entering the apartment, he sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and began to think. In 2 days he would receive the company documents, and Liu Ying and the others were coming, so he needed to arrange accommodation. His current apartment was 99.8 square meters with 3 bedrooms and a living room, still too small. He needed to buy a larger place both for comfortable living and to carry out preliminary research. Then he remembered that the 32nd floor seemed to be a large flat. The entire floor had only one residence. It was 998 square meters, fully furnished from the time of sale, with complete facilities, plus a rooftop garden and swimming pool. If he bought it, he wouldn't have to worry about work and accommodation. Liu Ying and the other 2 could stay in his current apartment while he moved directly to the penthouse above. That way they would be close for convenient communication. Yeah, that's right, just for work convenience. Thinking this, he immediately called the property management and sales office for inquiries. The result delighted him. The penthouse hadn't been sold yet. After leaving the room, it took a few hours to complete the purchase process. The total was 9.88 million yuan, with a down payment of 3 million. The rest was financed through a loan at the bank where his cousin Niu worked. Holding the contract and keys, he entered the 32nd floor penthouse. Liu Sen walked around the house. It had 6 bedrooms, a game room, a media room, a bar, a study, a conference room, a fitness room, a Chinese kitchen, a Western kitchen, a large dining room, a small dining room, a laundry room, a utility room, and so on. Moreover, in the large living room, there was actually a staircase leading to the rooftop. The top featured a sunroom, a garden-style terrace, and a small swimming pool. A house like this would surely be comfortable to live in. All furniture and equipment were complete, and everything one could desire was present. This house must be incredibly comfortable to live in. I have to let those 3 women move in and see it. If I don't let them stay here, they'll never agree. He checked the property ownership certificate again, and indeed it included the top floor, not an illegal structure. He looked once more and found that the bedrooms were equipped with bedding sets. Liu Sen created a small group chat adding Luing, Dan, and Lu, then sent a message directly to the group. I've already found a place for you to stay, and the bedding and such are all provided. You just need to bring your clothes and yourselves. Then he sent a location pin to the group. You can take a taxi directly to this address. Seeing their replies come in, he set the matter aside for now. Liu Sen recalled the requirements for brewing low-alcohol liquor and looked up the necessary equipment online. None of them were large-scale instruments. Small ones would suffice, all designed for material analysis and synthesis. Mass production would have to wait until the brewery was built, at which point he'd order the presses, steamer baskets, distillation equipment, fermentation tanks, bottling machines, storage tanks, liquid transfer pumps, submersible pumps, bottle washers, filtration systems, and sterilization units. Liu Sen called the relevant manufacturers directly and purchased the necessary instruments along with matching reagents and consumables. He filled in the current house address as the delivery location, and since these companies were all in nearby cities, they promised next-day delivery. Liu Sen paid the deposit right away with the balance to be settled upon receipt of the goods tomorrow. He'd already checked. The house had a workshop. Tomorrow when the instruments arrived, he'd have the delivery team place everything inside, so he could begin his research. Liu Sen wanted to brew the liquor right at home, with the key challenges being the synthesis of chew and enzymes. The liquor came in multiple quality grades. The conventional solid-state fermentation method uses only grain. The solid-liquid combined method blends grain with food-grade alcohol. Finally, there's the liquid fermentation method, which relies entirely on food-grade alcohol. To turn what he knew into reality, Liu Sen needed to study more and build his foundation. The knowledge in his mind pointed toward research directions and formulas, but reaching actual products was still a long way off. Given the sheer volume and variety of knowledge he needed to absorb, he skipped ebooks and went straight for printed volumes. Liu Sen drove to Rongqing's bookstores, but couldn't find adequate coverage, so he headed to a store in Jinling instead. He walked out with a substantial haul spanning physics, electronics, chemistry, and other disciplines beyond just brewing. At checkout, he realized the cost was staggering, hundreds of thousands of yuan. With so many books, the store arranged truck delivery to his home. After leaving the bookstore, the delivery truck followed Liu Sen's car. Along the way, he stopped at a liquor and tobacco shop, purchasing 10 cases of wine and 10 cartons of cigarettes. They soon arrived at Liu Sen's building. He handed each driver and delivery person a pack of premium cigarettes. Master, could you help me carry this wine upstairs as well? The two men were thrilled at the generous tip. The boss was clearly prosperous. Just moving some wine upstairs with the elevator and their cart made it effortless work. They'd already suspected wealth from the massive book purchase, but seeing the actual apartment left them utterly impressed. This would make for an unforgettable story back home. He directed the two men to carry all the books into the study, then offered them 2 bottles of ice water, which they gratefully accepted before departing in high spirits. Liu Sen pulled a book from his recent purchases, sat down, and began reading. He quickly finished several volumes. The material was easy to memorize, almost photographic in recall. Yet some knowledge flowed effortlessly, while other concepts, though committed to memory, felt opaque and difficult to apply. After reading a few more books, he finally discerned the pattern. His accelerated retention stemmed from his body having undergone a tenfold enhancement across the board. The uneven grasp came down to his golden finger. The knowledge of brewing and battery technology felt intuitive, because those concepts had flooded into his mind through that variability. Other subjects remained elusive since they hadn't benefited from that same influx, meaning he'd need to invest considerable time untangling and mastering them. His immediate task was to absorb the relevant material and weave it together with what his golden finger had given him. Liu Sen found himself swept into a sea of knowledge, learning feeling more satisfying than ever before, losing track of time. His immersion in reading was broken by a ringing phone. It was Liu. Brother, where are you? Oh, I'm just reading at home, Liu Sen replied without looking up. Come to Hongfa Hotel for dinner in a bit. Our branch manager will be there too, and I want to introduce you. Wait, dinner at noon. That's too quick, Liu Sen said. Noon? It's already 5 o'clock. Didn't you check the time? You haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? Oh, it's already past 5, Liu Sen realized, checking the clock, 10 minutes shy of the hour. He'd been so absorbed in his reading that he'd lost track, entirely glancing at the growing stack of completed books beside him. I was just reading and lost track of time. Hongfa Hotel, right? I'll be there shortly, Liu Sen said. On the other end, Liu was left speechless and hung up. Liu Sen tidied up his books and was about to head out when he suddenly remembered something. He returned home to grab 4 bottles of wine, carrying 2 at a time to his car. After parking, Liu Sen called in Liu. Yeah, I've arrived. Which room are we in? We're already here, in the Junzilin Hall. Got it, I'll be there right away. Carrying the 2 bottles, Liu Sen entered the hotel and gave the room name to the staff, who promptly guided him to the door marked with a Junzilin sign. He thanked the server and knocked before entering, finding Liu seated near the entrance, and a man in his 40s, with a square face, occupying the place of honor, wearing a warm expression. Liu rose immediately upon seeing Liu Sen, pulling him aside to introduce him to the middle-aged man. President Jin, this is my brother Liu Sen. President Jin extended his hand. Liu Sen, nice to meet you. President Jin, hello. I'm Liu's cousin. She speaks of you often. Thank you for taking such good care of her. Please sit. No need for such formalities. We were comrades in arms with NIU's father. President Jin patted Liu Sen's shoulder with a smile. President Jin's full name was Jin Ziming, and he happened to be a close comrade of Liu Sen's uncle Wang Dexin, a connection Liu Sen had never known about. Hearing this familial tie, Liu Sen felt noticeably relieved. He sat down and retrieved another bottle of wine. President Jin, I brought 2 fine bottles for you to try. Call me uncle, not President Jin, if you don't mind, Jin Ziming said, then turned to NIU. And yeah, why didn't you tell your brother about this? Fu told me to call him. He never calls or checks in on my life and work. NIU shot Liu Sen a glare as she spoke. Liu Sen felt awkward at his cousin's remark and scratched the bridge of his nose. NIU saw his discomfort and dropped the subject. She stood up, poured a full glass for President Jin. Uncle Jin, this is the wine my brother brewed himself. It's wonderful, do give it a taste. NIU watched as Jin Ziming raised the glass, took a sip, and wore an expression of pure enjoyment. Uncle Jin, what do you think? This is exactly it, Jin Ziming said, giving a thumbs up. The liquor was perfectly suited to him. Rich and mellow like baijiu, yet notably smooth, truly ideal. Jin Ziming entertained frequently and consumed quite a bit of alcohol in his youth, but now that he was older, high-proof spirits were no longer to his liking. Liu Sen, this wine is exceptional. Yaya mentioned you returned specifically to start a company producing this very liquor, Jin Ziming asked. Yes, Uncle Jin, Liu Sen replied. Uncle Jin, since my brother is back to start a business, I hope you'll look out for him, NIU quickly added. Absolutely, absolutely. With wine, this fine business will surely thrive. Jin Ziming didn't refuse. This liquor alone showed Liu Sen had tremendous potential, and offering support before he gained momentum was well within his means, especially given his relationship with Liu Sen's uncle and the over 100 million in startup capital at his disposal. Thank you, Uncle Jin. In that warm atmosphere enhanced by excellent wine, all guests enjoyed themselves thoroughly. After the meal, they went downstairs. NIU called a designated driver for Jin Ziming. Uncle Jin, I still have 2 bottles here, I take them home to drink. Liu Sen took the remaining 2 bottles from his car and handed them to Uncle Jin. Uncle Jin, there's not much left of this wine now. Once the distillery is up and running, if you don't mind, there will be plenty of wine for you. Then I won't be polite. Come by my place whenever you have time. The designated driver arrived and took Jin Ziming back. You little rascal, why didn't you tell me earlier? Liu Sen rubbed NIU's head. If you never contact me. As she spoke, she twisted Liu Sen's waist. Her usual capable and sharp demeanor now gave way to a charming and adorable appearance. How easy. Although Liu Sen's enhanced physique didn't feel the pain, he still cooperated to let NIU vent her frustration. Come on, let's go to my place. Liu Sen patted NIU. He led her to his car and had another designated driver follow them. Once inside, NIU said, Bro, this is my first time here. Give me a tour. Liu Sen, hearing her request, showed her around the house. The more NIU saw, the more astonished she became. Rooms with all kinds of functions elicited constant exclamations of surprise, and she especially loved the rooftop pool. Bro, when I handled the loan for this house, I knew it was big, but I never imagined it would be like this. This is absolutely amazing. You have to set aside a room for me. I'll come stay occasionally like a vacation. No problem. Liu Sen didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed to NIU's request. By the way, when are those 3 from last time coming? NIU winked at Liu Sen. They should be here tomorrow. I'll arrange for them to stay in the apartment on the 31st floor, so it'll be more convenient for work and communication. Liu Sen rolled his eyes at her. I forgot you also have a place on the 31st floor, but wouldn't it be more convenient for them to stay here? NIU said with a sly grin. I'm not going to bother with you. I'm going to take a shower. Make yourself at home. With that, she ignored him and turned to go to her bedroom. Liu Sen quickly finished his shower, changed into swim trunks, grabbed a bottle of wine and 2 glasses from the wine room, and went up to the rooftop. Lying on a lounge chair, he gazed at the night sky, feeling an immense sense of tranquility. As a small hilly city, Rongqing was quite peaceful at night, and the air was exceptionally fresh. The dark sky was dotted with countless stars, and a bright moon hung overhead. He took a sip of wine, closed his eyes to rest for a moment, then picked up his phone, took a photo, and posted it on his Moments. He captioned it, Peaceful Night, Enchanting Moonlight. A toast to everyone. Cheers. In the past, he had always been the one scrolling through others' moments. Now, he would give them something to envy. Tossing his phone aside, Liu Sen stood up, walked a few steps to the pool, and lightly leaped into the water. Bro, do you have any women's swimsuits here? NIU had come up to the rooftop and saw Liu Sen swimming. I'm a guy. Why would I keep women's swimsuits? I'm not a pervert, Liu Sen replied without thinking. You're such a stubborn straight man. I wonder how those 3 girls ended up liking you. NIU was speechless. If you didn't prepare any when those 3 girls came and wanted to swim, they couldn't. Wouldn't swimming together deepen the bond? NIU said no more, simply sat down on a lounge chair, poured herself a glass of wine, and took a sip. This wine is really good. It would be even better if there were a fruit-flavored one, NIU muttered. Liu Sen's hearing was now excellent, and he caught every word. Fruit flavors will come, and so will other flavors. We have to take it step by step. By the way, bro, why didn't you set up the company in Jinling? Everything there is so much better than here. The market, the future. Your brother is in the real economy. I need land for the factory and a lot of workers. Besides, this is my hometown. I can drive the development of the entire Rongqing. I believe that with my help, Rongqing can be just as good as Jinling. Rongqing is so close to Jinling. With good products, the market is easy to open. There's a metropolitan area now, Jinling won't reject our products. And the subway will be finished this year, so transportation is very convenient. Liu Sen got out of the pool and stood at the edge of the rooftop looking into the distance. Most importantly, as long as I'm here, this place can rise. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with light. Bathed in the moonlight, he radiated a sacred and confident aura. Looking at her brother, who seemed to exude an inexplicable charisma, and you felt an unaccountable trust rise within her, but she still said, I can't argue with you. You think bigger. I chose the innermost room. Do you have any spare clothes to change into? And you asked again. Liu Sen walked over to the chair, dried himself with a bathrobe, and said, I'll get you a set of pajamas. They're brand new. I bought 2 sets and never used them. You can go back tomorrow morning to change. Soon you got the pajamas. After showering, she also lay on the rooftop enjoying the breeze, gazing at the stars, and sipping wine. The two chatted about childhood anecdotes, and laughter occasionally drifted across the rooftop. The next morning, Liu Sen woke up and saw the empty refrigerator. There was nothing in the house, so breakfast was out of the question. He checked his phone. It was already past 9. He saw a message from Liu Ying saying the 3 of them had set off. Liu Sen noted the time. It was sent just after 7, over an hour ago. They would probably arrive soon. There was also a message from his sister Ina telling him she had left early. Liu Sen, knowing the 3 women would arrive shortly, gave up the idea of going out for breakfast. After washing up and getting dressed, his phone buzzed again with a message. Sun-go, we've gotten off the car. We're at the gate of the residential complex. Wait for me. I'll be right down to get you. Liu Sen quickly replied, grabbed his keys, and headed out. At the gate of the complex, the 3 girls, Liu Ying, Lu, and Yin Dan, had a lot of luggage, 7 or 8 large suitcases. One car couldn't fit both people and luggage, so they had called 2 cars. The photo Sun-go posted on his moments yesterday was amazing. I wonder where it was taken, Lu remarked. Yeah, I asked in the comments, but got no reply, Liu Ying complained. You know Sun-go, he hardly checks his moments. It was probably just a spur-of-the-moment thing last night, Yin Dan analyzed. Liu Sen arrived at the gate and saw 3 vibrant youthful figures. Liu Ying wore a white off-shoulder dress that swayed in the breeze. Yin Dan wore an emerald green blouse with a white pleated skirt, while Lu was dressed in a JK uniform. Each had her own charm, a different kind of beauty. Liu Sen felt his heartbeat quicken and quickened his pace to reach them. He began helping with the luggage. Seeing the sheer number of suitcases, he immediately called for a security guard to assist. They went upstairs and entered the house. To thank the guard, Liu Sen gave him a pack of cigarettes. This is where you'll be working for the next while. I live here. Wow, such a big house. Are we staying here too? Lu exclaimed. Yes, you'll be on the 31st floor downstairs, but if you want to stay up here, that's fine too. Oh, the 3 replied in unison. You can use all the facilities up here. Liu Sen gave them a tour of all the rooms. Seeing the various functional rooms, they were utterly amazed. When they finally saw the rooftop and the pool, they burst into cheers of joy. Brother Sun, were the photos you posted on your moments yesterday taken here? Liu Ying immediately made the connection upon seeing the rooftop scene and asked. Yes. The 3 women gathered together and began discussing enthusiastically the various features of the house, how to use the swimming pool, and even what kind of swimwear to wear, such as string bikinis and the like. Yin Dan was relatively shy, saying that it would be inappropriate if others saw them wearing such things. Liu Ying, on the other hand, pointed around and analyzed the situation. Brother Sen, this is the tallest building here, and the rooftops of the neighboring buildings are inaccessible. No one can see what's happening on this rooftop. Watching the 3 women chat nonstop, Liu Sen offered a reminder. We still lack many household necessities as well as the clothes you mentioned. Let's go shopping in a bit. Also, I haven't had breakfast. Have you eaten? Brother Sen, we haven't eaten either. Let's have breakfast together. It turned out that the 3 women had finished getting ready early in the morning and took a ride straight here. Liu Sen drove the 3 women directly to the shopping center. They had breakfast first, then went shopping for household supplies. After a round in the supermarket, they bought various meats, vegetables, seasonings, and fruits. They loaded everything into the car before heading back into the mall. Liu Ying and the other 2 headed straight for the clothing section. Liu Sen felt a bit tormented, not from tiredness, but because the 3 women kept selecting clothes, trying them on, and pulling him over for his opinions. The 3 women were absolutely stunning in both looks and figure, so everything they wore looked wonderful on them. Liu Sen found himself switching between the 3 women's different styles, his eyes struggling to keep up. At times he truly couldn't choose, so he simply waved his hand and said they wanted everything, which made the sales assistants extremely delighted. After buying plenty of clothes, the 3 women entered a lingerie shop. Liu Sen suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, while the other men who had accompanied their partners looked on with envy. The 3 women held on to Liu Sen's arm, asking which piece looked better. The shop assistant's gaze toward Liu Sen grew increasingly strange. Realizing the issue, the 3 women quickly returned to normal and let go of his arm. The underwear and swimwear were selected quickly. Liu Sen dared not look too closely, maintaining a somewhat reserved demeanor, though some little fantasies flickered through his mind. In the end, he simply bought every size that matched the 3 women. After finishing their shopping, they returned home. The 3 women each went to their rooms to organize their purchases, leaving Liu Sen alone to prepare lunch. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised fish, dry-fried green beans, mushroom bok choy, and oil-braised eggplant. As he was cooking, a flash of light appeared in his mind. Looking at the chicken essence he was using, he pulled up its attributes and made a modification. Before modification, chicken essence, deliciousness 0. 9. After modification, chicken essence, deliciousness 9. He added the modified chicken essence to all the dishes he was preparing, and soon the meal was ready. He carried it to the small dining room. Brother Sen, these ribs are incredibly delicious. I can't stop eating them. Lu kept shoveling ribs and other dishes into her mouth. Lu Ying and Ying Dan weren't faring any differently. It was a joyful lunch. The three women who usually ate very little to maintain their figures actually finished every single dish and bowl of rice. Liu Sen's cooking skills could only be described as decent, but absolutely nowhere near the flavor of today. The reason was clearly the enhanced deliciousness attribute of the chicken essence. His golden finger was a source of wealth everywhere. The password to fortune was tightly clutched in his hand, and even a tiny leak from between his fingers could mean billions. The best application would be in the food industry, opening a hot pot restaurant. As long as the soup base was properly prepared, no chef was needed. As Liu Sen thought about the recipe, a wave of information suddenly flooded into his mind. Wait a moment. Liu Sen snapped back to reality. He didn't need to know the recipe at all. He could simply purchase large quantities of chicken essence, modify its deliciousness level, and open a restaurant right away. He wouldn't need to produce the chicken essence himself, which meant no massive capital investment. The business could take off immediately, generating absolute cash flow. Moreover, no one would ever suspect that the reason the food and hot pot tasted so extraordinary was the most common readily available chicken essence sold in stores. I'm such a genius. Not producing it myself is actually the safest approach. If I produced it myself, everyone would be eyeing my factory. However, this type of business could easily be concealed as an emergency funding source for his other projects. After all, his other ventures would certainly have a wide-reaching impact and attract many enemies. The restaurant business could be handed over to his brother-in-law and sister with all shares held by them on his behalf. This way no one would trace it back to him. This could also improve his sister's family life, and Hot Pot was relatively easier to develop as a chain franchise. Brother Son, how did your cooking become so good all of a sudden? From now on I'll have to be careful eating this, or I'll gain weight, Lu Ying said. Ying Dan and Lu shared the same expression. All three women were lying on the sofa. You guys rest for a while? I'm going to read some books. Also, some instruments I bought yesterday should be arriving soon. I'll send you the contact information so you can follow up. Liu Sen went to the study and entered reading mode. He needed to constantly enrich himself. The projects he was involved in were still relatively simple now, but they would become increasingly complex in the future. If he wanted to develop high-tech ventures, he needed to lay a solid foundation now. He intended to establish himself domestically and sweep across foreign markets. Meanwhile, the three women outside began dividing the work. Lu Ying washed the dishes, Lu cleared the dining table and cleaned the dining room, and Ying Dan contacted the instrument supplier using the contact information Liu Sen had given her, confirming the delivery time. They then began cleaning the house together. The phone rang. It was the food delivery guy who had ordered milk tea after the meal. He had arrived at the elevator but couldn't get up, so Lu immediately went out to press the elevator button for him. After receiving the milk tea, Lu Ying brought one cup to Liu Sen. Seeing him seriously reading, she didn't disturb him and simply placed the cup on his desk before stepping out. The four women then started taking photos and short videos of the house, posting them on their moments. Then, just like Liu Sen, they stopped checking replies and switched their phones to vibration mode. They went to the study, found books on marketing and management, and sat on the sofa to read. Soon Ying Dan's phone vibrated. The instruments had arrived. Brother Sen, the instruments have been delivered. Ying Dan immediately walked over to Liu Sen's side. Good. Liu Sen led the three women to the elevator and waited for the delivery team to come up. The instruments were placed in the workshop and installed. He now needed to devote himself fully to research, figuring out the brewing process, and creating the special yeast and enzymes required. There were many matters he needed to delegate to Lu Ying and the other two women. Liu Sen gave the three women the phone numbers of lawyer Wang and the real estate agent, instructing them to follow up on company registration and trademark matters. He also told them to look for a factory site or acquire an existing winery. They also needed to design the liquor bottles to suit young people's preferences. The water source for brewing was another critical factor, as it affected the taste of the final product. As for the brand name, Yijian was the company name, not the liquor name. Finally, they needed to apply for various production certificates, especially the industrial production license. Lu Ying Dan and Lu all took out their notebooks and carefully recorded everything Liu Sen requested. Once confirmed, they divided the tasks and set off to work. Liu Sen learned to operate those instruments and began simple production. Although he had obtained the formula and research direction, it was not so easy to produce. He tried many times, but could not synthesize liquor starter and enzymes that met the requirements. He followed the knowledge in his mind precisely, yet still could not succeed. The results could only improve the taste by one level. The gap was far too large. A single level of taste enhancement offered no advantage whatsoever. Of course, there were still gains. His professional knowledge was absolutely no inferior to those at the top. However, the liquor starter and enzymes produced according to the hints in his mind were still tens of thousands of miles away from his expectations. At this pace, it would take at least a decade of further research and experimentation. Even with a large team under his guidance, it could be shortened to 2 or 3 years, but that was still far too long. Spending so much time and effort on a single project was excessive, even though this wine was relatively easy to develop. He still had so many other plans and projects, and those later stage projects were even more difficult. Even with a large team of professional researchers and Liu Sen's directional guidance, it would still consume substantial money and time. However, there were pros as well as cons. The products he developed would be extremely difficult to imitate, giving him a massive generational advantage. By the time competitors spent enormous resources to reverse engineer his products, Liu Sen could simply use his golden finger to modify and improve them again, staying 10 times ahead. What would be left for his rivals was utter despair. Liu Sen watched another failed synthesis, rubbed his head in frustration, and glanced at the time. It was already nearly 6 in the evening. Removing his gloves and protective suit, Liu Sen left the laboratory and saw the 3 women greeting him with joyful expressions. His mood instantly improved considerably. Living with beautiful women truly lifted his spirits. So many elders had said that being surrounded by beauty promotes longevity, and they were absolutely right. Brother Sen, you're out. Liu Ying spoke up. We've finished preparing the meal, and we're waiting for you. Seeing you busy working, we didn't want to disturb you. You can go ahead and eat first, Liu Sen said. When I'm absorbed in work, I might forget to eat altogether. We're not hungry. We want to eat together. We must take good care of Brother Sen's daily life, Lu replied. Before she could finish her sentence, her stomach gave a loud gurgle, and her face flushed red. Perhaps influenced by Lu's stomach rumbling, Liu Ying and Dan's stomachs soon joined in as well. Everyone burst into laughter and sat down to eat without further words. The food was still delicious, though not quite matching Liu Sen's cooking. It was far superior to restaurant meals. After the meal, everyone helped clear the dishes together. With so many people working as a team, they finished within 10 minutes or so. Then they gathered on the living room sofa watching television and relaxing. The delicious meal finally prompted the 3 women to ask their question. Brother Sen, why does the food taste so much better now? We haven't cooked this well before. Hearing their question, Liu Sen smiled and said, I thought you could hold back longer. The main reason is that the seasoning they used is specially made by me. Upon hearing Liu Sen's explanation, the 3 women accepted it without further questions. After all, they trusted that Brother Sen would never do anything to harm them. At this moment, Liu Sen thought again of all the previous failed experiments. He closed his eyes and massaged his temples, pondering where exactly the problem lay. The synthesis results were consistently unsatisfactory and failed to meet the required standards. As he was reviewing all the steps, he suddenly felt 2 soft, slightly cool sensations pressing against his temples. It was Liu Ying who, noticing Liu Sen's state, had quietly come behind him and was gently massaging his temples with her small hands. Liu Sen exhaled comfortingly, adjusted his posture, and tried to find a more relaxed position, unconsciously leaning his head back slightly. After resting for a while, the 3 women each took out a notebook. Brother Sen, regarding the several matters you mentioned at noon, we have followed up on them. Let us now report the specific situation. First, the company registration can be completed tomorrow, at which point he will deliver all the materials. We have looked at several locations for the distillery. One is relatively close to the city center in an industrial park. The geographical location is favorable. Near the highway exit with an express road leading directly to Jinling, and a subway station will be available once the metro is built. The only drawback is that it is far from the water source and the land price is somewhat expensive compared to the second option. The other option is Maoshan. It is a tourist area with a favorable environment and high-quality mountain spring water. We are unsure whether using this water will affect the taste of the liquor. There is a highway interchange nearby and a provincial road passing through, and the land price is relatively cheap. The disadvantage is that recruiting workers will be difficult, as it is, after all, in a rural area. Regarding bottle design, after discussion among the 3 of us, we have an idea. Our liquor should have both low-end and high-end options. The low-end can use simple flat bottles, while the high-end can be designed as a sphere with the brand name embedded inside and a base below. Specifics would need to be handled by a design firm. As for bottle production, we investigated nearby glass factories, but found them lacking. They mainly produce ordinary glassware and likely cannot manufacture liquor bottles. If we acquire one, we would need to purchase a new production line. Names like Qingfeng and Mingyue would resonate well with the young market. Such names sound elegant and fresh, perfectly matching the image of lower alcohol liquor. Hearing the results of their discussion, Liu Sen found everything excellent and well aligned with his ideas. Using capable people truly proved to be a relief. After some thought, Liu Sen said, let's choose Maoshan for the distillery location, as it benefits our promotion. Many products today rely on various gimmicks. Century-old sellers, mere distributors claiming craftsmanship, royal recipes, and so on. Maoshan is a nationally renowned place, one of the 10 blessed lands, and the ancestral seat of Zhengyi Taoism. Combined with the Laozi statue, all of these can be used for promotion. Furthermore, the mountain spring water is another selling point. We can claim it as blessed land water. Doesn't that immediately evoke health and fortune? As for concerns about hiring difficulties in rural areas, that simply does not exist. If the pay is right, won't people come? This is a tier 3 city where monthly wages are around 3 to 4,000 yuan. We can offer 4 to 5,000 yuan along with full social insurance and housing funds. Who would refuse such an offer? We can also provide a shuttle bus. Moreover, the names Qingfeng and Mingyue are excellent and perfectly match the Taoist heritage. Please contact Attorney Wang and have him register both brand names as trademarks. For the bottle design, follow your recommendations. There are no quality design companies here in Rongqing, so you can engage a design firm in Jinling. For bottle production, go directly to my hometown. There is a factory there. Let's see if we can acquire it. This way we can also help stimulate the local economy. Also, once we receive the company documents tomorrow, we will sign contracts with all 3 of you immediately. If we delay and you run off, I would suffer enormous losses. The 3 women were elated to receive Liu Sen's affirmation and praise. Upon hearing about signing the contract, they immediately inquired about the salary and benefits. Not because they were concerned about the monetary aspect, but because they wished to gauge their own worth and the status and capability they held in Liu Sen's eyes. Since we're in Rongqing, we'll follow the local standards. I'll give each of you 500 per month, Liu Sen said, looking at the three women with a serious expression. Oh. Upon hearing this figure, although it was lower than their previous salaries, they all believed that during the startup phase accepting a smaller amount was acceptable. It would help Sun Ge save on expenses. Thus they raised no objections. Seeing their lack of protest, Liu Sen felt a surge of emotion. They trusted him so deeply, and he was determined to cherish and protect them. I was just kidding, you little dummies. You'd count the money for me even if I sold you off, Liu Sen said, ruffling their hair. We're so beautiful and adorable. Would Sun Ge have the heart to do that? Lu bounced over to Liu Sen, pouting. When we sign the contract tomorrow, I'll give each of you 200 per month as your starting salary. We'll adjust it later, but if your performance doesn't satisfy me, I'll deduct your pay, Liu Sen said, even putting on a fierce expression as he spoke. Sun Ge, now I can buy tons and tons of delicious food. And I can show off to my classmates and friends, make them jealous. They're always saying I'm all brawn and no brains. Now my salary is higher than theirs, they're the brainless ones. Lu exclaimed with joy. Liu Sen, Liu Ying, and Yin Dan instantly developed dark lines on their foreheads upon hearing her words. Liu Sen even cast another glance at Lu's chest. Well, it was indeed quite large. Liu Sen had relaxed enough by now. The distiller's yeast and enzymes still had a long way to go, so he had to press on with the research as quickly as possible. I'll go busy myself in the workshop for a while. You can rest and relax or go play in the pool upstairs. With that, he headed to the workshop without waiting for the women's response. The three women cheered, and each retreated to their own rooms. An hour later, Liu Sen's synthesis failed once again. After pondering for a moment, he started over. Meanwhile, after showering, the three women put on their swimsuits and ascended to the rooftop. They swam a few laps in the pool and then rested by its edge. Lu picked up her phone to order a few cups of milk tea. The three chatted together, overwhelmed with emotion. This was what life should be like. Lu then took out her phone, snapped a few photos of the pool and the surrounding scenery, and posted them in her college dorm group chat. Seeing the flood of envious and admiring comments, she laughed with delight. Lulu's message was like a bomb dropped into deep water. Messages started pouring in. Lulu, you've made it big. Where is this? A mansion. Lulu tapped the voice message and heard the boisterous voice of Yuan, the eldest sister. Lulu, I heard you went to a small city. Is this that place? That was the voice of the second sister, Guishan. Is this where you're living now? Chimed in the third sister, Dang Yunxiang. There were 4 girls in the university dormitory, and Lulu was the youngest. Naturally, as the cheerful one, she was well taken care of by the other 3. Lulu spoke into the phone. This is the boss's house. I'm living here now, and I have a monthly salary of 2,000. I can buy lots of snacks. Do you want any? I'll buy some for you too. The 3 in the group chat instantly went wild, sending exclamations and envy. They all said Lulu had found the right boss and asked her to bring them along if she had the chance. Lulu agreed. All 3 were like older sisters to her, and they were quite capable. After graduation, they had each joined different companies. Lulu chatted with her girlfriends for a while. Meanwhile, Yin Dan leaned close to Liu Ying's ear and whispered something. Whatever it was, Liu Ying's face flushed red, and then they started playfully wrestling. Soon Lulu joined in. Laughter and playful shouts echoed continuously. Failed again. How many more failures will it take? Liu Sen sighed. He had a golden finger, a clear direction, and a tangible goal, yet he still failed so many times. He felt somewhat disheartened. How much harder must it be for those researchers? They couldn't see the path ahead. They stumbled forward entirely in the dark. In the past, Liu Sen had envied those people. His understanding was still far from theirs. Now he was close to them, even counted as one of them, but he admired them even more. And how difficult it was for companies that poured so much money into research. It truly could be a road of no return. Out of 100 paths, maybe only one leads to success. And even on that one path, many people might only persist to 99. And how tremendous was the determination and perseverance of the nation when it was so backward and impoverished, striving to catch up. With the lighthouse country to guide the way, now they had to rely on themselves. Pondering these thoughts, Liu Sen's resolve became even firmer. He was determined to use his abilities well. The nation with such primitive abacuses and machinery had managed to create peace by sheer force. If they had advanced computers and machines, it would have been much easier. The pioneers wouldn't have suffered so much. At this thought, an idea struck Liu Sen. That's right. I can use more advanced machines. If they're not available on the market, I can modify them with my golden finger. Liu Sen immediately boosted the efficiency and precision of the machines in the workshop tenfold. He started the synthesis again, and within an hour the special distiller's yeast and enzymes were successfully produced. Testing showed that the effect was much improved. Though not 10 times, it was 3 times better. He believed that with more trials later he could synthesize even better yeast and enzymes. And even 3 times the effect was already good enough to launch on the market. Then through continuous iteration he could introduce high-end liquors or limited edition collector's items. Gazing at the liquid in the test tube, Liu Sen was brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He felt that his previous mindset had been hindered by experience. He hadn't thought outside the box, or else he would have succeeded long ago. Let's call it yeast now. 1. An enzyme type A. Using these 2, he began brewing. Liu Sen prepared a barrel of 50 gin, which would be ready to taste tomorrow. Brewing with these new yeast and enzymes was completely different from conventional methods, simpler and faster. Yeast No. 1 and enzyme type A could accelerate the breakdown of grains and speed up fermentation, producing a new substance that enhanced the flavor, making it more mellow and aromatic, while controlling the alcohol content at 4.2 degrees. With this method, the quality of raw materials had little impact, and the yield ratio of grain to liquor was about 1:1.5, lowering production costs. For comparison, the yield ratio for light flavor baijiu is about 3:5:1, for sauce flavor about 5:1, and for strong flavor about 4:1. Liu Sen's liquor cost only 20 of other types, and it was easier to produce. Of course, he could taste it tomorrow. The flavor shouldn't be bad. It would be twice as good as ordinary 100 yuan liquor, but with aging the taste could become even more refined, up to 3 times better. Having completed everything, Liu Sen felt immensely relaxed. He took a quick shower in the workshop, returned to his room, and changed clothes. He grabbed a bottle of wine and a glass, and went up to the rooftop, where he saw the 3 women lying on lounge chairs in their swimsuits chatting. Under the dim light, moonlight cascaded over the 3 women, and Liu Sen felt his heart racing. Composing himself, he walked over and found a chair to sit down. How about a drink to celebrate? The first phase of the experiment is done, Liu Sen said, shaking the bottle in his hand. Brother Sun, really? Then let's drink together to celebrate. He poured 4 glasses, and they raised them, clinking. Cheers. They tilted their heads and drank. The 4 of them then left the lounge chairs and moved to a glass round table nearby, taking their seats. The first phase of the experiment is complete. Tomorrow we can taste it, and if there are no issues we can proceed with mass production, Liu Sen said cheerfully. Then we need to speed up the site selection for the factory, Indan said. Yes, tomorrow after we get the business license and transfer the funds into the company account, we'll go to Maoshan for an inspection. Liu Sen took another small sip and explained to the 3 women, the product just finished in the experiment is a low-end liquor for the general public. Later we will also research high-end liquor. Also, the trademark names we thought of before are a bit few. Let's register a few more: Qingfeng Mingyue Yulu Frost Taiching Shangqing Yuqing. These all match the culture of Maoshan Taoism. The latter ones will be used for high-end liquor names, while the former Yulu and Frost can be names for other series. Liu Sen made a new decision based on issues discovered during the synthesis. Okay, the 3 women replied obediently. We've been busy lately, so bear with the hardship. The gifts I promised you will have to wait. I don't have time to prepare them for now. Liu Sen said to the 3 women. No problem, but you have to tell us what the gift is first. The 3 women perked up at the mention of gifts. It's a secret. He clinked glasses with the 3 women again and took a sip. Alright, it's getting late. I'm going to bed. Without further ado, Liu Sen went downstairs to sleep, walking somewhat hastily and with an unsteady gait. The 3 women watched Liu Sen's retreating figure and laughed. They exchanged glances and returned to their rooms to sleep. Early the next morning, Liu Sen woke up, washed up quickly, and went straight to the workshop. Soon Liu Sen came out carrying a barrel and walked directly to the wine room. He placed the barrel on the counter and saw the 3 women staring at him, clearly eager to know about the newly brewed wine. He gestured for Liu Ying to bring some glasses. He opened the tap of the brewing barrel, and a clear liquid flowed into the glass. Liu Sen held the glass up to the light and observed it. There were still some impurities. After all, it hadn't been processed and used the simplest tools. Moreover, it had only been a short time since last night. If left longer, it would be better. Apart from this flaw, the liquor was still very crystal clear, and a rich aroma of wine could be smelled. Although it couldn't compare to the tenfold enhanced wine, it still surpassed the aroma of commercial wines. He brought it to his lips, took a sip, and found it smooth on the palate. Then he poured the entire glass into his mouth and swallowed. The taste was good, and Liu Sen broke into a smile. The 3 women saw the result and knew there was no problem. They also took 3 glasses, filled them, and each took a generous sip. How does it taste? Liu Sen asked the 3 women directly, since this low-alcohol liquor was partially targeted at the female market. It's okay, quite tasty, but it's not as good as the ones we had before. We don't know how it compares to other wines, since we've never tasted any others. The 3 women were all similar. They had never drunk alcohol before. Can you accept the taste of this wine? Liu Sen pressed. Yes, it's pretty good with a refreshing fragrance. The 3 women indicated they could accept it. It was easy to drink. Wait a moment, Liu Sen said, slapping his forehead. They had never drunk before, so there was no comparison. He directly took a bottle of high-proof liquor that was popular in the Jiangnan province market from the wine room, poured 3 small glasses, and handed them to the 3 women to taste. The 3 women picked up the glasses and took a sip. That's so spicy. Lu spat it out immediately. Her face scrunched up, her pink tongue darting out repeatedly. Liu Ying and Indan also found it burning on the tongue, but they forced themselves to swallow since they needed to provide a comparison. It's so awful. Is all alcohol like this? I thought it would be like the ones Brother Sun gave us, Liu Ying said with a grimace, her face quickly turning red. This wine is so terrible. How can so many people like it? Indan said in surprise. Liu Sen saw the expressions and opinions of the 3 women and understood that this wine could indeed appeal to those who had never drunk alcohol or disliked the current baijiu. Lu stared at the high-proof liquor in her hand, somewhat stunned. Because she was going to start a business with Brother Sun, she had specifically researched those liquor companies which had strong revenue capabilities and high stock prices. What's wrong? Is it too spicy? Liu Sen noticed Lu was in a daze and patted her head. No, I'm just wondering, if it's so terrible, how can it sell so well? How can those liquor companies have such high market values? Lu asked in confusion. Haha, don't overthink it. We're just entering the market to take a share, Liu Sen said directly. Yes, our wine tastes good, so it will definitely sell well. The three women smiled upon hearing this, and Liu Sen sent them off to prepare breakfast. Liu Sen then called Niu to tell her that the first batch of experimental liquor ready for mass production was out, and she could come taste it if she had time. Liu Sen thought of giving some to friends to taste for early promotion, but then realized they didn't have bottles to put it in or a brand name, so it wouldn't serve as publicity. Bottle production had to be prioritized and trademark registration needed to be expedited. While the three women were cooking, Liu Sen went to the gym to exercise, sighing as he worked out that having women around was truly wonderful. After exercising for a while, he took a shower, and the meal was ready. After they finished eating, the agent called to inform them that the business license had been processed. Liu Sen and Liu Ying went to the agent to pick up the documents, and then took care of some miscellaneous tasks. Meanwhile, Yin Dan and Lu stayed home to handle other matters, contacting a design company in Jinling for trademark and bottle design. Liu Sen and Liu Ying drove to Maoshan town together. At the local government office, they explained their investment intentions. After understanding Liu Sen's purpose, they received a warm welcome. Currently, the most welcome investment in all regions is industrial investment. Real estate has declined, and driving local economic development still relies on industry. Government officials took a map and went with Liu Sen and his team to inspect the sites. After looking at many places, they finally decided to build the factory near a mountain spring. The town approved 100 mu of land to Edian Liquor at a favorable price. Since it was all wasteland, there was no relocation issue. Additionally, they contracted the mountain spring for 70 years at an annual fee of 5 million yuan, with the right of first renewal. Liu Sen readily agreed to the government's requirements, including a preference for local employment. Since Liu Sen wanted to build the factory and start production as soon as possible, he didn't haggle too much over prices. After all, he wasn't short of money, and he didn't want to cause any displeasure between the two parties over a minor price issue, which would only lead to more trouble later. After negotiating some terms, they drafted an agreement, and it only needed approval from the city level. That evening, Mayor Hong warmly invited them to share dinner. After tasting the liquor brought by Liu Sen, he kept praising its exquisite flavor and inquired about what kind of wine it was, saying he had never seen anything like it before. Once Mayor Hong learned that this was the very liquor Liu Sen intended to produce in a new factory, his enthusiasm reached new heights. The earlier reception had been somewhat formal. After all, they were here to invest and build a factory. Now, seeing the future of the enterprise unfold before him, Mayor Hong immediately offered to apply for tax reduction policies for Edian Liquor and even asked whether 100 acres of land would be sufficient. He wanted this project to take root successfully. It would not only be a milestone of his political achievements, but also a cornerstone of the local economy for years to come. The real estate market had been declining. In previous years, the government had relied heavily on land sales for revenue. By the end of this year, all civil servants and public institution employees would receive no bonuses, a clear sign of strained public finances. The dinner ended with both host and guests thoroughly pleased. Afterwards, Liu Sen left several bottles of liquor with Mayor Hong and asked him to negotiate favorable conditions with city officials. After bidding farewell to Mayor Hong, Liu Ying drove Liu Sen back to the city. Back home, Liu Sen lay down on the living room sofa to rest. At that moment, Yin Dan approached with the initial trademark design sent by the design firm and handed it to him. Brother Sun, this is the preliminary trademark design. Could you take a look and see if anything needs adjusting? After examining it carefully and finding no issues, he said, "It looks fine. No changes needed." They said the bottle design is rather complex and will take another 2 days, she added. All right. Liu Sen responded, took a few sips of tea brewed by Liu Ying, and then gathered the materials and bottles he had just received to head into his workshop. Liu Sen prepared another 5 barrels of liquor using yeast strain No. 1, an enzyme type A. He wanted to conduct a comparison to observe how time affected the flavor. He then resumed his research on synthesizing next-generation yeast and enzymes. Although he was using modified equipment, developing the next iteration proved far from easy. It was already 10 o'clock at night when Liu Sen finally concluded his research. After taking a shower, he went up to the rooftop. The 3 women were still splashing and playing in the water. Liu Sen swam a few laps and then leaned against the poolside to rest. He suddenly felt something cool splash onto his face and thought it might be raining. Opening his eyes, he discovered the 3 women giggling on one side as they threw water at him. "Oh, you 3 are really mischievous. Are you asking for a spanking?" Liu Sen immediately splashed water back at them. He realized that under normal circumstances he couldn't outrun all 3 of them, and he had no intention of relying on his superhuman physique to bully them. To win, he needed to close the distance, making them panic and scatter. He continued throwing water with one hand, while slowly advancing toward them with the other. Seeing Liu Sen approaching through the splashing water, the 3 women began retreating continuously. Originally grouped together, the trio started spreading out, dodging the flying droplets, while moving through the pool. Unable to maintain their balance on the slippery surface, all 3 let out startled cries as they teetered on the verge of falling. Seeing this, Liu Sen immediately activated his superhuman physique, unleashing astonishing strength to cut through the water's resistance. In just a few swift strides, he caught up and grabbed the closest woman, Lu, pulling her firmly into his embrace. At the same moment, he reached out with both hands and securely caught Liu Ying and Yin Dan. All 4 of them came together in a tight cluster, their startled cries fading into sudden silence. Between them they could hear each other's heartbeat. The 4 heartbeats rose and fell like a symphony, the rhythm gradually quickening. A sense of warmth and serenity enveloped them, all cool water touching skin that soon grew warm. Liu Sen looked down at the 3 women in his arms and noticed Liu Ying's eyes were closed while Yin Dan and Lu Lu wore identical expressions. Liu Sen cleared his throat to ease the moment. Alright, let's head back and get some rest. That night, lying in bed, Liu Sen found it difficult to fall asleep. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he got up again and took a cool shower which helped him feel slightly better. Over the following days, Liu Sen and the others spent their time busily occupied. After several days of negotiation, the glass factory was successfully acquired. The original factory had been performing poorly, and the sudden shift in the market environment had only worsened matters. Ultimately, Liu Sen acquired it entirely for 3.2 million yuan. Thanks to his position as the mayor's associate, Liu Sen had his parents visit the factory regularly. He stayed at the plant for 2 days, and utilizing his superhuman learning ability and memory handled all matters efficiently. The glass factory currently had no orders and no debt. The machinery was still usable, and the staff consisted of 107 workers. The next day, Liu Sen received the bottle design blueprints from the design firm. Based on the blueprints, a prototype was produced in the factory. The quality and texture were merely average, insufficient to attract younger consumers. More importantly, Liu Sen wanted to create an anti-theft bottle design. The liquor contained in these bottles would include not only budget-friendly options, but also premium products. He did not want counterfeit products to damage the brand's reputation, so he needed to innovate the bottle design. The bottle had to feature anti-counterfeiting measures that anyone could easily verify, while also preventing tampering through drilling. It needed to be crafted from a material that could not be drilled without shattering the bottle completely. The liquid inside also needed to be secured with a physical one-way valve, ensuring that once sealed, the contents could only flow out, never back in. Liu Sen studied numerous relevant books and modified the bottle's properties, increasing both its malleability and durability tenfold. He also researched the hardest known form of glass, Prince Rupert's drop. Using his golden finger to modify the malleability and flaws of Prince Rupert's drop, Liu Sen absorbed the improved knowledge and direction. Through the improved glass, he could directly synthesize a material incredibly hard, resistant to shattering, and capable of withstanding direct bullet impact. Leading all the workers once again, Liu Sen dove into researching the glass manufacturing process. After adding new additives, they finally produced qualified glass bottles. The entire glass bottle was crystal clear and gleamed like a diamond. Its body was essentially a hollow spherical glass orb with only one indentation 3 centimeters in diameter where the bottle neck was located. Inside the bottle floated a sphere 3 centimeters in diameter, its surface engraved with the brand name Qingfeng. Beneath the 2 Chinese characters were 3 hollow 5-pointed stars. The inner sphere operated on the principle of a roly-poly toy. Whenever the bottle contained liquid, the Qingfeng logo always remained upright, floating in the liquid regardless of how the spherical bottle was positioned. The 3 hollow 5-pointed stars beneath Qingfeng would become a major selling point, an absolute innovation, a revolution in the liquor industry brought by Liu Sen, and a testament to the technological advancement of Edian liquor. A separate flat square glass base was also included. Since the bottle was spherical, it required a stand to prevent rolling, much like a bowling ball, except this one was transparent. Running the cost calculations, the new technology and materials meant each bottle currently cost around 4 yuan to produce. With expanded production, the cost could likely decrease further. After more than 10 days of tireless effort, neglecting food and rest, the bottle production was finally complete. Having thoroughly tested the production line, Liu Sen manufactured 100 empty bottles and had the workers load them onto a truck. Then, accompanied by Liu Ying and Yin Dan, he departed from the glass factory. Back at home, Liu Sen finally allowed himself to relax. All the preliminary research had been completed, and from here on everything could proceed according to plan. They were simply waiting for the liquor factory to finish construction. A few days ago, with the active facilitation of the leaders in Maoshan Town, the approval was finally secured and the contract signed. A construction company was commissioned to begin building the factory with an estimated timeline of 1 month. The requirements included enclosing the mountain spring, laying pipelines, constructing the factory building, and erecting a 5-story office tower. These projects would normally have taken 3 months to complete, but with Liu Sen's considerable financial backing, the schedule was compressed to just 1 month. Liu Sen also placed orders for the necessary equipment with relevant manufacturers. With everything set in motion and a moment of leisure, Liu Sen realized he had run out of money. The original sum of over 100 million yuan had seemed substantial, but through Liu Sen's vigorous endeavors it dissipated at an astonishing pace. Starting a company consumes capital, establishing a manufacturing enterprise consumes even more. Under the circumstances, Liu Sen had no choice but to seek a loan, since there were still worker wages, raw material purchases, and marketing promotions to fund. Over the course of a fortnight, several batches of liquor were brewed. After comparative tasting, Liu Sen discovered that this liquor indeed improved with age, its flavor growing richer the longer it matured. Just 1 week after production, the taste was already twice that of ordinary liquor. This batch would reach its peak after approximately 3 years, achieving a flavor 3 times superior to conventional wine. The taste roughly doubled with each passing year. Liu Sen used the 100 wine bottles he had brought back and filled and sealed them with simple equipment. The overall appearance of the liquor was truly stunning. A transparent spherical emblem floated within the liquid, gently tapping against the inner walls of the bottle when shaken, producing a crisp, melodious tinkling sound. Thanks to the special glass material, there was no need to fear breakage from impact. Liu Sen enlisted the help of Liu Ying and the other two women who packaged the bottles in the custom-made boxes that had been prepared earlier. These bottles were intended as gifts and promotional samples, so appropriate packaging was essential. Although the liquor was exquisite, a lack of formal packaging would give the impression of a low-grade small-scale workshop. Liu Sen asked Liu Ying and the two other women to organize all the paperwork, then proceeded to the bank and entered NIU's office. "Brother, what brings you here? You haven't visited in so many days." NIU rose and poured Liu Sen a cup of tea. "I usually don't come bother you, and besides I have a mountain of matters to attend to with the company and factory. This time I'm here to apply for a loan. I'm running short on funds," Liu Sen said, taking a seat. "You spent that quickly." NIU was surprised. That was over 100 million yuan. Buying land for the factory, contracting the spring, purchasing equipment, and acquiring the glass factory. Liu Sen listed them out. "Aren't you spreading yourself too thin all at once?" "Alas, I wish to make the first product as flawless as possible. Otherwise I could have saved considerable money. But it's all fine now. Everything is basically in place. What we need now is reserve capital and marketing expenses. Once operations get underway, the returns will flow back quickly," Liu Sen replied. "Very well, did you bring all the loan documents?" As NIU spoke, Liu Ying and the other women standing nearby quickly handed over the materials. NIU reviewed the documents and found them complete and in order. "Brother, I can approve 30 million directly for you. If that's still insufficient, I'll need to consult President Jean." "That's more than enough. Is President Jean available?" "I brought him a few bottles of liquor. Our first batch is complete," Liu Sen said, gesturing toward the wine bottles carried by Yin Dan and Lu Lu. "President Jean is here." "Brother, wait a moment. Let me call and check if he's free." NIU immediately picked up the phone and dialed. "Uncle Jean, my brother is here and would like to visit you," hung up shortly afterward. "Brother, Uncle Jean is available. I'll take you upstairs." Liu Sen stood up and asked the three women to wait in NIU's office. He took the wine bottles from Yin Dan and Lu Lu and followed NIU out. Soon the two entered President Jin's office and saw Jean Ziming preparing tea. Upon noticing NIU and Liu Sen enter, Jean Ziming gestured for them to sit and pushed the teacups toward them. "Last time we parted I invited you to visit my place, but you never came," Jean Ziming said. "I've been swamped with company matters and the assembly line. Now that we've just produced this batch of wine, I came to see you, Uncle Jean." Liu Sen recounted his recent activities to Jean Ziming, then pointed to the bottles he had brought along. "You truly are busy. And this packaging is far superior to before. I took your 2 bottles last time to show off, but since they were plain bottles without even a label, those people mocked me." Jean Ziming still seemed a bit indignant, but then added with some pride. "However, after they tasted it, they all tried to ingratiate themselves with me, eager to learn where this liquor came from. When I told them it was brewed by my own nephew, they refused to believe it. Hey, I told them straight that next time I'd bring you to meet them." Liu Sen said this while patting Jean Ziming on the shoulder. "Uncle Jean, please take a look at this new packaging and give your thoughts." Liu Sen picked up a bottle and handed it over. Jean Ziming examined the wine box from every angle. The outer packaging conveyed a sense of sturdiness, somewhat squat and broad, with a fresh, pleasing color tone. Named Qingfeng, it was quite an elegant name. He then opened the box and was surprised to find the bottle inside was an uncommon spherical shape. The round bottle sat steadily on its base with the characters Qingfeng inscribed on a small sphere floating on the liquid surface. The overall form was exquisitely refined and elegant. "This bottle is remarkably distinctive and beautiful," Jean Ziming remarked. "But isn't this spherical design inconvenient for pouring?" Jean Ziming voiced his concern. "This design is intentional. It requires the person pouring to use both hands, which appears more dignified. It also addresses a modern issue. Young people today often pour liquor carelessly with one hand, which can seem disrespectful and thoughtless. With this design, such situations simply cannot occur, as the bottle cannot be easily lifted with one hand alone," Liu Sen explained. Liu Sen offered his explanation. "Then wouldn't a round bottle like this be prone to shattering if dropped?" Jean Ziming raised another question. Liu Sen did not answer directly. Instead, he picked up a bottle of Qingfeng wine from the side, opened another, and began colliding the 2 bottles together, one in each hand. Hey! Jean Ziming was alarmed and immediately leaned back. Bang! A loud impact sound echoed. Liu Sen did not stop after one strike, but continued to collide the bottles repeatedly, increasing the force with each blow. Inside, the small spherical label struck the glass, producing a distinct, tinkling melody. Liu Sen had not originally intended to demonstrate in this manner, but he had no other option given the circumstances. The floor was tiled, and smashing the bottles directly would certainly damage the tiles. Jean Ziming was deeply shocked, never expecting the wine bottle to be so durable. Liu Sen stopped and placed the bottles back onto their stands. "How did you achieve this?" Jean Ziming asked. "This is a new type of glass I invented. It cannot be damaged in ordinary daily use." "Remarkable." Jean Ziming picked up the bottle once more and examined it carefully, finding not a single mark or scratch. Liu Sen also explained that this batch tasted slightly inferior to the earlier sample he had provided, but was still far superior to what was available on the market. Once the winery was completed, he would produce even better liquor. Inside the bank manager's office, Liu Sen, Jean Ziming, and Niu sipped tea. While discussing the liquor Liu Sen had brewed along with matters concerning the distillery construction, the glass factory, and loan arrangements. The loan poses no issue. Your documents are complete, and the funds will be dispersed shortly. Jean Ziming promptly replied upon hearing about Liu Sen's loan request. Furthermore, through their tenfold it became apparent that the tenfold liquor would likely require another month before entering mass production and reaching the market. Aware that Liu Sen currently lacked a stable sales channel, Jean Ziming considered for a moment and said, "Son, I have a group of friends who could help you distribute some liquor. Let me arrange a dinner gathering in a couple of days to introduce you. I'll call you then." Liu Sen was deeply touched upon hearing this. As a senior bank manager with years of experience, Jean Ziming certainly had an extensive network, and the connections he offered would undoubtedly prove invaluable. "Uncle Jean, that's wonderful." As long as the first batch could break into the market, Liu Sen was confident that word of mouth would spread and sales would gradually increase. After thanking the bank manager once more, Liu Sen and Niu left the office together. They exchanged a few more words along the way before parting with Liu Ying and the other two women outside the bank. He drove to the courier shop, sent a case of 6 bottles of tenfold liquor to Deng Yaluan, who was still in Longqing. After filling out the shipping form, Liu Sen photographed the label and sent the image to Deng Yaluan. "Yaluan, the first batch is ready. I've sent it to you. Taste it and help promote it." Liu Sen called Deng Yaluan on his way home. "You finally sent me liquor. I've been thinking about that taste ever since last time." Deng Yaluan was overjoyed to receive the call. "Yaluan, savor it carefully. My company will be producing this liquor from now on, and I believe success is imminent. You might consider coming aboard to help. It would start with the sales manager position. Though it's a different industry, I'm certain you'll excel. I won't break my promise. Rest assured, I just need to sort out some formalities here." Deng Yaluan smiled. "I've been waiting for you. The distillery is nearly ready. Production should begin within a month. Also, if you know any promising sales talent, feel free to bring them along." Liu Sen asked Deng Yaluan to inform him beforehand of how many people would be coming so he could arrange adequate housing. With that, the call ended. Deng Yaluan had always been fond of drinking and enjoyed collecting various liquors. His social circle was equally broad, filled with capable and accomplished individuals. Liu Sen's invitation was born of genuine care. He knew Deng Yaluan's career had stagnated at his previous company after offending as supervisor, leaving little room for advancement. Once Deng Yaluan achieved notable results as sales manager, Liu Sen planned to promote him to deputy general manager of the liquor company. With city matters mostly settled, Liu Sen sat in the car pondering for a moment before saying to Dan, who was driving, "I'll send you a location pin. Just follow the navigation." Dan activated the navigation and prepared to drive. At that moment, the other two women glanced at the screen and asked, "Where exactly is this?" "This is my parents' house," Liu Sen replied casually. Screech. The vehicle had barely started moving when it came to an abrupt halt. Everyone lunged forward, but thank goodness they were all wearing seatbelts. The three women's bosoms pressed firmly against the restraints. "What happened? Is something wrong ahead?" Liu Sen asked in confusion. "Nothing. You just mentioned where we're headed next," Dan replied, stopping the car and turning to look at him. The other two women also fixed their gaze on Liu Sen. "My parents' house," Liu Sen said with an innocent expression. "This is our first time visiting your home. We absolutely must bring some gifts," Liu Ying insisted. "Do we really need to buy anything for my parents?" Liu Sen didn't turn around. "It's a must. Sister Dan, take us to the supermarket," Liu stated directly. "Right, let's stop at the supermarket first," Liu Ying quickly echoed. Without asking Liu Sen's opinion, Dan simply steered the car toward Rongqing's largest supermarket. After disembarking, the three women began discussing what to buy on their way into the store. "Brother Sun, what are your parents like?" "My parents truly don't need anything." Seeing Liu Sen offer no useful suggestions, the three women simply ignored him and stopped asking. Soon 3 shopping carts were overflowing with goods, various health supplements, milk, medicinal liquor, and more. Only after paying did Liu Sen step in to load everything into the trunk. Items that wouldn't fit were piled onto the passenger seat. Dan didn't even let him near the driver's seat. She simply pushed Liu Sen into it. The three women chatted and playfully wrestling in the back seat, prompting Liu Sen to shake his head as he watched them in the rearview mirror. Nevertheless, as they drew closer to Liu Sen's home, the three women gradually fell quiet, a hint of nervousness crossing their faces. Liu Sen drove straight into the courtyard, and everyone stepped out. The women hurriedly gathered the gifts they had just purchased. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," Liu Sen called out as he walked through the door. "Xiao's son is back," Wang Zilian exclaimed happily, her gaze falling upon the 3 girls trailing behind Liu Sen. Wang Zilian thought to herself that her son had finally opened his eyes. Previously, he had shown no interest in finding a girlfriend despite numerous arranged matchings set up by the family. But seeing the 3 beautiful girls accompanying him, she understood why none of the arranged dates had appealed to him. Her son's standards were simply exceedingly high. These 3 young women were radiant and ethereal, like fairies descended from heaven. Still, Wang Zilian couldn't help but wonder which one was his daughter-in-law. But then she dismissed the thought. It didn't matter, whichever it was, they were all lovely. Come in and sit down." Wang Zilian warmly welcomed the 3 girls, completely ignoring Liu Sen standing right in front of her. Overwhelmed by Wang Zilian's enthusiastic warmth, the 3 women could only stand there awkwardly before meekly following her inside and taking seats. By the time they realized what had happened, they were already seated, utterly bewildered. Xiaosun, what are you standing around for? Go pour some water. Noticing her mother repeatedly signaling him, Liu Sen felt a headache coming on. He regretted bringing the three girls home. Sighing, he went to prepare tea for the three guests, who in turn handed their purchases to Mrs. Liu. Annie, these are some small gifts we bought for you. Wonderful, wonderful. Mrs. Liu was thrilled. From the girls' courteous demeanor, she could tell they were genuinely interested in her son. Wang Sulian struck up a conversation with the three women, asking how they had met Liu Sen and where, while sharing amusing anecdotes from his childhood. Before long, the three women relaxed, completely chatting happily with Mrs. Liu and laughing uproariously at Liu Sen's embarrassing stories. When Liu's father returned from work, he spotted the three guests immediately. Catching his wife's suggestive glance, his smile grew even wider. After a quick dinner, Liu Sen shared the news about the glass factory with his parents. Mom, Dad, I've purchased the town's glass factory. You won't need to keep working. Feel free to drop by whenever you're free. Liu Sen had initially considered sending his parents on a trip, but given the current social climate, he decided against it. It was safer for them to stay home than to cause trouble for society. Liu's parents mentioned the renovation of the family house, for which they had already applied, but approval had not yet been granted. The government department stated that obtaining such approvals was now very difficult, as old houses were generally not allowed to be renovated, and especially not to build 3 stories. Liu Sen pondered for a moment, recalling that such a policy did indeed exist, so he called Town Chief Hong to consult on the matter. Although it was not his own town's chief, the issue was the same. After inquiry, he learned that renovation was permitted only if caused by natural damage, and 3 stories above ground were not allowed, but one could build an underground floor, effectively achieving 3 levels. He also mentioned that he was well acquainted with their town chief and could arrange an introduction. Liu Sen declined, saying that if needed in the future, he would seek Town Chief Hong's assistance. Liu Sen was not willing to expend this favor so easily. Liu Sen relayed the information to his parents, who were immediately at a loss. Then Wang Sulian asked Liu Sen, 2 months ago when a typhoon hit us, several rows of roof tiles on our house were blown off. Does that count? Oh really? Why didn't you tell me? Liu Sen was surprised. There had indeed been several typhoons this summer, which was somewhat unusual for their area, especially ones with destructive power. It wasn't a big deal. Our house suffered relatively minor damage. Next door, Aunt Li's balcony collapsed entirely, and Kai San in the village had 1 room of his house fall in. Liu's mother gestured as she spoke. Was there any government compensation for that? Yes, we received 900 yuan. Liu's mother expressed gratitude to the government. Then this should count as natural damage, right? Let me send a message to inquire. Liu Sen immediately sent a message to Town Chief Hong, and soon received a reply. It could be considered as such, especially since the government had previously compensated for it, and there were records. After thanking Town Chief Hong again, Liu Sen thought that the approval should be fine. He would also ask someone to put in a good word to smooth things over. Yeah, do you know the leadership of our Tianxiao town? Yes, I do. Your town has a loan from our bank, so I know the town chief. Oh, our family wants to rebuild the house, so we need to go through the process, but it's a bit slow. I'd like you to make an introduction. I'll visit him tomorrow. Liu Sen said directly. No problem. I'll call Town Chief Ma. I have a bank meeting tomorrow, so I can't accompany you, and you replied apologetically. That's fine, I don't need you to come. I'll go alone. Just let him know in advance. After the call ended, the family continued chatting about other matters until late. Liu Sen originally planned to return home, but his mother insisted they stay the night. In the end, they had to stay. Fortunately, the house had enough rooms, 1 for Liu Sen and 2 for the 3 women. However, the 3 women chose not to separate, and simply squeezed into 1 room to sleep. The house was indeed short on rooms for now, but after the renovation, it would certainly meet their needs. Before sleeping, Liu Sen received a message from NIU. She had already contacted Town Chief Ma and sent his phone number. Liu Sen could call him when he arrived in the morning. The next morning, Liu Sen woke up and gazed at the scenery outside the window, feeling remarkably refreshed. The environment around the house was pleasant. A lake lay in front, and not far away were hills, though they were only a few dozen meters high. Liu Sen got up and found no one in the house. He was about to call when he heard the voices of the women coming from outside the courtyard. Liuing, the other 2 women, and Liu's mother Wang Sulian entered the courtyard, chatting and laughing, seemingly getting along well. Sen, you're up? We brought you duck blood vermicelli, Liu Ying said, shaking a bag in her hand. Whenever Liu Sen came home, he would eat duck blood vermicelli for breakfast. It seemed his mother had told them. While eating, Liu Sen said to Liu Ying, we'll go visit Town Chief Ma later. You'll all come with me to get acquainted. Since Town Chief Ma was the leader of his hometown, there would likely be frequent interactions in the future. As Liu Sen would be busy, he might need the 3 women to handle matters, so he brought them along. They soon arrived at the government office. Liu Sen called Town Chief Ma, who said he was waiting in his office. Hello, Town Chief Ma. I'm Liu Sen. Hello, manager, and I told me about you. You're her brother, Town Chief Ma said. Yes, sir. A few days ago, I acquired the town's glass factory and renamed it Yijian Glass. Please take care of us in the future, Liu Sen continued. So it was President Liu who acquired it. I've been busy lately, but I was planning to visit the factory soon. Town Chief Ma became much more cordial. We welcome you to visit and guide our factory anytime, Liu Sen responded promptly. He was dealing with the local magistrate, and once the distillery scaled up, the glass factory would certainly need expansion, and on a large scale. Moreover, the glass factory would not only produce bottles. These bottles were made of special materials. Other enterprises could not recycle them, only he could thanks to his unique catalyst. By adjusting the strength, he could also produce many types of specialty glass. Our town needs more people like you to develop. This is my hometown after all, and I want to see it thrive. I have another favor to ask. During the typhoon, my family's old house was damaged, and the government compensated us. Now that I'm back, I saw the old house, and worry it might be unsafe after the typhoon damage. I'd like to rebuild it. My parents submitted the application some time ago, but it hasn't been approved yet. Liu Sen got straight to the point. The house was damaged, and you care about your family's safety. That's commendable. It shows your filial piety. Let me check if the materials comply. Town Chief Ma immediately called the relevant department. Have there been any recent applications for rebuilding on homesteads? There's one from a family named Lu Qingsheng. Although the house was damaged in the typhoon, the current policy is quite strict on such matters, so we put it on hold. Are all the documents in order? Yes, they are. If they are in order, don't hold it up. The house damaged in the typhoon poses a risk. Rebuilding will ensure safety. If something happens again, it won't be good, and it's better not to bear that responsibility. Town Chief Ma analyzed the situation. Thank you for your guidance, Town Chief Ma. I'll notify the applicant to come for approval immediately. Mayor Ma hung up the phone and glanced at Liu Sen sitting across from him. Director Liu, the national policies are tightening these days. Rural self-built housing is under strict control, and our approval officials here don't dare to authorize anything casually. I've already made inquiries on this matter. He mentioned that all the materials meet the policy requirements and the procedures can be completed this afternoon. Thank you so much, Mayor Ma. You're truly looking out for us common people. Liu Sen continued expressing his gratitude and presented a case of Qingfeng wine he had brought to Mayor Ma. Upon seeing the gift, Mayor Ma's expression shifted slightly. Mayor Ma, please don't misunderstand. This wine is produced at my own factory and has not yet reached the market. I'm simply hoping you could help me evaluate it. If you find it enjoyable, I would be grateful if you could help promote it. Liu Sen quickly explained and introduced the relevant information about the wine. Once sales increase, the glass factory will need to expand, and we will still require the town to approve additional land for our facility. Director Liu, you truly know how to do business. You come asking for my help, but in the end, I end up doing the promotion for you. Hearing Liu Sen's explanation, Mayor Ma could not help but smile and made a teasing remark. If you find it to your liking, I was wondering if you could recommend our wine to other government staff. No problem at all. If it tastes good, I will definitely recommend it to them. As Liu Sen spoke, he opened a box. Mayor Ma was amazed upon seeing the wine bottle, so unique and beautiful. After watching Liu Sen's introduction and demonstration of the bottle, he could hardly believe it was produced by a small glass factory in town. Mayor Ma now had even higher expectations for the glass factory's future. He had previously thought Liu Sen's talk of factory expansion was merely polite words, but it seemed genuinely feasible. Even if the wine itself were unsatisfactory, given the bottle design and materials, the glass factory still had great potential. Liu Sen bid farewell to Mayor Ma and drove off with the three women directly to his brother-in-law's home. Liu Sen's older sister was named Lu Ling, 6 years his senior, who had married early and lived in the same town, a mere 10-minute drive away. Her husband, surnamed Wang, was named Wang Shifeng, and they had a daughter named Wang Yao. They arrived at noon and had lunch directly at their brother-in-law's house. Wang Shifeng had been called by Liu Sen 2 days prior and had resigned from his position in Jinling to return. Today, Liu Sen came specifically to discuss the shop opening plans with his in-laws. The idea of having his brother-in-law's family run a hot pot restaurant had been conceived a week earlier. Since he now had the ability, he wanted to ensure his family lived well. The path he chose for his brother-in-law bypassed manufacturing and instead entered the catering industry. Liu Sen would provide the startup capital and the flavor-enhancing seasoning, while his brother-in-law's family would handle daily operations. He asked Lu Ying to bring out the agreement she had prepared earlier, and his brother-in-law and sister signed it. Liu Sen believed that even close relatives should keep matters clear from the start, otherwise things would become tangled and more difficult later on. He gave his brother-in-law and sister 5% shares each, while retaining 90% for himself. His share was held in reserve as a financial backup. Liu Sen instructed them to tell anyone inquiring about the hot pot restaurant that it was fully funded by them. After tasting the specially improved chicken essence Liu Sen had brought, his brother-in-law's family finally felt at ease. Wang Yao, who was naturally a picky eater and rarely ate much, consumed far more than usual that day, her small mouth barely stopping. After the meal, they discussed the future plans for opening the shop and finalized the name as Shiweiju. Their first store would be located directly in Jinling. As a restaurant, it certainly needed to be in a large city with heavy foot traffic so it could develop faster, recover capital sooner, and eventually open additional branches. They chose not to open in Rongqing because the city was too small. It would be better to establish themselves in Jinling first, and then return to Rongqing to open a shop. Another reason was Liu Sen's absolute confidence in the seasoning he had produced. Meanwhile, Wang Yao would be sent to school in Rongqing's urban area and stay at Liu Sen's residence for a while. Liu Sen's busiest period had come to an end, and once his brother-in-law was firmly established in Jinling, he would take Wang Yao there for schooling. At that moment, an awkward situation arose. 10-year-old Wang Yao had noticed something puzzling upon seeing the three women. After thinking about it for a long time in her little head, she finally dared to ask. She wanted to know which of them was her future aunt by marriage and did not know how to address them properly. Hearing this question, both her uncle and aunt wore curious expressions. Lu Ying Dan and Lu all fixed their stares on Liu Sen, making him feel quite uncomfortable. In the end, Liu Sen simply told Wang Yao to call them all Annie. That evening, Liu Sen and the three women returned home. The question Wang Yao had asked lingered in their minds, making it difficult for them to fall asleep. Early the next morning, Liu Sen received a phone call from President Jin. A friend of mine is hosting a gathering tonight. Please come along and bring more of that tenfold wine. Understood, Uncle Jin. I will be there on time. Thank you, Uncle Jin. Liu Sen understood that Uncle Jin was introducing him to more people to broaden his network, while also helping to promote tenfold wine. Liu Sen was quite pleased, recognizing this might be the first sales channel for tenfold wine. That evening, Liu Sen traveled alone to the place mentioned by President Jin. It was a rather private agricultural estate. Upon arrival, he learned that this venue was open only to acquaintances, and most attendees were people with certain backgrounds. The estate primarily served as a place for networking and leisure. He asked the staff to carry the wine into the private room. Soon guests began arriving one by one, including the top two officials of Rongqing's government, several bank presidents from Rongqing's financial system, and representatives from Jinling's financial sector. The caliber of this gathering was quite impressive. During the banquet, Liu Sen met many important people and exchanged contact information with them. This was not solely due to the wine. A significant factor was the relationship with President Jin Ziming, who was highly respected in this circle. Liu Sen finally realized that Jin Ziming was not only talented, but also came from a considerable background. After everyone tasted the wine, they were very satisfied and expressed willingness to use it as hospitality wine for their institutions, as well as for future welfare distributions and corporate events. Liu Sen repeatedly expressed his gratitude and explained that the quality and taste of the wine would continue to improve. This batch was the first product produced after the company's establishment, and he promised to offer the lowest market price to thank everyone for their support. Liu Sen then introduced to everyone that the wine had only been brewing for a short time. Once it aged for a certain period, typically 1 year, the taste would double compared to when it was freshly produced. At that point, one of the three hollow five-pointed stars on the sphere inside the bottle would turn red. When the taste reached twice the original level, 2 stars would turn red. And when the taste tripled, all 3 stars would turn red. The aging periods were essentially 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years. This design was intended as a surprise for all consumers. The wine they purchased would continue to improve in taste over time, and this change would be visibly reflected in the bottle. Other Baijiu wines would not undergo any such changes no matter how long they were stored in the bottle. This meant Liu Sen's wine would possess greater investment and collection value. Moreover, this increase in value was visible to the naked eye. The guests at the banquet were all well-traveled and knowledgeable, but such a brilliant and inventive concept truly caught everyone's attention. Superior taste, exquisite packaging, investment value, and collectible worth. Having been veterans in the field themselves, they immediately became even more enthusiastic toward Liu Sen. It was no longer merely out of respect for Jin Ziming, but because they recognized Liu Sen's value and development potential. At last, Liu Sen informed everyone of the original pricing. The wine would be sold at 168 yuan per bottle upon launch. This price point completely dominated comparable wines on the market. Moreover, for each quality grade increase, the price was expected to rise by approximately 50 yuan, a premium that wine collectors were willing to pay. Such pricing made it highly attractive in the secondary market. Investing in this wine yielded an annual return of 20 to 30, though this ultimately depended on market acceptance. Liu Sen could see from the attitudes of the many people present that this wine would surely succeed. He exchanged contact information with everyone there, promising to notify them immediately when the first batch officially hit the market. Liu Sen readily promised and gave everyone present some of the remaining bottles. They also hoped he could boost Rongqing's economic development, which was closely tied to their own futures. Rongqing had nothing to offer before, but Liu Sen gave them hope. This wine could very well become the city's signature product in the near future. They also needed to keep a close watch to prevent any mishaps. In the evening, after bidding farewell to everyone and thanking Uncle Jin once more for his hospitality, Liu Sen called the 3 women to come pick him up. Upon returning home, Liu Sen went over recent matters with the 3 women, reminding them to monitor the winery's construction progress. He also asked them to find an agent to rent several apartments the next day for Deng Yaluan and his upcoming team. Though Yaluan's family lived in Jinling close to Rongqing, the daily commute would still be time-consuming, especially with so many tasks ahead during the company's startup phase. After sending the 3 women away, Liu Sen entered his workshop and resumed his research. He needed to develop the next generation of wine, synthesizing new starters and enzymes. Once immersed in his research, Liu Sen lost all sense of time. Synthesize, observe, test, failure, and another failure. Though he kept failing, he was steadily making progress. He was confident that the next generation would be synthesized soon. It was already 11 o'clock when Liu Sen emerged from the studio, showered, and headed up to the rooftop pool. The 3 women were lounging above, chatting and gazing at the moon. Liu Sen jumped into the pool and swam several laps, his muscular physique shimmering under the moonlight and water's reflection radiating strength. The 3 women rested on the side, their eyes gleaming. Even though they had seen this often lately, they never grew tired of watching him. Liu Ying felt her body growing warm from watching, and the cool breeze on the rooftop no longer felt refreshing. Perhaps she had been sitting in the same position too long, so she shifted slightly to change her posture. She glanced over at Dan and Lu and noticed they were experiencing similar reactions. The three exchanged looks, then quickly looked away like frightened rabbits picking up their milk teas to take a sip. After swimming several laps, Liu Sen stepped out of the pool and noticed the three women giving him strange looks, the atmosphere feeling off. After a quick glance around, he sat down on a nearby chair and took a sip of the milk tea they had ordered for him. Lu, why do you like drinking milk tea so much? Liu Sen didn't need to ask. He knew it was Lu who ordered it. It tastes good, but drinking too much isn't good and it makes you gain weight. As he spoke, Liu Sen's gaze swept across the three women's figures. Have I gained weight? Let me see, brother Sun. Lu immediately stood up, walked over to Liu Sen and spun around so he could get a good look. Stop spinning, you haven't gained weight, sit down quickly. Liu Sen said, immediately telling her to hurry and sit back down. Lu was wearing a swimsuit at the moment, her figure clearly visible from every angle, and she was spinning 360 degrees right in front of him. He felt like he couldn't hold back anymore. His heart was pounding fast. Who knew the next second he might transform into a wolf and devour the little white rabbit before him. The three women burst into laughter at Liu Sen's awkward expression. Their overflowing figures bathed in moonlight radiated endless charm. Drawn by the sight, Liu Sen picked up his milk tea and took a sip to steady himself. Milk tea is about the only thing I can drink during my downtime. Your wine, brother Sun, is excellent, but unfortunately it's alcohol. I can't have it all the time. Liu said. Yes, but I'm afraid of gaining weight if I keep drinking milk tea. It's such a dilemma. Dan expressed what most women were thinking. Indeed, drinking regularly wasn't practical. She couldn't have alcohol while shopping or dining out, especially since they weren't abroad. More importantly, even though Shangqing wine was a low-alcohol beverage, she still couldn't drive after drinking it. Wine naturally faced limitations in many contexts, but milk tea was currently the most popular beverage, a market he could entirely enter, much like the food and beverage industry. Considering all this, Liu Sen decided to modify the milk tea in his hand. He retained the sweetness while reducing the sugar content tenfold. Liu Sen took a sip and found the taste largely unchanged. After a moment's thought, he enhanced the flavors of various toppings like coconut jelly and pearls by 10 times, along with boosting the nutritional value of the fruits. Taking another sip, he felt the flavor had elevated significantly. The nutritional value had increased tenfold, with the fruit taste becoming richer and more complex. As he grasped the production method, relevant knowledge flooded his mind within moments, and he quickly achieved mastery. It seemed that over the past period, Liu Sen had read extensively, leaving no barriers to understanding these new concepts. Liu Sen consulted the knowledge in his mind, confident he could complete the analysis and manufacturing process within a week. This novel blending method actually preserved nutritionally beneficial components during juice production. The various macromolecules wouldn't be broken down or destroyed as they traditionally were. The sugars in milk tea that contributed to weight gain could be directly broken down, while simultaneously generating sweet-tasting molecules that posed no harm to the human body, and the sweetness level was adjustable. Simply perfect. Overjoyed, Liu Sen tightly embraced Lu and kissed her, then burst into hearty laughter, thanking her before departing the rooftop for his bedroom. Lu was stunned. Throughout this time, the three women had been teasing Liu Sen, who remained as impassive as a wooden statue, without giving much response. She never expected him to actually kiss her just now. Liu and Dan were equally astonished, with a touch of envy in their eyes. They exchanged glances and immediately went over to tickle Lu. For a moment, the rooftop echoed with a continuous series of joyful laughter and playful screams, melodious and sweet. The emerald blue water in the pool rippled in gentle waves under the soft breeze, while moonlight cascaded across its surface, creating shimmering patches of luminescence. The next morning, Liu Sen ordered milk tea making machines and various ingredients, sketched out several design blueprints, and sent specifications to manufacturers for custom instruments. In the studio, Liu Sen began synthesizing the reagent needed for milk tea using specialized equipment. After multiple attempts under high-precision instruments, the synthesis was successful. The reagent contained no toxic side effects and could protect beneficial macromolecular components while breaking down sugars during juice production. With the completed reagent in hand, Liu Sen went to the kitchen to make juice. He took out the fruit, chopped it into pieces, placed it into the juicer, and added several drops of the reagent. He pressed the juicer button, and the fruit was quickly pureed into juice. Liu Sen poured the juice into a large cup he had prepared earlier. The color was stunning, far more vibrant than juice from a regular juicer, and incredibly appetizing. He poured a small amount into a cup, brought it to his nose, and caught a refreshing aroma. Taking a sip, the juice was smooth and invigorating, with an intense fruit flavor that danced across his taste buds, making him feel as though he were floating among fruits. Liu Sen glanced at the liquid remaining at the bottom of the cup. It was remarkably clear, without any of the cloudy sediment he was accustomed to. This was truly an elevation of the original flavor, with a pleasant sweetness as well. The more reagent used, the sweeter the taste would become, yet the reagent itself was completely tasteless. By using this reagent, the texture could be enhanced with added layers of flavor, nutrients preserved, and sugars broken down. Consuming this juice or milk tea regularly would only benefit the human body without causing weight gain. In the group chat, he directly sent a message asking them to come to the kitchen. The three women were each occupied with their own tasks. Liu had already secured rental housing for Deng Yaluan and the others. Dan confirmed the factory construction progress. Completion was 1 week away. The equipment manufacturers had all their goods prepared and were merely waiting for final confirmation of the delivery schedule. In the living room, Lulu was cleaning while dressed in a maid outfit. Upon seeing the message, the three women set aside their tasks and made their way to the kitchen. Liu Sen had poured 3 glasses of juice and pushed them toward them. "Give it a try," Liu Sen said with a warm smile, his eyes filled with affection. Liu glanced at the juice and couldn't help but laugh. "You haven't drugged it, have you?" "Yes, I did. Look, the poison is right here." Liu Sen picked up the bottle containing the reagent and shook it. "Pour out your poison so I can get my work done. Who asked the 3 of you to flaunt yourselves in front of me every day wearing such skimpy outfits? I'm a man. I have my dignity." Liu Sen's expression shifted from a smile to something lewd, then finally to a fierce look. "Huh, huh." The 3 women burst into laughter at his words and expressions. "We're not afraid. Come at us," they said, striking an arrogant pose. After saying that, all 3 picked up their glasses of juice and began tasting. Starting with small sips, they quickly moved to larger gulps, finishing the already modest amount of juice in no time. "So delicious," Lulu said contentedly, while Liu Ying and Yin Dan nodded enthusiastically beside her. "How can it be this good? Did you use premium fruit, brother son?" Liu Sen shook his head and smiled as he explained to the 3 women why the juice tasted so exceptional. "What if we opened a milk tea shop using this? Do you think people would like it?" "Absolutely. It's incredibly good, far better than any milk tea brand I've ever had." Upon hearing their response, Liu Sen shared the details of his new invention with them and informed them that the production cost of this reagent was virtually negligible. After introducing the principle and function of the reagent to the 3 women, they were even more amazed to discover that not only was the taste unmatched, but it was also nutritious and truly sugar-free, safe to drink without worrying about weight gain. After further discussion, the reagent was named Nutritional Guardian. "I plan to open a chain milk tea shop using this Nutritional Guardian technology. Which of you would be willing to be the person in charge of this milk tea brand? I'll offer 5% equity. Which one of you 3 is willing?" Liu Sen did not want to decide directly. This milk tea business would undoubtedly reach a scale worth hundreds of billions in the future, and he did not want them to feel he was showing favoritism toward any one person. The 3 women discussed it briefly and quickly reached a conclusion, appointing Lulu as the milk tea shop manager. The result aligned with what Liu Sen had thought, but he could not express his opinion. He had to let them decide on their own. Everyone quickly began discussing the name of the milk tea shop, and ultimately decided on Liu Sen Milk Tea. The name evoked a sense of nature, eco-friendliness, and nutrition. He signed the equity agreement with Lulu, entrusted her with handling the company registration process, and provided 1 million yuan as startup capital. For Liu Ying and Yin Dan, he would gradually make arrangements later as his enterprise would grow significantly in the future. Lulu had a particular fondness for milk tea, making this the most suitable role for her. "Lulu, from now on you'll be the true milk tea girl," Liu Sen teased, glancing at her figure. "Ah, brother Sun is making fun of me." Lulu immediately threw herself into Liu Sen's arms, her small head moving playfully against his chest. The other 2 women laughed as well, and everyone sat on the sofa to discuss the development direction for the milk tea shop. They should develop directly into the high-end milk tea segment, targeting consumers with strong purchasing power who paid more attention to nutrition and health. Each milk tea variety could be submitted to quality inspection departments and nutritional associations for certification, making this verification a distinctive feature and signature of their shop. This unique approach would serve as a key selling point for the Liu Sen brand, making marketing easier and creating a lasting impression. After all, no milk tea shop dared to advertise this way. It was one of a kind with tremendous market potential. Pricing would be set above 20 yuan, ensuring high profit margins, certainly surpassing competitors like Sola Tea or Naishua. Liu Sen's milk teas would carry lower production costs since they contain no additives, while delivering superior taste and better health benefits. Liu Sen could produce 1 ton, equivalent to 100 liters, of Nutritional Guardian per day, enough to make 10 million cups of milk tea. This would fully supply a national chain with 500 stores like Naishua for approximately 2 months. Moreover, since Liu Sen milk tea was just beginning, even aggressive expansion would likely not exhaust the supply for nearly a full year. After everyone shared their opinions and suggestions, they returned to their respective tasks. Lulu, after finishing her household chores, began planning the first store, selecting a location, determining the interior design style, and contacting agencies to complete the company registration. Liu Sen returned to the studio and resumed production of Nutritional Guardian, taking advantage of his free time to make another batch. By evening, he had completed 500 liters, more than enough to last a considerable period. That evening after dinner, Liu Sen took Lulu to the workshop and pointed to 5 100-liter barrels on a shelf. "This totals 500 liters. Each time you need it, pour out 1 liter to take to the shop. Selling 500 cups daily should give you roughly 20 days of supply. Monitor your usage carefully to prevent any leaks." "Brother Sen, I'll manage this properly. Nothing will leak out," Lulu said earnestly. This was their shared venture. Liu Sen watched her youthful face display such determination and couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pinch her soft cheeks. "No need to worry so much. Nobody can replicate this formula. Even attempting to reverse engineer it would take at least 5 to 10 years. I'm telling you this so you understand the approximate usage volume. You must guard against internal theft at the store. Providing smaller quantities at a time makes it easier to control." This approach will also help you manage franchise partners once we launch the franchise model in the future. I understand, brother Sun. Alright Lulu, go ahead with your work. I still need to research the next generation of distorting agents and enzymes. Watching Lulu's retreating figure, Liu Sen felt a pang of emotion. His business would only grow larger, but would they drift further and further away from him? Liu Sen zoned out for a while, then shook off those thoughts and returned to operating the equipment. He adjusted the instruments, prepared the solutions, endlessly refining the ratios and optimizing the synthesis sequence. Though he kept failing, each attempt brought some progress. His phone alarm rang. Liu Sen finished the current process and then stopped. It was past 11. The alarm was set by himself. Although his body was extraordinarily powerful, he still needed to pay attention to the things one should normally observe. He wanted to cultivate good habits. His life was not only about work, but also about living. Back in his room, he showered, put on his swim trunks, and headed to the rooftop pool. When Liu Sen arrived at the rooftop, he found that among the three women who were usually there, only Lulu sat on a chair by the pool. And upon seeing Liu Sen come up, her face began to flush, appearing somewhat unnerved. Liu Sen walked to the poolside, stretching as he asked, "Why are you the only one here? Where are Liu Ying and Yin Dan?" Hearing Liu Sen's question, Lulu's body suddenly stiffened. Her eyes darting away, she replied, "They have some matters to handle, so they didn't come up." "Oh," Liu Sen asked casually, and then jumped into the pool, beginning to swim. What he failed to notice was that beside the lounge chair, the usual milk tea had been replaced with clear wine. Lulu watched Liu Sen swimming. As time passed, as if making up her mind, she picked up a glass from the side, poured herself a cup, and drank it, then poured another, and finished that as well. Lulu's face slowly flushed red. She rose to her feet and walked slowly yet resolutely into the pool. By then Liu Sen had just finished 2 laps, and was at the poolside. As he began to stand up, a warm, soft body suddenly embraced him tightly. It was Lulu standing in the pool, holding Liu Sen close with her head pressed firmly against his chest. Her heart was pounding frantically, and her head felt dizzy. She couldn't tell whether it was the alcohol or lack of oxygen, as though she might faint at any moment. In that instant, Liu Sen could only feel the warmth and softness in his arms. His blood flowed faster, and Lulu's beautiful face, bathed in moonlight, looked extraordinarily enchanting. Liu Sen's mind also clouded with passion. He bent down and kissed those beautiful red lips, his hands beginning to move involuntarily. 1,000 characters omitted. The next morning, Liu Sen woke up and saw Lulu lying beside him, her brows slightly furrowed. He reached out and gently stroked her furrowed brow, then leaned down to press a soft kiss. The tight wrinkles on her forehead smoothed out, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Not wanting to disturb her rest, Liu Sen quietly got out of bed, took his clothes, left the room, and went to another vacant room to dress and freshen up. In the dining room, since Lulu was still resting, only Liu Sen, Liu Ying, and Yin Dan were seated at the table. Liu Ying served Liu Sen his porridge and passed him numerous dishes. Liu Sen looked at the breakfast before him with some confusion. This breakfast was quite different, far more lavish than usual. There was abalone congee and oysters among other delicacies. "What's going on?" Liu Sen glanced at Liu Ying, but she said nothing, only bowing her head and picking at her porridge, her shoulders trembling slightly. He turned to look at Yin Dan again. She also gave no answer, her face slightly reddened. Seeing that he wouldn't get any answers, Liu Sen stopped pressing and began savoring the various breakfast dishes. They were quite delicious, and he praised Liu Ying's cooking as he ate. After finishing his meal, Liu Sen prepared to return to the room to check if Lulu had woken up. Before he even entered the room, he heard the 2 women's laughter behind him. He paused for a moment and shook his head with a smile. Entering the room, he found Lulu already awake. Seeing Liu Sen come in, she shyly pulled the quilt tighter to cover herself. This girl, hadn't he seen everything last night? Yet she was still shy now. "Lulu, you're awake. Liu Ying and the others have made breakfast and are eating now." Liu Sen walked over, embraced Lulu, and kissed her. "Oh, they're already up and eating. It's all your fault. You kept me up so late last night like a bull," Lulu scolded. Lulu quickly tried to get up, but a sudden burning pain flared, and she lost her balance, falling back into Liu Sen's arms. Last night had been long, and only under Liu Sen's guidance, employing various methods, had they finally calmed his raging fire. In fact, she didn't know that this was already the result of Liu Sen deliberately restraining himself. Only later did she learn that if it had been only the 2 of them, he would likely have been exhausted long before she was satisfied. Lulu walked with a limp, occasionally gasping, and with Liu Sen's support made her way to the dining room. After settling Liu Sen finally entered his workshop to continue his earlier research. Liu Ying and Yin Dan immediately gathered around Lulu and began asking about how the previous day's events unfolded. Eating constantly, Lulu kept giving vague answers to the 2 women's questions, her face flushed red beyond repair. Soon they finished eating. Liu Ying and Yin Dan exchanged a glance, sending each other a signal, and then directly escorted Lulu into their room. They tossed Lulu onto the bed and began tickling her. Soon under the 2 women's relentless assault, Lulu started confessing everything. As Lulu shyly recounted the story, Liu Ying and Yin Dan also blushed deeply, their faces radiant, as if they had experienced it themselves. The 3 women embraced, radiating a quiet tenderness. "Thank you, dear sisters," Lulu whispered softly. The arrangements of the previous day had been discussed and agreed upon by the 3 women. Lulu was about to take full responsibility for managing the milk tea shop. In the later stages, she would undoubtedly have to travel frequently due to the company's market expansion and other matters. This meant she would no longer be able to stay by Liu Sen's side for long periods. Therefore, what happened that night was designed to give Lu and Liu Sen time alone, allowing their relationship to break through. The relationship among the three women could be said to transcend that of most people. None of them wanted to be separated, so they silently agreed upon a shared goal and helped one another. Days passed quickly, and everything progressed steadily. The milk tea shop was already under renovation, located in the most popular shopping mall in Rongqing, and would open in just a few more days. The staff consisted of 5 recent graduates from Rongqing University. Each earned 400 yuan per month, had 2 days off per week, enjoyed full social insurance and housing fund benefits, and received performance-based bonuses at the end of each month. Quality jobs in Rongqing were extremely scarce. The salary Mu Lin's son offered was truly quite generous, so they were able to hire relatively outstanding candidates. Meanwhile, the hot pot restaurant run by his brother-in-law had also completed its site selection in Jinling and had been under renovation for some time. The winery construction was also nearing completion. All the factory buildings had been erected, only the office building remained under construction, and recruitment was underway. Deng Yaluan had already assembled a sales team of more than a dozen people, all of whom were excellent sales personnel from his former companies or acquaintances. Liu Sen drove to the Jinling talent market with Liu Ying and Yin Dan. They needed to recruit some staff, basic positions that did not require extensive skills, which could be filled locally in Maoshan. Liu Sen would have preferred not to travel all the way to Jinling. He had hoped to recruit online, but with his company freshly established and lacking visibility, he had little choice but to seek his fortune at the talent market. At their reserve booth, they posted the recruitment notices they had prepared in advance. Liu Sen along with Liu Ying and Yin Dan settled into their seats and waited for candidates to arrive. Soon it was time for the fair to open, and a flood of job seekers poured into the venue. As they passed the booth, many cast curious glances their way. At first, Liu Sen felt quite pleased. It seemed his positions did hold some appeal. But soon the mood shifted. One by one they approached the booth, only to glance at the poster and shake their heads in refusal. Some searched online for information about Edian liquor industry and lost interest entirely. Others immediately dismissed the opportunity upon learning the company was based in Rongqing, a distant county town, and declined to pursue it further. A few others discovered through research that the company had been registered less than a month ago. What kind of manufacturing enterprise started so recently could have any prospect? Everyone knew how unforgiving the manufacturing sector was, especially within the traditional liquor market. Many had not come for the company at all. They were drawn instead by the striking presence of Liu Ying and Yin Dan, whose beauty, figure, and elegance commanded attention. Liu Sen found himself at a loss for words. Were these people here to apply for jobs, or simply to gaze at beautiful women? He could only attribute it to the extraordinary allure of the two women, whose contrasting, yet equally captivating presences only amplified their effect. After an extended wait with no applicants appearing, the three grew restless and began casual conversation. "Hello, are you still hiring for the IT supervisor position?" A young man asked the question. Upon hearing someone inquire, all three looked up. He was quite young, likely a recent graduate, dressed in ordinary athletic wear. "We are still hiring. Would you like to apply?" Liu Sen asked, somewhat surprised that such a young man would directly apply for an IT supervisor role. "Yes, here is my resume." The young man appeared quite pleased and immediately handed his resume to Liu Sen. Liu Sen asked him to take a seat. After reviewing the resume, he finally understood why this young man had the confidence to apply directly. The young man's name was Chao Lei. He was a student at Jinling University, majoring in information technology, and had just graduated this year. During his time at university, he had completed numerous projects and filed several small patents. Liu Sen had initially been puzzled as to why he would choose their company. But after seeing Chao Lei's home address, he understood. Chao Lei was from Maoshan town in Rongqing. With this knowledge, they began their conversation. Chao Lei did not harbor grand ambitions. He simply wanted a stable job with decent pay close to home. His parents were farmers who had worked hard their entire lives. His family circumstances were modest, and in recent years their health had declined, requiring someone to care for them. Although Jinling was relatively close to Rongqing, traveling from Jinling to Maoshan was inconvenient, requiring a crossing of the entire city. Returning home meant a journey of 2 or 3 hours. Chao Lei had noticed the town enterprise was hiring an IT supervisor, a field matching his expertise. With his abilities, he was fully qualified. As long as the salary was not substantially lower than what he could earn in Jinling, he was willing to accept. Liu Sen was quite satisfied with the young man before him. Through their conversation, Chao Lei answered all the technical questions Liu Sen posed and offered thoughtful insights of his own. Liu Sen was well aware of his own capabilities. His mind, combined with the vast amount of knowledge he had consumed in recent days across numerous fields, might not yet place him among the absolute top experts, but he was not far behind. Chao Lei was genuinely capable of good character and filial. After discussion, they settled on a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan for Chao Lei. He was thoroughly pleased, having never imagined that a newly established company in his hometown could offer such a generous sum. He had previously considered that staying close to home to care for his parents was worth any salary of 10,000 yuan or more. Liu Sen, however, had his own ambitions. If he could recruit talented individuals like Chao Lei and then through him bring on a whole team, that would be even better. After all, his goals were far-reaching. He planned to train a group of people, placing those with lesser skills in his various smaller companies to handle IT work, while directing the more capable individuals to a research institute he would establish later. where they would pursue new technologies according to the directions revealed by his golden finger. Liu Sen issued a formal employment notice to Chao Lei on the spot and exchanged contact information. Chao Lei, if you know anyone else suitable, feel free to recommend them. As long as they pass my interview, they will be accepted and the compensation will be equally competitive. Boss, most of my classmates wish to remain in Jinling for career development. Moreover, they would prefer to join established companies directly related to their fields. Chao Lei felt somewhat conflicted upon hearing Liu Sen's words. He had chosen to work at Edian liquor industry precisely because of the proximity to his family. He could already foresee his daily tasks, maintaining websites, managing servers, or designing online storefronts. Such work would hardly tempt his ambitious classmates. Liu Sen understood and let the matter rest for now. Even if he shared his grand vision and plans with Chao Lei, the young man would never believe him. He could only wait and let time prove his ambitions. Still, Liu Sen urged Chao Lei to ask his friends regardless of whether they would ultimately accept. He believed that birds of a feather flock together, and Chao Lei's companions would likely be equally capable. Chao Lei hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Chao Lei returned to pack his belongings. His rental apartment in Jinling could be terminated, and he could go straight home. Liu Sen had also informed him that the company was still being renovated and asked him to work remotely, beginning with the company website. Meanwhile, Liu Sen and the others remained at the recruitment fair until it closed in the afternoon, but they failed to find any suitable candidates. Liu Sen could only return to Rongqing with Liu Ying and Yin Dan. Upon entering the house, he found his cousin Niu already seated at the table with Lulu waiting for dinner. Brother, you're back. I heard you went to Jinling today to recruit. How did it go? Niu asked, turning from the stove with her spatula in hand. Not smoothly at all. It was incredibly difficult to recruit anyone. Our company is brand new with no reputation, and we are located in a small township, where we cannot gain recognition, Liu Sen sighed. So you did not hire anyone? We had some luck. We did secure one candidate, a talented graduate from Jinling University. Liu Sen felt quite pleased at the thought of Chao Lei. A Jinling University graduate would choose your company. Niu exclaimed in surprise. Though she knew her brother's company would undoubtedly develop well, others had no way of knowing that. If you told a stranger that your company would grow enormously and urged them to follow you with the promise of a bright future, no one would believe you. That was nothing but empty promises. His family is from Maoshan town. He wanted to stay nearby to care for his relatives. In that case, his character must be commendable. Do you still need people for other positions? If you like, I can speak to Uncle Jean. He has extensive connections and will surely be able to find suitable candidates. Niu suggested, noticing Liu Sen's distress. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Actually, Liu Sen had not failed to consider it. Deep down, he still disliked troubling others and preferred to handle everything himself. It seems such a mindset needed to change. Moreover, in a small place like this, one truly had to rely on connections for everything. Finding suitable candidates required the help of those with broad networks. After dinner, the three women and Niu retired to the rooftop to relax. Liu Sen entered his workshop to continue his research on Jucano 2 and type B enzymes. By 11 o'clock, he had finished his research. Liu Sen went to the rooftop pool and swam a few laps. After getting out of the pool, he sat on a chair and picked up his milk tea to drink. This taste comes from his nutrition supplement with a unique and layered flavor. He examined the packaging, which prominently displayed the brand name, Mulan Sun, fresh and elegant. Has this milk tea shop already opened? I thought it was still under renovation, Liu Sen asked with a puzzled expression. Lu designed this packaging. The drink you are tasting is her new creation from today. It will be available at the shop soon. How is it? Pretty good, isn't it? Liu Ying answered directly. Beside her, Lulu blinked her big eyes, watching Liu Sen in silence, quietly awaiting his evaluation. Excellent. It is very distinctive, markedly different from the milk teas I have had before. It will leave a lasting impression. Hearing Liu Sen's affirmation, Lulu broke into a smile. That was precisely what she had aimed for. To create something unique for the milk tea market today suffered from excessive homogenization. Recently, she had been constantly experimenting with new combinations, incorporating her nutrition supplement to forge her brand's distinctive style. As Lulu shared her understanding of milk tea with Liu Sen, he smiled. Entrusting the milk tea shop to her was truly a wise decision. Niu nodded repeatedly as well. She had also been quite surprised when she first tasted this milk tea, never expecting her brother to quietly unleash another trump card. After chatting for a while, everyone retired to sleep. Liu Sen had originally wanted to ask Lulu to return to his room with him, but Lulu's face flushed red, and she refused, claiming there were others present. He had no choice but to return to the room alone. After washing up and turning off the light, he was about to sleep when his door suddenly opened. Having lived in the house for so long, the door had never been locked from the inside. A petite figure in pajamas entered the room and headed straight for Liu Sen. Before he could react, she nestled into his embrace. Recognizing her by her fragrance, Liu Sen pulled her close and kissed her passionately. Soon their clothes scattered across the room and melodious sounds echoed beneath the moonlight. The next morning, when Liu Sen woke up, the person beside him had already departed. After getting up and finishing breakfast, he resumed his research on the next generation of wine koji and enzymes. By noon, he received a call from Uncle Jean. Last night, Niu had mentioned the winery recruitment to him, and through his connections, he had made some inquiries. Someone was interested in Liu Sen's company and possessed solid capabilities, so he suggested Liu Sen meet with them. Liu Sen expressed his gratitude and soon received information about several candidates. Liu Sen reviewed the profiles and found that one of them was Kai Chongqing, vice director of a local winery in Rongqing. He had spent 10 years at the original winery, rising from a technician to vice director. He had a solid understanding of the industry and a thorough grasp of the entire winery's operations. While the local brand had made progress in recent years, it struggled to break into markets in other cities. A phone call arranged a face-to-face meeting at a cafe. Liu Sen brought Lu Ying and Yin Dan to the cafe to meet Kai Chongqing. He noticed Kai was dressed in a suit with neatly styled short hair, appearing more vibrant than some factory or company executives Liu Sen had encountered before. After greetings were exchanged and everyone took their seats, Liu Sen got straight to the point. You are currently serving as vice director at a winery. Why are you considering joining our newly established company? To say I came for you personally would be insincere. I came for your liquor. I had the fortune of tasting your liquor a few days ago and was thoroughly impressed. I believe the current baijiu market has reached a bottleneck nearly at its peak and is even experiencing some decline because many young people today no longer accept traditional baijiu. Your liquor can surely open up new markets and lead new trends. Moreover, the government is currently advocating for lower alcohol beverages and products targeting younger consumers. Liu Sen listened silently. Kai Chongqing's thinking aligned well with his own ideas, but he wanted to hear more than just that. Then why haven't you introduced new products at your current company? Liu Sen asked. I certainly wanted to. We conducted internal trials on 2 products, but the taste was unsatisfactory. Although my previous reform efforts at the company yielded certain results, this new product lacked distinctive flavor and was destined to have no market appeal. When I requested to continue experimenting with new liquors, the company refused, considering it a waste of time and withdrawing their support for my new research. They were afraid I might ruin the winery. Their family simply wanted stable profits. Liu Sen had learned that the winery Kai worked for was a family-owned enterprise. The fact that he had risen to vice director was already impressive, demonstrating genuine capability. They discussed many related matters and Liu Sen was very satisfied. This person was not only capable in management, but also a true technical talent. After conversing about salary and benefits and confirming there were no issues, Etienne Liquor welcomes you aboard. Liu Sen extended his hand, and Kai Chongqing, his face alight with excitement, shook it eagerly. Director Kai, since the company is in its infancy, we still need many technicians and frontline staff. I believe you have considerable connections in this area, so I will need you to handle the recruitment. No problem at all. Kai Chongqing was delighted that Liu Sen entrusted this responsibility to him, which was a clear affirmation and show of trust in his abilities. By the way, the company's sales manager is Deng Yale. I will give you his contact information. For sales-related matters, you can reach out to him directly. For anything else, feel free to contact me or Lu Ying. After hanging up, Kai Chongqing left the cafe in high spirits. Liu Sen then waited for the next interviewee, scheduled to arrive in half an hour. Soon an attractive woman in professional attire entered the cafe. Her long wavy hair was dyed chestnut brown. Although she was dressed in business wear, her figure was striking and alluring, complemented by a gorgeous face that drew admiring glances. The woman's name was Jin Shuya. At 28 years old, she was a returnee from overseas studies, holding a dual master's degree in business administration and economics from a prestigious foreign university. She had completed a year of internship abroad and had recently returned to China. Hello, President Liu. I am Jin Shuya. Liu Sen noticed her extend her hand and gently shook it before letting go. Seeing that the other woman was a beauty with a commanding presence, Lu Ying unconsciously adjusted her posture. Ms. Jean, what brings you to our company? Someone I deeply trust strongly recommended you. I have also tasted your liquor and am very interested in it. Additionally, I find you personally fascinating. After learning about your background, I discovered your remarkable achievements. That is why I came. Her response was straightforward, and the answer surprised Liu Sen somewhat. He asked Jin Shuya again, why didn't you stay abroad? I went abroad primarily to learn. I felt I had acquired what I needed, so I returned. Jin Shuya spoke with confidence as though it were entirely natural. Liu Sen admired her vision, recognizing it as the very kind of self-assurance that modern Chinese people should possess. After discussing their perspectives on the company once more, Liu Sen decided to hire Jin Shuya as financial manager, offering an annual salary of 3,000 yuan with separate performance bonuses. He also promised that once the company was on solid footing, the compensation would be revised and 1 to 3 of profits would be allocated to the management team. He also mentioned that her position might be adjusted in the future, to which Jin Shuya had no objection. She believed this was only temporary and remained optimistic about the company's future development. After confirming that Jin Shuya's salary expectations were met, Liu Sen finally asked the question he had been wanting to know since they first met. You and Uncle Jin, what's your relationship? He's my father. He has great faith in you. When he learned you were urgently seeking talented people, he recommended me. He said if I was interested, I should come take a look and have a chat to see if we're a good fit. Jin Shuya said with a smile, playfully winking at Liu Sen. Liu Sen felt as though he'd been electrocuted and awkwardly rubbed his nose. Uncle Jin really should have told me about this beforehand. Oh, by the way, do you still have that wine? My old man only has 1 bottle left. He treats it like treasure. Keeps it locked away so tightly I can't even touch it. Jin Shuya mentioned Qingfeng wine. She had tasted it before and loved it, so she wanted to get more from Liu Sen. We still have some. I'll give you a case for now. If you want more later, you'll have to wait until the winery officially opens and starts production. Liu Sen handed over a case right away. Uncle Jin probably hadn't dared to ask for more after finishing his supply. He likely knew there weren't many bottles available right now, mostly reserved for sales and market promotion. Do you have anything else to do right now? If not, come with me to my place to pick up the wine. I'm free. I'll go with you to get it. Jin Shia didn't hesitate, picked up her bag, and followed them out. Liu Sen and the others took Jin Shia back to his home, where she couldn't help but feel envious seeing the house. Although Liu Sen wanted to invite her to dinner, partly because of Uncle Jin's connection, they had only just met and weren't close yet, so she took the case of wine and left. Liu Sen immediately had Yin Dan assist Kai Chongqing, Jin Shia, and Deng Yaluan in recruiting staff for their respective departments, while he continued researching the next generation of distillers' yeast and enzyme type A. The following day, Deng Yaluan arrived in Rongqing. Yaluan, you're finally here. Liu Sen stepped forward and embraced Deng Yaluan, giving his back a firm pat. The last few matters are finally settled. I brought along quite a few sales elites with me. Hearing Liu Sen's words, Deng Yaluan playfully punched him in the chest. The two laughed heartily. Liu Sen took him on a tour of the winery. The factory buildings were basically completed and the equipment had already been delivered. Asen, this is truly a grand undertaking. Such an impressive scale. Seeing the vast factory complex and the office building under construction, Deng Yaluan couldn't help but remark in admiration. If I were stingy, I wouldn't have dared to call you here. He then introduced Deng Yaluan to Kai Chongqing, who would be their future colleague. The two had already been in touch via phone numbers Liu Sen had provided discussing company matters. They both knew each other as capable and forward-thinking individuals. Next, Liu Sen saw Deng Yaluan to the apartment suite they had rented a few days prior. That evening, Liu Sen hosted a welcome dinner at home, and by the end of the night, Deng Yaluan had been thoroughly drunk. A drunk person is particularly heavy, but for Liu Sen it posed no difficulty at all. On the way back to his lodging, he was careful when others were around or when cameras were present, but whenever there was no one watching and no surveillance, Liu Sen simply hoisted Deng Yaluan over his shoulder and carried him all the way. A few days passed. The winery's factory buildings were completed, personnel for all positions had been recruited, various equipment had been installed and debugged, and the new production lines were assembled. Liu Sen brought his one distiller's yeast and enzyme type A and directed all personnel to begin production. A few days later, everyone from the company gathered in the factory. Liu Sen, the three women including Liu Ying, Kai Chongqing, Jin Shia, Deng Yaluan, and the other employees all surrounded the wine outlet. The wine was finally flowing. Industrial production was a bit slower than what Liu Sen had achieved in his workshop. But this brewing speed still amazed Kai Chongqing, who had rich experience, and the other brewing personnel. Everyone tasted the newly produced wine. It was excellent. Many who had never tried it before couldn't stop praising it, and they were even more confident about the company's future. Deng Yaluan and others had previously tasted the wine Liu Sen brewed himself. Now they could finally put their minds at ease. After all, homemade brewing and industrial production were quite different. This industrially produced wine actually tasted even better than the previously homemade Qingfeng wine. No one knew who cheered first, but gradually more and more people joined in, with cheers rising one after another. Kai Chongqing was also very happy, but he continued with the follow-up work. After some calculations, the grain-to-wine yield ratio was 1:1. For meaning 1 gene of grain could produce 1/4 gene of wine. This yield rate was truly extraordinarily high. Kai Chongqing couldn't believe it and recalculated again. The other technical personnel also kept computing, but the results were the same. With an expression of utter disbelief yet filled with excitement, Kai Chongqing walked up to Liu Sen and handed him the paper. Liu Sen looked at it, nodded, and showed no visible reaction. Everything was exactly as expected, with no significant deviation. He instructed all employees to return to their respective workstations. Seeing Liu Sen's composure, Kai Chongqing couldn't tell whether he didn't understand or had known all along. Still, he immediately pulled all the executives along to the office. Mr. Liu, is this really true? Kai Chongqing asked excitedly. What you saw is all real. You can trust your own eyes. Liu Sen said with a smile. Kai Chongqing saw the expressions on Jin Shia and the other women's faces and knew they had no idea what these numbers meant. After some explanation, they finally grasped the terrifying implication of this yield ratio. The cost would be incredibly low. Take their first wine, Qingfeng, priced at 168 yuan. The bottle cost 4 yuan, packaging about 5 yuan, and the wine itself, including labor, came to around 2 yuan. Advertising and transportation costs were only about 10 yuan. That meant a profit of 147 yuan per bottle of Qingfeng wine, with a net profit margin of 87.5. In the 100 yuan wine market, such profit was almost unimaginable. Mass production later on would drive costs even lower. Another advantage was that their winery's wine required no cellar aging. It could be bottled and sold directly after production. The taste easily surpassed wines at the same price point, and as time passed within the bottle, the flavor would improve by several more tiers. All those talks about biotechnology on the stock market were hollow. Their winery was the truly epic-making technological achievement. Kai Chongqing's inspiring analysis left everyone even more excited. Liu Sen knew well that the profit margin of this 100 yuan wine was still far from that of premium wines. Once his 2 distillers' yeast and enzyme type B were synthesized, this profit margin could reach 95 or even higher. The first batch was for trial production to see the final results, so only about 10 tons of finished product were made. Now that the first batch had proven successful, they could begin mass production. With the entire winery in full operation, they could produce 100 tons at a time. With different processes and shorter production cycles, the annual output could reach 10,000 tons. This production volume could already rival some mid-tier domestic liquor enterprises. Of course, it still fell far short of top-tier companies like Guomao, which produced tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of tons annually. At present, Edian Liquor only had this single product, and quite a few factory buildings stood vacant. As the wine varieties increased, expansion was inevitable and production would rise significantly. Liu Sen had Kai Chongqing arrange for workers to handle bottling, packaging, and dispatch. He also contacted the glass factory to ramp up production and ship all manufactured materials here. The next day, Liu Sen received 2,000 bottles of perfectly packaged wine. He called each executive from the banking and finance industry whom he had met at the previous gathering, informing them that the first batch of wine was ready and available for direct orders. Liu Sen also delivered a batch of the newly produced wine to Uncle Jean, as well as to Xie Hongshan and Chun Tianxiang, the top and second-in-command officials of Rongqing, telling them the good news mainly to promote further. Meanwhile, Kai Chongqing contacted distributors he was familiar with from before. Qingfeng wine was listed and distributed, but only through small channels in Rongqing and nearby cities. Deng Yaluan had also been waiting for the company's products. As soon as he received them, he immediately took a team of sales representatives to various cities in southern Jiangsu province, Jiangnan. Leveraging their prior connections, Deng Yaluan gathered a group of wine enthusiasts to hold a banquet and begin tasting Qingfeng wine. At Jinling Qingshan Hotel, Deng Yaluan chatted with a table of companions. He produced the Qingfeng wine as if it were a treasure, opened the packaging, and poured a glass for each person. "Brother Shin, come and try the wine I brought this time. I stumbled upon it by chance, and it captivated me instantly." Liu Sen patted the middle-aged man sitting beside him and said, "Haha, everyone give it a taste. Our group has sampled every kind of wine. Last time President Su managed to get a case. It tasted decent, but was far too little to share. I hope Brother Deng will bring us a surprise this time." Sheng Qiansheng raised his glass to his nose, sniffed it, and instantly sensed a rich fragrance, though he wondered how it would taste. Everyone followed suit and raised their glasses for a sip. They found it smooth upon entry, a warm stream flowing from the mouth into the stomach, followed by a soothing warmth spreading through the body. Their faces and minds also felt a sudden warmth, like a gentle breeze brushing against the skin. Excellent wine. After downing a glass, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Instantly their gazes fixed on the bottle, eager to see its brand. Because they often tasted wine together, after many sessions they had stopped paying attention to such details. After all, each tasting featured wines of varying quality. They only cared about the brand when they truly liked it. All present were true wine lovers, yet the bottle and label resembled nothing on the market, and the manufacturer was completely unheard of. The bottle packaging is unique, highly distinctive, and the wine itself is fresh and elegant, truly a rare find. "Brother Deng, where is this produced?" Sheng Qiansheng finished his careful appraisal and asked. "This wine was created by my brother. He just set up the distillery, and this is the first batch." Deng Yaluan did not hide anything and directly revealed the truth. In this circle, everyone loved wine, and they were quite renowned. Thus, wine companies often contacted them, offering fees to help taste and promote their products. However, they would not blindly boast just for money. They would genuinely taste and judge. Good meant good, bad meant bad. After all, they were men of standing and would not lose their integrity over a small sum. So when Deng Yaluan began his introduction, no one paid much attention. But now they all crowded around to closely examine the bottle and packaging. Suddenly, they discovered that the wine was actually produced in Rongqing near Jinling. Their curiosity grew even more. They had initially thought it was a new product from a major manufacturer, only to find it came from their own doorstep. Upon seeing the alcohol content of 4.2, they were astonished. Low-alcohol wines usually lack strong aroma, but Qingfeng wine was completely different. It possessed a fragrance rivaling high-alcohol wines, yet was smoother, softer, and more pleasant to drink. Without looking at the label, one would never guess it was a low-alcohol wine. For a while, everyone discussed the wine, weighing its merits and flaws. In the end, the consensus was overwhelmingly positive, with the only drawback being that those seeking intoxication might find it hard to get drunk. Soon the gathering ended, and each person left carrying a case of wine. Among them were company presidents and senior executives. Meanwhile, Chao Lei had already developed the company's homepage, which included all corporate introductions, covering Taoism, Laozi, and the spring water, and stated that all wines produced by Edian Distillery were brewed using a combination of ancient methods and modern technology. He had also set up an online shopping channel. For now, the storefront featured only one product, Qingfeng wine. Clicking on it brought up an introduction. Qingfeng wine originates from Maoshan, historically known as Jinling's Defei Ming Mountain in Huayang Jingtian. It is the foremost of the 72 blessed lands of Chinese Taoism and the 8th of the 10 great cavern heavens. It is a renowned sacred site of Taoism. Maoshan's Taoist tradition runs deep. In ancient times, Emperor Ku Gaoxin's descendant Zhang Shanggong cultivated at the Falangdi of Jutu Mountain nearly 500 years ago. During the Zhou dynasty, Guo Sichao from Yin also cultivated at Yuchen Temple and was later honored as Taiwei Baoguang Zhenren. In the pre-Qin era, Li Ming Zhenren cultivated at the ancient Alchemy Academy, where the alchemical grounds still remain. In the Han dynasty, the three Mao brothers from Xianying Shangxi cultivated and performed good deeds at the foot of Jutu Mountain. In the Eastern Jin dynasty, Gu Hong, a native of Maoshan, cultivated at Baopu Peak on Maoshan and authored the Biopuzi, an important work on Taoist religious philosophy and primitive chemical alchemy. Guohong was a great synthesizer of Taoist theory since the Han and Wei dynasties, later known as the founder of the Danding school. Maoshan is the birthplace of the Shangqing school of Taoism, and a place where multiple schools, Shangqing Zhongyi and Xuanzhen, coexist and practice together. Our company adopts a formula derived from ancient alchemical practices combined with modern high-tech brewing techniques using the ancient spring water that has long existed on Maoshan, a sacred Taoist mountain. The wine is brewed through the harmonious integration of science and ancient methods. Qingfeng wine when drunk feels like a gentle breeze caressing the face, smooth with a lingering aftertaste. Its name is taken from a Taoist acolyte, symbolizing the source of our company's technology and the beginning of its growth journey. Qingfeng wine is priced at 168 yuan per bottle. Note true innovation in Baijiu. Our company offers surprises. Technology is everywhere. The website's promotion followed Liu Sen's initial advice to tell a good story. People nowadays love stories. Every celebrity variety show and the like follows the same formula. Since the audience enjoys it, Liu Sen decided to tell them a story. This introduction and pricing would not hinder future price increases for new products. With a story there is growth. Now is the beginning, the acolyte Qingfeng. Later there will be Taiqing, Shangqing, and Yuqing, corresponding to masters, and the prices will certainly be on a different level. The first batch of 10 tons of wine totaling 200 bottles was completely sold out the next day. After receiving Liu Sen's call, people from various banking and financial systems had already placed orders exhausting the stock. To thank them for their help, Liu Sen offered a 20% discount, but informed them that this discount was valid only for 1 month. After that it would be 10% off. Most of the wine ordered by the banking systems would be distributed as benefits to internal staff, while some would be given to their clients. For Aegean Liquor's first batch, about 280 yuan worth of wine, was used for promotion and marketing, while the remaining sales revenue amounted to approximately 2.6 million yuan. This first batch of wine served as seeds bringing fame and word of mouth for Aegean Liquor, ensuring a significant explosion in the later stages. 2 days later, all the distillery's machinery was operational, and the second batch of Qingfeng wine produced 100 tons. Distributors from nearby cities took a portion, and the rest was listed on the company's online store. At Aegean Liquor in Liu Sen's office, Dan reviewed the company's sales data and found that the marketing methods were all outdated. She immediately said to Liu Sen, "Brother Sun, what we lack right now is fame. Otherwise online sales won't pick up. And our wine targets young people, so we could find a few well-known online content creators to test our Qingfeng wine." Indeed, they had been too conservative. Times have changed. Currently, they were only relying on local channels and recommendations from nearby friends. To break into the national market, they needed promotion. Aegean must immediately adjust its marketing and sales plan. "You are amazing." Liu Sen grabbed Dan and kissed her. The capable professional woman who had just been rational and composed instantly blushed, becoming as delicate and charming as a tender young lady. "Hello everyone, I am Xiangzi. Today we will review a type of Chinese liquor. This one was provided by our sponsor, and as you all know, I always speak the truth. Now let us unbox it." He bent down and carried a case of liquor from under the table. The box was considerably shorter than a typical liquor case, approximately 2/3 the height. Everyone take a look at this liquor box. The packaging is ordinary. On the front is a silhouette of a green mountain with a building on it that resembles a Taoist temple. In the center are 2 large characters, Qingfeng. That must be the name of the liquor. That name sounds familiar, like the Taoist novice from Five Fruit Temple in Journey to the West. Yes, it must be the same. The liquor box is noticeably shorter than those commonly seen in stores. Saying this, Xiangzi went to another corner and carried over another case, though its name was covered. Comparing them side by side, it is indeed about 1/3 shorter. Could this liquor use simple packaging? Come, let us open it and see what is inside. Xiangzi took a knife and began unboxing. Soon he pulled out a single bottle. The individual packaging was also shorter and somewhat flat. Like the outer box, it featured a green mountain backdrop with a Taoist temple and the 2 characters Qingfeng in the center, rendered in traditional black and white ink painting style. Although the packaging is not luxurious, it looks quite elegant and comfortable. He raised the liquor box close to the camera. Xiangzi put down the box and began to open it. He found that the inner packaging was quite plain, without the elaborate designs of other liquor brands. There were no anti-secondary use mechanisms found in other bottles. It was simply an ordinary box. This box is really simple. After opening it, closing it again looks exactly like new. This won't prevent counterfeiting or swapping, will it? Xiangzi paused, froze for a moment, then thought it over, and spoke to the camera again. Perhaps the liquor is not well known, so they did not bother with anti-counterfeiting measures. Or maybe it is only 10 yuan per bottle and does not need them. Let me check the price. Xiangzi picked up his phone and searched. The product was only available on the company official website. He found the price 168 yuan. He held the phone close to the camera so everyone could see the price. This price seems unreasonable without any anti-counterfeiting features. Small companies are indeed small, they fail to consider such details. I cannot understand it. While muttering complaints, Xiangzi put away his phone. He opened the box, removed the foam padding, and then took out a spherical glass liquor bottle. What an exquisite and unique bottle. A spherical shape. Has anyone ever seen such a design? As he spoke, he placed the bottle on the table. This is hard to keep still, it will roll around. The bottle rolled back and forth between Xiangzi's hands, producing a pleasant tinkling sound before finally coming to a stop. The company's bottle design is quite eccentric. How can this be placed properly? There might be something else inside the box. Let me check. He picked up the box he had set aside. Indeed, there was something inside. He reached in and took out a glass base. As soon as Xiangzi placed the base on the table, the slight vibration caused the spherical bottle to start rolling again. It instantly rolled to the edge of the table. Xiangzi quickly reached out to grab it, but he was a step too late. The bottle fell with a crash. Oh no, it must be shattered. Xiangzi slapped his own forehead. Wait, that wasn't the sound of a broken bottle. He got up, walked to the opposite side of the table, and took a look. The bottle was standing there perfectly fine. He picked up the bottle with both hands, and suddenly let out a howl of pain. Moments later, Xiangzi returned to the camera frame, and said, "Let me show you, I have suffered heavy losses." The camera revealed numerous cracks on the floor tiles radiating outward from the center, where a heavy object had struck the middle of one tile. Everyone watching this is the result of the bottle falling. The floor tile is shattered, yet the bottle itself remains unbroken. Now let us inspect the bottle. After carefully examining the bottle from every angle and confirming it was flawless, he continued, "I am truly surprised. The bottle has not a single scratch, as if it never fell at all. Let me show you." He brought the bottle close to the camera lens and slowly rotated it, allowing the viewers to see every angle. I wonder if this is an accident. Fortunately, we still have another case. Since the floor tile is already broken and needs replacement anyway, I will use this bottle and the shattered tile for an experiment. He adjusted the camera angle to capture everything. On screen, Xiangzi held the bottle with both hands at chest level and let go. Crack. The bottle hit the already fractured tile, causing further destruction with small fragments scattering. Yet the bottle itself remained perfectly intact. Xiangzi picked it up again and inspected it thoroughly. Xiangzi raised his hand higher to test from an increased height, once, twice, 3 times. Finally, he climbed onto the table and raised the bottle until it nearly touched the ceiling. Thud! The spherical bottle hit the ground with no damage whatsoever. Meanwhile, the floor tile was completely destroyed, with even some indentations visible in the cement beneath. All of this was recorded in full by the camera. Xiangzi picked up the bottle again to inspect it. Flawless. He brought it close to the lens and slowly rotated it once more. Amazing. This bottle is completely undamaged. Is this even glass? Still unconvinced, Xiangzi entered a frenzy of testing. No longer simply dropping it, he began throwing and smashing it. Due to the unpredictable trajectories, the bottle no longer landed on the same already broken tile. The surrounding tiles started cracking as well. As if oblivious, Xiangzi kept throwing and smashing. The bottle remained unscathed. Finally, heated by the moment, he stopped throwing and instead began forcefully slamming the bottle against the ground. The rhythmic thudding echoed continuously. Xiangzi sweated profusely and breathed heavily. Meanwhile, the camera's recording light stayed steadily on, silently documenting everything. This continued for over 10 minutes when a knocking sound came from the door. Xiangzi walked over and opened it. Several people stood outside, including one in a residential community security uniform. A middle-aged woman among them spoke first. "What are you doing? Demolishing the house or renovating? It is so noisy." Who are you?" "I am a resident downstairs." "How am I supposed to rest with all this noise?" "I haven't done anything. I am just recording a video. You can come in and see for yourselves." Still unaware of the situation, Xiangzi led the group into the room where he was working. What in the world? Upon entering, he saw shattered floor tiles covering the ground. Hardly a single tile in the entire room remained intact. The people who entered the room shared his expression of utter shock. "Are you performing a husky destroys the house routine?" The middle-aged woman downstairs looked at Xiangzi with a strange expression. "No, I'm testing a wine. I don't know what happened, I just got a bit out of control." Xiangzi calmed down, covering his face. "Then be more careful in the future, I'm going down." The group hurriedly exited the room. Could this young man be mentally ill? If a crazy person hits someone, it's not illegal, I can't control that. The man in the security uniform, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. "I won't be living here for now, I'll go stay at my son's place for a couple of days," the middle-aged woman downstairs said. After the group left, everything that happened there was recorded by the camera, including the few words exchanged before they departed. Xiangzi saw the group off. He had heard everything they said and knew explaining would be useless, so he chose not to bother. Returning to the camera, Xiangzi held the wine bottle and said, "There's nothing wrong with this bottle. I lost focus for a moment earlier. No hard feelings. Let's get back on track and continue the review." He sat back down at the table and placed the round wine bottle onto a square glass base. "This looks exquisite. There's a small floating spherical emblem inside the bottle with the characters Qingfeng and 3 hollow 5-pointed stars below the brand name." Xiangzi rotated the bottle again. "Doesn't this look like a globe? And the design seems to align with ancient Chinese philosophy. The sky is round, the earth is square. Now let's open it and take a look." He uncorked the bottle and poured a glass. The wine was crystal clear and luminous with excellent bubbling activity. "I just noticed the bottle's mouth design resembles that of domestic Maodai. It only allows pouring out, not back in. But the outer packaging is too crude, though anyone could easily swap the contents. Even authentic Maodai has counterfeits." Taking a small sip, the flavor is smooth with an aromatic burst. Another large gulp, very refreshing. "I've never tasted anything like this before. It's like a gentle breeze on the face, and the name really fits perfectly." He poured another glass and drank it directly. "Refreshing. He poured again and drank it directly. Delicious. He poured once more and drank it directly. Enjoyable. Soon Xiangzi snapped back to reality. This was still a review. His face flushed whether from the alcohol or something else he couldn't tell. Just now I drank a few extra glasses for an accurate review. Let me summarize. It's worth every penny actually beyond value. At this price point it absolutely dominates. Products priced at 300 or 400, even 500 yuan won't compare. I wondered if the merchant might send me a different product since I'm reviewing it. So to ensure accuracy, I asked my friend to place an order on their official website buying a case to a different address with a different recipient name. Think I'm smart or what? Xiangzi pulled out another case from under the table and placed both side by side under the camera. Except for the recipient and address, everything was identical. He unboxed again, displayed it, poured the wine, and tasted it. Brothers and sisters, the taste is exactly the same. They didn't give me special treatment just because I'm reviewing them. This merchant seems genuinely decent. I've decided to drink their wine from now on. Out of enthusiasm for a product I genuinely like, I need to warn them. The packaging is too plain. In the future, there will likely be many counterfeit products. He immediately dialed the customer service number from the official website, and it connected quickly. Hello, this is Edian Liquor Customer Service Agent 0134. How may I assist you? A sweet female voice came through the phone. Hi, I'm your customer. Your wine is excellent, but the packaging is a bit too plain. Actually very plain. With this level of packaging, counterfeit products will definitely emerge later. Xiangzi shared his concerns with customer service over the phone. Thank you for your interest in our products. Our wine has anti-counterfeiting design, so there won't be fake products. Our bottles are specially designed and cannot be drilled. Even if counterfeits exist, they're very easy to identify. Anyone purchasing our wine can tap or knock on the bottle. If there's no issue, it's genuine. Any flaws or cracks indicate a counterfeit. That confident are you? Yes. If anyone buys our wine and finds imperfections or cracks during testing, congratulations. They found a profitable opportunity. They can directly demand 10 times compensation from the seller or call the local industrial and commercial bureau or our company. If they contact us after we complete the claim process, they need to pay 1/3 of the compensation amount to our company as a service fee. You can do this. What kind of brilliant strategy is this? Xiangzi expressed his disbelief. Edian Company even planned to share profits with those who discovered counterfeits. May I assist you further, sir? Well, that's all, thank you. After hanging up, Xiangzi said to the camera, isn't this company's approach quite unconventional and clever? I never expected this. Is this wine bottle really that magical, eh? Xiangzi looked at the completely trash floor of the room and finally agreed with a nod. It does seem pretty magical. Alright, today's review is over. Please subscribe, like, and share if you enjoyed it. Thank you. Xiangzi made minimal edits to the entire review, adding only some subtitles before uploading it to the platform. Xiangzi's review quickly spread across the internet. The video went viral, racking up from millions to tens of millions of views. It became his most popular video among all the episodes he had filmed. Viewer numbers surged explosively, comments flooded in, and shares were numerous. The platform noticed the anomaly through their backend. After technical analysis confirmed all data was normal, they gave it a major promotional push. There were simply too many highlights in this video. Netizens who watched the video were thoroughly amazed and left countless comments. Netizen Xiangzi is even more impressive than a husky. He must have been a husky in his past life. Netizen, this has to be a husky reincarnation. Netizen crazy Xiangzi is violently attacking people online. Netizen awesome wine bottle. Even if I don't drink it, I'd buy it just to play with the bottle. Netizen hope the wine actually tastes good. Low alcohol drinks never have that authentic flavor. Netizen amazing liquor company sharing profits online. Netizen seems I found a money-making opportunity. Any brothers want to join? Netizen, I really want to send a few of these wine bottles to the national football team. Why play soccer when you can kick these bottles? The video's popularity exploded. Many bloggers saw the viral success and started capitalizing on it. Some reposted the video to Weibo, where the topic instantly trended. Others edited the video into several segments and posted them on Douyin. It instantly generated significant buzz on Douyin, gaining considerable followers. Many self-media creators also saw the opportunity to grow their following. With so much discussion, everyone wanted to ride the wave and place orders to buy the wine. They began their own reviews. Some approaches were relatively normal, testing the wine's taste and researching the manufacturer's information. Others took a completely different approach. An account called Feifei Shows You the World bought the wine online and went straight to a bowling alley using the wine bottles as bowling balls. Interestingly, the bottles were roughly the same size as bowling balls. The wine bottles were hurled forcefully down the lane. Inside, the suspended spheres collided, producing crisp, pleasant ringing sounds as they tumbled and struck against the glass. One wine bottle after another was thrown. A high-speed camera recorded the moving bottles throughout. In the slowed-down footage, as the bottles rolled rapidly, the spheres inside shook and impacted the glass walls, while the wine splashed dramatically within. A stunning visual. The video ended with close-up shots of these bottles, all showing no external damage whatsoever. Many people online posted videos of purchasing Qingfeng wine and immediately smashing it on the ground. But the bottles showed no issues. Several creators expressed disappointment at not finding counterfeits, which would have been profitable. No one ever hopes to buy counterfeit goods, but with Qingfeng wine, it was completely the opposite. Many others posted asking where to buy the wine at physical stores, not wanting to purchase from the official website. That would lose the excitement of verification and the opportunity to make a quick profit. The company's wine sales skyrocketed and quickly sold out. They immediately restocked another 2000 bottles. Brotherson director Kai just sent a message. The first batch of 2000 bottles has been sold out in just 1 week. Liu Ying walked up to Liu Sen with a folder in her arms and reported, "Also the reviews we commissioned earlier, I've been following them. They're all very popular, but a bit off the mark." Liu Sen found this strange. He had expected the review videos to go viral. Otherwise the first batch wouldn't have sold out in a week, but Liu Ying's tone seemed oddly off. He picked up his phone and searched online for information about tenfold wine. Though there was some content about its taste, the vast majority was about the bottle. This was indeed a deviation, but regardless it had become popular. Customers would definitely drink the wine. It seemed the winery was about to get on track, but the product line was still too singular. They needed to develop new products. Through this period of hard research, the next generation of distillers' yeast and enzymes had made great progress, but there was still a gap from the expected goal. However, they could launch a stripped-down version of the wine priced as a low-end product with a bottle designed like a bowling pin without the floating ball inside, but still using the new type of glass. Priced at 39 yuan. This idea came to Liu Sen after he saw a video titled, "Fei Fei Takes You to See the World," online. Netizens love to play right. I'll let you have a matching set to play with. The wine would be named Mian Face, and together with tenfold wine, it would form tenfold Fumian, gentle breeze brushing the face, a perfect match. Liu Sen immediately instructed Liu Ying to notify Kai Chongqing, asking him to communicate with Mayor Hong of Maoshan Town to expand the winery so as to produce the stripped-down Mian wine and also prepare for the next generation of premium wine. He also informed Deng Yaluan that they could expand the sales market outward. Those with good sales performance and interest could develop in other regions individually, each taking a province or city, and could recruit their own staff after arriving. He asked Deng Yaluan to draft a detailed plan and submit it to Yin Dan, who would do a preliminary tally and then report to Liu Sen for his signature. He notified Jin Shuya from the finance department to cooperate, calculate the salary and bonus plan, and transfer the payment for the wine bottles to the glass factory, which also needed to expand its capacity. Liu Sen had set the profit for Evian glass at 6 yuan per bottle, giving them about 60 profit margin so they could develop. Otherwise, if all the profit went to Evian wine, Evian glass would have no money and develop slowly. Now that the market had been initially opened with tenfold wine's quality, its reputation would surely continue to ferment and sales would keep rising. They must seize the moment to expand the market. Both online and offline channels should be pursued simultaneously. Lacking either would be detrimental to development. Currently, with production and sales, weekly revenue could reach around 40 million yuan, and next week it was expected to reach 70 million. Liu Sen also arranged for the glass factory to expand production. This market needed to be quickly developed, and new varieties should be introduced to maintain the current market heat. After arranging the work, Liu Sen went to strip down the first-generation distillers' yeast and enzymes with the goal of making the taste slightly inferior to tenfold wine and unable to improve with age. Since this was a simplified reduction, he completed the synthesis of the simplified enzymes and yeast in 2 days. At that moment, Jin Shuya came to see Liu Sen. "President Liu, some of my friends want to purchase a batch of wine." Hearing Jin Shuya's words, Liu Sen was curious. Given her position in the company, getting some wine would be no problem at all. She could simply go to Kai Chongqing. Why would she come to him? During this period, Jin Shuya's work ability had been fully demonstrated, earning the recognition of all personnel at Edian Wine. Getting internal purchase qualifications would certainly be no issue. After learning more, it turned out that Jin Shuya quite liked tenfold wine and had sent a batch to some of her friends abroad. Those friends of hers were met at foreign universities and internship companies. They were all highly educated, intelligent, and possessed excellent business acumen. After tasting tenfold wine, they found it excellent, low alcohol content without the harshness of high-proof liquor, and immediately saw a business opportunity. Her friends had others around them taste tenfold wine, and it received unanimous praise, further strengthening their confidence. They directly contacted Jin Shuya and expressed their desire to purchase and sell it in large quantities. That was why Jin Shuya came to discuss with Liu Sen. After all, this involved the company's business direction, and she didn't know if Liu Sen would agree to export tenfold wine now. "That's fine. But what about the pricing? Do you have any suggestions?" Liu Sen said after a moment of thought. The production capacity of Edian Winery had increased rapidly thanks to Liu Sen's new methods and processes. Although sales were good now, it was only temporary. A larger market still needed to be cultivated. A sales network was being built domestically and the same abroad. This was a good opportunity to test the waters. I'm also not sure what the right price would be. Jin Shuya had little knowledge of the foreign market, and she didn't drink alcohol, so she was even less certain. Try quoting a price 29. We'll cover domestic transportation, they'll handle customs clearance, and shipping abroad. See if they can accept it. Liu Sen was also willing to give it a try since earning in dollars would yield a higher profit margin. But make it clear that this price is my export price. They can decide their own selling price. Jin Shuya nodded and left. That evening back home, she lounged on the sofa, her long legs curled up, and dialed her classmate's number in the lighthouse country. "Jenny, about the export of tenfold wine you asked about earlier. I've talked to my boss. He said we can export, but the export price is 29, including domestic transportation. You'll be responsible for the overseas shipping. As for the selling price of tenfold wine in the lighthouse country, we have no requirements. What do you think? I see. Hold on a moment. Jenny on the other end hung up and informed her several friends who were also future partners. After discussion, they confirmed the price was acceptable. Jin Shia didn't wait long before receiving Jenny's reply. The price is fine, but the first batch won't be large. They need to first test the market's acceptance. The first order was 1000 cases totaling 6000 bottles. Since the quantity was small, they shipped by air. Time passed quickly. A few days later, Jenny in the lighthouse country received the 600 bottles and began their trial run. The results were not much different from their initial research. In fact, they were even better. In just 1 week, all were sold out. They had priced it at 49, making a handsome profit. The group earned nearly 800 in just 1 week. These people were elites well connected with senior executives from major companies. They all appreciated this uniquely flavored Xia Kingdom wine and were particularly receptive to the Taoist philosophy stories. Once tenfold wine was promoted, it became extremely hard to find. Many people even expressed willingness to pay a premium if stock was available, and numerous orders were placed. The unique bottle also amazed many. On the international version of the Douyin video app, numerous videos appeared, and there was even a rumor that someone had been shot on the road, but saved by the wine bottle. Jenny and her team tallied the demand orders, which surprisingly reached over 1000 bottles. They realized they had been too conservative, so they directly contacted Jin Shia to order another 100 bottles, shipping by sea. Because sea freight took too long, they also placed an order for 100 bottles to be shipped by air. If the 100 bottles shipped by air sold out before the sea shipment arrived, they would continue sending more by air until the sea shipment arrived. The overseas orders were reported to Liu Sen again. After reviewing the relevant data, Liu Sen went directly to find Jin Shia. Shia, you found us a major client. I didn't expect such a favorable outcome either. But with a client this excellent, how do you plan to thank me? Jin Shia sat behind her office desk and said to Liu Sen. Looking at the graceful and voluptuous Jin Shia before him, Liu Sen said, I must give you a generous red envelope, and the company will also issue you a bonus according to the sales manager standard. Hearing this, Jin Shia couldn't help but feel stirred, for this was indeed a substantial sum, at least 1 million yuan. She never imagined she could earn such a considerable amount in just about a month. It was all money she had earned with her own efforts. Though she usually maintained an elegant and composed demeanor, she could not help but feel a flutter of excitement and broke into a smile. Edian Liquor Company offered generous sales bonuses, especially for newly acquired clients. The first several orders came with a significantly higher commission rate, which would then return to normal thereafter. Oh, and there's one more thing. I haven't treated you to a meal yet after all this time. I'm hosting you at home today. Let's head home together after work. All right. Jin Shia agreed with visible delight. Part of it was the good news she had heard that day, and the other reason was that she had visited Liu Sen's home once before, but hadn't stayed long. She had also grown quite fond of the well-equipped house with its rooftop terrace. When it was time to leave work, Liu Sen, Liu Dan, and Jin Shia drove together back to the home in the city. Jin Shia drove a BMW, while the other three rode in Liu Sen's car. Liu was driving, Dan sat in the front passenger seat, and Liu Sen took the back row. On the way, they encountered several large trucks moving at a crawl. Liu wanted to overtake them, but the car's acceleration was inadequate. On several occasions halfway through the maneuver, she spotted oncoming traffic and had to abort. Witnessing this, Liu Sen thought to himself that his 10-something thousand yuan car was indeed due for replacement. Jin Shia's vehicle was considerably superior. Moreover, the company was developing at an increasingly rapid pace and growing larger in scale. They should purchase several vehicles for official company travel and reception purposes. They soon arrived at Liu Sen's home. Stepping out of the elevator, Liu produced a pair of new slippers and handed them to Jin Shia. After everyone had changed, they entered through the front door. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than a rich fragrance wafted toward them, and they spotted Liu busily preparing food in the kitchen. You're back? I still have a few dishes to finish. Please bear with me for just a moment longer. Liu said without turning around. Liu and Dan set down their belongings and entered the kitchen to help. Jin Shia had intended to follow and assist as well, but the others kindly insisted she stay out. This is your first time dining with us. You're our honored guest. How could we let a guest help in the kitchen? Liu Sen seated Jin Shia in the living room, and they chatted about the company's current situation and development. Regarding the company's present condition and prospects, everyone felt genuinely relaxed. The outlook was clear and bright. Sales were outstanding, and they possessed exclusive brewing technology. I'm thinking of getting a new car, and the company also needs to purchase several official vehicles. Do you have any suggestions? Liu Sen shared his thoughts from the drive, and then asked the three women in the kitchen and Jin Shia for their opinions. As a big boss, you could buy a Rolls-Royce or a Bentley, Jin Shia suggested first. The other three women offered similar opinions, all sharing one common trait. They were all foreign brands. In Liu Sen's mind, however, he still preferred domestic brands. He currently drove a joint venture car which he had purchased for around 100,000 yuan at the time, mainly because it was reliable and fuel efficient. Now that he had more financial means, he wanted to support domestic products. On one hand, he could set an example himself, on the other, employees would have a reference when purchasing cars in the future. After all, once the company grew, there would undoubtedly be tens of thousands of employees. If not millions, then certainly hundreds of thousands. There was also the matter of his personal ability to modify vehicles and acquire boundless knowledge. Even without entering the automotive market directly, he could still pursue technology licensing. He could not disclose that particular reason just yet. He could only say he wanted to support domestic products. I'm thinking of buying a Chinese brand, Liu Sen said, stating his intention. The women paused and considered it. Buying domestic was actually quite reasonable, positive and progressive in spirit, and it could also leave a favorable impression when dealing with government officials. Then which domestic brand should we choose? There's BYD Chang'an, Wuling Geely, and Hongqi. Jin Shuya listed the major Chinese automobile brands. Let's go with Hongqi. It was purely a matter of choosing the best among available options. After further deliberation, they ultimately decided on Hongqi, as it was the only domestic brand capable of competing in the premium segment. Finally, they discussed the commercial vehicles for the company. After considerable thought, they still could not find a suitable domestic option. They ultimately decided to purchase both domestic and foreign brands, selecting whichever was appropriate, depending on who they were receiving. They agreed to go to Jinling over the weekend to buy the cars. The women also suggested going shopping afterwards since they had been there for a month and had not yet had the chance to visit any stores. Liu Sen thought about it and agreed. Indeed, the three women had been busy since arriving, juggling work and taking care of his daily life. Now that the company had finally gotten on track, they could begin to relax. Those early days had been incredibly hectic. It would also be a good opportunity to visit his brother-in-law and sister in Jinling and to check how Shueiju was faring. Counting the days, it had already been about a month. Recently, when the hot pot restaurant had opened, his sister Lu Ling had wanted Liu Sen to attend. But Liu Sen, being too busy and wishing to keep his connection to Shueiju discreet, had not gone. How many people behind the scenes had been exposed through associations revealed by the opening ceremony. Dinner is ready, Lu announced as she placed the final dish on the table. Oh, we can eat now? I could smell how wonderful it smelled as soon as I walked in. I've been eager to try it for ages, Jin Shuya said immediately upon hearing this, rising from her seat. Jin Shuya was nothing like the serious, elegant professional she appeared to be at work. Right now she felt far more approachable and warm. After taking one bite of the food, she could not stop eating, repeatedly exclaiming, "So delicious, truly delicious." She continued shoveling food into her mouth. The three women were not at all surprised by her behavior. They had all been exactly the same at the beginning. Only after finishing her meal did Jin Shuya realize what had happened. That was too delicious. I've eaten so much and I'm going to gain weight. I was supposed to be on a diet. This is terrible, she lamented, patting her stomach as she spoke. Hearing her words and observing her actions, Liu Sen took a careful look at her. She wore a fitted white blouse and a black skirt with sheer black stockings enveloping her long legs. She was slender in every way. Why did she still want to lose weight? He shook his head. Women, there was no reasoning with them when it came to their weight. After resting for a while, the women began to clear and wash the dishes, and Jin Shuya went to help as well. Lu meanwhile started preparing fruit tea. Liu Sen went into his room to change into a set of loungewear and came back out to say to Jin Shuya, "Would you like to stay a bit longer, or shall I see you home now? Don't you have a rooftop terrace here? I'd like to stay and hang out a bit longer. You're not giving me the cold shoulder, are you? A beautiful woman like you. I could never refuse such company," Liu Sen replied with a smile. Please show Shuya to the guest room, so she can change into some loungewear." "All right, sure thing," Liu responded as she continued tidying up. Liu Sen's home had specially prepared various loungewear and amenities for guests, always kept on hand for visitors. Soon everyone had finished changing into their loungewear, and carrying the fruit tea Liu had prepared, they made their way up to the rooftop terrace. "Let's all try this together and see how the fruit tea tastes," Liu asked expectantly, looking at everyone. "Has a new product been launched again?" Dan didn't seem particularly surprised. She asked the question and then took a sip. Recently Liu had been busy with the Mulinson milk tea shop, constantly developing new products and often having them taste and provide feedback. Perhaps it was because Liu had always had a fondness for milk tea that she picked up the craft so naturally. She proved to be quite gifted, with each new creation turning out delicious. These would all become the signature offerings of Mulinson. They weren't imitations of other shops' products, but entirely new creations, something beyond just adding nutritional supplements. None of them were particularly surprised by the taste of the milk tea, but Jin Shuya was different. She had never tasted Mulinson's milk tea before, and had only heard that Liu had opened a shop on her own, assuming it would be similar to other milk tea shops. After tasting it this time, she finally understood how unique the flavor was. Jin Shuya was astonished by why everything from Liu Sen's side stood out so distinctly, tasting far superior to what was currently available on the market. She presumed these were trade secrets. Although astonished, she didn't recklessly ask about them. Though their families were relatively close, they hadn't interacted directly for long, and she especially had limited experience with this. Brotherson business at the shop is going very well now. Even though we've only been open for about 10 days, we've already attracted many loyal customers who come by daily to order 1 or 2 cups. In light of this, I'm planning to open a second Mulinson milk tea shop, Liu said after considering everyone's feedback on the milk tea. "I think that's fine. When business is good, expansion is necessary. Have you found a location for the next shop?" Liu Sen wasn't particularly surprised by this. "I've already scouted the locations. I looked at 5 or 6 places and ultimately settled on 2, and I've signed contracts for both. Rome City is after all a small city with relatively few customers who can afford to spend. Since Mulinson targets the high-end market, 3 shops should be enough to saturate the area." Lulu gradually explained the market research she had conducted recently and her final decision. 3 shops should suffice. Once we've gained experience here, we can expand outward. This weekend we'll go to Jinling, and we can also scout the location for our first flagship store there. Liu Sen thought for a moment, then added, there's another important matter we need to address: cultivating and retaining staff. The rapid expansion of milk tea shops later on will require a large number of store managers. As the women chatted away, Liu Sen leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the night sky, feeling the breeze, and savoring the peaceful evening. Since Jin Shuya was there, he decided not to go swimming tonight. The women chatted happily, occasionally bursting into laughter and casting curious glances toward Liu Sen from time to time. Liu Sen could tell immediately that they were discussing him. His physique was 10 times that of an ordinary person, so he certainly could have overheard if he wanted to, but he chose not to. Sometimes people needed their privacy and sense of mystery. If everything was laid bare for scrutiny, life would become exhausting. Lying drowsily in his chair, Liu Sen seemed to glimpse a future where he had established numerous enterprises with many people working under him. Everyone wore smiles on their faces, and the nation surged forward in rapid development after he provided substantial technological support, surpassing the lighthouse nation across the sea. Having achieved success and fame, he married and lived a blissful life alongside his beautiful wife. On the private beach he had purchased, his wife ran ahead, constantly turning back to call for him to catch up. Liu Sen quickened his pace and ran after her, relentlessly pursuing his wife. Finally he caught up and held her, their faces inches apart as her breathtaking beauty began to blur before his eyes. He embraced her tightly. The sensation felt so vivid and real. Suddenly the wife in his arms seemed to slip away. He reached out instinctively to hold on to her, but lost his footing and fell to the ground. Liu Sen jolted awake, finding Liu Ying collapsed in his embrace. A blush crept across his face. Clearly the embrace from his dream had left a tangible impression. Liu Sen had fallen asleep on the rooftop. Jin Shuya, noticing how late it had grown, departed shortly after the other guests left. Yin Dan and Lu still had work to attend to downstairs, so they left Liu Ying behind to keep watch over him. Liu Ying waited idly beside him before settling into quiet observation. Moonlight bathed Liu Sen's face as he reclined in the lounge chair, enhancing his naturally handsome features with an air of mysterious elegance. Liu Ying found herself involuntarily drawn to him. She leaned closer, bending down to study his features more carefully. This was precious alone time with Liu Sen, and she had never taken such a close look before. The more she gazed, the more entranced she became. Recalling Lu's earlier description of kissing's exquisite sensation, and seeing that Liu Sen slept soundly unaware, she slowly leaned forward. As she drew nearer, her heartbeat quickened with each passing moment. When her lips finally met his, she felt a coolness touched with warmth, and her entire body grew weak. Suddenly Liu Sen stirred. Startled, Liu Ying tried to rise and flee, but his arm encircled her, causing her to lose her balance and tumble directly into his embrace. Liu Sen gazed down at Liu Ying in his arms without releasing her, instead glancing around to confirm no one else was present. Overcome with weakness, she ceased struggling and let her mind wander. Considering how to explain herself, she gradually steadied her nerves. Brothers and sister Shuya has already returned home. Noticing you had fallen asleep, I didn't wake you. Yin Dan and Lu had work to attend to, so I went downstairs to help them. They asked me to stay and watch over you. Liu Ying spoke in barely a whisper. Only Liu Sen's keen hearing could have caught her words. Liu Sen adjusted his position and rose to his feet, casting a glance at Liu Ying before him. I understand. Thank you for looking after me. A tense silence hung between them as neither spoke. They each returned to their seats at the table, sipping the remaining milk tea. Moonlight washed over them, while the surroundings fell into profound stillness, broken only by the occasional soft sounds of them drinking milk tea. Just then the weather shifted suddenly as dark clouds obscured the moon. Thunder rumbled loudly, startling Liu Ying. A light rain began to fall, each droplet landing on their faces. Let's go downstairs, Liu Sen observed, sensing the raindrops upon his skin. Her faint response carried an edge of fear, likely from the thunder. Taking Liu Ying's hand, Liu Sen led her back downstairs. The storm outside intensified, with relentless thunder raindrops striking the pool's surface and sending ripples spreading outward. The next morning Liu Sen rose early, worked out in the gym, and then prepared breakfast. Liu Ying's face was flushed all morning. After breakfast, Yin Dan and Lu left for work. Before departing, Yin Dan cast a knowing smile at Liu Ying, her eyes brimming with unspoken understanding. Already blushing with shyness, Liu Ying's cheeks grew even redder. Only Liu Sen and Liu Ying remained in the house. Inger, we won't go to the company today. I'll be doing research at home. You should rest well. If you feel sleepy, go back to sleep. I understand, brother Son. Liu Ying finished speaking and rose to return to her room. But as she moved, her movements suddenly faltered, waves of pain surging through her. Seeing this, Liu Sen immediately stepped forward, scooped her up, and carried her to the bed in her room. Rest well. He planted a kiss on her forehead before leaving the room, poured her a glass of water, and then entered his workspace. The first generation of wine had already established a foothold in the market. The next generation needed to be developed quickly as the year-end approached, the peak season for alcohol consumption in China. During the new year, friends and relatives exchange gifts, and companies distribute holiday presents. The explosive demand at that time would undoubtedly be more than 10 times the usual amount. Not only for gifts, but the consumption of wine during festive gatherings was immense. There was hardly a day during the holiday that one didn't drink. Moreover, during the holidays the demand for premium wine skyrocketed several levels. Therefore, the research and production of the next generation had to be completed as soon as possible with stockpiles and promotions prepared in advance, otherwise the product might not keep up with sales. As a premium wine, it naturally required a new bottle design. Liu Sen did not intend to change the overall shape, but other details would be modified. The bottle would no longer be colorless transparent glass, but colored glass. The entire bottle would be made of translucent red glass, making it festive. The bottle would resemble a red, translucent glass like jadeite, with a small sphere inside of a deeper, opaque, Chinese red. In the center would be the wine name, Shanqing, in 2 characters. Below the name, there would be a row of 5 hollow gold 5-pointed stars. The Shanqing wine would improve in taste over 5 years with 1 gold star filled in each year, becoming solid gold 5-pointed stars. Liu Sen sent the bottle requirements directly to the R&D department of Edian Glass. The production difficulty was minimal as it only required a color change. He also informed Dan about this, asking her to keep an eye on it. The Edian Glass factory was originally intended to be managed by Liu Sen's parents, but they felt they lacked the ability and also needed to oversee the house reconstruction, so they declined. Thus Liu Sen entrusted the factory to Dan, who reported any issues to him. Over the past period, everything in the factory had been well managed, and the distillery, driven by soaring performance, had fulfilled even the enormous demand with excellence. In the workshop, Liu Sen adeptly operated the instruments, synthesizing the next generation enzyme. Yet success still eluded him, but he knew it wouldn't be far off. He adjusted the proportions again and patiently continued the next synthesis attempt. Soon it was noon. Liu Sen left the workshop utterly exhausted from pouring all his energy into research. Edian Company's foundation was still too thin, the enterprise had not yet gained much renown. Once it had a reputation, he would definitely recruit more researchers. Then he would only need to provide the research directions, and the researchers could handle the rest. Many tasks should be completed, and even if they encountered bottlenecks, he could step in to help. It would be much faster than relying solely on himself. Building an enterprise's reputation is difficult, especially for a manufacturing company. Unlike internet companies whose fame spreads more easily due to the ease of online dissemination, Liu Sen suddenly realized that although his company had an official website, few people visited it. It seemed necessary to leverage other internet platforms to boost the company's reputation, making it easier to release news in the future. Entering the kitchen, he saw Lu Ying already busy cooking. She wore a loose white t-shirt and shorts, her long legs clearly visible. A scene of warmth filled the room. He walked behind her, gently wrapped his arms around her, and pressed his cheek against her hair, inhaling her faint fragrance, feeling a sense of tranquility and contentment. "Brother Sen, stop it. I need to cook," Liu Ying said, turning her head to look at him with a playful reproach. "It's okay, just a hug." Taking a deep breath, Liu Sen released her and walked to the living room, lying down on the sofa and quietly watching her. At that moment, he felt fortunate. Meeting them was happiness, and having them was even more so. He would hold on to them tightly and give them happiness. He was not the kind of person who, out of a so-called for your own good, would push away the ones he loved. Now that Liu Sen had the ability, he would keep everything he loved. No one could take them from him. "Brother Sen, time to eat." Liu Ying's voice broke his thoughts. Liu Sen's thoughts were interrupted by Liu Ying's voice. During the meal, Liu Sen said to Liu Ying, "Our company hasn't registered official accounts on various social media platforms yet. Although we're a manufacturing company, we still need a presence. You can handle that later. That way we'll have a platform to voice our opinions. And with the current buzz, we should be able to gain quite a following." Okay. Should I also tell Dan and Lulu? They probably haven't opened accounts on Douyin or Weibo either. Then you can all work on it together. Call them back so you can discuss it. Soon both of them returned. As they started discussing the accounts, Liu Sen noticed that Lulu's phone screen was cracked, yet she was still using it. "How did your phone screen break?" I dropped it while checking the renovation of the new store this morning. It's still usable for now. I'll get the screen replaced later. Once you've set up the accounts, let's go get new phones. After all, you're all bosses or managers now, you should have better phones. Alright, but I'm always running around and might drop my phone again. I'm afraid I'll break the new one too. With curved screens, replacing a broken one costs several thousand yuan. Lulu added, sighing. If only the screen could never break, no matter how many times I drop it. Upon hearing this, a spark of inspiration flashed in Liu Sen's mind, but he kept it to himself for the moment. In the afternoon at the Flower Petal Experience store, Liu Sen took the 3 women to a phone shop and directly bought the latest models along with the newest laptops. Liu Sen didn't even glance at the Apple phones. He felt that domestic brands gave him a greater sense of security, and he also wanted to conduct a new experiment. They didn't linger in the Rongqing Mall, but returned home directly as they were heading to Jinling the next day. Compared to the small city of Rongqing, the malls in Jinling were undoubtedly more appealing. Many people mistakenly believe that living in a small city is cheaper than in a big city. In reality, that's not the case. Many shops in Rongqing sell items at prices higher than those in provincial capitals, like Jinling, making consumption extremely high. Many chain restaurants in Rongqing charge a few yuan more for the same dishes or snacks than in Jinling or Longqing, and the same goes for spicy hot pot. Small cities offer few job opportunities, fewer holidays, more overtime, no overtime, pay lower social insurance, and housing fund bases, and some jobs don't even provide them. Monthly income is often only around 2,000 yuan, yet the cost of living is high. As a result, many people choose to leave small cities for big ones where aside from high housing prices, everything else is better. In Rongqing, the variety of consumption is limited and prices are higher than in Jinling, so business is only getting worse. With the subway currently under construction, once it opens, more people will travel to Jinling for shopping. The business environment here will only worsen, making it harder to operate. Of course, Liu Sen couldn't worry about that. For now, he could only focus on his own affairs, and only when he had more power in the future could he make a difference. Upon returning home, the three ladies gathered to discuss recent work challenges, offering each other advice and suggestions to enhance their capabilities. Watching the animated conversation, Liu Sen stepped directly into his workshop to begin a new experiment. He strengthened every component and function of the newly purchased phones by tenfold, the screen cover, battery, signal receiver, and more. Knowledge about cover manufacturing flooded his mind, merging seamlessly with what he already knew and rapidly assimilating into a coherent understanding. The cover, being the glass layer on the phone touchscreen surface, could simply be produced by making minor modifications to the glass from Awaken glass factory. The newly manufactured covers would withstand any drops or scratches without fear of damage. With such new material, there would be virtually no need to worry about cracking under normal conditions, eliminating the necessity for screen protectors altogether, as no scratches would appear regardless of how much they were rubbed. The rear cover could similarly utilize the new material, meaning the phone would truly be drop resistant. Due to the exceptional toughness and durability of the new material, the rear cover could be designed thinner, improving signal reception while making the phone lighter and more portable. Being drop-proof meant no phone cases or tempered films were needed, resulting in a far superior tactile experience. The appearance of such a phone would undoubtedly be stunning, a major selling point for smartphones. Liu Sen intended to collaborate with Bahuang Company through this glass technology, supplying relevant components. Leveraging Bahuang's brand reputation would simultaneously elevate the prominence of his own company. What Awaken Company lacked was recognition. Other technologies, such as batteries, could not yet be revealed. After all, he had no prior experience in this field, making it difficult to justify such advancements. Over time, he could gradually cultivate an image as a genius whose brilliance emerged late. By then, introducing additional technologies would raise fewer questions. Through this straightforward glass technology, he could align himself with Bahuang, which was currently facing difficulties. He wished to lend a hand as both parties shared the same homeland. Once established with the association, he could recruit researchers on a large scale and even poach experienced personnel from Bahuang, many of whom could no longer keep pace due to their age. For Liu Sen, these individuals could play a vital role, mentoring recent graduates and guiding research along the directions he outlined, thereby accelerating the production of results. After organizing the technical documentation for the new materials, Liu Sen planned to visit the glass factory next week to produce the relevant phone components, then proceed directly to negotiate cooperation. The glass factory could also expand its business scope, no longer limited to serving only Awaken liquor. All of Liu Sen's enterprises held tremendous potential, with the prospect of becoming 100 billion or even trillion yuan companies in the future. The immediate priority was to continuously enhance corporate visibility, as Liu Sen still had significant moves to make ahead. The following day soon arrived. After waiting for Jin Xia, Liu Sen and the three ladies drove together to the Jinling Automotive Park, beginning with the Hongqi 4S dealership. After viewing numerous models, they found the previously desired L5 unavailable and opted for the new HS9 instead. They purchased one 4-seat vehicle and one 6-seat vehicle. Both would be driven by Liu Sen himself, the 4-seater for smaller groups and the 6-seater when more people traveled together. Although the electric vehicle's range was indeed subpar, he harbored no concerns whatsoever. He would apply his golden finger to modify it, extending the range to between 3500 and 600 kilometers, transforming a weakness into a strength. With its attractive appearance, spacious interior, and premium cabin, the car would excel in every other aspect. He also purchased 3 H9 sedans for each of the three ladies for daily official use. Should they wish to own other vehicles for personal enjoyment, they were free to make their own decisions. 3 additional H9s and one 7-seat HS9 were bought for Awaken Liquor Company, while business vehicles were left for the company's Kai Chongqing to procure independently. His primary reason for personally visiting the dealership was to select vehicles for himself and the three ladies. Furthermore, for every vehicle purchased, he would use his golden finger to enhance safety, boosting the strength and toughness of both the cars and their glass by tenfold. If the reinforced glass still failed to reach bulletproof standards, he would replace it with the new glass technology currently produced by his company. As his business continued to expand, Liu Sen could ensure his own safety, but his family and the three ladies could not remain by his side at all times. Therefore, he also needed to recruit a security team. After signing the contract with the 4S dealership, Liu Sen instructed Jin Xia to have Zhou Yi transfer the payment. Leaving the dealership, the group headed straight for the Jinling shopping center. One shop after another, they entered each boutique, discussing clothing options tirelessly, while holding garments against themselves before mirrors, seeking others' opinions along the way. Questions abounded. What should this top be paired with? Did they have suitable items at home? If not, they would simply find coordinating pieces within the store and purchase them together. Liu Sen noticed Jin Xia holding a deep plunge camisole, trying it against herself, and remarked, "You could pair that with denim shorts. It would surely be very sexy, but I dare not wear anything so daring." The three ladies agreed. However, it would suit Dan's figure perfectly. Upon hearing that it would suit her, Dan blushed deeply, noting how low the neckline dipped. She would reveal far too much wearing it. Hearing Jin Shuya's words, Liu Sen also glanced at the three ladies' figures. Indeed, all were splendid with impeccable overall curves. A fleeting imagination crossed his mind, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Glancing around at the crowded surroundings, he touched his forehead and forcibly suppressed his wandering thoughts. Nonsense. I would never wear such clothing. Dan immediately waved her hands, refusing. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Seeing Dan's resolute stance, Lu Ying found it difficult to persuade her and leaned close to Lu's ear, whispering a few words. Lu then joined in, encouraging Dan to try it on. Soon the group chatting animatedly. Moments later, Dan's face burned red as she stole a fleeting glance at Liu Sen standing nearby. Gripping the garment tightly, she prepared to enter the fitting room. At that moment, Jin Shuya handed her a pair of ultra-short shorts, suggesting she try them together. Dan hesitated again upon seeing the shorts, but after a brief pause, she took both items and walked into the fitting room. Liu Sen found this peculiar. Dan would not normally attempt such bold attire. It was utterly out of character. She had always maintained an aloof demeanor. Despite her striking figure, her clothing choices were consistently conservative, with only occasional moments of liveliness. Imagining how those two garments would look on her again, his thoughts turned uneasy. He had seen Dan in swimwear many times before, always modest, conservative one-piece suits. But this time was entirely different. These were everyday clothes. An eternity seemed to pass, yet Dan still had not emerged. Why haven't you come out yet? Is it not fitting well? Lu Ying asked as she approached the fitting room. This style is too bold. I'm too embarrassed to step outside. I'm afraid someone might see me. Could you come in and help me check how it looks? A feeble voice drifted out from within. Upon hearing Dan's words, Lu Ying immediately exchanged a glance with Lu, and together they walked over to Liu Sen. Dan is in there. Use a man's perspective and give your opinion on whether it looks good. Before Liu Sen could respond, the two of them pushed him toward the fitting room, one on each side. Wait. This isn't proper. Has he ever seen another woman call a man into a fitting room to check her clothes while she's changing? Though he spoke those words, his body betrayed him. Gently pushed by the two women, he struggled and slowly made his way to the fitting room door, half resisting and half accepting, until finally being pushed inside. The moment Liu Sen entered, he saw a breathtaking back view. Long, elegant legs on full display. The spaghetti-strap dress left her shoulders bare and refreshing, making her look more vibrant than usual. Inger, do you think this is too? Dan, assuming it was Lu Ying who had entered, turned around with absolutely no warning. To her shock, it was Liu Sen standing right there. In an instant, she covered herself with both hands and was about to let out a scream. Liu Sen, seeing this, knew he had to act quickly. He stepped forward and covered her mouth before the cry could escape. Don't shout. It was Lu Ying who pushed me in, Liu Sen whispered. Dan's instinctive cry had been born of sheer surprise. Now that her emotions had steadied, only her flushed face remained red, as if blood were about to drip from her cheeks. She had only wanted to try on the bold outfit because Lu Ying and Lu had suggested that Liu Sen would likely find it appealing and that she could wear it at home even if she didn't go out in it. She had wanted to test whether it looked good before buying it, but she had absolutely no intention of facing Liu Sen in it right now. She was entirely unprepared for this. Lost in her thoughts and blushing, she was oblivious, but Liu Sen, on the other hand, found the front view even more youthful and radiant than the back. Was this what people on the internet called pure allure? Brother Sun, please hurry and leave. Dan said, her face still burning red, pushing at Liu Sen as though to escort him out. Alright, I'll go. But let me share my honest opinion first. It looks wonderful. Liu Sen turned and walked out, delivering his verdict, for that had been the task Lu Ying had set for him. A barely audible voice drifted into Liu Sen's ears. After leaving the fitting room, he saw the group of women browsing clothes nearby, though their eyes kept drifting toward him. Liu Sen composed himself and walked over to them, saying, "The clothes are fine." "Oh really?" the women replied, though there was a hint of disappointment in their tone. They hadn't expected him to come out so quickly, only 15 seconds or so having passed. Liu Sen paid no mind to their thoughts and instead asked, "Have you found anything you like?" Still looking. Knowing there was no chance for them, now they returned their attention to the clothes. A short while later, Dan emerged from the fitting room, already changed back into her own clothes. She didn't look at Liu Sen and walked straight over to the group, beginning to discuss other items. Before long, Liu Sen found himself carrying numerous bags and packages. Then the women took him to a menswear store, constantly dragging him to try on clothes, making him feel like nothing more than a cold mechanical dressing mannequin. After some time, they had bought him quite a lot of clothing, suits, casual wear, shoes, and the like. By the end of their shopping spree, although they had bought quite a few items, the actual cost wasn't particularly high since none of the purchases were expensive luxury goods. They were mostly mid-range clothing. Although Liu Sen was now quite wealthy, none of the three women were particularly reckless with their spending. After shopping for quite a while, everyone had a lot of items in hand, and eventually they sent everything to the car. The group took the elevator again to the dining floor and walked around once more before finally arriving at the entrance of Weiju Hot Pot Restaurant. This hot pot restaurant had been opened by Liu Sen's brother-in-law and sister-in-law, and Liu Sen also wanted to come and observe how the business was running while enjoying a meal. They had arrived quite early, still nearly an hour before peak dining time, yet Weiju was already more than half full. Liu Sen looked around at the other restaurants where diners were scarce. Only 2 or 3 tables occupied here, and there with at most 4 or 5 tables filled. Compared to Shirweiju, they were far inferior. It seems the business is doing well. He knew that Shirweiju had only been open for a short while. Normally the renovation should not yet have been completed by now, but to speed things up, he had simply thrown money at the problem, making the construction team work twice as fast. In such a short time since opening, attracting so many customers meant the food had truly won over a large following. The 5 of them found a table and sat down, ordering a few common dishes. Typical hot pot favorites such as tripe pork throat shrimp, paste beef slices, duck blood, and tofu skin. While placing their orders, the waitress brought out several small appetizers. A few minutes later she carried over the soup base, a yinyang pot. While waiting for it to heat up, everyone went to the condiment station to mix their preferred dipping sauces. Liu Sen glanced at all the ingredients at the condiment station and found little difference from other hot pot restaurants. All the usual seasonings were available. Liu Sen simply prepared the most basic garlic sauce, minced garlic, millet, chili, scallions, garlic paste, and light soy sauce, then used a plate to scoop up some complimentary fruit. Returning to the table, the soup base had reached temperature, the broth rolling in a steady boil. They placed the ordered ingredients into the hot pot and began to eat with delight. Liu Sen and the 3 women ate with calm expressions while Jin Shiya's face showed surprise. The flavor is amazing. The ingredients have retained their original distinctive taste, even though the materials seem quite ordinary, nothing particularly special. Jin Shiya ate with visible satisfaction, but still voiced her confusion. Though puzzled, she didn't stop eating. Her chopsticks kept picking up ingredients non-stop. Liu Sen watched Jin Shiya's expression and couldn't help but smile, then glanced around at the other tables where every guest was devouring their meals with satisfied expressions. Some tables that had been empty when they arrived were now almost completely filled, with only a handful remaining vacant. Liu Sen was just about to begin enjoying his delicious hot pot when a group of young girls hurried over and sat at the table next to theirs. No sooner had they taken their seats than their voices rang out in animated conversation. The young girls at the neighboring table sat down and began chatting. "I told you to hurry up. If I hadn't dragged you out of bed, we might have missed it entirely." One of the round-faced girls rolled her eyes as she spoke. "Sorry about that. It's the weekend, so I wanted to sleep in a bit longer. Luckily we made it in time." The slightly chubby girl beside her blushed with apology. "Hurry up and scan the QR code to order. I can barely wait." Another girl with a touch of baby fat chimed in. When Liu Sen heard her say that, he actually caught the sound of her swallowing. "Fast, fast, fast. This time we'll actually eat on time. Last time we waited in line for 2 hours. I was starving," said another girl with long hair. "Last time we came right at dinner hour. We never expected a hot pot restaurant that had only been open for a few days to have such a huge crowd. There weren't even any promotions that day," said the round-faced girl. "I can only say their hot pot tastes incredible," the baby-faced girl agreed. "I've already ordered. Hold on, I need to post this on my moments to show off. That Shaoli last time was too much. Her posts made me insanely jealous." Liu Sen stopped listening. From their conversation, he could already gather quite a bit of information. These young girls were probably college students who had specifically come to Shirweiju for a meal on the weekend. The hot pot restaurant's business was genuinely booming. A 2-hour queue during normal dining hours proved just how powerful Shirweiju's appeal was. After all, without sufficient draw, who would wait 2 hours just for hot pot? Liu Sen also recalled that recently there had been no holidays and no promotional events. The fact that they were posting on social media indicated their reputation had already spread. Otherwise there would be nothing worth showing off about. After they finished eating, Liu Sen went to the front desk to pay. The total came to over 800 yuan. His order was on the generous side. The average bill per person at a normal table should stay under 100. Stepping out of Shirweiju, he saw a dark sea of people outside, all waiting in line. They sat there chatting and enjoying the complimentary tea and snacks provided by the restaurant. He asked the waiting area attendant how many tables were ahead and was told they had already reached table 150, with the restaurant no longer accepting new queue registrations. Learning more, he discovered that everyone in line had already registered their phone numbers at the reception desk and followed the restaurant's WeChat store. Shirweiju would notify queued customers 3 tables in advance, sending the message directly to their WeChat. Upon receiving the notification, customers could confirm their arrival. If they couldn't make it, they could simply reply to cancel, and the system would notify the next person in line. If they didn't respond, it was assumed they would come normally. They would have a 20-minute window upon being called. If they arrived on time, their table would be held. If they were late, the seat would no longer be reserved, and they would need to re-queue. The system also tracked no-shows. If someone missed more than 3 times, they would be blocked from future reservations for a year. All these rules were posted at the store entrance right above the QR code for queue registration. Following the WeChat account would also deliver this information. Furthermore, if the time from joining the queue to being seated exceeded 2 hours, the current visit would be charged at full price, but the next visit would receive a 20% discount, a rarity as they rarely offered discounts. If a future visit coincided with a Shirweiju promotional event, customers could stack the discounts. For example, during a 10% off sale, the combined discount would bring the total to 28% off. Liu Sen read through this and thought his brother-in-law and sister had designed the system well. Of course, it also reflected their confidence in their own brand. It seemed they wouldn't have to wait long before opening a branch. The foot traffic in Jinling was truly massive. In Rongqing, a single location operating at this volume would likely be at full capacity. Liu Sen took out his phone and called his sister. "Sis, I just came to the restaurant to eat. Hasten, you came and didn't even tell me. I should have shown you around properly." I was just strolling around and happened to eat here. But the business is really good and they've thought of everything, he replied. It's mostly thanks to your secret seasoning. Everything we do here follows rules we borrowed from others. Later when business got so busy we added a few of our own rules, his sister explained. I think it's time to open a branch. The customer flow is enormous. We're already considering it. We're scouting new locations now and have found a few promising spots. Do you have enough money? Liu Sen realized he hadn't given them much capital to start. It had only been a short while since they opened, so they likely wouldn't have enough to expand. We're fine. We've already taken advantage of your generosity enough. We consulted with Niue and we can get a loan. Hearing this, Liu Sen said no more. After exchanging a few more words, he hung up. On the way back, the girls were chatting. Suddenly Jean Shuya asked a question. That hot pot place we ate at before, sure weighed you. Did you open it? Liu Sen, who was driving, paused for a moment before replying. My sister and brother-in-law run it. I provided the initial funding. Hearing this answer, Jean Shuya knew this was definitely something Liu Sen had arranged, though he was keeping some reasons to himself. She didn't press further. Watching Liu Sen drive attentively, Jean Shuya once again felt his mystery. Managing multiple ventures across different industries simultaneously was notoriously difficult in the early stages, yet his results had been remarkably smooth. Every business was thriving, each possessing technical advantages that others couldn't easily replicate. Sunlight streamed through the windshield, falling upon Liu Sen, making him seem as though he were glowing. Soon the passengers in the car and Lulu began discussing the prospect of opening a Mulinson milk tea shop in Jinling. The foot traffic would certainly not be an issue. As for leasing a storefront, they could ask Liu Sen's brother-in-law for advice, since his hot pot restaurant had only recently been leased, and they were currently scouting locations for a new branch, so they would surely have valuable experience to share. Liu Sen handed his phone to Lulu, letting her contact his sister and brother-in-law. Lulu took the phone and dialed his sister. Sis, it's Lulu. Lulu, what's up? His sister sounded puzzled upon hearing Lulu's voice. Usually if something needed handling, Liu Sen could take care of it. Sis, I'm thinking of opening a milk tea shop in Jinling, and I wanted to ask if you have any suggestions for leasing a storefront. My shops were all found through agents or mall management. I can give you their contact information. You can reach out to them, explain your requirements, and they'll offer guidance. Okay, thank you, sis. After Lulu hung up, Liu Sen's phone received several text messages containing contact information, which she saved to her own phone. Back at Liu Sen's family home in Rongqing, Jean Shuya drove straight home. Once everyone arrived, they began sorting through the items purchased that day. In the largest walk-in closet, the three women started organizing the clothes they had bought. Dan, could you model that outfit for us? We haven't seen it yet, Liu Ying asked while sorting through clothes, glancing at the camisole. Yeah, I want to see it too. Lulu chimed in, grabbing Dan's arm and shaking it playfully. All right. Dan hesitated for a long time. The dress was rather bold and revealing. But since they were at home and in front of her three close friends, she eventually agreed. She changed quickly and stood before the mirror, turning in a circle. The outfit was truly vibrant and striking. Even as women, they felt a flutter of admiration, almost overcome with the urge to pull her into an embrace. Liu Ying and Lulu exchanged glances, then said to Dan, go help Sunji tidy up his things. He bought a lot of clothes today. Without waiting for Dan's agreement, they gently pushed her out of the closet and into Liu Sen's room. Meanwhile, Liu Sen was sorting through the clothes and shoes he had bought that day when Dan entering the room. Liu Sen was still arranging the garments and footwear he had purchased when Dan walked into the room. Liu Sen was organizing the clothes and shoes he had purchased when Dan entered the room. The weekend passed quickly, and progress on the new yeast and enzymes was swift, with completion expected in the near future. Over the 2 days, the three women engaged in constant chatter and exchange, discussing work, Liu Sen their exercise experiences and feelings, filling the time with laughter and play. On Monday morning, Liu Sen took Yinger and Dan in the newly delivered weekend car to the glass factory, while Lulu drove her new vehicle to Jinling to inspect 2 storefronts she had contacted by phone. The purchase tax, insurance, and license plates for the new vehicles had all been handled by the Jinling 4S dealership, allowing them to drive immediately upon receipt. Upon receiving the vehicles, Liu Sen used his golden finger to reinforce all the new cars, ensuring their safety was robustly guaranteed. The reinforced vehicles, now akin to armored cars on the road, would likely withstand accidents without safety issues, though caution was still needed to avoid collisions with large, heavily loaded trucks. The Hongxi HS9 pulled into the glass factory, and Liu Sen entered the research department to begin new studies aiming to transform the technical knowledge he had integrated over the previous 2 days into practical products. Before starting, he first inspected the production of the red glass he had requested. Under the supervisor's guidance, he saw the samples, which were excellently crafted, grand, and imposing, a uniform china red blazing like crimson flames. The second phase expansion of the factory was complete, and the new red wine bottles would be produced in the new facility. Over the following days, Liu Sen left early and returned late, spending all his time at the glass factory. 3 days later, the month finally ended, and the sales figures everyone had been waiting for were released. In the temporary meeting room of Edian Liquor Factory Manager Kai Chongqing, Sales Manager Deng Yaluan, Finance Manager Jean Shuya, HR Manager Dan, General Manager Assistant Liu Ying, and IT Manager Chao Lei each reported on their work from the previous month. As the reports unfolded, the smiles on their faces grew brighter. In the first month, a total of 2710 tons of Qingfeng liquor were produced, with 2110 tons sold, 2030 tons domestically and 80 tons abroad. Domestic sales included 29 tons sold at a 20 discount to financial and banking system personnel, 380 tons at a 15 discount to distributors, and the remaining 161 tons sold at the original price through the official website. Total revenue 661 million yuan domestically and 464 million US dollars abroad. The company employed 276 people with employee salaries totaling 2.7 million yuan and bonuses reaching 11.852 million yuan. Raw material costs 300 tons of grain purchased for 9.1 million yuan. Bottle costs 6 million bottles acquired for 60 million yuan. Packaging costs 60 million yuan. Advertising expenses 50 million yuan. Vehicle and office expenditures 3.4 million yuan. New production line and factory expenses 50 million yuan. Total expenditures 152 million yuan. Profit was slightly lower than Liu Sen had initially anticipated, likely due to early-stage discounts and substantial advertising costs, as the company needed to build brand awareness during its initial phase. There was still plenty of capital left, and the factory expansion must be completed as soon as possible. New varieties would be introduced later, and with rising sales, more factories and machinery would be needed. Liu Sen reviewed all the data, then set the file aside. The last month is over. Let's now discuss the sales and production plans for the coming month. Through this month's training, the sales team's capabilities have greatly improved. The previous sales expansion plan is also underway. Many people are ready and will head to various parts of the country in the coming days to develop markets and build a nationwide sales network. Deng Yaluan reported on the progress of the sales team expansion. Online sales are performing exceptionally well, accounting for about 80% of our sales data. Therefore, we need to continue strengthening online advertising. New production lines have been ordered and the factory will be completed in half a month, Kai Chongqing reported. The new office building has been finished and is now under renovation. It will be officially operational on the 1st of next month. Liu Ying reported on the office building's progress. Liu Sen nodded in acknowledgement. The 5-story office building had been under construction since the company's founding, and after 2 months, it was finally nearing completion. Currently, the company's offices were cramped in a partitioned area of the factory, including the meeting room they were using. Liu Sen again instructed Kai Chongqing to closely monitor the progress of the factory and production lines, ensuring completion 2 months before the Spring Festival to stockpile enough inventory for the holiday sales. This was crucial as the new factory would produce the high-end liquor, Chongqing liquor. The new product needed to break into the high-end market during the Spring Festival. Entering the high-end market should not be a major issue, given Qingfeng liquor had already gained some reputation. However, if the factory wasn't built in time and inventory couldn't keep up with sales, that would be a critical mistake. The salaries and bonuses at EDN were generous, and everyone worked with great enthusiasm, knowing that their own well-being depended on the company's growth. Finally, Liu Sen realized that all the company's bottles were made of special glass. After consumption, the empty bottles couldn't be recycled like ordinary ones, as typical recycling centers lack the capability to process them. Liu Sen planned to open a flagship store in every region to display their liquor, offer small tasting samples, and sell products on site. Since their product range would continue to expand, this would be essential. The flagship stores would also inform customers about bottle recycling. Each bottle would be bought back for 2 yuan and shipped back to the glass factory for processing. The glass required a special solvent and could be remelted and reused upon heating. After the meeting, Liu Sen returned to the glass factory to continue researching new types of glass. A week later, the new phone covers and back panels were finally produced. Looking at the modified Huawei phone in his hand, its aesthetic appeal had significantly increased. The feel in hand was excellent, like jade, with an overall appearance reminiscent of gold inlaid jade. No, it was more like jade inlaid gold. These phones were newly purchased, the latest models, with their screens and back panels replaced by the new glass. They came in several colors: Chinese red, mountain blue, lemon yellow, black, and white. Each available in transparent and opaque versions, plus a colorless variant, as clear as glass. The glass possessed many unique properties, including a surface that completely resisted fingerprints, oil stains, and grime. The phone was now extremely drop resistant, at least the shell was. If subjected to severe vibration, it could still break, but the damage would likely be to internal components, not the exterior. For example, if dropped from the 5th floor to the ground floor, the exterior might remain intact, but internal components like the motherboard or camera could be damaged. The phone felt warm and smooth in hand, never too cold in winter nor too hot in summer, maintaining a nearly constant temperature. Moreover, the glass casing made the phone thinner and lighter, improved signal reception, and ensured smoother calls and faster internet speeds. Liu Sen compiled the relevant materials and contacted lawyer Wang to apply for patents. He also instructed Yin Dan to liaise with the local government about building a new factory dedicated to producing the newly developed glass to be placed under EDN technology. The glass had to be processed within 1 minute after being soaked in a special solution. Exceeding that time would cause it to set, making further processing impossible. To expedite production and sales and build a reputation, Liu Sen obtained the contact information, including email and phone number, of Yu Dazue, who was in charge of Huawei's consumer BG through connections from a previous dinner with people from the financial and banking systems. Instead of calling directly, Liu Sen first sent an email containing performance parameters of the new material for the phone cover and back panel along with some photos of the physical product. Liu Sen no longer bothered with those matters and turned his attention back to the construction of several factory buildings. Edian Liquor secured an additional 500 mu of land through further negotiations with the government, bringing the total to 600 mu. While this was already substantial, it paled in comparison to renowned liquor enterprises. Take Yanghe Distillery as an example, which spanned 15 mu, more than 20 times the size of Liu Sen's Edian facility. However, Liu Sen had no intention of blind expansion. What he had was sufficient, with additional space reserved for potential future projects. Edian Liquor employed a novel brewing technique developed by Liu Sen, which required less land since the liquor needed no cellar aging, maintained minimal inventory buildup, and enjoyed rapid turnover. The distillation process yielded 2 batches weekly and sales were brisk. Most of what was produced moved quickly, leaving little room for financial strain. With full optimization of the 600 mu grounds and streamlined processes, annual output could easily reach 1,000 tons. Approximately 3,000 workers would be required, a testament to the advantages of technology reducing labor needs by tenfold compared to traditional brewing methods. As the month drew to a close, tax obligations came due. After some calculations, the amount owed came to roughly 145 million, not even accounting for corporate income tax, which would push the total to around 250 million. With revenue at 700 million, the remaining 170 million after taxes was already impressive given the myriad taxes involved. A 17% value-added tax, consumption tax, calculated at 20% of sales plus 0.5 yuan per gene, a 7% urban maintenance surcharge, education surcharges, stamp duties, and corporate income tax at 20% of profits. Liu Sen projected that revenue would only grow as new facilities came online and the product lineup expanded, likely multiplying output several times over. Even without accounting for future increases, the current operation alone would generate between 2.5 to 4 billion in annual taxes. To his astonishment, a rough calculation revealed that Edian Liquor's tax contribution alone nearly equaled half of Rongqing's total fiscal revenue from the previous year. The prospect was almost unimaginable. Fortunately, the taxes hadn't yet been remitted, and only the company's senior management was aware of these figures. Though they knew the revenue, few had paused to consider the comparison between their tax contributions and Rongqing's fiscal capacity, a Tier 3 city after all. Rongqing was no metropolis like Jinling. Its 2020 full-year GDP amounted to merely 67 billion. In one stroke, Edian had become the city's largest enterprise, generating GDP figures that likely surpassed local imagination. This calculation was based solely on current equipment and output. Once new factory buildings and production lines were completed along with future enterprises and projects, the impact would be even greater. He had never imagined that a single company's GDP contribution could eventually rival that of the entire city, even though he knew the liquor would sell exceptionally well. Liu Sen summoned Jin Xia to discuss tax matters in the modest office. She offered several tax-saving suggestions, including establishing a separate sales company, structuring related party transactions, or registering overseas entities. Such ideas were truly risky. Liu Sen thought it through and declined immediately. He had more than enough capital and saw no need for such arrangements, knowing future profits would remain substantial. He believed that through his own capabilities, enabling his enterprise to pay more taxes would help strengthen his hometown, his city, and his country, a source of profound fulfillment. Reducing tax payments by a few hundred million or even a few billion was pocket change to him. This was only the beginning. Once new enterprises were established and revenue became more than sufficient, even with expansion still leaving surplus, he planned to significantly improve employee compensation, ensuring everyone could live happily. It was late October, so he could defer payment until January, settling the full amount quarterly. Meanwhile, before year's end, he needed to acquire assets for factory expansion. These funds would accelerate development. He intended to build a personal laboratory. His home setup was too rudimentary for serious work, while the brewery's research facility focused primarily on liquor products. A comprehensive laboratory was needed, and the investment required would be substantial. Moreover, the laboratory would operate independently, licensing all future technologies to various companies and collecting fees. Liu Sen sought guidance on these plans, turning to Uncle Jin Xia's father, for advice. The previous gathering had shown Uncle Jin was no ordinary man. Furthermore, establishing a private laboratory required numerous approvals. Without them, many instruments and chemicals could not be legally purchased. Looking at Jin Xia, Liu Sen asked directly, "Xia, has Uncle Jin been traveling for business lately? Does he come home for dinner every evening?" Surprised by the question about her father, this was the first time Liu Sen had asked her directly about him. Were it anyone else, she would have ignored it, but Liu Sen was different. He was not only her boss, but also a friend, and her father already regarded him favorably. "Then I'll go with you to your place later," Liu Sen said after confirming Uncle Jin would be home. "Oh." Jin Xia's cheeks flushed instantly. Though they had grown close recently, and Liu Sen impressed both professionally and personally, her father had even suggested she spend more time with him privately. Was he developing feelings for her? They weren't at the stage of meeting parents yet. They were still just ordinary friends. 3 figures from her past immediately surfaced in her mind. None of the 3 paled beside her in any aspect. She couldn't fathom what fortune Liu Sen possessed to attract them all. Moreover, she had learned that these three had harbored mutual affection long before his rise, having been together for over 2 years. Through her interactions with them, she felt no resentment or disdain. Each possessed extraordinary charm. During her time abroad, she had kept her distance from many wealthy, reckless heirs, those whose lifestyles she openly despised. The people she ultimately associated with were distinguished by both character and capability. Just as with her current partners in America, capable principled friends who enabled such rapid market penetration. Liu Sen watched Jin Shuya freeze mid-reaction, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Throughout their time together, Jin Shuya had always embodied elegance and grace. Her professional competence was outstanding, and their interactions were consistently pleasant. Shuya. Liu Sen called softly again, and she snapped back to awareness, clearing her throat awkwardly. Are we going now? She blurted out before composing herself. After work. I've been wanting to visit Uncle Jin for a while now, but I've been too busy. With the monthly figures out, it's the perfect opportunity. Besides, I have some matters to discuss with him. Liu Sen regarded Jin Shuya with a puzzled expression. Jin Shuya gathered her scattered thoughts and said, let me call my father and inform him. She then left Liu Sen's office and sat in her own, reflecting on her earlier lapse in composure. It was entirely out of character for her. After composing herself once more, she dialed her father's number. The call connected quickly and laughter echoed from the other end. Shuya, what brings you to call me? Dad, Liu Sen wants to come home with me tonight to visit you and discuss something. No problem. Did he mention what it's about? Not specifically, but it should relate to the business data we released last month. Quite remarkable figures. You can ask Liu Sen directly, who I'd rather not say now. Although it was her father, Jin Shuya did not reveal the specific numbers. This little cotton-padded jacket of mine isn't keeping warm at all, Jin Ziming teased. Jin Ziming knew that Edian Spirits was selling exceptionally well, and he had contributed significantly, recommending it to many people. The 1-month sales figures must be impressive. Though curious, he did not press further, nor did he use his bank access to check the company account balance. Jin Ziming believed that if he asked Liu Sen directly, he would surely tell him. Tell Liu Sen to come over for dinner tonight. I'll have your mother cook some extra dishes. After hanging up, Jin Shuya did not return to Liu Sen's office. Instead, she sent him a message informing him that she had spoken with her family. In his office, Liu Sen printed a copy of the monthly materials, preparing to show them to Uncle Jin that evening. He had no concerns about data leaks. After all, Jin Shuya already knew the financial figures, and the transaction records could be accessed if someone really wanted to check. Liu Sen trusted that neither Jin Shuya nor Uncle Jin would do such a thing. There was no need to conceal anything, and discussing certain matters naturally required reviewing the current business status. After work, Liu Sen asked Liu Ying and Yin Dan to head home directly, while he left the distillery with Jin Shuya. Upon arrival, Liu Sen learned that Jin Shuya's family lived in one of Rongqing's most renowned residential communities. The environment was pleasant, and they resided in a stacked villa, though not as grand as his own. But then again, considering his own property had been modified by his golden finger, it was undoubtedly one of a kind. The first floor alone covered nearly 1,000 square meters, and the rooftop above added another 800. It could be called a mansion. This was not a self-built house. His building, 32 stories tall, stood at the highest elevation in all of Rongqing, complemented by the city's tallest skyscraper, commanding a view above all others. Few luxury flats across the nation surpassed his residence in size. After parking, he followed Jin Shuya through the gate, and saw Uncle Jin sitting in the living room drinking tea, while Aunt Jin busied herself in the kitchen. Asen, this is your first time here, and I've been looking forward to it for ages. Jin Ziming greeted warmly, gesturing for Liu Sen to sit. Uncle Jin, I've been so busy. The enterprise has shown some results, and now that the data is in, I came to report. Uncle Jin had been a benefactor to him, helping with recruitment, loan, sales channels, and connections. Liu Sen set down a case of wine he had brought. This was his small batch trial run of Shanqing wine. The new yeast and enzymes were still unstable. This batch had been produced unexpectedly. Attempting to replicate it had failed again, but he estimated success within a week once the new factory and production line were completed. Meanwhile, Jin Shuya went into the kitchen to help her mother. Running a business this big must keep you very busy. I hear your wine is selling well. Sales are good thanks largely to you, Uncle Jin, for introducing many clients, Liu Sen said sincerely. Since their wine lacked recognition initially, the first batch had been purchased entirely by those referrals, high-end clients who proved crucial in spreading the brand's reputation. That's because your wine quality is genuinely excellent. If you face any difficulties, do let me know. I can help resolve some matters. Jin Ziming inquired further regarding Liu Sen as a highly valued talent, capable and distinguished, in part reason he encouraged his daughter to work there. Otherwise, with his connections and her abilities, Jin Shuya could certainly secure a mid to senior position at a Fortune Global 500 company. Sending her there was also about fostering prospects and giving his daughter more opportunities to connect with Liu Sen, hoping sparks might ignite. He understood that feelings could not be forced. His own father would never have approved and backed. Then he had chosen not to rely on family, instead joining the military and entering the armed forces. After demobilization, he rose to branch manager through his own capabilities. No difficulties really. Just some questions I'd like to consult you on. I trust you have experience. Liu Sen expressed his purpose directly. Very well, go ahead, Jin Ziming replied without surprise. Just as Liu Sen was about to voice his question, a voice interrupted, causing him to swallow his words. Come, let's eat. It was Aunt Jin's voice from the dining room. All right, let's eat first, Jean Ziming said with a smile, rising and heading toward the kitchen. Liu Sen followed behind into the dining room. He saw a woman somewhat older than Jean Xia. Though dressed in casual home clothes with an apron and no makeup, she exuded elegance and maturity, appearing no older than 30. Standing beside Jean Xia, strangers might have mistaken them for sisters. Hasten, welcome. Make yourself at home, she said with a warm smile, nodding gently at him. Auntie, I won't be polite then. You look remarkably young, like Xia's older sister. Such a sweet tongue, the aunt chuckled, her smile deepening. And now I finally understand why Xia is so beautiful. Jean Ziming and Jean Xia watched the exchange, both delighted. Have some wine. This one is from your own company. Jean Ziming arranged the glasses and retrieved a bottle of tenfold wine from the cabinet. Since its launch, this had been the wine he drank at home. Hold on, Uncle Jean. Let's drink what I brought today. Seeing his gesture, Liu Sen quickly stopped him and walked to the living room, carrying the case of Shangqing wine to the dining table and beginning to unpack it. Curious, Jean Ziming asked, isn't wine all the same? They're all your company's tenfold. Why drink what you brought? He had noticed the case when Liu Sen entered, but dismissed it, assuming it was merely another product from the company. He had been drinking that wine recently anyway. Uncle Jean, take a closer look, Liu Sen replied without explaining, directly urging Jean Ziming to examine it carefully. Jean Ziming, realizing that Liu Sen's remark implied something special, took a closer look. Indeed, the packaging box was somewhat different. The front bore a faint shadow of a mountain with a Taoist temple similar to the tenfold wine, yet the only distinction was the name Shangqing. Is this Shangqing a new release of yours? Jean Ziming asked, somewhat uncertain. After all, the Edian distillery had only been in operation for a little over a month, and the tenfold wine was already immensely popular. Could there really be another new wine already? Yes, this is something I just developed in the past 2 days. It was brewed yesterday. Jean Xia listened with interest as well. Though she knew the company was recently expanding its workshop and preparing to launch a new wine, she hadn't expected it to already be produced right before their eyes. Liu Sen opened the cardboard box and took out a paper box inside. The design of the wine box was identical to the tenfold's, except the color was a pale red. The mountain pattern was a gradient of red, and the Taoist temple was a vivid crimson. The wine box remained simple, without any anti-counterfeit features. Upon opening it, they saw a spherical bottle that was entirely transparent red, exquisitely beautiful, placed on the dining table with its base. It looked like a flame, far more elegant and imposing than the tenfold wine. Come, Uncle Jean, have a taste. Let me fill your glass. Liu Sen poured a full glass for Jean Ziming. Jean Ziming said nothing more. The moment the wine was opened, its aroma burst forth, far richer than that of the Shangqing wine he had smelled before. He lifted the glass and took a sip, his eyes instantly brightening. Then he downed the entire glass, closing his eyes to savor the aftertaste. Excellent wine. Jean Ziming had already thought the tenfold wine was quite good, but this Shangqing was truly extraordinary. The previous tenfold wine had been remarkably distinctive, far surpassing others in its price range, comparable to wines costing 600 or 700 yuan. Now this Shangqing wine was even more mellow upon entry. It delivered a sensation far more fiery than the tenfold, yet gentle, evoking a gradual immersion, from warm to hot, then from hot to cool. That coolness was not icy, but a mental perception, a feeling of forgetting troubles followed by a surge of warmth and comfort. There was also a sense of gentle refinement, like a modest gentleman. This was entirely different from the feeling of tenfold wine. Tenfold seemed more suited to young people, while Shangqing was absolutely perfect for those with rich life experience, though it would surely be appreciated by many younger drinkers as well. Jean Ziming himself definitely adored the Shangqing wine, loving that very sensation. Asen, you're a genius. How did you brew this wine, this feeling? Uncle Jean, I'm glad you like it. That means I've succeeded with this wine. You're the first person besides me to taste it, Liu Sen said happily. Asen, pour a glass for your aunt, and Xia too. Let's hear their opinions. All right. Liu Sen stood up, poured a glass for Aunt Jean and Xia, then refilled Jean Ziming's glass. Aunt Jean and Jean Xia both took a small sip, then emptied their glasses in one go. Truly wonderful. Drinking it makes one feel a little lighter. The taste is beyond words. Excellent. Hearing their words, Liu Sen was equally pleased. He refilled their glasses and poured one for himself as well. Uncle Jean, aunt, this toast is to you. Liu Sen drained his glass in one gulp. This Shangqing wine, I've only brewed a small batch at home. The factory hasn't started production yet, but it should be soon. Probably within a month or so after the workshop is built, we'll be able to mass produce it. Nowadays, more and more families are drinking high-end wine at banquets and during the new year. This wine is specifically designed to welcome the spring festival and break into the high-end market. Also, the red bottle design is meant to convey festivity and a sense of elegance and grandeur. Liu Sen introduced the wine and its market positioning. Uncle Jean nodded. The positioning of this wine was indeed superb, and its taste was unique. Anyone who tried it would remember it deeply. But I haven't decided on the pricing. Could you give me some advice, Uncle Jean? Liu Sen inquired. This wine is undoubtedly high-end. It could be priced on par with modifies, and it tastes better. However, your distillery is not yet well known, so many people might hesitate to try it. Your factory has only been open for a short time. Although tenfold wine sells well, people haven't had enough time to form a lasting impression. It's still considered a mid to low-end wine. Setting a high price for Shangqing right away would be hard for consumers to accept. Once people taste this wine, they won't be able to put it down. So you need an entry point. You could set the original price at 1,688 yuan, but offer a special price of 688 yuan per bottle this year, and restore the original price after Chinese New Year's Eve. With Qingfeng wine as a foundation, this price will be acceptable. As long as people buy and taste it, more will follow. Once the reputation is built, you can raise the price later without any issue. After all, I believe anyone who drinks Shangqing will know that this price is an incredible bargain, a tremendous value. So later when you revert to the original price, there will be no problem. Moreover, this year, you can launch a slogan: thanks to everyone's support, the newly opened Edian distillery has achieved excellent results. To give back to our customers, we are offering a special discount on our new high-end wine to welcome the new year. Liu Sen was enlightened, feeling as if he had learned a great deal. Thinking about the distillery's sales this month, he knew the coming months would be even more explosive. Once January's taxes were paid, such a massive tax contribution would surely become a hot topic with a little publicity. Then he could announce the new wine launch, offering discounts to customers as a gesture of gratitude. Uncle Jean, your suggestion is excellent. Let me toast you again. Liu Sen raised his glass once more. They then chatted about everyday matters and enjoyed the meal, the atmosphere very pleasant. In the study, Jin Ziming and Liu Sen sat on the sofa. Jin Shuya made tea for them and then left. Asen, Shuya hasn't caused you any trouble lately, has she? Uncle, you're too kind. Shuya is one of my key people. She's been a great help. She handles all the company's finances, which allows me to focus on research. She is capable, but she still needs more experience. Uncle Jean, here are some of our company's data for this month. After you've read them, I'll share my thoughts. Liu Sen took out the company's operational data printed that afternoon from his briefcase and handed it to Jin Ziming. Jin Ziming hesitated for a moment as he looked at the documents, knowing they contained company secrets. But considering his relationship with Liu Sen, this also showed Liu Sen's trust in him. He picked up the sheets, glanced over them, and his expression instantly changed, stunned. He then began to read carefully from the beginning. A few minutes later, Jin Ziming let out a long breath, adjusted his sitting position, glanced at Liu Sen beside him, and after a moment's pause spoke. Are these figures all real? Liu Sen nodded affirmatively. Truly astonishing. This is only after 1 month of establishment. Jin Ziming exclaimed with emotion after receiving the confirmation. Jin Ziming, though he believed the enterprise founded by Liu Sen had promising potential, had also learned through the connections he had introduced to Liu Sen during this period that its sales performance was impressive and its reputation was good. But he absolutely did not expect it to be so astonishing, far exceeding his previous predictions for sales results. He had initially thought that a monthly sales revenue of 10 to 20 million would be quite good, allowing them to rank in Rongqing. Unexpectedly, the final figure was dozens of times higher than what he had imagined, directly reaching the ceiling of enterprises in Rongqing. No, not the ceiling. It was about to create another Rongqing's GDP. If this continued, and with the upcoming launch of Shangqing wine, Edian liquor industry would definitely rank among the top 5 in the country. Such achievements had taken other liquor enterprises decades, or even a century of effort. If people knew about this now, they would deeply question their own lives. You've done a great job keeping this secret. No one has noticed that you've grown so large. Uncle Jean, this will be exposed soon. After all, once we pay taxes, many people will know. That's true. The taxes are too much. The reason no one has noticed yet is that your company is just starting up and not many people are paying attention. So, I plan to wait until the tax payment time, do a little maneuvering, and the company's reputation will explode. Then we can launch Shangqing wine, give back to customers, and offer promotional sales. That's a good idea, much better than direct discounts. At least there's a legitimate reason. Son, I saw that your wine has been sold overseas. Jin Ziming, seeing the data, including overseas revenue, couldn't help but ask further. Uncle Jean, this is all thanks to Shuya for taking the lead. Liu Sen recounted the whole story to Jin Ziming, who listened with a gratified expression. Shuya's studies abroad had indeed proved useful. Jin Shuya was studying abroad, and Jin Ziming was very worried that she might pick up bad habits. Several of his friends' children had returned from overseas with many negative traits. Son, wait until after this quarter to pay your taxes. After all, paying such a large tax will definitely cause a huge stir. Your company is just starting out, it needs more development and a solid foundation. If you expose it now, it will alert other liquor enterprises, and they will definitely target your Edian liquor industry. Jin Ziming thought for a moment, and then warned. Okay, I understand. Although Liu Sen was not afraid of competition from other enterprises, his company had high technological content, core competitiveness, and very solid barriers. It was certainly better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Saving time on dealing with troubles could be used for research or for playing games with girls. Wasn't that better? Do you have much of that Shangqing wine left? Jin Ziming asked. Since it hasn't been officially produced yet, I only have a batch that I brewed experimentally, about 100 bottles or so. If you have no other use for these, give them all to me. The reason Jin Ziming wanted them was not for his own drinking, but to give some to the elderly at home. The old folks loved to drink, but high alcohol liquor was no longer suitable for their age. Now this Shangqing wine was just right. Low alcohol content and excellent taste. The previous Qingfeng wine was good, but still lacking something. This would also help Liu Sen gain fame among the upper circles, as he knew the old man's personality very well. He would definitely show off to his old friends. No problem, I'll bring it over tomorrow. Liu Sen agreed without hesitation. By the way, uncle, this wine differs from Qingfeng wine in that Qingfeng wine improves in taste over 3 years, reaching its peak at 3 years. But even that peak taste at 3 years is still inferior to Shangqing wine. Shangqing wine, on the other hand, improves over 5 years, reaching its peak at 5 years, and will light up 5 golden stars. Your mind is really something. This design is excellent. 5 golden 5-pointed stars inside a red sphere representing China. The symbolism is wonderful. Liu Sen then told Jin Ziming about his earlier idea of building a personal laboratory and wanted to hear his thoughts. The reply he received made Liu Sen very happy. In fact, this couldn't be considered an independent laboratory, it would be an internal company lab conducting internal project experiments and research. As long as the company handled the relevant project approvals, they could purchase a lot of materials. Of course, some restricted materials would still be hard to obtain. If there were specific needs, they would have to submit separate applications. He was also very pleased that Liu Sen wanted to place this important research laboratory in Rongqing, as it would certainly attract many high-level talents. Many companies set up their research centers in economic or academic hubs to make it easier to recruit talent. Jin Ziming said he would first communicate with the government departments and believed they would strongly support Liu Sen's idea. The two talked a great deal about future economic trends, the future of industry, and the future of Rongqing. Many of Liu Sen's views were praised by Jin Ziming, and through the conversation, he also learned about Liu Sen's love for his country. Soon it was late at night. Under the family's earnest persuasion, Liu Sen stayed overnight in the guest room. Early the next morning, Liu Ying and Yin Dan drove to the residential complex, followed by a van. Liu Sen had called the two women the previous night, asking them to deliver the wine here in the morning. By this time, Liu Sen had already washed up. When he received Liu Ying's call, he walked out of the villa and saw the two women just getting out of the car. "Driver, please move these dozen or so cases of wine inside," Liu Ying said to the van driver who had followed them. "Yin Dan, you two have worked hard." Liu Sen stepped forward and said to them, "Sengu, it's no trouble at all." The two replied in unison with smiles. After all the moving was completed, the delivery driver left. Inger and Yin Dan were both invited to have breakfast together. "Uncle Jean, all the wine is here. Please handle it as you see fit. This is all there is for now," Liu Sen said to Jin Ziming. "That's enough. I'll just send some to the family and promote it a bit to build your reputation," Jin Ziming said with a smile. He was just sending a little to the old man at home. He would rely on the old man to spread the word. Soon after finishing the meal, Liu Sen's phone rang. He glanced at it, and his face suddenly brightened. He said to Inger and Yin Dan, "Book flights to Dongguan or Shenzhen this afternoon. The three of us will go together." Liu Sen gave instructions to Liu Ying, then turned to Jin Ziming and said apologetically, "Uncle Jean, something came up at the company. I'll have to leave now. If you have things to do, go ahead. Shuya, the company's taxes will be paid together after this quarter ends. Also help me calculate my personal taxes. I'll pay them all at the end of the year, including the money from the last jade gambling." As Liu Sen was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. He said to Jin Shuya, "Don't worry, I'll calculate everything properly." Jin Shuya replied decisively. These were small matters, very simple to handle. Liu Sen, Yin Dan, and Liu Ying drove straight back home and entered the house. "Pack your clothes and daily necessities. We're going to Huaban Company, and we'll probably stay there for quite a while. After you pack yours, help me pack mine as well. I have some things to handle," he said to the two women as soon as they entered the house. Hearing Liu Sen's words, they responded and went straight to their respective rooms to pack. Liu Sen walked into his studio, printed out some documents, and also packed some samples in boxes. He made this decision because he had received a reply in his email that morning. Yu Dazue from Huaban Company had responded. In Yu Dazue's email, he expressed great anticipation for their company's new materials and new technologies, but stated that he would need to see samples before deciding on collaboration. He also indicated that if the materials and technologies were confirmed to be genuine, their company could provide substantial assistance. Presumably, Petal Company had investigated Edian Materials Company and knew it was newly registered, fearing there might be difficulties. Liu Sen took out the last 2 cases of Shangqing wine, loaded them into the car, and then returned to the room. At that moment, the two women were still packing. Indeed, women packed slowly. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, Liu Sen did not urge them. He went straight back to the studio to continue his research. The second-generation distiller's yeast and enzyme research was nearly complete. The only issue was instability during synthesis with a chance of failure. Perhaps the next synthesis would yield the optimal solution. Liu Sen did not want to waste any time. Time passed quickly. With the last drop of reagent added, he once again altered the high temperature and pressure conditions, then proceeded with synthesis. The reaction was swift. Seeing the one-time successful distiller's yeast, he conducted a second trial under different environmental conditions. There were no issues, and it was again completed. Liu Sen gazed at the distiller's yeast and enzymes in the container before him, breaking into a joyful smile. He had finally succeeded. This time it was replicable and suitable for industrial production. Although he had brewed some before, it was not scalable for industrial mass production. That would make production costs too high, leading to lower profits. Liu Sen put away the container and walked over to a computer. He entered all the data for No. 2 distiller's yeast and type B enzymes into the computer, then encrypted the data. The studio's computer was not connected to the internet, and Liu Sen had encrypted all the data. He had studied a great deal of programming and encryption knowledge, and the programs he wrote were also modified using his golden fingers special ability, making them completely unbreakable by others. The walls and doors of the studio were specially made, and ordinary people could not enter. He left the studio and returned to the room where he saw the two women packing for him. One was selecting clothes from the wardrobe, while the other was folding the chosen clothes and placing them into a suitcase. The scene was very warm and touching. It was like a wife tidying up for her husband. Having just completed his research, Liu Sen felt even more moved seeing this sight. He stepped forward and kissed her several times. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, she reacted by raising her little fists at Liu Sen, and then they began to playfully scuffle. Melodious music echoed through the room. An hour passed, and the sound of showering came from the bathroom. On the way to the airport, Liu Sen drove his Hongqi HS9. Seeing that the car's remaining range was 2,333 kilometers, he had no worries about the battery. He entered the airport parking lot and parked the car. The car's range reverted back to 223 kilometers. Since he would be away for a long time if the car were stolen, it would cause great trouble. While in the waiting lounge, Liu Sen called Lulu, who was decorating a shop in Jinling. Lulu, Yin Dan and I are going on a business trip to pedal company for a while. Take care of yourself at home. I understand, brother Son. I'll miss you. Lulu, who was busy, replied after answering the call. They chatted for a while longer before hanging up. When it was time to board, they boarded the flight to Guangzhou. The 2 cases of wine and other luggage had already been checked in. Liu Sen had checked earlier alcohol could be checked in, but with several regulations. 1. Liquor above 70 alcohol content cannot be checked in or carried. 2. Liquor with alcohol content between 24 exclusive and 70 inclusive can be checked in, with a total volume not exceeding 5 liters. 3. Liquor with alcohol content below 24 inclusive has no restrictions on check-in. 4. Homemade wine and bulk liquor are not allowed for check-in. The wine Liu Sen brought was all low alcohol and produced by a legitimate company, so it was unrestricted. They boarded the plane and waited to fly to their destination. Yanghe Winery General Manager's office. General Manager Li, there's a tenfold wine that's been quite popular online recently, with good sales. Oh, which distillery released it? Guomao, Julianjai, or Lusher? None of them, General Manager Li. I checked the information. Tenfold wine is produced by a company called Edian Liquor, established about 2 months ago, and like us, it's based in Jiangnan province. Old Gong, have you tried it? How does it taste? After learning about it, I bought a case from their official website. The taste is excellent, it's already comparable to our high-end brands, and it's very smooth on the palate. Upon hearing this report from his sales director Gong Xiang, General Manager Li finally began to take it seriously. His expression turned grave as he adjusted his sitting posture and asked somewhat incredulously, Old Gong, is it that exaggerated? Can a new distillery's wine really compete with our high-end liquor? Yes, this conclusion was jointly reached by our company's sales team and wine tasters. Although Gong Xiang was reluctant to admit it, he gave a positive answer to General Manager Li. Is there any more? I'd like to taste it too. After hearing this, General Manager Li felt that the company's team wouldn't be wrong, but he still wanted to confirm with his own tasting. Okay, I'll go get it, Gong Xiang said, and quickly walked out of the office. Soon he returned with a sealed bottle of tenfold wine. General Manager Li, take a look. This is the wine, he said, handing the tenfold wine to General Manager Li. General Manager Li held it and examined it. The outer packaging was nothing special, very simple. The peculiar thing was that the box was somewhat flat, suggesting the bottle shape was not the usual slender one. Without further thought, he began to unwrap it. After taking it out, he placed the spherical bottle on its square base. The bottle design is very distinctive. Not bad. Gong Xiang was about to step forward to open the bottle and pour the wine for General Manager Li, but his action was stopped by General Manager Li. He wanted to experience the whole process himself. He unscrewed the cap, lifted the bottle, and began to pour the wine into a prepared glass. As he poured, a clear and pleasant ding-ding-ding sound was heard. General Manager Li noticed that it was caused by a small ball inside the bottle striking the bottle wall. The small ball bore the characters tenfold, and below it were 3 red hollow 5-pointed stars. As the liquid flowed out, General Manager Li's expression grew increasingly serious. He could already smell the aroma of the wine. Rich and fragrant, yet not pungent, very elegant and relaxing to the senses. After setting down the bottle, General Manager Li picked up the wine and began to evaluate it. After going through the process, he closed his eyes, savored it for a moment, and then opened them. The person who brewed this wine is a genius. This wine has carved out a new path. Old Gong, see if we can acquire this company since they've only been around for a few months. If they don't agree to an acquisition, then invest in them using our company's sales channels and capital. Also, I'll have Vice President Zhou handle this matter with you. Okay, I'll get ready to go. Gong Xiang acknowledged and walked out of the office. At Lusher Winery, similar events were taking place in the office, with the proposed solution being acquisition or purchasing the relevant brewing technology. Other liquor companies being far away had not yet paid attention to Edian Liquor since tenfold wine had only been on the market for a month. Edian sales channels had not yet reached that far. Although some people had purchased a batch online, it was still relatively few, and it had not yet caused any significant impact on the sales of these liquor companies. Moreover, some enterprises were very proud of their own Jiangxiang sauce aroma technology, and even if they heard of tenfold wine, they would not pay much attention. After landing, Liu Sen and the other two took a high-speed train to Dongguan. Upon arrival, they went directly to their booked hotel to rest. After arriving in Dongguan, Liu Sen called Yu Dazue again to arrange a meeting time. The phone number had been obtained through someone in the financial system earlier. However, since they had no prior connection, it would have been inappropriate to call rashly. Liu Sen had first reached out via email, and now after receiving a response felt it was appropriate to make the call. In the business suite, Liu and Dan had collapsed onto the sofa too, exhausted to move. After a day of traveling, both of them were thoroughly drained. Flying was truly exhausting, especially since the group had traveled on short notice. By the time they booked tickets, business class was sold out, leaving them with nothing but economy class seats. Liu Sen sat on the sofa tidying up his luggage. He had no desire to go out for a meal. It was not that he was tired. His physique was perfectly fine, but Liu and Dan were truly worn out. It was not merely the journey that exhausted them. Partly, it stemmed from the exertion before their departure, when they had expended considerable energy. He picked up the phone and dialed the front desk. After a few rings, it was answered. Hello, what dining options do you have? The staff introduced quite a few choices, mostly set meals featuring both Chinese and Western cuisine. Please send 319.99 yuan sets directly to our room. Half an hour later, 3 meal sets were delivered. They finished eating quickly and rested. The next day, below the pedal company building, Liu Sen and the 2 others arrived at the entrance. They quickly contacted Yu Dazue through the front desk. After waiting a while in the reception room, Yu Dazue appeared. President Liu, hello, and welcome to pedal company. President Yu, the pleasure is mine. After shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries, they got straight to business. President Yu, I believe you are already aware of our purpose. We have brought the finished product for you to inspect. After Liu Sen spoke, Dan handed over the locked case they had brought with them. Liu Sen entered the password and opened the case. Inside were 2 rows of securely fixed items. One row contained phone covers and back panels in various colors, and the other row held pedal phones in matching colors assembled with the corresponding covers and backs. Liu Sen pushed the open case toward Yu Dazue and pointed. President Yu, these are the actual items mentioned in the email, including ones modified using your phones. Yu Dazue looked at the samples in the case with great surprise. They were stunning, various colors like crystal. He picked up the phone he knew intimately, the Mate 40, with its shell replaced. The feel was better, and it was lighter. It was truly a work of art, warm and smooth in the hand. After lighting up the screen and swiping around, the operation was incredibly smooth, even better than the original cover. The feel was outstanding. He knew the Mate 40 so well. It was etched in his memory, yet it had never felt like this before. The weight had also been reduced considerably. Perhaps only by a few dozen grams, but the original was merely 212 grams, so shedding a few dozen grams meant a reduction of nearly 1/10 from the original weight. Moreover, the phone had become noticeably thinner. It was not an illusion. Yet the entire back panel had been replaced with glass rather than having a layer of metal beneath a glass cover. Such thinness was remarkable. Glass is extremely fragile, and this was pure glass. This was a challenge that had plagued the entire industry. Even currently, combining glass over metal was prone to shattering. Could this be a new glass material? Were all the performance data mentioned in the email truly accurate? Yu Dazue immediately stopped examining the phone. He put down the phone and picked up one of the cover plates, examining it closely and running his fingers over it. It felt wonderful, with not a trace of fingerprints. Remembering the data from the email, that it was highly resilient and impossible to leave marks or break by human force, he looked at Liu Sen. President Liu, may I test the flexibility of this? Hearing this, Liu Sen smiled and replied to Yu Dazue. President Yu, please test it freely. We brought it specifically for you to test with actual samples. Otherwise, you surely would not have believed the data. Yu Dazue let out a slightly awkward smile at Liu Sen's response. Upon receiving the email and seeing the data, he had indeed harbored some disbelief. The data was truly extraordinary, borderline black technology. How could such glass exist? However, his personal email address was not public, and anyone who managed to send him an email was naturally someone familiar with the industry. The fact that the email had reached his inbox suggested the sender had certain connections. Therefore, he had politely replied requesting to see samples. Based on his preliminary observations, Yu Dazue already had a sense that this might truly be genuine. The performance might not be as extraordinary as the email claimed, but it would certainly not be poor, definitely several generations ahead of what was currently available on the market. Yu Dazue held the cover plate with both hands and began applying force, bending it. At first, he dared not use too much strength, but the plate did not budge at all. Gradually increasing his effort, he used nearly 80% of his strength before the plate began to bend slightly, the curvature so subtle it might have gone unnoticed. Considering how thin these plates were, normal ones on the market would snap with merely 10 or 20% force. This one remained unharmed even at 80%. He dared not use his full strength. If it broke under such force, sharp fragments could fly and cause serious danger. Without continuing the test, Yu Dazue was already thoroughly satisfied. If their phones used this, it would undoubtedly be a major selling point. President Liu, your product is truly excellent. However, the specific data will need to undergo more professional testing. Would that be acceptable? No problem at all. We brought it specifically for your testing. Hearing Liu Sen's response, Yu Dazue was very pleased and immediately called over the head of the technical department to arrange professional testing. The group chatted for a while longer, and soon it was noon. Yu Dazue invited Liu Sen and the others to try their company cafeteria. Liu Sen eagerly agreed, having long heard about the cafeteria's reputation and being very willing to taste it. Soon they were seated. The food options were indeed plentiful. They ordered many dishes that were remarkably diverse. Yu Dazue paid the bill. The 4 of them spent just over 100 yuan in total. It was truly abundant. The same dishes would cost 200 or 300 at an outside restaurant. Liu Sen had not ordered too much since they could not finish it all and did not want to waste food. Liu Sen tasted the food and found the flavor genuinely excellent. The rumors online were indeed true. Liu Ying and Dan's palates had become quite refined. They usually ate at home where the seasonings had been enhanced by Liu Sen's special abilities. Even so, they still found the taste quite pleasing. After finishing lunch, the group strolled through the Petal Park campus under the guidance of Udazue. Liu Sen couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. This was what a truly large company looked like, with complete facilities and comprehensive amenities. Back home, he could begin preparing for his own corporate campus. He had already harbored the idea of building his own research institute on a previous occasion. This visit also presented an opportunity to consult with Petal Company, given their wealth of experience in this field. Moreover, he hoped to strengthen their cooperative ties. By leveraging Petal Company, he could accelerate his development. Although he currently possessed a company and certain capital, some industries were not accessible through wealth alone. Furthermore, his strengths lay in refining and improving upon existing technologies. Building upon Petal's foundation would enable faster expansion and greater recognition. He needed to speed things up. Blessed with his golden finger and numerous projects, he could accelerate the rise of his company, society, and even the entire nation by sharing some of the profits. Otherwise, progressing industry by industry on his own would take far too long. 10 years, 20, or perhaps even longer. The current international climate was far from favorable. Though still young with time on his side, he desired his country to develop more swiftly and stand at the pinnacle of the world. When he had lacked capability, he had simply wished for a tranquil life. Now that he possessed strength, he needed his own ambitions and stage. While Liu Sen was deep in thought, Udazue received a phone call. Liu Sen noticed the caller's excited tone and Udazue's flushed expression before he hung up after a few words. Mr. Liu, the testing has been completed. Let us return. Very well. Soon they returned to the guest room where the secretary poured tea for everyone while Udazue examined the document handed to him by Sun Fei from the technical department. Udazue had only caught a few brief sentences during the earlier call, but now viewing the detailed data, he found it hard to believe. These figures matched Liu Sen's provisions precisely and numerous additional items had been tested. After reviewing the documents, Udazue passed them to Liu Sen and lifted his teacup for a long draft to compose himself. Examining the reports, Liu Sen discovered that an extensive range of tests had been conducted with multiple groups per item, many of which he had never tested. The results demonstrated traits such as lightweight, durability, transparency, fingerprint resistance, anti-glare properties, scratch resistance, and excellent weatherability. Liu Sen couldn't help but admire Petal's professionalism. This was indeed the caliber of a major corporation. Mr. Your team completed so many tests in such a short time. Didn't your staff have lunch or rest? Our testers quickly realized how remarkable this new material was and rushed to finish, barely able to eat, Sun Fei remarked with feeling. Mr. Liu, I would like to understand your vision for our cooperation. Udazue did not mince words and asked directly. He had no intention of proposing an acquisition outright. That was certainly impossible, as the other party clearly possessed considerable capability. Mr. Liu, here is what I am thinking. I wish to acquire a company specializing in producing this cover and back panel and directly commence production. However, being new to this industry, I would need your assistance in screening candidates and providing a list. Mr. Liu, that is no problem at all, but what benefits would we receive? Could we have exclusive supply rights? Naturally, we will not ask you to help without compensation. However, exclusive supply is not feasible. We can offer you 1 year of exclusivity, after which normal market supply will begin. Of course, any new products will receive priority supply to you for 1 year. Liu Sen would certainly not agree to exclusive supply. He wanted to build recognition and expand his market, generating greater profits to hire more people to research the next generation of products. Moreover, a healthy market required collective innovation and development. If exclusivity were granted solely to Petal, it might hinder their drive to innovate. 1 year of first-mover advantage would suffice, after which continuous research and innovation would follow. Otherwise, that advantage would vanish. Hearing Liu Sen's response, Udazue felt that although he had not secured exclusive supply, it was still a favorable arrangement. Then he posed another question, his gaze fixed intently upon Liu Sen. Mr. Liu, I wonder about your financial situation. Acquiring such a company would surely require considerable funds. If you are short, we can provide investment. Hearing this question from Mr. Liu Sen smiled inwardly. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Although his distillery had already earned substantial profits, it had only recently opened, and those funds still needed to be continuously invested in expanding the factory and production lines, as well as building sales channels. A company producing phone covers and back panels might not sound particularly prestigious, but such a factory truly required considerable capital, several hundred million yuan at minimum. Otherwise, how could they supply Petal and subsequently other smartphone companies, given the annual output approaching 1 billion units? Moreover, it could produce a wider range of products: tablets, wearable devices, smartwatches, VR equipment, and other consumer electronics. It would also be widely applied in automotive electronics, industrial control, medical devices, and other fields. We can jointly establish a new company. I will contribute this new material technology as my share, holding 80%. You will invest 1 billion yuan for a 15% stake. The remaining 5% will be reserved for employees and management who make significant contributions. Liu Sen thought for a moment and directly stated his terms. Mr. Liu, that is rather steep. Having only this one new material is already too much, and you have never mass-produced it before. There is no guarantee of when mass production can begin, and with this material's extraordinary strength it remains unclear how the assembly line would process it. Mr. Yu, there is no need to worry. Industrial mass production will certainly pose no issues. In fact, we already operate a glass factory that produces similar glass materials, though currently for wine bottles. Mr. Liu, are you joking? Using such a material to produce wine bottles. Is that truly necessary? Yu Dazue found it almost unbelievable, as if someone were building a house with gold bricks. Mr. Yu, have you ever heard of tenfold liquor? I'm afraid not, Yu Dazue replied. Though I attend many banquets and have tasted countless liquors, that name is unfamiliar to me. Tenfold liquor is produced by another company of mine. I desired a distinctive bottle, and to prevent future incidents of counterfeit alcohol being injected through punctured seals, I developed this new type of glass material. He then further refined it, which eventually became the material used for phone covers and back panels. Yu Dazue listened to Liu Sen's explanation and found it almost surreal. A material of such extraordinary caliber, bordering on black technology, had originated from a mere desire to produce premium liquor bottles. How much of a humble brag is this? Yu Dazue muttered to himself. What would those researchers who spend every day studying trying to develop outstanding materials think? Are they just slacking off? Those people genuinely racked their brains, losing clumps of hair until they ended up with a balding crown. At the thought, the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. President Yu, would you like to take a look at our wine bottles? I've brought 2 cases of the premium liquor I just developed, and the bottles are made of a new type of glass. At this point, Liu Sen knew the cooperation was basically settled. After all, the material had vast prospects. It could be considered a gift to Petal Company. Petal Company had been struggling recently, and he wanted to help out since it wouldn't hurt him anyway. Once the new business operations started, annual revenue of 20 billion yuan would be a small matter with profits in the billions. Within a few years they could recoup all their investment. Since President Liu is so enthusiastic, let's have a taste of your company's liquor, Yu Dazue said with a smile. As long as the new type of glass could be mass-produced, the investment would be like picking up money. Yu Dazue and Sun Fei followed Liu Sen out, walked to the hotel-provided car, retrieved a case of liquor from the trunk, and soon returned to the meeting room. Watching Liu Sen swiftly open the packaging, he took out a bottle of Huaxiao Red and placed it on the base. The material of this bottle is similar to the phone cover glass we showed you. This bottle material is stronger, but not as light and thin nor as anti-glare. Yu Dazue and Sun Fei immediately had people start simple tests. It was strong enough and the curvature was perfect, indicating the glass had excellent plasticity. Otherwise it could never be processed in such a smooth shape. But whether it could be mass-produced was really unknown. Seeing their expressions, Liu Sen knew they still had doubts. He directly asked Liu Ying to open the official website, go to the backend, and show them the online orders. Then he played some online reviews and test videos about the wine bottles for Yu Dazue to see. Your liquor has such high sales. I've never even heard of it. Yu Dazue was somewhat surprised. With nearly 4 million bottles sold, he had no idea there was such a brand. He had also just learned about Awaken Winery. The Shangqing liquor you see online was developed by our President Liu just a few months ago, which is why Awaken Winery was established to produce it. And this data is just from about a month after its launch. Liu Ying said proudly, as if all this were her own achievement. There were too many surprises today. Yu Dazue hadn't encountered such a situation in a long time. The new material he saw today had incredible data performance. The most absurd part was the reason for its creation. The online data he just saw showed that a newly established obscure winery had sold that much in a month, and the price of 168 yuan was not low. He did a quick mental calculation. The official website's monthly sales were nearly 600 to 700 million yuan. However, this also indirectly proved that this new material could indeed be mass-produced. So this Shangqing liquor, is it a newly launched product? Yu Dazue picked up the red bottle on the table again and asked. Yes, but it hasn't been put on the market yet. Isn't the Chinese New Year coming in 3 months? We're planning to launch it as a premium liquor for the new year. Liu Sen took over the conversation. Want to have a taste? You can't get it anywhere else now. Let's have a try then. Tonight's on me, Yu Dazue said directly, and he also wanted to see what this somewhat legendary liquor was really like. At Rongqing Awaken Winery, a Mercedes-Benz business van stopped at the gate. The door opened, and 2 men in sharp suits got out, one in his 50s and the other in his 40s. The man in his 50s got off, looked around, and said, "This scale is quite impressive. Hard to believe it's a factory that just opened 2 months ago. Yes, unimaginable. The capital invested must be substantial. It seems this acquisition won't be easy." Gong Xiang remarked in surprise at the sight before him. Old Gong, it's definitely not going to be easy. Look, they're still expanding over there, building new buildings and factories. Though it can't compare to ours, it's still sizable, indicating the boss is someone who wants to do big things. It turned out these two were from Yanghe Winery. After tasting tenfold liquor that day, they knew that Qingfeng's expansion into the low-alcohol liquor market was a very promising direction with huge potential. Although they valued Awaken Winery, they still believed Yanghe Winery's technology was superior. Tenfold liquor was good, but after studying and imitating it, they could certainly produce it, but it would take a significant amount of time. Perhaps a few months, or even a year or two. They had come to directly acquire the company to reduce R&D time and capture the market faster. "Hello, we're here to discuss cooperation. Please inform your person in charge," Gong Xiang said to the security guard. "May I ask where you are from so I can call and report?" The security guard at the gate said. "We're from Yanghe Winery." "Okay, please wait a moment." The guard went into the guardhouse called the office and soon got a reply. Director Kai said you can go in. Please park your car in the parking lot across the street, and we'll take you to the office building on an electric cart. Can't we drive directly inside? Sorry, factory regulations, no non-internal vehicles are allowed. Okay, we understand. The general manager Lee of Yanghe Winery said to the driver, who hadn't gotten out, Xiaozhou, park the car in the lot across the street and wait for us there. Then they followed the security guard through the gate, seeing several electric carts parked beside the guardhouse. The carts were usually used for sightseeing shuttles. They hadn't expected them to be used in a factory. They got on one of the carts with the guard, and it soon started moving. Li and Gong watched as the cart passed an office building and quickly stopped at the entrance of a workshop. They saw several people standing at the workshop entrance, and the cart stopped right beside them. Standing at the factory gate was Kai Chongqing and his secretary. Upon receiving the call from the guard, he had brought his secretary to wait at the entrance. He waited out of respect for the leading liquor enterprise in Jiangnan province. Yanghe Winery was very strong, and he had to give due respect. But he didn't expect that the visitor would be General Manager Li of Yanghe Winery. Li was quite well known. Kai Chongqing, having been in the industry for years, had seen Li's photo, even though they had never met in person. Welcome, General Manager Li. I'm Kai Chongqing, the director of Awaken Winery. Kai Chongqing stepped forward to greet. Hello, Director Kai. It's a bit presumptuous of us to come without prior notice. I hope you don't mind. General Manager Li responded. He was a bit puzzled. He had never met this man, yet he recognized him at once. Not at all, not at all. Please come inside. Kai Chongqing led the two from Yanghe into the office and directly to the partitioned small meeting room. Kai Chongqing led the two people from Yanghe into the small conference room. Our office building is still under renovation, so it's a bit bare bones. We hope you'll forgive us. Director Kai, you are too kind. We are the ones troubling you. After some brief chatter, they got straight to the point. Kai Chongqing knew they had been drawn in by Chongqing Liquor. He had anticipated this possibility, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Only a month after the product hit the market. He had originally thought it would take several months, perhaps even until after the new year, for them to discover his Edian Liquor Company. Director Kai will cut to the chase. We've come to discuss acquiring your company, said General Manager Li of Yanghe Liquor Factory, without preamble. I'm not the one who can make that decision. You'd need to speak with our general manager, but he's been away on a business trip since yesterday. Hearing this question, Kai Chongqing felt it matched his guess closely. In that case, what bad luck, said General Manager Li, exchanging a glance with Gong Xiang before continuing. Do you know when he'll be back? Or could you possibly relay our proposal to your general manager? I'm not certain when he'll return, but I can inform our manager Liu of your intentions. Then please do pass along our message. We come with great sincerity. Soon the group left the conference room, boarded electric scooters, and arrived at the entrance. The two from Yanghe Liquor Factory exited the factory gate, got into their car, and drove away. Kai Chongqing stood at the main gate of the factory, watched the visitors depart, then took out his phone and dialed Liu Sen's number to report the day's events. At this moment, Liu Sen was sitting in Yu Dazue's car, having just been picked up to dine at a restaurant with considerable local character. After answering the call and hearing Kai Chongqing's account of what had just transpired, he couldn't help but smile. Director Kai, you're well aware of our company's performance, so we certainly won't be selling. Next time they come around, just turn them away directly. And even if I were willing to sell, how much sincerity would they really bring? 200 billion or 300 billion? I'd say offering 10 billion would already be generous. That sum represents only about a month of our sales. Yu Dazue, also in the car, blinked in astonishment. He had only learned that morning that Edian Liquor, a company barely 2 months old, could achieve such staggering sales figures. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't sell either. This was an absolute cash cow, with the vast majority of sales coming directly through the official website, all in cash. The company was only a few months old, and considering the agreements finalized today, he was confident the market would open up quickly and profitability would come effortlessly. Yu Dazue resolved to strengthen the cooperation. From previous conversations, he understood that Liu Sen's goals aligned closely with those of his own Banshin company. Neither planned to go public, instead choosing to deepen research and development, enhance technological sophistication, and capture the market through technical advantage. The car soon arrived at the hotel entrance, and everyone went inside together. Following Yu Dazue into a private dining room, the scene within left Liu Sen and his party visibly surprised. Sitting inside was an elderly man whom they all recognized immediately. Old Ren, the founder and actual controller of Banshin. Upon seeing the newcomers enter, Old Ren rose and nodded warmly at Liu Sen and the others. Manager Liu, may I introduce? This is Old Ren, Yu Dazue said, making the introduction. Old Ren, I never expected to meet you here. Liu Sen stepped forward and spoke with genuine respect. He held Old Ren in the highest esteem and regarded him as someone he deeply admired and wished to emulate. He had actually harbored a desire to meet Old Ren during his trip to Banshin, but raising it directly would have seemed abrupt. Who would have guessed they'd run into him at a hotel? Manager Liu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Old, you told me a remarkable person had arrived, so I took the liberty of coming uninvited to pay my respects. Old Ren, I was actually about to ask Manager Yu whether he could arrange an introduction. What a pleasant surprise. If you don't mind, please just call me ASEN. Then I shall boldly take that liberty and call you ASEN. Not at all. I prefer it. It feels more personal that way. Liu Sen then introduced Liu Ying and Yin Dan to Old Ren, explaining that Yin Dan would serve as the head of the joint venture they were establishing. Everyone took their seats, and the meal began. Liu Sen brought out the Shangqing liquor he had brought along and placed it on the table. Old Ren, please give this a taste. I believe you will enjoy it. Old Ren studied the young man before him whose every demeanor radiated confidence, then turned his gaze to the bottle, an unfamiliar design. The packaging was festive and elegant, and the name Shangqing carried a natural beauty of its own. Old Ren, this junior Liu Sen honors you with a toast. After raising his glass and gesture, Liu Sen drained it in one draught. Old Ren drank promptly, and in the same instant sensed something extraordinary. The mouthfeel was exquisite, and after swallowing, a profound calm washed over him. A sense of transcendence filled his spirit, and even the anxieties about his company's development eased considerably. Awaken, this liquor of yours is truly outstanding. This is our company's upcoming premium offering. It has not yet gone on general sale. Liu Sen then proceeded to introduce Awaken Liquor Company to Old Ren and Yu Dezue, covering the already listed Qingfeng Liquor, Shangqing Liquor, and their plans for Mian Liquor. He also explained the innovative techniques and concepts applied in brewing these liquors. It was the first time both Old Ren and Yu Dezue had heard of such winemaking methods. They contained no fewer than several novel techniques. In their experience, the liquor industry had always followed the same familiar patterns. Nothing but variations on the same theme, either extending aging periods or tweaking blending ratios. It seemed every industry required new breakthroughs. Just as Banshan itself constantly pushed beyond its own limitations and shattered conventional thinking, so too must others evolve. Just as traditional shops have been widely displaced by online stores and Taobao rose rapidly only to be challenged in recent years by video-based e-commerce platforms, there was a real possibility that traditional brick-and-mortar shops might reclaim mainstream status within the next few years. Therefore, continuous innovation was essential, otherwise a company would inevitably be eliminated. They were equally amazed by the materials used for the liquor bottles, such extraordinary materials ultimately finding their way into bottle craftsmanship. During the meal, Liu Sen expressed his interest in future collaboration with Banshan across multiple areas and also reaffirmed his commitment to continuous research and development of new materials, underscoring that his company's strategy was resolutely to pursue technological innovation. Old Ren deeply admired Liu Sen's resolve. Researching new materials was a bottomless pit. Money poured into it might never yield returns, and even after tremendous investment, nothing usable might emerge. The banquet passed swiftly with all guests thoroughly delighted. Back at the hotel, Liu Sen reflected on his conversation with Old Ren during the dinner and his conviction in his company's earlier defined positioning. Research and development benefiting the people grew even stronger. There are certain areas where Awaken needs to strengthen its collaboration with Huaban, as Huaban has already become a pacesetter in many fields. Building on this foundation, further improvement would grant them an unassailable competitive edge on the international stage. Moreover, such cooperation would be free from many concerns, as Huaban Company is a privately owned entity immune to interference from external capital. Countless promising domestic companies have fallen under the control of capital indirectly seized by foreign forces, ultimately losing their potential. Liu Sen knew that in the future he would unveil numerous new materials and technologies. These must be firmly held in his own hands or those of his countrymen. Originally, Liu Sen had anticipated a lengthy negotiation process with Huaban Company, but to his surprise, things went smoothly and swiftly. The basic framework was nearly settled, leaving only minor details to be ironed out over the next few days. This timeline also allowed Huaban to begin seeking out companies with foundational capabilities in producing cover plates and other components. Liu Sen briefed Awaken on the cooperation matters and entrusted her with full authority, as the newly established company would be under her management. The original Awaken Materials Company would hold the controlling stake and license the technology for producing cover plates and other component materials. Leaving Awaken here this time, he wondered how long it would be before they reunited. Probably at least a week or two, though it filled him with reluctance. That evening, the group about to part ways indulged in unrestrained passion. He had always been restrained before, fearing she might get hurt, but this time, he finally let himself go completely. Even in a hotel, Liu Sen had no fear of hidden cameras, as any concealed lens could not escape his detection. Upon checking in, he had scanned the room thoroughly. His golden finger ensured that for anything he legally possessed, even temporarily, he could see every point and its attributes. Naturally, he could spot any cameras. After all, he had paid for the hotel. During his stay, he could inspect attributes, but could not move the decimal point to alter them. The next morning, Liu Sen woke up and gently moved aside the jade-like arms and slender legs draped over him. After washing up, he looked at the two still sound asleep. He did not wake them, guessing they were exhausted from the previous night's exertions. Liu Sen picked up his phone from the bedside and walked to the balcony. He sank into a chair, watching the rising sun as the morning light spilled over him. Closing his eyes, he savored the tranquility, emptying his mind. After a while, he reached for the phone on the side table, intending to check the news. He pressed the button several times, but nothing happened. The screen remained black. The battery was dead. Last night's frenzy had made him forget to charge it. He had previously modified the phone's battery with his golden finger, increasing its capacity tenfold. But it had been a long time since it was last charged, and now it was completely drained. Returning to the room, he found the charger and plugged it in. Suddenly, he realized that since he had expanded the battery capacity tenfold, the charging time would also increase tenfold. Liu Sen promptly restored the capacity to its original state, planning to adjust it again after charging was complete. As for why he didn't simply increase the charger's speed tenfold, though he could, the battery and phone were not adapted to such a change, and it could easily cause problems. How inconvenient it was. Phones still needed charging, and they couldn't be used while charging. Using it was also restricted by the charging cable's length. It reminded him of a picture he had seen split into two parts. One showed a dog tied to a tree with a leash, and the other showed a person tethered to a socket by the charging cable wanting to play on their phone. Nowadays many phones have wireless charging, but it's still not ideal. The phone must be placed on a charging pad, and picking it up renders it unusable again. Long-distance wireless charging does exist, but the technology is immature, still confined to labs with slow charging speeds and low energy conversion efficiency. If the technology could mature, phones would never again suffer from low battery anxiety. They could charge anytime, anywhere without interruption. Liu Sen sat on the sofa pondering these issues, imagining the impact such a technology would have, including the new applications it could spawn. After a moment, he stopped thinking, unplugged the charging phone, pressed the power button, and turned it on. The phone booted quickly, showing 18 battery. Liu Sen immediately used his golden finger to increase the charge tenfold, filling it completely. He began searching for wireless charging products on the market and directly ordered several phones from different brands, all capable of wireless charging. He also checked long-distance wireless charging devices. They were still concept products, not yet available for sale. After searching online for related patents, he found that Juhua company held some. He called Yu Dazue directly to inquire about this. President Yu, may I ask if your company has any applications for long-distance wireless charging technology? Our company has indeed conducted research, but there are still significant flaws. We have many test engineering units internally, but we've hit a bottleneck, and it's difficult to proceed further. Yu Dazue was forthright about the difficulties. He then elaborated on the technical challenges. There are numerous obstacles, the impact of the phone casing algorithm pairing issues, and energy consumption being a major problem. Currently, many companies worldwide have developed experimental wireless charging over distance, but they all suffer from inaccurate positioning, excessive radiation power, overload instability, and high costs. Liu Sen thought for a moment and decided he needed to get one to test. President Yu, I would like an engineering unit and a charging device. I'll test the impact of our new glass material on this technology back home, and it will also aid in developing the next generation of materials. No problem. Come pick it up this afternoon. I'll process the donation procedure for the engineering unit this morning. As a key partner, Yu Dazue did not refuse. After hanging up, Liu Sen pondered for a while longer and determined the development direction for the coming period. The business and R&D of Edian Liquor had already laid a solid foundation. Going forward, it just needed to expand steadily and diversify its product lines. Liu Sen only needed to provide the relevant research directions and allocate funds. Meanwhile, Edian Liquor would generate ample revenue to fuel his high-tech ventures. His next research target was wireless charging technology. He picked up the phone, found Chao Lei's number, and dialed. The call was answered promptly. Hello, President Liu. Chao Lei's voice was laced with respect and gratitude. He had been working for over a month, completing the company's official website and shopping platform. He was extremely satisfied with his current job. Though it wasn't an IT company and didn't match his initial expectations, the work was easy, the pay was good, and it was close to home. In his hometown, a third-tier city, earning such a high salary was remarkable. Just 2 days ago, he received his salary and bonus. Over 20,000. Undoubtedly top-tier income. His classmates had stayed in big cities, but his salary still ranked among the highest of them all. Initially, many of his classmates regretted his decision to return to his hometown and join a newly established liquor company. Several advised him not to go back to Rongqing, but to stay and develop in Jinling. Chao Lei, you've been working here for over a month now. Are you getting used to it? Liu Sen was quite satisfied with Chao Lei. President Liu, I'm very much used to it. It's great. I really appreciate you giving me this opportunity. Even though Chao Lei was on the other end of the phone, he sat up straight in his chair. Glad to hear it. It's all because you're talented and capable, and you didn't look down on my newly established small company. President Liu, you're joking. If this is a small company, then there aren't many big ones left. Chao Lei couldn't help but complain about the term small company. As an IT specialist, he was well aware of the company's online data. Many large companies, after years of effort, couldn't match what President Liu called a small company. Not to mention the company's performance in Rongqing. Even in Jinling, it was second to none. Chao Lei, I told you from the start to reach out to your capable classmates. Any progress? Anyone willing to come? President Liu, I've talked to them. They all want to work in IT-related fields. Although your salary is decent, the nature of the company determines the outcome. That's not an issue. I've already registered another company specializing in software development. The company's next goal is this area. You can tell them we're planning a large-scale recruitment drive. Alright, I'll communicate with my classmates. Liu Sen ended the call. Earlier, under the name of Edian, he had registered many companies covering various industries, preparing for the future and fearing that others might preemptively register the name once Edian Liquor became famous. Such incidents were too common. He didn't want to experience such frustration like the cases of Mojin Hulatang or Moguan Rujiamo. Putting down his phone, Liu Sen finally walked into the bathroom to wash up. After showering, he took out his electric toothbrush and used it. When he finished, he noticed the battery was low with a yellow light blinking continuously. He retrieved the charging base from his suitcase, plugged it in, and placed the toothbrush on it. The charging light flickered. A thought suddenly crossed Liu Sen's mind. Could this be wireless charging? Liu Sen lifted the toothbrush slightly about a centimeter above the base. The charging light remained on. He lifted it a bit more, and the light went out. Close light on a separate light off. He repeated this several times, even crouching down to inspect closely. They were indeed separated. This thing was wireless charging, completely unexpected. Liu Sen had used this electric toothbrush for years, but never realized it was wireless. How understated. Why did phones get so much hype for wireless charging with countless ads and bloggers promoting it, as if it were some high-tech marvel? So it was all hype. He had once wondered why Flower Phone didn't adopt wireless charging. Damn Fruit Phone and Star Phone were probably trying to fool countless suckers, and those wireless chargers were so expensive. But high prices were normal. A SIM ejector tool cost tens of yuan, and a lens cloth too. Was this the classic, fools and their money are soon parted? Liu Sen shook his head. It had nothing to do with him, it was all voluntary consumption. Looking at the wireless charger, Liu Sen immediately checked its properties. Electric toothbrush wireless charging level 1. It displayed a level, but Liu Sen didn't think much of it. He directly adjusted the level from 1 to 10, intending to acquire knowledge. Then a stream of knowledge surged into his mind, impacting his thoughts. This impact was noticeably different from before. Previous knowledge acquisition had been like a gentle stream, smooth and meager, but this time it was like a river surging and turbulent. His mind was constantly battered. Fortunately, Liu Sen's physique had been enhanced tenfold earlier, allowing him to withstand the impact. Struggling against the recurring pain in his mind, he continuously organized the incoming information. After a while it finally stopped. Recalling the information he received, Liu Sen couldn't help but show a look of shock. It was truly incredible. It turned out that current wireless charging was just the most primitive form. The existing technology was at the bottom of level 1, and probably should be rated as level 0. According to the information in his mind, level 1, at its maximum, could achieve wireless transmission within 10 kilometers. Higher levels increased exponentially. This was the ultimate black technology. Wireless charging didn't even capture its essence. It should be called wireless power transmission technology. The information in his mind represented an explosive leap forward incomparable to low-end wireless charging. This technology was completely harmless to the human body, with all indicators far below international and domestic technical requirements. It seemed that this would be the cornerstone of Liu Sen's technological development. This wireless power transmission could spark another revolutionary leap in technology. He had to proceed step by step, only releasing level 1. Levels 2 through 10 would have to be kept for internal use indefinitely. Even level 1 would need sublevels like 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 9. Power transmission ranges would be graded 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, etc. This technology research would likely be very time-consuming, requiring a large number of recruits. The first tier level 1 information with his provided research direction should be relatively easy to develop. Later stages would take much longer. Talent was hard to come by now. Fresh graduates from universities lacked experience, and poaching from other companies was unrealistic. His EDN Electronic Information Technology Company was still a shell. No matter how much he talked, people would think he was a scammer, even with high salaries. Liu Sen then thought he would have to poach talent from Flower Company. After all, they had plenty of talent. Of course, when talking to Mr. Ren and Yu Dazue, he wouldn't call it poaching, he would say he was helping them with their personnel issues. Many of their overaged or eliminated employees could all be taken in by his company. The overaged ones had rich experience, even the eliminated ones wouldn't be too bad. His company could afford them and use them. Moreover, his golden finger dictated that the more people the better, the more ideas the better. As long as an employee's idea had even a slight possibility, his golden finger could enhance it dramatically, turning the impossible into reality. Just like this low-end wireless charging, after modification, it changed so drastically that this technology alone could reshape the future of humanity. After a long while, the two women finally got up to wash up. They had breakfast together, and when they returned, both were still somewhat lethargic. Liu Sen stayed with them, resting until noon. After lunch, Liu Sen took Liu Ying and Yin Dan to the Flower Company. Liu Sen visited Old Ren's office and engaged in extensive discussions covering his desire to deepen their cooperation, particularly in talent acquisition. Old Ren, could you help facilitate those who have retired from your organization to come work at my company? Liu Sen put forward the suggestion and also introduced some details about EDN Electronic Information Technology Company, which would be receiving the personnel, then added further. One thing that must be clarified is that they need to relocate to Rongqing for work. The salary and benefits can match or even exceed their previous packages. Actually, Liu Sen's requirement for all personnel to work in Rongqing was necessitated by circumstances. He needed to consolidate the team for unified technical research and development efforts, as being physically together enabled effective communication. Once the company grew and matured in the later stages, there would no longer be a need to require all personnel to work in Rongqing. They could follow Huaban's model by establishing independent laboratories across the country, particularly in areas where talent and universities concentrated. Each location would conduct autonomous research, while submitting progress reports on all projects monthly, quarterly, and annually. At that point, he could review each research team's projects, make adjustments, then send feedback and guide future research directions to their respective teams. This approach would enable the company to rapidly advance and apply breakthroughs across all research initiatives. Old Ren was highly satisfied with Liu Sen's proposal for talent cooperation and willingly agreed to have EDN Company receive these individuals, recognizing them as former contributors to Huaban Company. These people had dedicated themselves to Huaban, but the company's philosophy compelled them to part ways. Survival and breakthrough were essential, otherwise Huaban wouldn't have achieved its current scale or become an industry leader across multiple sectors. Asen, I'm pleased you'll accept our people, and I'll have the company's HR coordinate closely with them. Old Ren's smile faded as he grew serious, addressing Liu Sen directly. You're absorbing large numbers of our staff. Have you considered the implications? Hearing this, Liu Sen nodded, solemnly acknowledging the risks. There would certainly be drawbacks to Edian company taking on so many former Huaban employees. Many would label Edian as Huaban's successor, or dub it Little Huaban. This could easily trigger suppression from international competitors early on. Old Ren laid out all his concerns clearly for Liu Sen to see. Liu Sen had already considered these issues, but he wasn't afraid at all. His company's primary market would be domestic. If overseas markets accepted their products, they'd expand normally. If not, or if faced opposition, they'd simply withdraw from those markets. The company's technology faced no real threat from opposition. It was foreseeable that even without any ties to Huaban, they'd eventually face suppression from the lighthouse country. After all, reaching a certain level of development inevitably invites resistance. Nowadays, a company that hadn't been targeted by the lighthouse country would be embarrassed to call itself a high-tech firm. As for the Little Huaban label that might emerge, it could actually benefit the company early on by building reputation and attracting talent. Once the company surpassed Huaban in strength, that nickname would naturally fade away. After briefly finalizing the cooperation framework, Liu Sen took his leave and, accompanied by Yu Dezue, went to sign the documents and receive a set of wireless charging engineering test equipment. Leaving Huaban, he returned to the hotel. Since they were about to part soon, they talked for a long time that evening before resting. They slept until noon the next day. Liu Sen and Liu Ying hastily got ready, left the hotel, and headed to the airport. Meanwhile, Yindan stayed at the hotel to continue handling the new materials company's registration and acquisition, as well as coordinating the talent recruitment from Huaban. Upon exiting the airport, Liu Sen and Liu Ying spotted Lu sprinting toward them. She threw herself into Liu Sen's arms, nuzzling her head against his chest repeatedly. Liu Sen lifted Lu's face and kissed her forehead. There are so many people around, and you're not even shy. I'm not afraid at all. She said this, but her body honestly glanced around. Finding no one paying attention to them, she finally relaxed and playfully stuck out her tongue at Liu Sen. Liu Sen looked at the adorable Lu before him and affectionately pinched her chubby little cheeks. Liu Ying stood aside smiling as she watched them play. Lu reached out and swatted away Liu Sen's hand from her face. Brother Sen, you always pinch my cheeks. You're making my face round. She immediately linked arms with Liu Ying and gave them a playful shake. Sistering, I missed you. I missed our little source of joy too, Liu Ying said, hugging Lu tightly. The group chatted and laughed as they reached the parking lot. Liu Sen opened the trunk and stowed their luggage. Lu, where's your car? I didn't drive. I took a taxi. Then get in the car. Liu Sen increased the vehicle's data tenfold, though he didn't adjust the speed. He didn't want the car to suddenly accelerate to 1,000 kilometers per hour. That would be catastrophic. If they got caught speeding, how many points would they lose? He didn't want to speed, let alone end up at the police station. They soon returned home. Looking at the familiar surroundings, he couldn't help but feel how comfortable and free home was. He unpacked the delivery of the phone with the wireless charger he'd purchased earlier. He grabbed it and bid farewell to Lu and Liu Ying before heading into the studio. He was eager to see how it differed from the electric toothbrush technology. After adjusting and acquiring the knowledge, he discovered the two wireless charging systems were essentially the same, differing only in minor details. Liu Sen felt a sudden headache. The marketing hype was outrageous. So many people still thought wireless charging was some high-end technology, showing off their purchases everywhere. Additionally, the numerous sensor lights sold online utilized this same technology. Lights that illuminated when attached without requiring any electrical connections, along with adhesive remote switches. He picked up the testing engineering unit from Huawei again for upgrading, acquired the knowledge, and found this one had many more differences. Combining both approaches would make development easier. He believed that with sufficient personnel they could definitely achieve results within a month. Liu Sen's goal for the first generation was a range of 3 to 10 meters, which would make it immediately practical. Setting aside what he was working on, he left the studio and entered the study. He took several electronics books from the shelf to read. The knowledge in his mind needed to be connected with existing literature to truly integrate it, and he could better understand which concepts were achievable within current academic theories and technological capabilities. Outside, Liu Ying and Lu had just finished unpacking all their luggage and sorted their clothes. The two began preparing dinner in the kitchen. Didn't Sister Dan come back with you, eh? Lu finally asked the question she had wanted to ask since the airport. Lu, I thought you could hold out longer, Liu Ying said with a smile upon hearing the question. She still has some matters to attend to over there and hasn't returned. She'll be managing the newly established company going forward. How does that mean we'll be separated? Lu's mood sank and her eyes began to tear up. We'll eventually have to part anyway, we can't stay together forever, Liu Ying said, setting down the vegetables she was washing and turning to embrace Lu. We won't be apart forever. She won't stay there too long. Once things get running smoothly over there, we can find a reliable manager to handle things. Lu nodded. She understood that as Liu Sen's business continued to flourish and enterprises multiplied, everyone would inevitably become busier. The group had been together for over 2 years, sharing meals, living quarters, and work. Their bond was genuinely strong. Any comparison to the superficial relationships portrayed online would be an insult to them. The temporary separation was bittersweet, but she had anticipated this when she first took over the Melinsonen milk tea business. She could still remain here primarily because the milk tea shop's operations were still confined to Rongqing and Jinling. Once they expanded further, she would inevitably have to travel across the entire country. This wouldn't take long given how well the existing branch locations were performing and the universal praise for their quality. After the new year, they would definitely begin opening stores across other cities on a large scale. Though she hated the thought of separation, she was willing to share some of the burden for brother Sun. She wanted to stay by Sen's side like Sister Ing, but she knew her own limitations. She lacked the attentiveness that Sister Ing possessed. Each of the three sisters had her own distinct strengths. After a short while, the two composed themselves and focused on preparing the meal. The night passed swiftly. Liu Sen continuously sorted through the knowledge flooding his mind, while relevant professional books piled up into a heap. The books at home in his field were still insufficient. He needed to purchase a large number of books from online sources or overseas. A personal library needed to be prepared, as future learning in other domains would undoubtedly require a vast collection of books. The library could be co-located with his experimental research center. Only by completing all these facilities could he better accommodate the personnel arriving from the Petal project. Only by establishing living quarters, a research and development center, and a learning space could he use this collaborative framework to attract more scientific talent. In the temporary office of Edian Distillery, Liu Sen and Deng Yaluan sat on the sofa brewing tea, chatting and playing games on their phones. After a round of the game ended, Deng Yaluan dropped his phone and asked, "Asen, just tell me what you need. You've been dragging me to chat and play games since morning. I'm really busy. We're expanding rapidly outside." Deng Yaluan looked at Liu Sen with some exasperation. He had already been sitting here for 2 cups of tea, played a game, and even visited the restroom once. The company was extremely busy now, every department equally so, and everyone was full of drive. The company was experiencing explosive growth with a large influx of new employees and many promotions. Crucially, salaries and bonuses were indeed generous. After all, for a newly established company to expand its business nationwide in such a short time, and a real economy company at that, one could imagine the workload. Deng Yaluan, who headed the sales department, was the vanguard. He had recently recruited many newcomers for training, and in a week they would be assigned based on performance and sent to various cities across the country. "Brother Yaluan, I saw you're tired, so I wanted you to relax a bit." "Not tired at all. I came here to work with you. I have to do well. I don't want to let down your trust." "In that case, how about I add more to your plate? You become the general manager." Upon hearing Deng Yaluan say he wasn't tired, Liu Sen instantly perked up. "You said it yourself, don't blame me." "What? Are you kidding me? Then what will you do?" Deng Yaluan was startled, thinking it was a joke. "I'll leave this to you. I have other matters. The company's future product iterations and research need me." Liu Sen's expression was serious. "The problem is I can't handle it all." Seeing Liu Sen's expression, Deng Yaluan knew he was serious and rubbed his temples in frustration. "Brother Yaluan, I believe in your ability. It's settled. I'm sold to you." Deng Yaluan knew he had fallen into a trap and wouldn't climb out anytime soon. Hearing Deng Yaluan's words, Liu Sen burst into laughter. "Who said you're my brother? I'll announce your appointment at the afternoon meeting." "Okay. Anything else? If not, I'll go back to work." "No, by the way, I'll invite you and your wife to my place for dinner this weekend." "Got it," Deng Yaluan replied and left the office. Liu Sen watched him go, thought for a moment, then stood up and walked to his desk to sit down. "Inger, pack up your things and call Jin Shuyo in." "All right." Liu Ing responded, tidied up, and walked out of the office. A few minutes later, a knock came. Liu Ing opened the door and led Jin Shuyo inside. "Shuyo, have a seat. I need to discuss something with you." Liu Sen pointed to the chair in front of the desk. "All right." Jin Shuyo, dressed in a well-fitted office uniform, sat gracefully and composedly opposite Liu Sen. "Here's the thing, the company's businesses are diverse and numerous, so handling them, especially finances and management, can be cumbersome. Therefore, I plan to establish a group company. You'll still be in charge of the group's finances and temporarily handle the current ones until we find suitable people for you to step down." Hearing Liu Sen's arrangement, Jin Shuya was somewhat surprised, but she had anticipated it. After all, with so many enterprises, group management was more convenient, especially for capital allocation. She just hadn't expected it to come so soon. "No problem. It's a vote of confidence in my abilities." Liu Sen saw Jin Shuya accept with a confident demeanor, exuding an aura of a strong woman, her charm amplified. "Shuya, since we're forming a group company, we're short on talent. We need to stock up in advance. Do you know any candidates you could recommend?" The company was desperately short of talent. The HR head had been temporarily held by Yin Dan, who was now handling the Huaban company handover and new company setup. Liu Ing was also concurrently serving as the administrative manager of Edian Liquor. Once the group was established, a comprehensive management department would be needed. People were truly scarce. Moreover, a group would definitely need a legal team, given that his future companies would span many industries and involve numerous patents. This was indispensable. Liu Sen thought about it and felt a headache. He could only blame himself for spreading the company's business too wide, involving too many industries and developing too fast. Without a period of sedimentation, many people's abilities couldn't keep up with the company's growth and talent reserves were insufficient. But time waited for no one. Liu Sen didn't want to wait. The global landscape was shifting, and he wanted to contribute to this transformation, whether for individuals or the nation. If he lacked the ability, that would be one thing, but he had the power to steer this change toward a direction beneficial to the country and its people, so he couldn't just focus on himself. Liu Sen always believed in like attracts like. Jin Xia, with her strong woman aura, was a high-level talent herself, so among her friends there must be many capable individuals. I do know a few people, all very capable, but they are employed at large enterprises. I'm not sure if they'd be willing to come. And if they all come, they'd occupy many key positions. Aren't you afraid I'll play tricks? Jin Xia looked at Liu Sen with a smile. In the workplace, factionalism and cliques were feared as they could sway company decisions and development. Liu Sen smiled in response. As long as they're capable, I welcome them all. Liu Sen was not the least bit afraid of such situations. First, his company was privately owned, with him as the sole shareholder holding absolute authority. Second, the most crucial aspects, technological leadership and patents, were firmly in his control. The company was just a shell, he could start another from scratch anytime. Then I'll contact them and see what they think, Jin Xia said with a smile. If they're interested, we can arrange a time to meet and talk. Liu Sen was just testing the waters. People brought in by Jin Xia would be better understood, giving him peace of mind in using them. Even if no one was willing, it didn't matter. He could find people through headhunters. Liu Sen posted a message in the company management group calling for a meeting at 2:00 p.m., requiring all management to attend. In the afternoon, in the meeting room, all middle and senior management arrived 10 minutes early, chatting about the company's recent situation with smiles on their faces. With the sound of footsteps, Liu Sen entered the meeting room, followed by Liu Ying. In the conference room, Liu Sen looked around at the mid to senior management personnel seated there and said, "The main purpose of today's meeting is to announce certain matters. Manager Liu Ying will now read them out." Liu Ying turned on the projector. Due to the company's rapid development in recent times and the swift business expansion of our affiliated companies, and for the purpose of better management, after careful deliberation, we have decided to appoint Deng Yaluan as general manager of Edian Liquor Company and concurrently as sales manager until a suitable successor relieves him of the sales manager duties. Kai Chongqing has been appointed as deputy general manager of Edian Liquor Company and director of Edian Winery. Let us congratulate them. With that, Liu Sen led the applause. Although all the managers in the conference room were taken aback by the sudden appointments, they still applauded along. The capabilities of Deng Yaluan and Kai Chongqing were plainly evident to everyone. Regarding the research and development of new products at Edian Liquor, I will provide relevant research directions and guidance, but the specific RD work going forward must rely on everyone's efforts. He also announced the expansion of technical RD staff and encouraged internal referrals, allowing employees to recommend talent for positions at related sister companies. For instance, referrals of financial personnel, administrative staff, human resources professionals, and the like. Transportation expenses would be covered by the company, and upon successful hiring, the referrer would receive corresponding rewards according to the company's talent evaluation tier. Technical personnel referrals would earn a reward of 100 yuan, senior technical staff 200 yuan, and research personnel over 500 yuan. Grassroots management referrals would receive 500 yuan, mid-level management 100 yuan, senior management 200 yuan, and top-tier personnel 500 yuan. This reward scheme was circulated to all employees via email. After Liu Sen concluded the announcements, he left the conference room, yielding the floor to Deng Yaluan for his inaugural speech. Over the following period, Liu Sen devoted himself to studying wireless power transmission technology, squeezed in interviews with management personnel from other companies, and accompanied Uncle Jean in communicating with government officials regarding the establishment of the company headquarters and research laboratory. This period was even busier than before. On one hand, there was simply an overwhelming volume of matters to attend to. On the other, it was partly because Yin Dan and Lu were not by his side. Both were deeply occupied with their own endeavors. After finishing work each day, he would video call Yin Dan every evening to inquire about her work progress, chatting first about work and then about life. Through these video calls, they deepened their connection and soothed their longing. Through Yin Dan's research and after reviewing several potential acquisition targets recommended by Yu Dazue of Panhua, and following thorough investigation and on-site visits, they ultimately determined to acquire a company named Qingba Technology. On one hand, its equipment was relatively complete. On the other, the company possessed a sizable parcel of land, which would facilitate future company expansion. With Panhua's assistance, the acquisition was completed smoothly, and the company was subsequently renamed Huai Technology. Thereafter, the licensing of the first and second generation special glass technologies was finalized. Panhua also injected the corresponding capital, and the production lines were being adjusted and expanded. Meanwhile, Lu's Liu Sen milk tea was also methodically carving out its market presence. The Jinling market had been nearly fully covered with a total of 26 stores opened. Liu Sen's personnel training was also advancing in close coordination. Soon Jinling would be transformed into a talent training base with each store staffed by one store manager and one deputy store manager. Liu Sen thanks you for your choice. In a Liu Sen milk tea store in Jinling, accompanied by a melodious voice, several graceful ladies emerged from the shop, their faces beaming with smiles. It was now 11 o'clock at night. The Liu Sen milk tea store had just completed the final order of the evening and seen off its last customers. There were 5 people in the milk tea shop. An older woman said to a young girl, "Xiao Qiu, your training and study sessions for today have all concluded. Please report to headquarters tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I wish you every success. Manager Chi, I understand. Thank you for your guidance throughout this period. I have learned so much. The young girl referred to as Xiao Qiu said to the elder woman, then bowed deeply to Manager Chi. Manager Chi helped Xiao Qiu to her feet and embraced her firmly. Keep going, The young girl's eyes were brimming with hope for the future. Such scenes were unfolding across all Liu Sen milk tea stores. Most of the deputy store managers being dispatched were students who had come to Jinling to attend university from various other cities. Once they completed all training assessments, they would be assigned to other cities to scout new store locations. These individuals had been fully informed of this situation before joining Liu Sen, and all were willing to return to their hometowns, or to major cities near their hometowns, to open stores and serve as managers. Liu Sen's exceptional quality and taste had nearly won over every customer who walked through the door. Business had surged from quiet to wildly popular, and its reputation stood unmatched. These people saw genuine hope. These were far more substantial and reliable than any internet-famous product. They had personally participated in every step, and the daily revenue figures were something they had witnessed with their own eyes. Liu Sen offered these individuals two models. One was direct operation, where the company bore the costs and the store manager could receive a 5% profit share. The second model required the store manager to fund the entire store, while the company provided the technical formula, with Liu Sen claiming 30% of the turnover. Furthermore, each person could invest in opening up to 10 stores. In this manner, Liu Sen would undoubtedly experience explosive growth nationwide over time. Of course, to safeguard the company's brand quality, the company would open at least one directly operated flagship store in each city. In larger cities, there might be 4 to 5 flagship stores, such as in Zhonghai and Shangjing. This was the business model Liu Sen followed. Shi Weiju, under the leadership of her brother-in-law and sister, charted a different course. Its expansion was not as rapid as Liu Sen's. It pursued a steady and deliberate approach, since the cost of opening a single store was comparatively high. Only after the first store had been operating for over a month did they open a second. Since the first had already established a reputation, the second could recover its costs more quickly. They then immediately began renovations for the third location in Jinling. Rather than rapidly opening fourth and fifth stores in Jinling simultaneously, they traveled to Zhonghai and Shangjing, leasing commercial spaces and beginning renovations in both cities. Their strategy was to establish a strong local reputation first, then accelerate the opening of branch stores. In this way, multiple cities could flourish simultaneously. A far more efficient approach than steadily expanding within one city, fully capturing its market, and then moving on to replicate the same process in the next city. This approach would lead to faster multiplication. Of course, such rapid development also carried the risk of capital chain rupture. Her brother-in-law and sister were well aware of this, but they believed that Shi Weiju's recipes and flavors could quickly recoup the initial investment. Meanwhile, after a week of communications with the government, Liu Sen finally secured the location for the headquarters. It was an abandoned real estate project comprising of villa area commercial buildings and residential towers, a project that Rongqing had recently taken back. This was a project originally developed by a certain company called Moheng, which lacked the capacity to continue and had been idle for over half a year. Situated near an upcoming subway station entrance, the basic framework of the buildings was already complete, though the exterior walls remained unfinished and water and electricity had not yet been connected. Through negotiations, the project was transferred directly to Edian Group, which assumed all of Moheng's debts in Rongqing. After over half a month, Edian Group had been fully established, and personnel transitions across its various subsidiaries were also complete. The several friends introduced by Jin Shia proved to be highly capable. The group's legal affairs department, following recommendations from Panhua and contacts within the financial system, recruited a batch of elites. They even enlisted Zhang San, famously known as the outlaw of legal forums, as the legal consultant for Edian Group. Upon taking possession of the new headquarters, Liu Sen immediately allocated a substantial sum to begin renovating and transforming the building. All glass exterior walls of the building were fitted with special glass produced by Edian Glass. All of this was done for one purpose: safety. The villa area and residential towers were also being renovated simultaneously. Though only a portion of the abandoned structures was remodeled, it was sufficient for current needs. Another portion was reserved by Liu Sen for future use. He needed these new buildings for experiments later, which would also serve to better promote his company. The talent cooperation with Panhua, confirmed over the past half-month, continued to advance steadily. A total of over 200 talents specializing in electronic information and related fields agreed to join Edian and relocate to Rongqing. In truth, during this period, the number of candidates Panhua talent persuaded to withdraw or eliminated far exceeded this group. However, many were unwilling to work for a company with little name recognition. Moreover, the work location was still a small city, undoubtedly unfamiliar to 95% of the nation's population. Neighbors nearby would often mistake it for being subordinate to Jinling. All over 200 individuals had already signed their contracts and were awaiting the completion of the Rongqing headquarters building and research laboratory before reporting for duty. During this waiting period, they were all on paid leave, returning home to rest. Liu Sen had made remarkable progress in wireless charging technology research. He was confident that with no more than one additional month, he could definitely complete the first version of the first generation. Liu Sen removed his work clothes, took a quick shower, and left the workspace. Liu Ying, who was busy in the kitchen, saw him arrive and immediately spoke. Brother Sen, I just received a message from Yi Zhongyu of the project engineering department. The first phase of our planned headquarters has been fully completed. The laboratory instruments have also been installed and all office supplies will arrive tomorrow. Normal operations can begin no later than the day after tomorrow. Is that so? Excellent. I've been eagerly waiting for his news. At this moment, Liu Sen had received the best news in recent times. Everyone's urgency for a proper headquarters had been overwhelming. Such a large company, and not a single centralized workplace had all these people shared. Those who could work remotely did so from home or hotels, while others cramped together inside the winery and glass factory. The researchers in particular had been unable to fully immerse themselves in their work. The classmates recruited by Chao Lei were all crammed into his house, with 5 grown men sharing a single bed. Rumor had it the bed had collapsed under the weight. Yesterday, he had even reported to Liu Sen that 2 more people would be arriving in a couple of days. Under such conditions, it would truly become an extraordinary hardship. Inger sent a group email tonight informing everyone of this wonderful news and notify all personnel working within the group, as well as all researchers, to attend the grand opening ribbon-cutting ceremony at 1018 the day after tomorrow. Also arrange accommodation for those who need it as previously listed and notify them that we will provide all daily necessities. The General Management Department will begin operations tomorrow. Ensure proper reception arrangements so that all our brothers and sisters feel the warmth of our big family. Within the Edian Group work chat, the headquarters information was released with the grand opening scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 1018 a.m. This was followed by a succession of messages. Wow, is this really where we'll be working? It looks quite nice with its serene natural surroundings and picturesque scenery. Liu Ying noticed everyone's enthusiasm in the group chat, so she sent out 10 red envelopes in succession. In a rented apartment in Shenzhen, a man spoke to the woman resting in his arms. Ching, look. This is where I'll be working from now on, and this is the accommodation. The surroundings are quite nice, not inferior to Huaban's. Liu Teng was formerly a technician at Huaban Company, and part of this batch of laid-off workers who accepted Edian's recruitment. He and Ching had been together for 3 or 4 years with a harmonious relationship, but after spending heavily on medical treatment for her parents' fate proved unkind, and they ultimately passed away. To cover medical expenses, they sold their previously purchased house and lived in company dormitories, with Liu Teng residing at Ching's place during this period after leaving his job. But it's after all a small city, the woman replied. Is this company reliable? I've never even heard of it. She had also researched the company that signed the contract with her boyfriend, Edian Electronic Information. A web search revealed it was merely a small company established not long ago. She strongly suspected it was a shell company, having read news reports about firms using such entities to poach employees before deliberately going bankrupt, allowing the original company to evade compensation. It should be fine, he replied. Otherwise Huaban wouldn't be recommending us so strongly. They have no reason to deceive us. The severance package is comparable to previous years, and my salary at Edian hasn't decreased. Furthermore, based on my circumstances, the new company has allocated 2-bedroom apartments and permits bringing family members. Ching, come with me. He had discussed this matter numerous times over the past while, but seeing the photos shared in the work group brought him considerable relief. Edian's leadership had previously reviewed his situation and made special accommodations in housing allocation, permitting family members to join him in assisting with employment for relatives. This demonstrated the company's commitment to its employees and its thoughtful approach. This was also because Liu Sen's enterprises spanned diverse industries with rapid expansion, generating abundant positions across both upstream and downstream operations. The government likewise hoped to attract more residents to Rongqing, as this population growth would stimulate economic development. Moreover, this influx consisted of highly skilled professionals, doctoral candidates, and postgraduates, who would typically be difficult for a small city to recruit. The government was therefore facilitating coordination. As this represented only the initial wave, establishing strong foundations would ease subsequent phases, while infrastructure development simultaneously created additional employment opportunities. Besides, it's closer to your family's home, making it more convenient for you to visit. With his own parents gone, Liu Teng considered wherever Ching was his home, just as her parents' residence became his as well. Alright then, go ahead first. I'll resign from my current job and join you shortly. Ching ultimately made her decision to follow Liu Teng to Rongqing, primarily unwilling to be separated from the relationship they had built. Such conversations echoed across many households, each family filled with anticipation for the new environment, yet tinged with apprehension. One by one they booked flights or high-speed rail tickets online, submitting their details to the company per the General Management Department's instructions. The following day, Liu Teng landed shortly after 1 o'clock. As he exited the arrival hall, he spotted a banner reading, "Edian welcomes you," waiting for him. Pulling his luggage, he approached, and was immediately greeted by enthusiastic staff members, including a supervisor, who processed his registration and arranged assistance to transport his bags to the waiting vehicle. During the journey, Liu Teng learned from the staff that this was his 8th batch. The company had organized all travel arrangements into multiple groups with dedicated reception teams waiting at both the airport and high-speed rail station. His group was nearly complete, with just one more person expected to arrive in approximately 10 minutes. The luxurious coach already carried 5 or 6 passengers, among whom only one seemed familiar, while the others were strangers. Through conversation, he discovered the familiar face worked alongside him at Huaban headquarters, while the others came from different research facilities. All had recently arrived by air, with the longest wait being no more than 20 minutes. As they discussed the new company, one passenger revealed surprising knowledge about it. He was an enthusiastic drinker who had enjoyed Edian's Qingfeng liquor. Initially not connecting the two, he later learned from the receptionist that they shared the same parent company under the Edian Group umbrella. I'm curious about the boss's strategy, given such a diverse industry portfolio, he mused. But Qingfeng liquor is truly exceptional. I highly recommend it. It's incredibly popular right now. I don't know about the liquor, another chimed in, but the company's generosity is undeniable. Our compensation package matches what we earned at Huaban, and they're even offering to help with family employment. That's something few companies would dare to do. True, someone else responded, but one can only wonder about the long-term prospects. No company would sustain employees without capability. We all have our capabilities, another explained, though many of us have reached an age where energy declines. The uncertainty lies in whether our families can meet the same standards. I've already inquired, someone shared, family members receive job recommendations based on their prior experience. Those seeking career changes would only get interview opportunities. Hiring isn't guaranteed. I've also heard, another added, that most accompanying family members in this batch are spouses, partners, or children, with no elderly relatives. That's only natural. Would an elder willingly endure such constant travel? They continued exchanging information among themselves until a few minutes later the final member arrived and boarded the coach. A staff member approached and announced, "Our 8th group is complete. The coach will depart for the company shortly, a journey of nearly 1 hour. Please confirm if anyone needs to use the restroom before we leave." After confirming no one needed the facilities, he signaled the driver to proceed. "Refreshments and water are available on board," he added. "Help yourselves, or ask us if needed to tide you over. The company cafeteria will be serving throughout the day, so you may have a proper meal when we arrive." The staff member gestured toward food and beverages placed on a seat at the front. Liu Tong had initially assumed the provisions were brought by fellow passengers, but was pleasantly surprised to discover they were company prepared with full meals also provided at the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the company gates, 2 uniformed security officers in electric patrol vehicles offered them transportation. "Welcome, colleagues," the officers greeted them. "We'll be escorting you to your accommodations before driving them to their assigned residences." Liu Tong observed the security personnel holding handover documents listing their names and assigned addresses. Gazing around at the park-like grounds, Liu Tong noted it matched the photographs perfectly. Lush greenery and blooming flowers lined the entire route. After a few minutes they arrived at a building entrance. One officer guided Liu Tong and the others inside, where a reception desk awaited in the lobby with several staff members seated behind it. After cross-referencing the handover form with the security personnel, the staff member retrieved a set of keys and led them toward the elevator. "Good day, I oversee this building's property management with an office on the 1st floor. Should you encounter any issues upstairs, whether electrical, plumbing, or maintenance related, please don't hesitate to reach out. We'll ensure all matters are resolved promptly. All rooms come fully furnished with appliances including refrigerators, air conditioners, and washing machines. The company provides a monthly utility subsidy of 100 yuan. Any excess charges will be your responsibility. Given that many are relocating with families, we cannot cover all expenses entirely. Items damaged through normal wear can be repaired at no cost, but any damage caused by negligence will require you to cover replacement costs. You should all treat these residences with care," the property manager added. "After 15 years of service with the company, the property becomes yours." This was Edian's policy for talent. Each person received an allocation that could be claimed as housing or converted to cash at 80% of market value. The newcomers were thoroughly pleased with such comprehensive arrangements. Today's experiences had transformed their earlier anxieties into a sense of security. Upon receiving their keys, everyone took photos, and those who rarely shared on social media broke their habit to post about their new accommodations. Word spread rapidly through the tech community about Edian Company. These revelations ignited considerable buzz online, drawing widespread envy from countless onlookers. They soon descended to the cafeteria via patrol vehicle for an abundant meal featuring diverse dishes and many fellow arrivals who had just come that day. During their meal, they heard periodic announcements over the cafeteria intercom. "As we operate for the first time, we welcome your feedback in the suggestion book at the entrance. We'll carefully consider all input." After dining, they examined the suggestion book at the entrance, already filled with entries. Most were complimentary, with only a handful offering constructive criticism. "Could the dishes be spicier?" one suggestion asked. As evening approached past 10 o'clock, Liu Sen sat in his new office reviewing reports from the day's arrivals. All 216 personnel have arrived along with 96 of the anticipated 167 family members. Accommodations have been arranged for everyone. Those absent are either settling remaining matters or observing before committing. However, today's positive experience suggests they'll join us shortly. Everyone expressed satisfaction with the cafeteria, with only minor suggestions that can be addressed by tomorrow. Liu Sen had invested considerable effort into the cafeteria, drawing on his experience at Huaban and leveraging connections to recruit accomplished chefs. The opening ceremony preparations for tomorrow are also complete. The next day, Edian Group officially opened its doors with all staff present. At 1018, Liu Sen joined municipal government officials for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, and after a brief speech, immediately dove into work. Liu Sen's most valued research team finally entered the laboratory, where he gave everyone a comprehensive tour of the facilities. The laboratory made extensive use of new glass materials, various colored and clear transparent and opaque varieties. These partitions proved sturdier than ordinary walls. For specialized requirements, additional materials were processed onto the glass surfaces. Liu Sen first gave the team a presentation on their wireless charging research outlining both the objectives and technical requirements. All the researchers couldn't help but show expressions of disbelief. How could this possibly be achieved? Wouldn't this be nothing but a castle in the air? From what I know, this technology still has significant flaws. It has remained uncommercializable all these years. So many companies have studied this without success. Can our new startup really accomplish improvements? The meeting room suddenly erupted into lively discussion. Seeing his team's animated conversation, Liu Sen couldn't help but smile. He began demonstrating all key research milestones, including the direction for upcoming work, and showed the team their current progress. Suddenly, everyone seemed to glimpse the future, each one filled with indescribable excitement. Soon, under Liu Sen's leadership, they threw themselves wholeheartedly into their research. This wireless charging power technology was the most critical pillar of Liu Sen's development in the coming period. The very foundation upon which Edian's future would be built, the cornerstone of his trend-setting vision. He did not indulge in reuniting with Dan after their long separation. Rising early and returning late each day, he checked on each team's progress. The app software was being developed according to his specifications, and the electronic hardware team continuously tested their previous day's ideas. First trial failure. Second trial failure. Third trial failure. Fourth trial unstable. Though the fourth trial remained unstable and success still felt far away, the result thrilled the entire laboratory. Their concept and direction were correct. Everyone's conviction grew stronger. Previously, they had simply followed their boss's orders without certainty of success. The proposed vision had been tempting, but no one could guarantee it would work. Now they saw hope, and even more fervently wished to be the ones to bring this achievement to fruition. Other companies had wireless charging technology, but all had hit a bottleneck, rendering it virtually useless. What they were pursuing now was a breakthrough toward practicality. The materials they selected were incredibly affordable. Once they succeeded, the technology could be applied on a massive scale. Hard work. Overtime. This overtime was entirely voluntary, the laboratory ablaze with lights through the night. The office building shone just as brightly. They needed to monitor material usage in real time and replenish supplies promptly. Through connections, they recruited a medical support team from a hospital in Jinling at premium salaries to ensure everyone's health, fearing sudden illness during late-night overtime shifts. Liu Sen had originally opposed overtime, but all the researchers refused to step down. They had found hope and ignited a new passion for life. They had rediscovered their youth and fervor. These middle-aged individuals had once stepped back from the front lines, feeling they could no longer push forward. In this relatively unfamiliar environment, the company had shown them every care and consideration. Combined with their technical breakthroughs, they eagerly volunteered for overtime, exhilarated by the prospect. The cafeteria adapted to provide meals 24 hours a day for them. Trials continued relentlessly. If one group failed, there was no fear. Another group would take their place, with multiple groups running experiments simultaneously. Unstable improved to brief stability. Brief stability improved to extended stability. Short-distance stable charging improved to long-distance stable charging. Energy loss dropped from 80% to 50%, 40%, 30%, and then 20%. Trial number 2196, wireless charging connection successful. Current stable distance, 3 meters, energy loss 2%. Starting movement 3. 1 meter stable duration, 1 minute, energy loss, unchanged. Continuing movement 3. 2 meters stable duration, 1 minute, energy loss, unchanged. Continuing movement 4 meters stable duration, 1 minute, energy loss, increased to 10%. Soon the distance was extended to 5 meters. Within 5 meters, stability was maintained during arbitrary movement, though energy loss increased to 20%. Only when the distance reached 10 meters did the connection drop, but energy loss had climbed to 90%. Upon receiving the results, the laboratory erupted in cheers once more. They had achieved the mid-stage goal of the first phase, a range of 10 meters. The remaining target was to reduce energy loss caused by increased distance. Liu Peng and his fellow colleagues embraced each other, patting shoulders in celebration. Watching everyone's joy, Liu Sen felt equally delighted. The progress made during this period of research confirmed that his initial vision had been correct. He could provide objectives and research directions to a large team of developers, significantly shortening the research timeline. Now that he had proven his approach, he planned to hire researchers in bulk from all disciplines, preparing foundational and materials research in advance. Only in this way could he keep pace with the translation of his multifaceted research outcomes. In this case, had the materials groundwork been laid earlier, they should already have completed the first phase of research. However, once this technology was finalized and his research capabilities verified, someone flush with funds like him would find it even easier to recruit talent. He would tell those exceptional people, "Come join us." Time continued to pass, and in what felt like no time at all, half a month had gone by. All aspects of the wireless charging project had achieved breakthroughs. Materials made new progress, and both software and electronics completed a new round of design. Thanks to Liu Sen's golden finger, the software was compressed, making it compact with an extremely clean interface. Packaging and encryption were also significantly strengthened. In Liu Sen's vision, this software would become one of his most powerful tools in the future and had to be absolutely flawless. After the new system was fully assembled, they conducted another round of trials. Trial number 3333, wireless charging connection successful, current stable distance 5 meters, energy loss 0.1%. Starting movement distance 6 meters, charging stable, energy loss 2%. Distance 7 meters, charging stable, energy loss 5%. Distance 8 meters, charging stable, energy loss 10%. Distance 9 meters, charging stable, energy loss 15%. Distance 10 meters, charging stable, energy loss 20%. Distance 5 meters, charging stable, energy loss 35%. Distance 6 meters, charging disconnected. The researchers conducted obstacle tests once more. Within 5 meters, performance was largely unaffected. Between 5 and 10 meters, a metal plate placed in the middle caused an additional 10% loss with no other significant impact. They also tested electromagnetic interference. Within 5 meters, there was no effect. Between 5 and 10 meters, there was slight interference. Charging loss increased marginally, and the connection became somewhat unstable with occasional disconnections. Furthermore, through various indicator tests, the system fully met all requirements set by the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Overall, they had achieved their research goals, and the technology was fully suitable for civilian use with low costs, making it ready for market entry. The only regret at present was that wireless charging could only achieve a maximum power of 30 watts. Another drawback was that it could only support one-to-one wireless charging. For example, with two phones, one had to disconnect before the other could establish a wireless charging connection. There was also the matter of the Wuyo charging app, which was essential for using wireless charging. The software functioned as an encryption tool. Only through it could the system be unlocked and activated to establish a connection between the transmitter and receiver. This software had been specially packaged and processed by Liu Sen himself, who no one but him could crack it. Liu Sen asked the RD director Qian Guoli to write a report on this research and submit it to him, and granted the entire RD department a 3-day holiday. Returning to his office, he reviewed recent company reports. Everything was running smoothly. New leaders and employees in each department were performing excellently, and the entire company operated with impeccable order. That evening, to celebrate their accomplishments over this period, Liu Sen gathered the senior management at the nearby villa for a barbecue cocktail party. This also served to strengthen communication among the company's top management, given that he had spent too much time on research lately. After the party ended, Liu Sen did not sleep at the villa. Instead, he and Liu Ying and Yin Dan returned together to his penthouse home. On the company grounds, one villa, number 1, belonged to him, while all other employees still lived in multi-story apartments. Nearly 100 additional villas remained unallocated to be awarded to employees who made outstanding contributions. In his heart, his 998 square meter penthouse was truly his home. Liu at home was waiting for his return. Glancing at the two women beside him, warmth filled his heart. Morning. In the president's office of Edian Group, Liu Sen was reviewing the company's recent marketing data, with the most significant item being the sales figures of Edian Liquor, which had risen considerably. Gazing at the data analysis, he could not help but smile. He was not merely observing the growth in revenue, but rather the growth potential. The data from every province and city was climbing rapidly, with daily sales climbing steadily upward. These figures confirmed that the company's business development was on a healthy trajectory, with tremendous potential in the years ahead. He had to keep a close eye on this, for it was the very lifeblood of the entire group, accounting for 90% of total revenue and sustaining all daily operations. He knew this dependency was risky and could easily collapse under pressure. Yet this was merely a temporary situation that would be rectified shortly. At present, all profits from the glass factory were being directed toward expanding production capacity, with the remainder supporting the headquarters construction and providing vast quantities of architectural glass. He needed to open up sales channels for the glass factory as soon as possible, particularly for police and military applications, bulletproof glass, anti-riot shields, naval vessels, and aircraft windows, among others. This required the right opportunity and a measure of patience. He was confident they would come knocking on their own accord. Meanwhile, Huawei Technologies was actively cooperating in producing the protective covers and backshells for their smartphones and potentially camera modules in the future. Revenue from this venture would not materialize for some time. Once the new Huawei phone hit the market, he expected other enterprises with similar demands would seek them out. The wireless charging technology still required optimization, refining the industrial blueprints, miniaturizing the components, and enhancing the exterior design. After all, beauty is an irresistible quality. His company remained deficient in this area, so he would need to consult Huawei, whose aesthetic design had always been commendable. Applying this technology to mobile phones represented the easiest path to widespread adoption and acceptance. Liu Sen deeply understood the universal suffering caused by battery anxiety. What he feared most was seeing his phone flash the warning, "Your device will shut down in 30 seconds. President Liu, Director Qian from the Technology RD Department wishes to report to you." The secretary at the door knocked and spoke. "Very well, show him in." Liu Sen acknowledged and pulled himself back from his thoughts. "President, all technical documentation regarding wireless charging has been compiled. Please review it and let me know if any modifications are needed." Qian Guoli handed him a document. Glancing at Qian Guoli standing before him, still wearing yesterday's clothes, his hair greasy, his eyes bloodshot, yet somehow energetic and speaking with palpable excitement. Liu Sen could tell he had not slept at all the previous night, having completed the documentation on the spot. Old Qian, go home and rest immediately. If you haven't had 3 full days of rest, do not come to work. Work is important, but so is your health. Go have a checkup right away. Having said that, Liu Sen picked up the phone on his desk and called the secretary. Liu Xiao, please escort Director Qian to the health department for a medical examination and then see him home. After hanging up, he turned to Qian Guoli. Old Qian, I'll take these documents and review them carefully. Go with Liu Xiao for your checkup. Liu Sen examined the files for a while and found nothing requiring correction. He notified the legal affairs department to proceed with patent registration. He harbored no fear that competitors might reverse engineer the patents. By the time they managed to figure it out, years would have passed, and his own technology would have advanced through countless iterations. Moreover, restricted by patents, they could only operate in secret and would never enter the open market. Technology that lagged so far behind posed absolutely no threat to him. Liu Sen directly encrypted all the electronic documents for secure storage. He then drafted a new document containing the relevant parameters of wireless charging power, effective range, stability, and energy consumption, and encrypted that as well. He opened his email, attached the encrypted file, and sent it to Yu Dazue requesting their assistance with aesthetic design. As compensation, their phones would be chosen as the first devices to support this technology. He specified that they design an aesthetically pleasing wireless charger equipped with an internal chip and an indicator light. Before use, the charger must be plugged in and paired. While unpaired, the red indicator blinks continuously. To complete pairing, the receiving end, whether built into the phone or a separate plug-in receiver, must be placed within 1 meter of the wireless charger. After logging into the app and searching, the pairing is complete. The indicator stops blinking. A steady red light means not charging, while green indicates charging in progress. The separate plug-in receiver was designed to enable wireless charging for all phones on the market. Simply insert it into the charging port and wireless charging becomes available. This plug-in receiver resembled the USB port of an infrared wireless mouse. He asked Huawei to design multiple miniaturized styles that would not compromise aesthetics. Of course, this receiver would only feature a Type-C port. They would not produce one for Apple devices since their proprietary charging port was a tool for extracting profit. Charging bricks, cables, adapters, SIM ejector pins, lens cleaning cloths, and more. The company had already completed the mobile app and would send it to Huawei for pre-installation or download from their official website. The app's functions included pairing, controlling charging power, and setting automatic or manual connection modes. Users could set the battery threshold at which charging automatically begins, such as 50, 20, or 10, and the system would cut power automatically once fully charged. It would also display the current energy conversion rate and losses, track the number of daily charges and their duration, and generate daily and monthly statistical reports. Additionally, after authorized login, users could view the charging information of everyone in their WeChat contacts or address book, complete with a ranking leaderboard. However, this login feature would not appear in the initial release, awaiting subsequent updates. One had to proceed with caution and keep this hidden until the moment was ripe to execute his grand design. After sending the email, Liu Sen called Yu Dazue. President Yu, I just sent you an email. Please take a look. He did not elaborate, simply instructing him to check the email, emphasizing confidentiality, providing the file password, and then hung up. Checking the time, it was around 11 o'clock. He tidied his desk, locked his computer, and stepped out of his office. A few strides later, he arrived at Lu Ying's office and invited her and Dan to join him for lunch. Liu Ying now served as the president's assistant, overseeing the group's administrative offices, including the Comprehensive Management Department and Human Resources Department. Dan was the director of the Operations Center, managing the operations of various subsidiaries. Jin Xia was the director of the Finance Center, responsible for accounting and auditing. Liu Sen himself concurrently led the Scientific Research and Development Department, with various ministers reporting beneath him. Qian Guoli headed the Research Management Division, Liu Teng led the RD Division, and so on. Calling everyone to eat together upon entering the cafeteria, he found it unusually lively. A group of people had gathered around a certain spot, engaged in a competition. When it comes to spice, you have to look to Sichuan. Come on, let's see how Jiangxi does it. Watch me, Guizhou. You all are nothing compared to us. Hunan is the true champion. A crowd surrounded a serving window where the chef, wearing 2 or 3 layers of masks, ladled out 2 portions of food for each participant. Several people took their dishes and sat right beside the window, beginning their contest. Looking at the plates before them, Liu Sen felt a chill. Was this even food? It was all chili peppers. The dishes in the bowls were a sea of crimson. Soon they finished, all sweating profusely, yet still boasting about competing again next time. Since when did the cafeteria have such a food station? Liu Sen could not recall ever seeing this window. On the very first day the cafeteria opened, he had reviewed the entire menu and remembered no dishes so red. This special window was added on the second day, Liu Ying explained. Someone left a suggestion in the feedback book complaining that the food wasn't spicy enough, so they created an extra spicy station. She paused and continued. And this window has basically become our star attraction. 2 new ultra-spicy dishes are introduced daily. Many people come to try them. Delicious as they may be, most cannot withstand the heat and bow out. The health department had reported to her that sales of certain medications had increased noticeably among employees, with some needing to visit the clinic repeatedly. Liu leaned close to Liu Sen's ear and whispered this. Liu Sen was speechless. He enjoyed spicy food himself, but ending up at the health department was excessive, and these people kept doing it despite repeated warnings. He had a friend once who could not resist the temptation, and then, let us not speak of it. All one could say was bravo, you warrior. Afternoon in the CEO's office. Chief, you have seen everything. Can it be done? Liu Sen received a call from Udazue. Let's set that aside. What I want to ask is, are the data you gave me real? Yes. So you really cracked it? Yes. Alright, goodbye. Huh. Liu Sen's face darkened. What was that all about? So abrupt, and he just hung up on me. On the other side, Udazue still found it hard to believe. Wireless charging technology had been studied by many companies, but none had achieved a major breakthrough. Either the distance was insufficient, the energy conversion rate was too low, or the connection was extremely unstable. According to their engineers' projections, from theoretical completion to viable commercial application, at least 5 more years of smooth research would be needed. That was assuming smooth progress. If not, it was uncertain when it could be commercialized, or it might even get stuck at a theoretical bottleneck. Moreover, this anticipated 5-year product still fell short of the technical specifications that Liu Sen had sent him. After consulting engineers with the printed documents, Udazue had the company evaluate the technology's impact on current society and on their products. The conclusion was immeasurable, because it could involve various industries provided that the technology made further breakthroughs given the current pace of technological iteration and the difficulty involved. The estimate was that it might take 10 years or more. After learning the engineer's conclusion, Udazue reported the matter to Rin Lao. After discussion, they came to a joint conclusion. It might not take that long, it could be as short as 3 to 5 years. This conclusion was both unexpected and reasonable to the two. The reason was that Liu Sen simply didn't play by the rules. The absurd glass material, the absurd liquor, and now this absurd thing. It was utterly ridiculous. What happened with Liu Sen could not be judged by common sense. Nevertheless, the two didn't delve too deeply. The more capable Liu Sen was, the more beneficial it was to their country. They directly ordered the team to expedite the completion of Liu Sen's appearance design and other related designs, and to modify their upcoming new phone model. They believed that with the wireless charging technology, the phone would be immensely appealing to everyone. After discussion, they also added a design for a power bank that could be charged both wired and wirelessly, and could also wirelessly charge a phone. The second-generation Bluetooth earbuds could also be made wirelessly chargeable, so users wouldn't worry about running out of battery while wearing them. There were many other applications, but Huaban didn't expand further. Regarding the 2 additional items, they contacted Liu Sen by phone to confirm there were no issues. As for other applications, Liu Sen did not agree. He didn't want to be too high profile and attract opposition from various industries. Liu Sen understood the principle of dig deep, stockpile grain, and delay claiming kingship. He wanted to lay low, so he directly used Huaban's banner to let them take the heat first. After all, they were used to being targeted. Of course, Liu Sen would also provide sufficient benefits, otherwise it would be unethical to let others take the blame without reward. After much thought, he felt it wasn't right to keep fleecing the same person. He was quite considerate after all. It seemed he needed to carefully choose the next sheep. Having multiple scapegoats was better than one. Thus it was decided. He would pick, carefully choosing one that was plump and sturdy. Time flowed like water. 3 days passed, and all RD personnel returned to their posts. Liu Sen once again informed each team of the next phase's goals and direction. Because of the previous success, everyone was even more motivated. The ability to see results in a limited time after investing effort was the greatest driving force for all researchers. A few days later, Liu Sen received the designs and renderings from Huaban. They were very beautiful. The file contained many design schemes, some conventional, some with the charger designed as a night light, all using the new glass material, making the appearance very cool. Liu Sen didn't bother to pick. He simply replied, "Produce some of every style." The production was entirely handed over to Huaban, as Yijian didn't have factories yet. He directly granted Huaban a corresponding license for the patented technology, charging 20 of the sales revenue for each wireless charger produced and sold. The pricing of a wireless charger varied according to its design and features. In early December, various news appeared online. Among them was a popular post with the title, "Shocking Huaban's 5G phone officially returns." Clicking in, the OP said, "I heard that Huaban's new phone is 5G, and they've cracked the signal baseband technology." Netizen: really? Where did you get this info, big shot? OP: this news came from my cousin's father's sister's friend's wife's son's grandson. All kinds of rumors were flying around, and the hype remained high. Mainly because the Huaban phone launch was imminent, and these rumors attracted traffic. All the bloggers, YouTubers, and influencers emerged. All sorts of people showed up, from the serious to the ridiculous. Amidst the chaos, the time came. On December 14th, at the Huaban phone launch event, 20 to 30 million people were waiting in the Huaban livestream. Among them were Huaban fans and others such as competitors and trolls. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Udazue walked onto the stage. "Hello everyone, I am Udazue. Today I bring you the Mate 50 from the Huaban Mate series. The Mate 50 encountered various problems and difficulties during development, but we overcame them one by one, and it now meets you all. First, let me address the question everyone cares about most: does it support 5G? I'm sorry to say that due to foreign sanctions we cannot obtain 5G signal basebands, so it only supports 4G. However, our engineers have devoted tremendous effort and created a new algorithm, Wi-Fi 6 router 4G, achieving speeds comparable to 5G. Instantly, the live stream viewers flooded the screen with dense barrage comments. Huaban really has it tough. Support. 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 1110,086. Support domestic products. At that moment, a large number of identical comments appeared. After all, it's still 4G. After all, it's still 4G. Yudazue, who couldn't see these comments, simply continued, there is another key point I need to highlight. The new material we are using this time. The new phone screen cover and back cover both use the new material. The entire phone is made of glass with no metal, and the glass shell has been treated to be anti-slip and anti-fingerprint. This makes it lighter and thinner and has less impact on signals. Combined, these improvements make the network speed exceed 5G. As he introduced this, Yudazue immediately pointed to a row of phones in front of him, colorful, gorgeous, and beautiful. Aren't they beautiful? But don't just look at the appearance. The new material solves a problem that other materials have never been able to solve: fragility, easy scratching, and expensive repair costs after cracking. Our new material perfectly solves this problem. In daily use, it will never crack whether it falls off a desk or is pressed by force. Therefore, the phone will say goodbye to screen protectors and phone cases. I solemnly promise here that for the Mate 50 series, if the screen cover or back cover cracks, we will replace them free of charge within 5 years. The live stream barrage exploded again. 666. Awesome, this is great. Finally, no need for phone cases, no fear of breaking, and the bare phone feels so good. Promises are useless, just like insurance. Before you buy, they treat you like a king. After you buy, they treat you like a peasant. Before buying insurance, they cover everything. After buying, this is not covered, that is not covered. When you go to replace it, they'll tell you it's man-made damage, not covered by the free replacement. A bunch of trolls. How do you know without trying? On the live stream, Yudazue introduced some phone specifications, including that due to sanctions, the chip had been innovated upon by their engineers, who used chip stacking technology to achieve performance on par with the current top-tier market offerings. Then on the big screen, he compared technical specifications. After fully introducing the phone's performance, he suddenly said with great excitement, now here is the biggest breakthrough today, and the most special advantage. That is, the Mate 50 series solves the battery anxiety problem. The phone's battery capacity is the same as the Mate 40A, unchanged. The biggest change this time is that the phone supports both wired and wireless charging modes. Unlike other brands' phones, this phone can achieve wireless charging within a radius of 10 meters from the wireless charger. Therefore, the phone package this time does not include a wired charger. We will provide a 30W wireless charger. Then Yudazue began demonstrating wireless charging, opening the app, pairing charging, and testing on the vast stage. He announced that all indicators of this wireless charging fully complied with national requirements, and then projected the national verification report on the big screen. Holy crap, what am I seeing? Is this black technology? Am I time traveling? Game changer. The king returns. The Huaban phone launch event had concluded, but the ripples stirred by the release only grew wider and more intense. The new phone wouldn't hit shelves for a few more days. The event also unveiled wireless charging earphones, but no separate wireless charging kits were demonstrated or released. Those products would only be available for sale 3 months later, as previously agreed between Liu Sen and Huaban Company, to optimize the phone's sales and market share. This was the first mover advantage. They had to capture a larger market to boost the Hongmeng system's installation base, secure its system market share, and ensure its survival. The next day, numerous phone review videos appeared online. Hello everyone, today, I'm bringing you the Huaban Mate 50 that was just released yesterday. A content creator named Denyo introduced to the audience. Denyo held the unopened phone box and rotated it toward the screen. Look, isn't it nice? Aren't you guys excited? How about it? Whether the viewers were excited or not, Denyo certainly was. He was likely the first reviewer across all platforms, originally boasting over 1.5 million followers. This wave of traffic was surging, and his follower count would skyrocket after the review. Moreover, this phone had several highlights, and he himself was eagerly anticipating it. The viewers in the live stream, seeing Denyo dawdling, began urging him on. A viewer named Brightest Star in the Sky sent a bullet comment, stop stalling, just unbox it. A chorus of others followed. Alright, let's start unboxing now, Denyo said, picking up the pace after the urging. Peel off the seal. It's quite tight, he muttered. Denyo held the phone box with both hands and started shaking it to loosen the lid. After a few attempts, nothing happened. He increased his effort and range of motion. After a few more shakes, the box opened, but the phone slipped out and fell directly onto the floor due to the excessive force. A crisp smack echoed. Everyone in the live stream heard it. Denyo froze, staring blankly, his mind going empty. Who am I? Where am I? The dense barrage of bullet comments urging him to unbox vanished instantly. The entire live stream went silent in that moment. Seconds later, an even denser flood of comments erupted. Oh no, it's over. 666. First drop on the whole internet. It took Denyo a while to snap out of it. Truly a case of dying before the battle even began. He picked up his streaming phone and filmed every move as he retrieved the fallen phone. He examined it from every angle, left, right, top, bottom, and found absolutely no damage, not even a scratch. Look everyone, this phone didn't get a single mark from the fall. What luck, he said, bringing the phone close to the camera for the viewers to see. Isn't it beautiful? isn't it? According to the specs, it's made of all special glass, and it feels amazing to touch, like holding a first love's hand. As he spoke, he slowly caressed the phone, even closing his eyes as if savoring the sensation. Denyo tried to convey his feelings through his expression, but the live stream viewers saw his movements and expression as utterly lecherous. Let's check out all the accessories now. One phone, one charger, and 2 manuals, a certificate of authenticity. That's it. The accessories are a bit sparse. And what's the point of these manuals? Who needs a manual for a phone these days? Do they think we're idiots? With that, he tossed the 2 manuals aside. Now let's power it on. Denyo pressed the power button. The startup screen displayed the Huaban logo and the Hongming system icon, then entered the initial activation page. The setup was completed quickly, and the phone's interface appeared. On the home screen, he spotted the 4G icon in the top left corner. So it is indeed a 4G phone. He then navigated to the settings to check the specs, seeing the dual chip configuration. Huaban is really struggling. This chip is still an old one, but they claim to use 2 of them with the stacking technology. I wonder how it actually performs. Let's download a benchmark app and run a test to see the performance. He entered the App Store, clicked download, and the installation completed in an instant. The download speed is impressive, definitely faster than the original 4G. But how does it compare to 5G? Soon the benchmark result appeared around 1.0 points, comparable to other major chipmakers' data. It seemed the stacking technology was effective. The result is decent, but I still worry that Huaban's stacking technology has its limits. After all, their 3nm design can't be manufactured by anyone, while other companies can keep improving and producing next-generation chips. And if they also adopt stacking technology, how can Huaban compete? Denyo's voice grew somber. As a Chinese citizen, he hoped everything Chinese could match or surpass the West. Many compatriots shared the same sentiment. In their minds, there were only 2 countries, China and the rest of the world, and everything had to be compared. Most viewers in the live stream felt the same way. However, some trolls still posted negative comments. Nice sickle. Here to harvest the leaks again. Stacking. Turning it into a hand warmer. Shut up there. At least Huaban is trying under the blockade. Are you just going to type on your keyboards? Denyo ignored the trolls, knowing that arguing would only fuel them. Alright, let's move on to the next test. The wireless charging they advertised. He plugged the charger from the unboxing into the socket and looked at the phone's battery indicator. There was no response. What's going on? No reaction. Is this false advertising? Can I sue them for it? Or maybe I'm doing it wrong. He switched the phone from his left hand to his right, still no response. Then he pressed the phone against the charger. Nothing happened. Let me check the charger. It's smaller than usual, and there's no cable port. He unplugged the charger and examined it thoroughly, turning it over and over, but couldn't figure it out. Had he encountered a defect? Suddenly he remembered that the unboxing included 2 manuals. Usually there's only one. Maybe one of them explains how to use the wireless charger. He picked up the 2 manuals he had set aside. Sure enough, one was titled Wireless Charger User Manual. Let's take a look at this manual. The livestream viewers burst into laughter, sending a flurry of bullet comments. Who said they didn't need the manual? Stick to your word. Denyo, you're the idiot here. Ignoring the comments, Denyo opened the manual and read it carefully, muttering, first do this, then that, and then this. Alright viewers, I've got it now. Watch me. Denyo plugged the charger back into the socket, watching the red light blink. He took out his phone, opened the worry-free electricity app, and started matching. After searching for the charger's radio signal, he tapped connect, and the system prompted him to enter the number on the charger. He quickly entered the number and confirmed. A second later, a message indicated a successful match, and the battery icon in the upper right corner of the phone showed it was charging. Seeing the icon, Denyo was overjoyed. Folks, see that? It's got power. Tell me, isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Denyo shouted excitedly. Comments. It really seems to be charging, but can other phones do that too? They also have wireless charging. Comments. Other phones can only work within 1 centimeter, but this one is about 10 centimeters. Comments. It's a breakthrough. I wonder how far it can go. Alright, now I'll follow the manual and adjust the charging settings. There was an automatic charging setting that Denyo adjusted to start charging when the battery dropped below 21 and stop when it reached 100. In the center of the app was a large circle with electric arcs flickering around its edge. In the middle it read, charging. He tapped the circle in the center, and a prompt appeared asking if he wanted to stop charging. He pressed yes. The text in the circle changed to charging stopped, and the arcs around the circle disappeared. He tapped again, the arcs reappeared, and the text changed back to charging. Folks, this button seems to be a manual switch for charging and disconnecting. Now let's test the charging distance. Denyo began walking around the room, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. The phone remained charging without any change. Then he picked up the phone he was using for the live stream and walked into other rooms, including the bathroom, without any issues. Opening the app, it showed the current charging conversion rate was 95. This wireless charging is truly impressive. It's definitely a black technology. From now on at home, a single charger will basically solve everything. My apartment is 98 square meters, and it can charge anywhere. The energy conversion rate never drops below 90. This is absolutely perfect. Huaban phone is the best. Folks, type 666 on the screen. Comments. I want it so badly. When can I buy the new phone? Denyo was still gesturing with the phone when he suddenly shouted. It's disconnected. He had just noticed the phone was no longer charging. It's still unstable, a flaw, but it's already pretty good. It's barely usable, and its technology is already far ahead of other companies. Daniel was a bit regretful about the sudden disconnection, but he still said many encouraging words, because he felt that achieving this level was already quite impressive. Suddenly the live stream screen exploded with comments, many insulting the host. Comment, SB host, no explanation needed. Comment, with that IQ did you get kicked by a donkey? Comment, are you insulting our intelligence? And so on. Seeing so many hateful comments, Daniel was stunned. What was going on? Everyone was cursing him. He frantically racked his brain thinking about what went wrong. He checked again and saw the battery icon in the upper left corner showing 100. It was fully charged. He then quickly opened the worry-free electricity app, which displayed, this charging session has ended. Duration 5 minutes 17 seconds. It charged so quickly because the phone had just been turned on with 92 battery, so it finished soon. Folks, sorry I was just playing a little joke on you. But I didn't really fool you, you're all pretty smart. Daniel gave an awkward smile again. Alright, let's start the next test, see if the phone heats up under heavy use. Let's see how the stack chip phone performs. He then began downloading various large games, playing them while downloading, and also opened a small window to watch short videos. After more than 30 minutes of this, Daniel began to summarize. Folks, the phone didn't lag, and the games didn't drop frames. The performance is really good. I feel the phone with my hand, and the temperature is moderate. I didn't notice any significant heating. But you can't feel what I feel, so let's use some tools. He pulled out a laser thermometer and first scanned his forehead. Folks, look, 36. 3 degrees Celsius. Normal. Now let's check the phone. 25. 2 degrees. That's a very good performance. He measured again, and the temperature became 25. 1. Folks, is this thermometer broken? Why did the temperature change between two measurements? This thermometer cost me over 3,000 yuan. He measured again, 25 degrees. Again, 24. 9 degrees. He then pointed the laser thermometer at his own forehead, which showed 36. 3 degrees, the same as before. Folks, this temperature indicates that the phone might be rapidly cooling itself down. Let's keep measuring the temperature. 24. 5 degrees. 24. 4 degrees. 24. 3 degrees, 24. 3 degrees. 24. 2 degrees, 24. 2 degrees. 24. 1 degrees, 24. 1 degrees, 24. 1 degrees. 24. 0 degrees, 24. 0 degrees, 24. 0 degrees, 24. 0 degrees. 23. 9 degrees. 22. 1 degrees, 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 22. 1 degrees. Finally, it became 22 degrees. After that, it stayed at 22 degrees for a long time without any further change. Folks, do you see this? The temperature dropped more and more slowly and stabilized at 22 degrees. That's the most comfortable temperature for the human body. The temperature dropped very quickly. Even after all that heavy use, the phone didn't heat up much. Other phones would usually reach over 40 degrees, and not to mention the infamous Snapdragon phones. Now what I want to know is whether the heat dissipation material is more impressive or the stacking technology. This glass shell was truly remarkable. Holding it felt like holding jade. Cool, smooth, and very comfortable. Folks, we've tested almost everything. There's only one test left. Daniel said, teasing the audience. Folks, guess what I'm going to test next? I bet you can't guess. Daniel squinted his eyes with a mischievous grin. Viewers in the live stream started guessing with all kinds of answers flying across the screen. Then a user named Dismantle the East Wall to Repair the West Wall posted, you're going to disassemble the phone. This guess quickly gained consensus with others echoing the same idea. 110,023,333. Folks, I saw that none of you got it right. Here's the answer. It's a durability test. Not a software test, but a physical one. Folks, actually I wanted to test this from the beginning. I accidentally dropped it earlier, and it was fine, so I wanted to try a durability test. But I only have this one test unit, and I was afraid breaking it would prevent me from doing other tests. I've been holding back until now. With that, Daniel made an eager expression, assumed a stance, and held the phone horizontally. He let go. The phone hit the floor with a thud. He picked it up, checked it, no problem. He repeated this several times without any damage. Folks, after so many drops, it's still fine. The quality is really great. In daily life, you don't have to worry about dropping it. Comments flooded the live stream. Comment, your floor is wooden. Try it on concrete. Comment, your drop height is too low. Comment, what kind of durability test is this? Try hitting it with a sledgehammer. Daniel felt a bit annoyed by these comments and had to respond. Folks, I don't want to be that violent. After all, this is the first phone review on the internet. It's historic. He gritted his teeth and put on a look of self-sacrifice. Since you all requested, I won't spoil your fun. But if I do this, you have to support me. Give me some encouragement. He picked up the phone and walked to the living room where the floor was marble. He chose an open spot. Watch closely, here I go. With that, he dropped the phone. It hit the marble floor, bounced twice, and lay still. The sound of the phone hitting the floor startled the husky sleeping on the sofa. It opened its eyes, glanced at Daniel, and closed them again. Daniel picked up the phone and checked it. No problem. He threw it higher above head height and let it fall. It hit the floor again with a thud. The husky was startled again, stood up, and looked at Daniel with confused eyes. It let out a woof, as if asking, what are you doing? Daniel glanced at the husky, ignored it, and carefully examined the phone. He showed it to the live stream audience through the camera, confirming there wasn't a single scratch. He picked up the phone again and began to slam it against the marble floor. But at the moment of impact, he held back some force, still not wanting to break the phone. The phone had passed the test flawlessly, and he really liked it. It could be used or collected. He grabbed the phone and checked it again, still no problem. This time he was genuinely surprised, but a thought arose: test its limits. He stood up and slammed the phone against the floor with full force, hitting it solidly. This time the impact made a loud noise, and the husky barked at him again. "Go away and stay there. Don't bother me. No wrecking the house, or I'll hit you." Hearing this, the husky barked once, walked to a corner, and sat down, ignoring him. This scene was also clearly visible to the livestream viewers, who commented that the husky was unreliable. Daniel picked up the phone, inspected it thoroughly, and found no issues. The livestream audience went wild. Everyone had clearly seen this time that he didn't hold back. He truly slammed the phone, and it was fine. They could only say it was incredible. However, all the viewers, including Daniel, were so focused on the phone that no one noticed the marble floor where the phone had struck now had a chipped area and a few tiny cracks. Seeing the phone was still intact, Daniel didn't say anything and slammed it against the floor again. After the impact, he picked it up, checked the exterior, no problem. He slammed it again, picked it up, checked, no problem. He slammed again. After several times, Daniel stopped checking the phone altogether, mechanically picking it up, slamming, picking it up, slamming. Daniel was possessed. He refused to believe he couldn't break it. The husky watched this scene dumbfounded. Is this guy an idiot? Could it be contagious? Better keep away. Then it silently backed off a few steps, distancing itself. The livestream viewers watched the possessed Daniel and the distant husky constantly typing 666, a 666. But gradually they noticed the floor was already damaged with broken marble pieces everywhere. Many viewers felt the scene looked familiar, but they couldn't recall where they had seen it before. Watching the frenzied Daniel, the viewers in the livestream room were immensely amused. Bullet comments flew incessantly, and tips poured in rapidly. Various jokes kept appearing on the screen, but the most frequent comments were expressions of amazement at the phone screen material. Just then an unusual sound emerged from the livestream. Upon closer listening, it was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The frenzied Daniel did not notice, but the livestream viewers heard it clearly. Bullet comment: I have a bad feeling about this. Bullet comment: here it comes, the knock of doom. Bullet comment: I knew it felt familiar, haha, we're about to see Daniel dumbfounded. Bullet comment: I recall now, is this a replay of the scene? Interesting. Perhaps the person knocking saw no response for a long time, and gradually increased the force, the sound growing louder. The knock, knock, knock turned into slap, 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 and finally into bang, bang, bang. This startled Daniel out of his frenzy. He instinctively stopped, and went to open the door. As he opened the door, he immediately asked, why knock so hard? What's the matter? The person at the door was taken aback. Was this family so confrontational? I haven't even questioned you yet, you're asking me what I'm here for. You asked me. I should be asking you. I was having an afternoon nap at home, and you're doing renovations. Can't you pick another time? The visitor said angrily. My house isn't being renovated, Daniel replied, equally baffled. Are you deaf or blind? If this isn't renovation, what is it? The visitor pointed at the living room floor behind Daniel. Daniel followed the gesture and saw the floor in a mess, pitted full of rubble and cracks. What the hell? Who did this? Daniel's anger flared instantly, and he roared. His originally small eyes widened comically, adding a ridiculous touch to his expression. The person at the door grew frightened. Who the hell else could it be? If not you, then who? Could this guy be crazy? He took another covert look at Daniel's expression. I'm a bit lecherous. Forget it. A lunatic not worth the trouble. Time to leave. Taking advantage of Daniel's rage and inattention, he slipped away. The live stream viewers were now utterly delighted. Bullet comments flew everywhere, and gifts were abundant. Streamer, is this the thief? Crying, stop thief. Well played. You scared him off. 666. By now Daniel had calmed down a bit, a bad feeling creeping into his mind. Seeing the visitor had left, he closed the door, walked up to the live stream camera, and weakly asked the screen, fellow viewers, what happened to the floor? It was fine just a moment ago, wasn't it? Suddenly he caught sight of the husky crouching in a corner, watching the commotion. He stepped forward, grabbed the husky by the neck, and demanded, speak. Was it you? The husky looked utterly bewildered. Wasn't this all your own doing? It immediately began to yelp as if protesting, you're framing me. Good heavens, this streamer is quite the character, never admits fault. Whether the husky is a dog we don't know, but the streamer is truly a dog. The live stream room exploded with bullet comments, all in unison. Dog streamer. Dog streamer 1. Dog streamer 9527. Daniel pretended not to see the comments, tormented the husky for a while, then let it go. Folks, the culprit who destroyed the living room has been caught, and the suspect has confessed. Now let's carefully examine the phone. With that, Daniel picked up the phone that had fallen on the floor, brought it close to the camera, and let the viewers have a good look. The exterior has no issues. Now let's turn it on, and check if the internals are fine. He pressed the power button, the screen lit up, no problem. He used the phone for a bit, still no issues. This phone is truly invincible. No wonder that braggart yesterday guaranteed the screen and back cover would be replaced. It's hard to break this phone. But I think we should offer our condolences to the manufacturers of phone cases and screen protectors. This is like the big brothers fighting and the bystander gets killed. In the past, these accessory manufacturers were making easy money. No matter how the big phone makers fought, their accessories still sold. Folks, don't you agree? With this phone, who needs tempered glass? Who needs a case? Huaban 666. Huaban YYDS. I just wonder what the price will be. I can't wait to get one, but I still have to wait at least another day for the official release. Folks, the news I got is 5,999. Isn't that a great deal? Absolutely a steal. I thought it would be around 10,000 considering the multiple technological breakthroughs and the chip stacking technology. 2 chips after all. Folks, I'm going out to show off. Follow me. Daniel picked up the phone he was using for the live stream and headed for the door, wincing at the chaotic living room floor. The live stream viewers caught his expression and burst out laughing, flooding the screen with ha 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 bullet comments. In the square of the commercial center, there was a small basketball court surrounded by all kinds of people. Couples, the elderly, fashionable urban women. Oh no, a new phone dropped. This is the Huaban phone that was just released yesterday. The voice carried a hint of excitement mixed with regret. Key phrases, oh no, new phone drop, just released Huaban phone. Instantly the attention of nearby people was drawn. They saw a young man bending down to pick up a phone from the ground. The crowd was struck by the phone's appearance, sleek, futuristic, vibrant. It was indeed the new model showcased in yesterday's launch. The onlookers felt a pang of regret. Such a nice phone now dropped. Just then the young man picked up the phone, but perhaps losing his grip, dropped it again. He tried to catch it, fumbled, and the phone bounced off his hands. Everyone's hearts leaped together. The phone bobbed up and down between his hands, rising and falling several times, and the crowd's gazes and emotions followed the phone's trajectory. Smack! The phone finally hit the ground. Holy shit! Everyone let out a collective expletive. Among them, an elderly man with gray hair clutched his chest as he watched the fallen phone. The elderly woman beside him quickly fished out a heart pill and fed it to him. The old man felt a bit better. The young man, however, showed no sign of regret. He bent down, picked up the phone, and let it fall straight to the ground. This time, everyone around understood the young man was doing it on purpose, drawing attention and sympathy. What came next was even more blatant. He stopped hiding his intentions entirely. Oops, it dropped, he said, tossing the phone. Oops, it dropped again, he said, tossing it once more. He repeated this several times, throwing it higher and farther, then turned on the phone and started playing a mobile game. 1,000 curses ran through the minds of the onlookers. What a jerk. Yes, this person was Daniel out to show off, and the live stream was broadcasting it all. The live stream room was in an uproar. These viewers had seen plenty, but they had never encountered such a shameless and outrageous streamer. Oh, the phone just won't break no matter what I do, Daniel said, tossing the phone again. Then he used it as a basketball to shoot hoops. He made many shots in a row, and the phone remained unscathed. Bullet comments flew across the live streaming screen. Daniel, you've gone too far. How could you do this? If you end up smashing the backboard, you'd better be prepared to pay for it. He picked up the phone he had just thrown, walked to the three-point line, and prepared to take another shot. Many people's eyes were on him. Catch the thief. Catch the thief. While Daniel was still showing off, he heard someone shouting about a thief. Before he could react, a figure dashed past him. He just turned his head to look and saw a man wearing a cap running ahead. Another figure swept past him dressed in a security guard's uniform. Remembering what he had just heard, Daniel finally realized that the person who had rushed past earlier must have been the thief. If he had reacted promptly, he could have helped. But the thief was already far away, and he certainly couldn't catch up now. Watching the scene before him, he felt some regret, but suddenly something crossed his mind. He spun his body, twisted his waist, and drew back his arm like drawing a bowstring. Whoosh! The phone flew out like a sharp sword and struck the thief squarely in the back of the head as he ran in a straight line. The thief immediately fell to the ground, and the phone landed alongside him. Seeing that he had hit his mark, Daniel immediately ran forward. But before he could take more than a few steps, the security guard who had been chasing the thief pounced onto the fallen thief. The thief struggled a few times, found it to be no use, and stopped resisting. He turned his head to look for whatever had hit his head and spotted a phone beside him. The thief stared fixedly at the phone. What a cheap phone. It hurt so much to be hit with it. He had thought it was a brick. Daniel quickly walked over and saw the security guard already straddling the thief, so he realized there was nothing left for him to do. He bent down and picked up the phone lying nearby. Young man, that throw was quite accurate. It's just a pity about the phone, said the security guard, keeping the thief pinned. No worries, this phone is really sturdy. Daniel showed the phone to the security guard, and indeed there was no visible damage. Just then the owner came running over, panting heavily. Thank you both for helping me catch the thief. No problem, it was nothing. After waiting a while, the police arrived from the security post near the square. After getting a full account of what happened, they took everyone to the police station. Daniel's live stream also came to an end. Some viewers in the stream were still eager for more and sent gifts. Soon all sorts of posts appeared across major online platforms. Erha, I didn't destroy the house, you're the real dog. Shocking, the complete process of a man evolving into an Erha. A streamer caught destroying furniture live, earning countless gifts from netizens. Live streaming, new Phone used heroically to apprehend a thief. The latest ranking of weapons updated. The #1 weapon is the Phone. Reason for the ranking can be used for both offense and defense, easily carried anywhere, delivers unexpected attacks when least expected. Are we witnessing the distortion of human nature or the collapse of morality? The latest Phone has apparently become equivalent to a brick. Countless posts were viewed and shared by netizens, rapidly climbing to the top of trending lists on various websites. Everyone was captivated by the Phone. With so many remarkable features, many were desperate to get one as soon as possible. Numerous netizens called Company and various platforms, urging them to release the phone for sale urgently. Company actively listened to the public's opinions and issued an announcement. The originally scheduled release time of 9 o'clock the next morning was emergency updated to midnight, moved up by 9 hours. When netizens learned of this news, they erupted in all sorts of celebrations. It was their victory. This announcement itself was also pushed to the #1 spot on the trending list. Many people who had previously had no idea about Fana's new phone release began to look into it, and after learning about all its impressive features, they all decided to buy one. Under $6,000, isn't that price amazing? Wireless charging and drop resistant. My Apple phone has wireless charging too. Oh please, your so-called wireless charging. It saves the money I used to spend on screen protectors and phone cases. Every time I bought a new phone, I had to buy a whole set for hundreds more. Same here. I've never liked curved screens because applying a film is such a hassle, and I was always worried about dropping it and the expensive repairs. Not anymore. Curved screen it is. I still prefer a flat screen, but it seems they listened to netizens' demands this time. Both flat and curved versions are available. The colors are gorgeous too, the looks are seriously competitive. When midnight arrived, countless netizens waited patiently, and within minutes the entire inventory of 5 million units was sold out. Those who missed out were extremely disappointed, regretting that if only their internet had been 1 second faster. Many who failed to purchase left comments urging Fana to release another batch as soon as possible. They all wanted it badly. The wireless charging was perfect for showing off. That stunning appearance and the promise of a phone that never breaks were essential accessories for picking up girls. Plus, if his wife or girlfriend used it, he wouldn't have to worry about her smacking it down in a fit of anger during their next argument. The internet buzzed throughout the restless night. The next day around 7 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Chuanhua was still busy at home in Yu City. He had just finished making breakfast and was about to eat when his phone rang. It was an unknown number. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chuanhua answered. Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is a courier from JD Logistics. Your package has arrived. Are you at home right now? Yes, I am. Great, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Jiang Chuanhua was still wondering what it could be. Besides the phone he had purchased early that morning, he hadn't ordered anything else in the past 2 days. Before he could think about it for long, the doorbell rang. Hello, please sign for your package. After carefully examining the shipping label, it was indeed a phone. So fast. I placed the order at midnight, and it arrived in just a few hours. Were they afraid I would change my mind? He quickly opened the box and checked the phone. The appearance was flawless. Jiang Chuanhua did not linger over his new phone. Instead, he hurried through his breakfast and headed to the company with it. When he arrived at the company, he became the center of attention. Everyone gathered around him, and even the office's notoriously aloof Flower spoke to him several times. Her eyes seemed to hold unspoken words lingering on him continuously. This made Jiang Chuanhua extremely pleased. Following the manual, he connected the wireless charger and handed the phone to the office Flower. He watched her smile and nod at him before she began to explore the phone. Her slender fingers traced the surface of the phone as though she were caressing him. Jiang Chuanhua was utterly enchanted. The scene unfolding in this office was playing out across the entire nation. And JD Logistics' delivery speed was also trending on social media. But soon a news article titled, "The Man Behind Udeze" rose rapidly through the rankings, from 10th to 5th to #1. Countless people clicked in because of that sensational title, only to discover it was clickbait. However, the content inside was genuinely substantial. Greetings, dear readers. As a newcomer, I am just an ordinary person. I recently entered the world of web fiction writing. I am someone who enjoys a drink. Some time ago, a friend introduced me to tenfold wine. It was truly excellent, very affordable, and well worth every penny. That fresh and elegant taste is unforgettable, and the bottle design is equally beautiful. I was eager to learn more about the manufacturer of tenfold wine. But I discovered that what was getting the most attention online about tenfold wine wasn't the quality of the liquor itself, but rather the bottle. I have to say, you truly are buying the chest and returning the pearl. You've worn out the bottle with your obsession. They don't drink the liquor, they use the bottles as bowling balls. I felt heartbroken watching this, so I started browsing other news when I came across a review by an uploader named Xiangzi about the liquor. What I want to say is that his review was quite objective, truly worthy of an experienced wine critic. However, he had a moment of madness, smashing wine bottles and trashing the house. To the readers here, does this ring a bell? Doesn't it feel familiar? Yes, indeed, it is familiar. Let us turn our attention to yesterday's viral video. That man who became an era streamer. Does that spark any recognition? He was also frantically smashing his phone and trashing the house. Here's the crucial point. The phone also has a glass casing, and so does the wine bottle. Doesn't this seem rather eerie? Such advanced glass materials appearing almost simultaneously, both capable of driving people to madness. I have some theories. As a writer, one must cultivate the ability to make connections. I began investigating these hypotheses and eventually arrived at a startling answer. The glass production companies are all run by the same beautiful female boss. Readers, pay attention. It is a beautiful female boss. A beautiful female boss. A beautiful female boss. Important matters should be repeated 3 times. Now I'll show you the image. Beautiful female boss. JPG. Following that, I conducted another round of research, this time on charging technology. Wireless charging technology seems so sophisticated. But upon investigation, I discovered that our surroundings are already saturated with various wireless charging solutions. I had always thought the iPhone's wireless charging was cutting edge, but it turns out it's merely ubiquitous, a product of marketing hype. Power bank switches, magnetic night lights, electric toothbrushes, automatic robots, robotic vacuum cleaners. These all utilize wireless charging. However, they operate within a range of merely 1 to 5 centimeters. This particular wireless charging technology is truly groundbreaking. I traced the source of this technology, examined its patents and other intellectual property. Ultimately, I discovered it belongs to Edian Technology Company. The earlier glass patents also belong to this company. Qingfeng liquor is bottled using glass produced by Edian Glass, and Qingfeng liquor is a product of Edian liquor industry. The conclusion is obvious. Two of the breakthrough technologies in Petal's newly released phone both originate from this single company. Edian is truly formidable, a hidden giant. Are they just now emerging, or is there something else at play? And the boss is a man named Liu Sen. Upon further investigation, these companies were all established only a few months ago. The internal shareholding structure remains unclear. Additionally, I discovered that a significant number of Petal's talents have recently begun working at Edian Company in Rongqing. So what exactly is the relationship between Edian and Petal? That is a blind spot beyond my reach as a humble author. All I managed to uncover was the man standing behind Yu Dazue. I hope you, the distinguished readers, handsome as Yanzu himself, will consider the effort I've put into gathering this information. Please leave a reminder to update, send some free gifts, and give a 5-star review. Thank you. Finally, I must once again highly recommend. Qingfeng liquor is genuinely delicious. This article went instantly viral. Countless onlookers began eagerly awaiting further investigations and exposés from others. This information also reached various large enterprises, bringing both advantages and disadvantages. Countless people saw the information and sought out related videos, satisfying their curiosity. Many wanted to purchase Petal's latest phone, but to no avail. After all 5 million units from yesterday had already sold out. No one knew when the next batch would arrive. Moreover, the question of what made this glass so extraordinary drove more people to investigate. Many turned their attention to Qingfeng liquor, which was actually available for purchase. They wondered whether the wine bottles were truly as magical as claimed, and whether the liquor was as exceptionally good as described. With curiosity in their hearts, many placed orders intending to conduct thorough tests upon receiving their deliveries. Meanwhile, those who had already purchased the phones but had not yet received them grew ever more anticipatory. People at Edian Company saw the information and immediately reported it to Liu Sen. The exposure of Edian Company's information at this moment was something Liu Sen had not anticipated. He had planned to reveal it during the year-end tax filing, when launching new products would be more advantageous. Liu Sen also arranged for his people to investigate, and the results showed it was not an inside leak. This sudden wave of fame, would it steal Petal's thunder? Would it disrupt their plans? Liu Sen directly contacted Yu Dazue by phone and explained everything happening online. Yu Dazue responded that it would have no impact whatsoever. Their chips were already exhausted. The 5 million phones sold out in one go, consuming 10 million chips. They had no chips left, with only a small reserve remaining. Furthermore, selling everything at once was actually beneficial. The wireless charging kit could now be released to market earlier. They had previously withheld the announcement of this kit out of fear it would affect new phone sales, intending instead to launch the standalone wireless charging kit 6 months later. Now the wireless charging kit and other wireless charging devices are scheduled for an early January launch, just over a week away. After hanging up, Liu Sen called Deng Yalan. It took several attempts to reach him. After learning the details, he discovered that liquor sales were exceptionally strong. The nationwide sales network had only just been established and should have still been in an adaptation period. However, due to this incident, orders had surged dramatically. Both offline and online sales had multiplied. In many cities where they had only recently begun expanding, some distributors who had been considering partnership terms now agreed immediately and submitted substantial purchase orders. Fortunately, the company had stored a vast quantity beforehand. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they surely would not have been able to sustain operations for more than a few days. The previously reserved empty brewing vats had all been notified for immediate use, and new orders had been placed with the equipment company. Edian's brewery had now entered steady operation, and the office building that had been under construction was already in use. Had they remained at the original temporary office, there would not have been enough room to stand. The brewery staff had already expanded to over 2,000. Another type of bottle-faced liquor had also been produced, ready to ride this momentum to market and expand Edian Liquor's customer base. They were also strengthening the production and storage of premium Chongqing liquor, since January was just around the corner and the Spring Festival would arrive by month's end. That meant advertising and market launch would begin in roughly half a month. The supply of raw materials for brewing remained adequate. Deng Yalan paid special attention to this aspect, for once Edian Company grew large enough, other companies would surely not wish to see it succeed and would attempt to interfere. Edian's only vulnerable point was raw material supply. They had already leased multiple large warehouses across several major grain-producing provinces, 2/3 of which were now filled. Acquisitions continued to pour in. Deng Yalan's mention of grain supply made Liu Sen think of other matters. It seemed certain plans would need to be implemented more swiftly. In the future, his rivals would not be limited to domestic entities, but would also include foreign competitors. Domestic threats were manageable, but foreign ones would deliver fatal blows. These overseas companies had carved their reputations through fierce international competition. Their reputations were not empty titles. Each one was formidable. One must learn from Petal and always keep several trump cards up one's sleeve. With the continued hot sales of Qingfeng wine by Edian Liquor, they later launched Mianzhou, expanding their encroachment on the liquor market. On the internet, thanks to the explosive popularity of the wine bottles, discussions about Qingfeng wine's taste began to multiply, gradually building the company's brand image. Many companies grew restless, seeking flaws in Edian liquor. At a certain distillery, the general manager's office. President Zheng, our distillery sales have been gradually declining for 2 months, accelerating this month and plummeting over the past 2 days. Manager Chu from sales reported the recent data, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Manager Chu, I told you to investigate this earlier. Still no results. President Zheng listened to the report while chain-smoking deep in worry. We found the source. Last month we thought it was a major manufacturer's promotional activities, but now we've identified it's a company called Edian Liquor. Their Qingfeng wine has become incredibly popular lately, especially online. Why can't we promote our own liquor online? President Zheng was somewhat frustrated, wondering if his subordinates couldn't come up with a solution. If that Edian company could do it, so could we. That's not really feasible. Their liquor has an extremely distinctive taste, and the bottle design is unique. Plus, they've collaborated with Banhuazi Company this time, which has driven the viral popularity. How is Banhuazi Company involved in every industry? They stick their nose into everything. President Zheng pondered for a moment. Online public opinion is easy to handle. Find some key influencers, have them dig up dirt, and expose it to get some publicity going. Following the orders, Manager Chu returned to his office and immediately gathered several trusted members from the sales department, instructing them to search online for any damaging information about Edian Distillery. Manager Chu, we've all searched extensively, but the results are the same. No damaging information found. Xiao Wu conducted thorough research but couldn't find anything negative, so he had to report the truth honestly. The other sales team members made equally little progress, scratching their heads with no viable solutions. Unable to find damaging information online, Manager Chu had no choice but to send Xiao Wu on an undercover mission to Edian Distillery to look for any non-compliance issues. Other companies were holding similar discussions. As a result, numerous strangers began appearing around Edian Liquor's premises, lingering nearby frequently. Outside, the distillery vehicles kept breaking down on the road, and many people came asking to use the restroom or borrow water. However, no damaging content about Edian's Shangqing wine appeared online, while Banhuazi faced a flood of criticism across review videos and related news articles. First came Banhuazi, then Heaven, selling a 4G phone for 6,000. Banhuazi is just exploiting consumers. All they know is playing the patriotism card to deceive buyers. What's so-called domestic? It's just assembled, the chips aren't even self-produced. They're still making 4G phones, and the system is merely a rebranded shell. And the insults kept coming, relentless and degrading. These comments remained pinned for extended periods. Meanwhile, several major smartphone manufacturers reached out to Edian Technology regarding potential partnerships. One Lenovo executive called directly, offering $1 billion for the company, but Liu Sen declined outright. From the recent Banhuazi phone sales alone, 5 million units, Edian already secured 168 million yuan in revenue. And there's still the wireless charging accessory line to sell globally. Aside from incompatible with fruit phones, hitting 100 million sets in sales is well within reach, which would bring in 36 billion yuan in pure profit. There are also wireless power banks and charging earbuds. All of these represent cash cows. For genuinely serious companies, Liu Sen explained clearly that Banhuazi holds exclusive rights for 6 months, after which partnerships can open up. He also revealed that they needn't worry about their own phone sales, since the wireless charging set would launch soon and be compatible with their devices. Plus, Banhuazi's latest model won't continue selling, eliminating any concerns about market competition. Yet what Liu Sen failed to clarify with Fruit's China representative was that his wireless charging accessory wouldn't support their proprietary charging port. After these conversations, the companies felt reassured. Soon the barrage of online attacks began to subside. Within 2 days, Edian Liquor received numerous requests from other liquor companies wanting to visit and learn. After discussing with Kai Chongqing, Deng Yaluan believed that no competitor could absorb their trade secrets and the core technology would never leak, so they agreed to allow the visits. It would serve as good publicity too, with peer companies seeking them out by reputation. Upon receiving the report from the distillery, Liu Sen didn't hesitate and approved it directly. After all, his enterprises were high-tech operations with no hygiene concerns, and liquor production had already been mechanized into assembly lines. Several days later, representatives from over a dozen liquor companies arrived for the tour. Deng Yaluan and Kai Chongqing hosted them warmly, arranging dedicated staff to document the entire process. They toured the office building, then the factory, fermentation workshops, distillation areas, bottling lines, and more. Each visitor wore an expression of disdain. Edian Liquor's equipment paled in comparison to theirs, both in sophistication and quantity. At most, they saw an automated production line and spotless workshops that stirred some awe, but beyond that, nothing compared to what established producers like Guomao Mui and Yonghe offered. Many smaller distilleries at the visit already exceeded what they were observing. Deng Yaluan and Kai Chongqing led everyone to the spirit outlet, where each visitor poured a sample to taste. After sampling, shocks spread across their faces. This flows straight out as finished liquor, no additional processing needed. We require 3 to 5 years of cellar aging just to achieve decent flavor, yet they accomplished this in 3 days. How could such a gap ever be bridged? The disparity was staggering. They couldn't fathom how a newcomer could rise so swiftly. Initially, they suspected Edian might be producing through blending something they could replicate through experimentation. Yet the actual process eluded their understanding entirely. They had watched yet grasped nothing. The visit had taught them absolutely nothing. Not a single insight. And the cost differential was insurmountable. Time itself was far too precious to compete on. 3 days versus 3 years. How could they possibly compare? This wasn't brewing, it was cheating. The visitors' expressions darkened from casual curiosity to grave seriousness. Some, despite their shock, hoped to send their technical teams back to study and potentially replicate Edian's process to develop new products. Others spotted angles that could be exploited online, looking for ways to spin the narrative. These were individuals who had been unable to uncover damaging information, forcing them to infiltrate the tour as a last resort. Of course, Deng Yaluan and Kai Chongqing deliberately avoided showing them the Chongqing wine facility, still under wraps before its launch. The day passed quickly, concluding with dinner at the largest hotel in the scenic area before everyone departed. 2 days later, several provocative statements emerged online, sparking debate about Chinese liquor. Can baijiu exist without cultural heritage and the weight of time? Baijiu produced entirely through mechanized assembly lines can never be considered refined. The online questions ignited widespread discussion. Some argued that China's liquor culture, with its deep historical roots, should not be abandoned, but rather explored further to restore traditional flavors. Others pointed out that many major distilleries maintain centuries-old cellars, lending their liquor a richer, more complex character. Someone brought up the distinction between craft beer and industrial beer, declaring the latter worthless. Building on this, another voice argued that baijiu follows the same principle. Blended liquor is unacceptable, and baijiu, without extended cellar fermentation, has no place in existence. Liquor manufactured on an assembly line cannot be called liquor at all. It represents a corrosive force against national culture and should not exist. Debates raged on with deliberate attempts to diminish the craft. Then a post surfaced claiming to be an exposé from someone with a conscience. It spread rapidly across the internet. The full text of the exposé clearly stated that the Clear Wind liquor from Edian Liquor Company was nothing but industrial-grade alcohol, pure garbage. The production process of Clear Wind liquor took only 3 days from grain to finished product. Everything was done on an industrial assembly line without any aging. In just a few days, grain worth a few yuan transformed into Clear Wind liquor priced at 168 yuan. All consumers should boycott this industrial trash. Edian is a heartless merchant. There were also many factory images attached. Image 1. JPG. Image 2. JPG. This post instantly exploded online, with countless people condemning Edian Company for making shady profits. The direct result was a significant drop in Clear Wind liquor sales, though still much higher than the previous month. Hong Xin was a sales assistant at Edian Liquor Company, as she checked the sales data in the company's backend every day. In the morning, she arrived at the office half an hour early, brewed a cup of coffee, and began her daily work. She opened the computer, logged into the backend to check yesterday's sales data, and suddenly noticed a sharp decline, nearly 70 compared to the previous day. Such a drop was not supposed to appear in the recent sales curve. Even if there were a decline, it shouldn't be this drastic. Hong Xin immediately compiled the data, completed the analysis in just a few minutes, printed the charts, and promptly reported to Manager Deng. Looking at the documents and data comparisons, Deng Yaluan knew there must be a major issue. Sales could decline, but not so quickly and severely. Normally, it would be gradual. He immediately instructed all company personnel to investigate the situation, especially the PR department, to prepare countermeasures, and notified the nationwide sales team to find out the reasons through dealers and channels. Soon information came back. Someone had posted the production process of Clear Wind liquor online, twisted concepts, and kept stirring up sentiment, claiming the company's liquor was industrial garbage. Dealers and channel partners reported a backlog of Clear Wind liquor and many return requests. Deng Yaluan listened to the reports and pondered for a long time. This was clearly an attack from other liquor companies. It seemed he needed to discuss this with Liu Sen to see how to handle it. After all, Liu Sen was the developer of the liquor and knew the entire technical process, making it easier to find a breakthrough. Liu Sen, constantly absorbing knowledge to enrich himself, heard the phone ring, glanced at it, and answered. Brother Yaluan, what's up? Asen, there's a problem with Clear Wind liquor. Someone has twisted concepts online and attacked us maliciously. The reputation is declining and sales are dropping rapidly. Okay, hold on. Liu Sen turned on his computer and started searching for related topics. Typing Clear Wind liquor brought up numerous negative news items, pushing aside the previous positive reviews and curiosity-driven posts. All he saw were terms like industrial garbage, heartless merchant, no substance, etc. These were clearly counterattacks from companies whose interests were harmed by Edian liquor. They were minor issues, the quality of the liquor was evident, but people were being misled, ignoring the quality and taste. I've seen the news. How do you plan to handle it? I think first we must explain our product, what the principle is. Since we're a tech company, we need to build our image. That way when we launch new products, consumers won't have strange ideas. Next, we must punish those who spread rumors and twist concepts. We'll gather evidence and sue them directly. After all, our group has the famous outlaw Liu Sen. We should let him appear. That'll make others think twice before pulling shady tricks. But for the specific brewing principle, you'll need to provide an explanation, since our liquor is produced and bottled in just 3 days. Liu Sen heard his plan and found it largely fine. He added one suggestion: set up a live streaming department within the company to explain our products in real time. This way netizens could come directly to ask questions, and they wouldn't be misled elsewhere, preventing the situation from escalating. This department could live stream our production workshop. With our hygiene and professional conditions, we'd surely attract a large audience, because other liquor companies couldn't compare. After all, the production processes are different. Also, this department should monitor online trends daily, addressing any negative signs or incidents immediately to prevent them from spreading. Moreover, the live stream could also boost sales of the company's products. Deng Yaoluan quickly arranged everything. He sent the production principles that Liu Sen had provided, those that could be disclosed, to the PR department, who polished them and published them on various platforms. Clarification statement: we guarantee that this statement contains no false records, misleading statements, or material omissions, and we assume individual and joint liability for the truthfulness, accuracy, and completeness of its content. Today, the company noticed that on multiple platforms there have been rumors about our products twisting concepts, and the content does not match the truth. The clarification is as follows: our Clear Wind liquor is indeed produced on an assembly line to ensure consistent taste, but the necessary steps of brewing have not been omitted. The 3-day turnaround is entirely due to our company being a high-tech enterprise with a technological breakthrough in brewing. The new type of starter culture and enzymes we developed can shorten the fermentation time, which normally takes years or even 10 years to 3 days. This is a technological breakthrough and progress. Times are advancing, technology is advancing. Our company has always adhered to this philosophy. Liquor is an extension of culture. The company is located in Maoshan, a famous Taoist holy site, nearly 500 years old. Our liquor is brewed using formulas summarized from Maoshan ancient alchemy combined with modern high-tech brewing, inheriting Taoist culture of tranquility and non-action. Hence the name, Clear Wind Liquor. Regarding the unverified false content on various platforms recently, our company will pursue legal liability according to the law. This clarification is hereby given. Awaken Liquor Company date. Various platforms saw Awaken's clarification and immediately erupted. The company was really tough, directly fighting back. Many people began posting interpretations. All the contested aspects were addressed. They had used high technology to shorten fermentation time. Achieving this was their strength. If you could develop it too. This was truly white liquor technology. Those methods, using women's feet to trample blending or relying on old cellars, couldn't compare. In terms of age, they had a recipe thousands of years old, refined through modern processes. In terms of culture, they also had millennia, Taoist culture. Why were so many people sour? Turning a few yuan into 168 yuan. That was because they had the technology and good taste. If you're capable, do it yourself. Those other distilleries turn a few yuan into hundreds or even thousands. Isn't that even more exploitative? And what about wafers? A pile of sand turns into a wafer worth 1,000 yuan. Go criticize that, call them heartless merchants. I just want to say, why isn't Awaken Liquor listed? Hurry up and go public. I'll definitely buy your stock. This is a real white liquor tech stock. If you agree, upvote me so Awaken sees it and gets listed. Upvote 1, 13, 14. Soon this post was pinned to the top, seen by many and rapidly reposted, going viral on various platforms. A crowd of people was calling for Awaken Liquor to go public. After the incident was clarified, public perception of Awaken Liquor industry reversed once again, attracting a vast crowd of curious onlookers. The label of technological baijiu was also thrust upon Awaken Liquor industry, and sales surged dramatically, with over 400 tons sold on that single day. Currently, Awaken Liquor industry's maximum output for tenfold liquor is only 600 tons per 3-day production cycle. However, ample initial inventory existed to meet the overwhelming demand. Online interest gradually shifted from the bottle's durability and aesthetic appeal to the taste of tenfold liquor itself. Everyone was eager to taste this technological baijiu and discover what a liquor born from Taoist tradition might be like. An increasing number of people began accepting tenfold liquor, with young people in particular feeling as though they had finally found something that resonated with them. This liquor had been deliberately designed from the outset to target the young and female demographics, precisely addressing their preferences. While all eyes were fixed on Awaken's tenfold liquor, another news story suddenly erupted online. The story's popularity skyrocketed from the dozens to the top ranks, eventually claiming the #1 spot. It turned out to be an overseas studio called M5, which regularly publishes videos testing various rumors and urban legends found on the internet. They had verified numerous claims, such as whether diving flat is effective when encountering a grenade, or whether snapping one's wrist at the exact moment a bullet is fired can cause it to curve mid-flight. These were all subjects they had tested in their videos. Many domestic creators had repackaged and re-uploaded their content, amassing enormous fan bases. This time the topic chosen by the M5 studio was, can tenfold liquor stop a bullet? Hello everyone, I'm Adam, and I'm Jamie. The two introduced themselves. In this episode we will test whether a liquor bottle can stop a bullet. This rumor originates from a story about a man who, while carrying a bottle of liquor home, was suddenly caught in a street shootout. One bullet flew directly toward him. He thought he was going to die, but instinctively raised the bottle to his chest, and it saved his life. The bottle had not shattered. Only the outer packaging was damaged, and the glass bore a slight indentation. Upon returning home, the man drank the liquor to steady his nerves. Now let us examine this liquor. Behold, this is tenfold liquor from China, produced in the sacred land of Taoism. Priced at $58 according to the clerk, this liquor is extremely popular. He also recommended another variant without packaging available for $68. According to the clerk, the most notable feature of this $68 version of Qingfeng liquor is that one of the 5 pointed stars inside the glass sphere is red, giving it a significantly superior taste compared to the others. Since we do not know which version the man purchased, we have bought both. Now let us begin the test. With that said, the two removed the outer packaging and were amazed by the spherical bottle design inside. Comparing the two bottles, they confirmed that one had a red star among 3 5-pointed stars, while the other featured only hollow 5-pointed stars. They then secured both bottles in place. They also mounted the firearms positioned 10 meters away and aimed at the bottles, preparing to test both sets simultaneously. Alright, let us begin the test. He pulled the trigger with a string. After a sharp crack echoed through the air, Adam and Jamie immediately inspected the bottles. Indeed, there was no damage, no marks at all. Now I'm beginning to suspect we didn't even hit it. If we had, there should be at least some trace. Let's review the camera footage. They replayed the footage captured by the high-speed camera. The video showed the bullet traveling a distance, striking the bottle, and then deflecting away entirely. As you can see from the recording, it definitely struck the bottle, and the bullet bounced right off. This is incredible. And the lack of any mark. Was it perhaps deflected by the curved glass surface? Let's check the other camera. This one captures a frontal angle. We can clearly see the bullet struck head-on, not at an angle. The absence of damage suggests the rumor is indeed true. But what is the true limit of this bottle? Let us continue testing. He finished speaking when Jamie was already seen hauling over a rifle, a Remington M870 shotgun, and a Barrett M82 sniper rifle. Look at our big boys. Let's see if this bottle can withstand these. The test resumed swiftly. First came the shotgun, which left no marks at all. Then the rifle, which produced only minor surface traces. The Barrett M82 sniper rifle caused extensive cracking across the glass bottle, but it did not shatter, and the liquor inside remained sealed. Wow, I can hardly believe it. This actually held up, Adam exclaimed in amazement. They then tested the second set with identical results. Adam removed both sets of bottles, opened them, and poured the liquor into separate glasses. After all this hard work, let's taste the $58 version first. Adam and Jamie each raised their glasses and drained them in one gulp. This liquor is genuinely excellent. Here's to the mysterious power of Taoism, Jamie said. Indeed, the mysterious power. Adam replied. Now let's see what the $10 premium gets us. He raised his glass again and finished it in one swallow. My God, this is truly exceptional and absolutely worth it. It is noticeably smoother than the $58 version. This video went viral across major platforms, with numerous creators repackaging and sharing it, each gaining significant followers. Only then did people realize that previously streamers had been smashing bottles with force or using them as bowling balls, considering mere survival impressive. Nobody had expected it to be this extraordinary, a sniper rifle at close range failing to shatter it. Meanwhile, another piece of information caught people's attention. This Qingfeng liquor was actually selling for $58 in the United States, which converted to nearly 400 yuan. This was outrageous. The domestic price was only 168 yuan, a difference of more than double. Furthermore, 2 different versions of Qingfeng liquor had been launched abroad, yet China received neither. Was this discrimination, as if Chinese consumers couldn't afford it? Or was Awaken no better than other companies, reserving the best products exclusively for foreign markets? This time, many netizens did not flood the comment sections as before. Instead, they directly entered Awaken liquor industry's livestream. Why does China only get one version of Qingfeng liquor, while abroad there are 2, with an additional variant featuring a red star? Is your company any different from the rest, giving the best products to foreign markets? The streamers saw the barrage of questions, but remained calm, first offering reassurance to the viewers. Everyone, I have seen your questions. To my knowledge, our company produces only one specification of Qingfeng liquor. There is no second variant. Please give me a moment. Let me check with management. She quickly placed the call, relayed the netizen's question, and received an immediate response. The liquor was indeed a single product, identical domestically and abroad. As for the variant featuring a red star, it was actually a surprise the company had reserved for consumers from the moment of launch. Hints about this had been posted on the official website from the very beginning. Here is the secret: because Awaken employs advanced brewing technology, using new starters and enzymes, the liquor inside the bottle continues to ferment after leaving the factory, similar to cellar aging. After 1 year, one of the 3 hollow stars on the bottle will illuminate red. After 2 years, a second star lights up, and after 3 years, the third star activates. Each illuminated star represents a tier of enhanced flavor, roughly doubling the quality. However, the 1 star per year timeline is not absolute. If the liquor is continuously agitated, fermentation completes ahead of schedule, causing a star to light up early. The $68 variant sold abroad features 1 red star, because that batch was shipped by sea, crossing the Atlantic over 2 months. The constant motion during transit acted as continuous agitation, allowing the liquor to ferment fully and light up 1 star. Naturally, not every bottle from that shipment displayed the same result, as placement during transit caused slight variations. Because bottles with illuminated stars offer superior taste, they command higher prices. This information serves as a special benefit from our company to all our liquor enthusiasts. Thank you for your continued support. The streamer's phone conversation with company management was conducted openly, without hiding from the audience, allowing everyone in the live stream to hear the exchange. The answer provided satisfied everyone who heard it. Instantly, Edian's liquor appeared remarkably sophisticated, truly deserving its reputation as technological baijiu. The dialogue in the live broadcast was heard by everyone, and instantly a large number of people felt that Edian liquor was truly conscientious. Regarding the surprise rewards Edian liquor prepared for liquor enthusiasts, everyone found it remarkably heartwarming. This is a genuine surprise with real value, literally an increase in worth. There are already cases abroad adding 1 star increased the value by 20%. Moreover, people are highly satisfied with Edian liquor's business strategies, both domestically and internationally. A unified standard. This is a very simple matter and indeed what the vast majority of Chinese people have been hoping for. Yet for such a straightforward matter, so many enterprises both large and small have developed the mindset of prioritizing quality supply to foreign markets. Furthermore, the bottles are exceptionally well crafted. As previously stated in videos, there is a guarantee against counterfeit liquor. Nowadays, countless buyers fear purchasing fake liquor, but Edian's bottles are simply impossible to forge or drill into. The taste is also remarkably distinctive, and the low alcohol content makes counterfeiting impractical. Many liquor collectors and distributors who prefer to stock up believe that collecting a batch of tenfold liquor could serve as an investment, since each star increase boosts value by 20% annually. This returns greater profit than stocks funds or bank interest. Those who grasped the opportunity began purchasing in bulk, liquor that could be drunk now or appreciated in value later. This is far more reliable than investing in Guamao liquor. Only tenfold liquor truly represents technological innovation in baijiu. Countless netizens clamored for Edian liquor to go public, eager to ride the wave of dividends. Now buying Edian liquor is essentially an investment. This is akin to spot trading in financial markets. Just as this enthusiasm was building, another video surged onto the trending topics. Shocking discovery: China's first star ascending tenfold liquor. The video was posted by a second-generation industrialist who was among the earliest to use tenfold liquor as bowling pins. He frequently filmed videos showcasing food, drinks, and entertainment. This time, while using tenfold liquor as bowling pins once again, he discovered that the empty star on the small ball inside the daily used bottle had turned into a red 5-pointed star. The young heir initially suspected the liquor had spoiled, but someone beside him, who had read the relevant information the day before, excitedly explained the significance of the red star. Overjoyed, he immediately inspected all the tenfold liquor bottles used as bowling pins, finding that only 2 out of dozens had completed their star ascension. Standard tenfold liquor was something they often drank, and it tasted exceptional. However, they never imagined the liquor could ascend stars. Eager to taste it, he opened a bottle right away, and everyone gathered to share. They were instantly conquered. The ascended tenfold liquor had a dramatically enhanced taste, and its original characteristics were amplified. The remaining bottle of star ascending liquor was immediately secured, and despite his friend's pleas, he refused to open it. "Quick, hurry up and fetch me more bowling pins. Let the rest ascend." Immediately, everyone began frantically using tenfold liquor as bowling pins. Since they were all from the same batch, after 6 or 7 hours of continuous play, several more bottles successfully ascended. Several people purchased them on the spot at a premium of 100 yuan, for there would undoubtedly be more in this batch to ascend. They were friends, so refusal was impossible, and besides, the ascension also benefited from their friends' efforts. The comments below the video grew incredibly heated. It was real. Edian had not deceived anyone. Some netizens had initially viewed Edian company through a conspiratorial lens, suspecting prior discriminatory treatment, and hoping that after raising questions the company might secretly release some product to the market. But this video proved Edian had not lied. Countless onlookers continued commenting enthusiastically. These were merely ordinary people. Many shrewd individuals had already begun taking action. They were former cryptocurrency miners. With the government now cracking down severely on mining operations and classifying virtual currency trading as illegal, they were forced to halt everything and sell off their mining rigs. Now this group spotted a new business opportunity. They purchased Edian's tenfold liquor to perform manual accelerated agitation. By ordering numerous machines with oscillating functions, arranging plenty of bottles in designated slots, and running the machines 24 hours a day, they could achieve rapid star ascension. If they could produce batches sold at a profit, wouldn't the returns be substantial? Assuming 2 months per ascension cycle, that meant 6 cycles per year. With at least a 20% profit per ascension, their capital could double within a year. And they didn't need to sell everything. Retaining a batch to continue ascending could yield even higher prices, since higher starred liquor would inevitably be rarer. In the game, the more stars a prop had, the more valuable it became, and the harder it was to ascend. These people called this practice pangio, much like how antiques appreciate after being handled and polished over time. Suddenly, a massive wave of people flooded into the baijiu market. Sales of tenfold liquor climbed steadily, lifting the entire baijiu industry. Although mianjiu as an entry-level liquor could not ascend stars, many still wanted to try it. Since most consumers could not afford tenfold liquor, they purchased the newly launched mianjiu priced at 58 yuan. Moreover, the second-generation heir noticed the bottle shape of the new mianjiu and immediately bought many sets to serve as bowling pins, completing his entire setup. For various reasons, Edian's liquor sold extraordinarily well. 2 days prior, daily sales had risen to over 400 tons, and everyone expected it to drop back within 2 days at most. That morning, Liu Sen received the sales data submitted by Deng Yaluan. To his astonishment, nearly 1,000 tons had been sold in a single day. By calculation, if this pace continued for another week, they would completely sell out. The company had only been established for a short while, and production increases came gradually. Previous inventory was already running low. Seeing these figures, Liu Sen immediately called Kai Chongqing to inquire about the inventory of Chongqing liquor slated for imminent release. Given the current fervor surrounding Edian liquor, Chongqing liquor, a premium offering destined for the Spring Festival, was certain to meet equally enthusiastic demand. He quickly received a reply. Chongqing liquor's current inventory stood at only about 2,500 tons. Based on historical sales growth and considering its premium pricing, selling 3,000 to 4,000 tons would already be considered excellent. With a month remaining until the new year combined with upcoming production output, it should suffice. They simply had not anticipated market enthusiasm reaching such heights. Director Kai, this quantity is sufficient. Premium liquor must be carefully controlled in volume, otherwise it loses its exclusivity. Once sold out, halt sales entirely. Maintain a fixed annual quota for premium liquor going forward. Liu Sen weighed numerous factors before making his final decision. Time flew swiftly, and the new year approached rapidly. Every department busied themselves with compiling comprehensive data summaries for the year. Having been established for only a short period, the company held just 1/4 of data, making compilation relatively straightforward. Additionally, as an unlisted company, various reports were simpler to complete. There was no need to pursue superficially impressive figures. Only honest, accurate records mattered. Furthermore, this data would play a crucial role in the promotional campaign for Edian Liquor's new product launch. It has been half a month since the release of Huabon's new wireless charging phone. Everyone who received the phone had an excellent experience. Others who did not purchase the phone went to the official website every day to leave messages hoping for a quicker sale. Finally, new information was announced on the official website. Huaban will start selling the wireless charging set and the wireless power bank set at 00 on New Year's Day. By then, most phones, as long as they have downloaded the Worry-Free Power app and purchased the charging set, will be able to enjoy the convenience brought by wireless charging technology. The entire internet instantly erupted into excitement. After all, many would hesitate to buy a phone just for wireless charging, since not everyone is in need of a new phone and not everyone is wealthy. Now, as long as they can buy the set, they can enjoy a similar wireless charging experience. Netizens left comments one after another. Huabon's vision is truly high. They didn't use this technology to choke others and boost their own sales. Edian company is truly amazing without restricting the use of wireless charging technology. We are blessed. We can use this black technology without changing phones. Mom no longer has to worry about my battery. At midnight on New Year's Day, a great number of people went online to buy the wireless charging set and the power bank set. Moreover, a post titled, "Did you receive or buy a wireless charging set on New Year's Day?" directly topped the charts. Many people supported, shared, and commented. Buying the charging set is the trend. Without a charging set, one would feel embarrassed to go out. When meeting, they ask, "How is your wireless charging working?" It's similar to asking, "Have you eaten it?" when meeting. Many people bought both sets so they can use them in any situation at home or in the office. They can use the normal wireless charging set. But on the road, during business trips, or while traveling, the wireless power bank set is truly amazing. A few days later, the shopping frenzy just began to subside. Another explosive piece of news was leaked by the media, instantly becoming the top trending topic. According to insiders, the Edian Group paid 2.1 billion yuan in taxes this year, and this was only for the first quarter since its establishment. If it were a full year, the tax payment would likely exceed 10 billion yuan. In contrast, the total fiscal revenue of Rongqing for the entire previous year was only about 8.9 billion yuan. It can be said that the Edian Group alone matched the entire tax revenue of Rongqing, and the GDP contributed by this group was extremely high. Having been established just over 3 months, the Edian Group already has about 15,000 employees. The number of indirectly benefited families is incalculable, considering that the total population of Rongqing is only 69,000. The online community was in an uproar. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just established for a little over a quarter, how could it possibly pay so much tax? As far as I know, only about a dozen private enterprises nationwide can achieve an annual tax payment of 10 billion yuan. Huaban pays 93 billion a year, ABA 53 billion, Guamao 30 billion, Tencent 20 billion. There is absolutely no doubt about the first place, that enterprise paying 1.35 trillion. The news was forwarded by various media outlets, and many journalists immediately rushed to Rongqing in hopes of obtaining first-hand information. The Edian Group and its subsidiaries were surrounded by a large number of reporters and self-media people every day, which had a significant impact on the company's operations. The government was quickly informed and dispatched police to maintain order. From his office, Liu Sen saw through the floor-to-ceiling window that too many people had gathered at the company's entrance, and the number of people applying for interview appointments was also extremely high. Liu Sen directly notified Liu Ying to have people lead them to the conference hall and make a one-time announcement. Sitting in the office, Liu Sen pondered over the issues, thinking about the next move and whether there were any omissions. Soon Liu Ying returned to the office. "Brother Sen, everyone has been taken to the conference hall." Liu Ying looked at Liu Sen seriously, her eyes unable to hide her affection and pride clearly written on her face. "Okay, let's go." Liu Sen picked up his coat from the side, draped it over himself, and put it on while walking. Liu Sen led Liu Ying to the door of the meeting room. Seeing that Liu Sen's collar was not folded out, Liu Ying tugged at him, stood aside, and tidied his clothes. Liu Sen watched the woman who was carefully arranging his clothes, feeling warmth and her love in his heart. Seeing a strand of hair fall loose as Liu Ying helped him, he reached out and tucked it behind her ear. After confirming everything was fine, the two walked into the meeting room. The moment they stepped inside, they felt flashes of white light and heard the sound of shutters clicking. Liu Sen was glad that his physical fitness was extraordinary, otherwise he would definitely not be able to see the way. He glanced at Liu Ying, who was following behind him, and seemed not to have been too disturbed, and felt relieved. In a few steps he reached the podium, looking at the nearly full meeting room. Dear friends from the media, hello everyone. I am Liu Sen, the founder of Awaken. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Usually our company rarely has journalist friends visiting, especially not in such large numbers. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Because there are too many interview requests, I cannot accommodate each one individually, so I decided to hold a press conference for everyone. Now if you have questions you may ask directly. However, due to time constraints, I will only answer 3 questions. Mr. Liu, hello. I am a reporter from a certain agency. May I ask regarding the online rumor that your group paid 1 billion yuan in taxes at the end of the year, is it true? I can directly answer this question. Yes, we did pay 1 billion yuan in taxes. But what I want to say is, as a law-abiding citizen and entrepreneur, isn't it normal to pay taxes? Why are so many netizens concerned about this? Mr. Liu, hello. I am a reporter from Dengta country. The wireless charging sets currently sold online do not support fruit companies' sets. May I ask if you are discriminating? Actually, you should ask Awaken about this question, as the sets are currently produced under their license. However, I can still provide some explanation. The reason is that our company and Awaken comply with the law and place great importance on patented technology. I think everyone knows that the charging port of fruit phones is exclusively owned by them, and unauthorized production and sale are not allowed. May I ask, why did you choose not to establish your company in a big city such as Zhonghai, or even Jinling, which is closer to you? I believe that those who have investigated and know me understand that I am from Rongqing. I grew up here. It's only natural to return home and contribute to its development. After answering this question, Liu Sen stopped calling on the reporters who raised their hands. Alright, now I have answered 3 questions. My time is truly precious because I am not only the company's manager, but also its chief technology officer, and the company's research and development tasks are extremely heavy. Here I would like to announce something. The company's performance has been excellent thanks to the support of our vast consumer base. Our company is about to launch the Shangqing wine to welcome the new spring, with its name also derived from Taoist culture. This Shangqing wine is positioned as a high-end liquor with a launch price of 1688 yuan per bottle, and it will be sold in limited quantities. To repay the support of our consumers during this period, we will sell it at 688 yuan per bottle during the month before the Spring Festival, and the price will revert to normal from the first day of the Chinese New Year. For detailed information, you can check the official website. Allow me to insert one more piece of news. All companies under our group are actively recruiting talents. If interested, you can submit your resume on the official website. Also, I hope you will be kind and not cut this advertisement. As guests, we have gifts for you when you leave. After saying that, Liu Sen nodded to Liu Ying, and then Liu Ying took out a walkie-talkie and said a few words. Soon a group of employees pushed several carts into the meeting room filled with Shangqing wine packaged in a magnificent, yet elegant manner. The employees began distributing gifts to all the media personnel. Each person received 2 sets, considering that one could be given as a gift and the other kept for themselves. They opened them and saw that it was a gift box of Shangqing wine with 2 bottles per set. Recalling Liu Sen's introduction just now and thinking of the already launched Qingfeng wine, this Shangqing wine, as a high-end liquor, must be excellent. Thinking of the price, everyone was instantly very satisfied. After this meeting, the company's official website simultaneously updated the information about Shangqing liquor. All that remained was to wait for the journalists to upload the interview videos and news to the internet. At this time, other mobile phone manufacturers were all researching wireless charging kits, but they had achieved virtually nothing. The contents within were utterly incomprehensible to them, as if belonging to a different dimension. Reverse engineering offered no glimpse of the future, and achieving any results in the short term was entirely out of the question. Even if they managed to research it, it would consume vast amounts of capital, and by then Awaken might have already developed the 2nd or 3rd generation. What they reverse engineered could not be commercially used due to patent issues. In the Lighthouse Nation, the CEO of fruit company Ku was exceptionally furious. The Lighthouse Nation journalist in Huaxia had just relayed to him the interview news, the answer to why Awaken's product did not match fruit phones. He summoned all the top executives overnight for a meeting at the company. In his office, Ku stared at his subordinate. Is this the result you reported earlier? It's obvious that the other party was just brushing you off. You idiot. He then turned to another technical department head. Speak, what's the result? The technology is very advanced, we cannot crack it. We have always been the leaders and innovators of technology, but this time we have suffered a great humiliation. So saying, Ku tugged at his tie and paced around the office. Damn those pedals, damn Awaken. During this period, he had barely managed to grind pedals into the ground through other means, and the market in Huaxia had even shown renewed vitality. But now a new problem had arisen. That indestructible cockroach has crawled back up again. Everyone talk about how we can increase our sales. Our phones are no longer selling. The people in the office began to discuss animatedly. Soon a person with a somewhat evasive look raised his hand. Boss, we could abandon the Lightning interface and switch to the Type-C interface. What did you say? Don't I care about face? And do you know how much money we would lose? Kuka's face twisted in fury, veins bulging. If we don't change, our mobile phone business will be hit, and the loss will be even greater, the person with the evasive eyes continued. Kuka pondered for a long while. It seems I need to visit the White House. Kuka waved his hand to dismiss everyone, thought for a long time in his office, then picked up the phone and dialed. After hanging up, he stood up and left the company, heading to a villa district where the wealthy gathered. Soon after, together with the owner of the villa district, he went to the White House. Time flew by domestically. The interview videos from earlier had all been uploaded to major platforms. The rumors circulating online were confirmed. Many people in various cities envied Rongqing for having such a company. It had boundless prospects, and with a company like this around, finding a job would be much easier. Many people from Rongqing working in Jinling said they had only just learned about Edian Company and would submit their resumes if they met the requirements. They wanted to return to work there. Many netizens expressed that although the company's development prospects were excellent, they were too far away and would not go. Additionally, regarding the Fruit wireless charging kit, netizens said that President Liu's reply was very satisfying. It was exactly about cutting down the arrogance of foreign companies. However, many netizens also commented hoping that the company could still produce and sell wireless charging kits supporting the Fruit interface to showcase Huaxia's inclusiveness. These were mostly Fruit phone users, as the webpage showed that the phones used to send the messages were Fruit phones. But the resourceful netizens still came up with a method and even posted pictures. In the pictures, a converter was added between the Fruit phone and the wireless charging port, allowing it to work normally, though it looked rather ugly. At this point, a merchant released a message saying they had designed a phone case that could directly convert the interface, very aesthetically designed. It was equivalent to having an extra curved chin at the bottom or a short little tail sticking out. Instantly, many people left comments below to pre-order. As for the information about Chongqing liquor, people didn't leave many comments, because those who were interested went directly to the official website to check the relevant introduction. For a while, there were many buyers after all. This liquor was high-end and limited. Many people, after reading the introduction, also realized that the new year was approaching and this liquor was of sufficient class as a gift, and it even came with investment attributes. Xingfeng liquor could be upgraded by 1 star, increasing its value by 2030, with a maximum of 3 stars. However, Chongqing liquor could be upgraded by 5 stars, and its basic taste was excellent, so after upgrading the price would appreciate even more. Moreover, there was a special price before the Spring Festival, 100 yuan less per bottle, which would be restored on the first day of the new year. So buying a bottle meant directly earning 1,000 yuan. Some people held the above view, but others would not buy, thinking it was just a promotional gimmick, because many liquors are priced high and then sold at a discount every day. This practice was not limited to liquor, it also applied to clothing. So many clothes in shopping malls were marked at 100 to 200 yuan per piece, yet sold at a 90 discount every day. There were also many supermarkets and small stores that advertised, rent due clearance sale last 3 days, and then it was always the last 3 days selling for a whole year. After everyone knew the situation, they moved to another place and continued the last 3 days. Many netizens posted online saying that Edian couldn't possibly be limited, their production was so simple that there wouldn't be a shortage, and if they waited a bit longer the price would probably drop further. Many people were influenced by these remarks and chose to wait and see. Edian Liquor was extremely busy at this time, with countless trucks entering and leaving the factory area every day. Liu Sen brought people from the group to visit several times to see if there was any need for assistance. He also went to Edian's technical R&D department to check on the recent research progress. The development of liquor had already taken a direction, with several research groups formed, some specializing in baijiu, some in wine, some in medicinal liquor, and others in fruit-based liquors. Watching their research, Liu Sen silently used his golden finger to enhance their research results, then immediately restored everything to its original state, but the relevant knowledge and correct research directions were already imprinted in his mind. Over the next 2 days, Liu Sen communicated with all the groups about research goals and directions. During these 2 days, Liu Sen's knowledge and foresight conquered all the researchers at Edian Liquor. Many of them had joined the company later and had only heard that Boss Liu was extremely capable, but had no concrete concept of it. Now they truly felt ruthlessly outclassed. After guiding these people, Liu Sen said goodbye to Deng Yaluan and returned to the group. It was the end of the year and the company's performance was excellent, with very high profit margins. It was time to plan the year-end salary distribution. In the office, Liu Sen, Liu Ying, Dan, and Jin Shuya discussed the distribution of year-end bonuses. Through discussion, the final basis was determined. The lowest-level employees would receive year-end bonuses according to their tenure, since the company had only been established for 3 months, and many had only worked for 1 to 2 months. Those who had been with the company for 3 months would receive 100 yuan, 2 months 100 yuan, and 1 month, or less 500 yuan. Thus, for the 1300 plus frontline employees, the total distribution was 114 million yuan. For the 1128 frontline managers, based on tenure, each received 200 or 100 yuan, totaling 92 million yuan. For the 218 middle managers, based on tenure, each received 600 or 200 yuan, totaling 72 million yuan. For the 51 senior managers, based on tenure, each received 300 or 100 yuan, totaling 2 million yuan. Liu Yin Danjin Shiyat Deng Yaluan Kai Chongqing and Zhang San received an additional 1 million yuan each as a bonus, while Lu received an extra 5,000 yuan in appreciation of her contributions during the company's initial startup phase. What had just been discussed was the year-end bonus. The regular monthly bonuses would still be distributed as usual. As time passed, Chongqing liquor found its way into countless households. Various online reviews of Chongqing liquor appeared one after another, all of them overwhelmingly positive. Xiangzi, who had gained fame from his earlier review of Qingfeng liquor, promptly evaluated Chongqing liquor and bestowed upon it the highest praise. All who had tasted Chongqing liquor held it in the highest esteem, declaring that it had elevated Chinese liquor to a new pinnacle. It was unequivocally the apex of the liquor world. Meanwhile, the distributor from the lighthouse country placed a direct order with Edian Company for 100 tons. The shipment was to be completed in 2 batches, 10 tons by air, to swiftly satisfy the market and establish a reputation for the premium liquor. The remaining quantity was to be shipped by sea. The client had grown fond of this mode of transport not only due to its lower freight costs, but also because the liquor transported by sea often underwent a quality upgrade, directly appreciating in value. Before the goods even arrived, the invested value had already appreciated by about 20. Such a lucrative opportunity was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Liu Sen received a notification from government official Chen Tianxiang that they would be inspecting Edian in the near future. The tone of the conversation was exceptionally cordial, reflecting a desire to foster a strong rapport with the enterprise. Edian's meteoric rise had completely exceeded their expectations. Initially, due to branch manager Jin's connections, they had extended some accommodations within the bounds of regulations. They had never anticipated that within just a few months the company would grow so immensely. During this period, numerous higher-level leaders, from the municipal level to the provincial level, had called to inquire about Edian's situation. All of this brought immense honor to Rongqing's government. The city's reputation soared, making it nationally renowned. Edian Company was not only a pragmatic industrial enterprise, it had also gained widespread fame online, bringing glory to Rongqing. This was extremely advantageous for future investment attraction. Recently, many large enterprises had expressed interest in establishing factories in Rongqing. Even the real estate sector showed signs of a resurgence, with property prices beginning to rebound. They knew that all of this was attributable to Edian. Therefore, they had to maintain a good relationship and consider the company's needs lest any of their plans inadvertently conflict with Edian's development strategy. Thus, this inspection was ostensibly a routine visit, but in reality, it was a platform for dialogue to determine the city's future development blueprint. After all, their common goal was to build a better Rongqing. Coordination between the two parties would be the most beneficial outcome. Several days later, led by Liu Sen, they welcomed the Rongqing leadership. The delegation was impressively large, including not only the top 2 officials, but also the heads of all municipal departments. Such a sizable delegation was intended to facilitate more effective communication. Liu Sen, accompanied by the reception team, first guided Xia Hongshan and Chen Tianxiang through the group's in-house research team, logistics team, and legal team, and then proceeded to visit each subsidiary. Throughout the tour, they were met with countless exclamations of admiration and praise. After all the visits concluded, they dined at the group's cafeteria. Following the meal, everyone entered the conference room. Edian's reception team remained outside, providing logistical support. Inside the conference room, Rongqing's top 2 officials, the heads of each department, and Edian's senior management began the substantive discussions. They started exchanging views on the future development of Rongqing and Edian Company. Time passed swiftly, and the day ended. Everyone returned to rest, and the next afternoon, they gathered once more to continue the discussions. When the meeting finally concluded, all present wore satisfied smiles. In the following period, Rongqing was set to undergo a major transformation, with all sectors actively advancing the execution of the plan. The contents of this meeting were to remain confidential, possibly not to be disclosed for many years. After the government officials departed, Rongqing's top 2 leaders set off again to report to the capital of Vinegar. One day later, they, together with the leaders from the capital of Vinegar, went to the provincial capital. 2 days later, Liu Sen received a phone call. President Liu, the matter we discussed earlier has received approval from the higher-ups. The speaker on the other end was Rongqing's second-in-command, Chen Tianxiang. Good, then I have fewer concerns. Liu Sen was quite pleased to receive the affirmative response. The subsequent development would undoubtedly enter the fast lane, free from the fear of restrictions. Otherwise, the development would be significantly hindered. Although Edian's current revenue scale made it indispensable to Rongqing's growth, any bureaucratic delays or stalling in procedures could still impede the overall progress of its plans. With the government's endorsement and cooperation, things would be much easier to handle. Go ahead with confidence, we will give you our full support. Chen Tianxiang would naturally offer robust support, as Edian's development would bring even greater benefits to Rongqing. This time, they had received commendations from higher authorities. 1 week before the Spring Festival, all inventory of Chongqing liquor was completely sold out. Following the leadership's instructions, the website maintenance team immediately posted an announcement on the official website. Notice to valued customers, due to limited inventory, Chongqing liquor is now sold out. If you wish to purchase, please place orders in April next year. The moment the announcement appeared, netizens who had previously been swayed by certain online opinions erupted in uproar. These netizens began attacking those who had earlier claimed online that Chongqing liquor would never be in short supply and would even see price drops. They even hurled abuse at those individuals, driving them into the trending topics. A torrent of vituperation flooded the internet. Many deleted their posts and even disabled comments. At the same time, numerous posts appeared seeking to purchase Shangqing liquor, hoping to acquire a batch. All of this had nothing to do with Dian or Liu Sen, as he was organizing the company's annual meeting. This year's annual meeting was held outdoors in a square adjacent to the group's headquarters. The square, once a derelict project, had been taken over and renovated by Dian. Except for essential personnel on duty, all employees attended, including sales staff from across the country who had returned for the event. Everyone was beaming with joy as the company's rapid expansion had led to swift promotions and substantial performance bonuses. Many employees, thanks to Dian Company, had reached the pinnacle of their lives and transformed their destinies. Colleagues had bought cars, purchased homes, found girlfriends, or gotten married. Those who already had cars upgraded to better ones. Those who owned homes moved into larger houses. Those with girlfriends found new ones. Those with spouses changed spouses. Just kidding. The last two didn't happen, but the cars and houses were real. Attending the annual meeting, everyone was in high spirits, wearing broad smiles. Moreover, they had heard rumors that this year's year-end bonus would be exceptionally generous. The meeting began with work reports from the general managers of each subsidiary and the group's directors, along with their plans for the coming year. After all, many frontline employees were still unfamiliar with the operations and progress of other subsidiaries. This process was designed to help all employees understand the company's project's future development and goals, thereby fostering a sense of pride and mission. Simply put, it gave them material to boast about when they went out. Especially since the Spring Festival was just a week away. If they couldn't put on a good show in front of relatives and friends, wouldn't that be a failure? Next came some song and dance performances, which concluded quickly. Liu Sen stepped onto the stage, looking out at the vast sea of employees, deeply satisfied. This was his goal, steadily being realized, to enrich his employees, drive technological progress, and strengthen the nation. Dear brothers and sisters, hello. After a period of hard work, we are now reaping the rewards. Under your collective efforts, Dian Company is flourishing. No amount of words can compare to material rewards. So today I will announce a few things. First, the year-end bonus. Although the company was founded only recently, just 2 or 3 months ago, and many of you have just joined our big family, we still have year-end bonuses. The specific distribution details will be sent to everyone shortly. Second, a decision of mine. Given the company's rapid growth, the number of employees increases significantly each year. To attract more talent, the company will annually build a batch of residential units to reward outstanding employees. The detailed rules will be distributed together. Third, the lottery draw for this annual meeting. Please look at the big screen. The moment the screen lit up, the crowd erupted. The lottery prizes were incredibly tempting. Grand prize, 1 winner, 1 million yuan. First prize, 3 winners, 5,000 yuan each. Second prize, 20 winners, 1,000 yuan each. Third prize, 200 winners, 1,000 yuan each. Fourth prize, 1,000 winners, 5,000 yuan each. Lucky prize, 5,000 winners, 1,000 yuan each. Participation prize, all non-winners, a 500 yuan Liu Sen stored value card. I believe you've all seen it. Surprised. Unexpected. Liu Sen shouted. Surprised. The crowd roared back, putting all their strength into their voices. This truly was a delightful surprise. Not only were there hefty year-end bonuses, but the lottery prizes at the annual meeting exceeded all expectations. Your answer was very unified. It seems everyone is satisfied. Hearing the responses that soared into the sky and seeing the eager glint in everyone's eyes, Liu Sen couldn't help but smile. In his past life, his company's annual meeting had only given each employee a 2 yuan lottery ticket, claiming it was a chance to win 5 million. A truly absurd gesture. Now let's start the lottery draw. Liu Sen continued to explain. The rules for this draw are different from what you've seen before. When you entered, each of you received a number ticket, which was split into 2 halves. One half you kept, and the other half you personally placed into this large transparent lottery box. The box has been here the whole time, fully transparent except for the opaque black top. Everyone could see it from the beginning until now. Oh, no one has touched it. The draw procedure is as follows. We start from the lucky prize and work our way up. Each winner comes up to draw the next prize until we reach the grand prize. The remaining tickets will all be participation prizes. Liu Sen stood on the stage observing everyone's expressions before announcing, "Let the wind rise." At his command, an attendant nearby plugged in the power, and lottery tickets from the drawing box began to flutter and dance under the force of the wind. All the lottery tickets were continuously shuffled under the swirling force of the wind. Everyone below the stage watched the transparent box, their hearts soaring alongside the floating tickets within. They floated up and down erratically. This very evening might hold the power to reshape their destinies. Now let us welcome our prizes. A group of young women in Liu Sen uniforms followed Liu onto the stage and seated themselves to one side, drawing cards from a box they had brought with them. Next, a cash transport van arrived and parked nearby. An IUA, accompanied by several staff members and security personnel, carried large boxes onto the stage where tables had already been arranged with bill-counting machines placed upon them. The staff opened the boxes to reveal stacks of cash, which they promptly arranged on the tables. The sight of towering stacks of 100 yuan notes sent the crowd erupting into excitement, far more visceral than any spreadsheet could convey, and every heart quickened its beat. These are all the prizes for the awards to be distributed on site. Here are the participation awards. Prepaid cards worth 500 yuan. Here are the other prize categories, totaling 5 million yuan in cash. A minute later, Liu Sen continued, "Let the drawing begin. I'll draw the first ticket to get things started." Behind Liu Sen, a large screen displayed everything happening in real time, ensuring everyone could see clearly. On the screen, Liu Sen stepped forward 2 paces and reached through the black mesh opening into the lottery box, pulling out a single ticket from among the fluttering slips. Liu Sen held the ticket up for the camera. 10,086. Congratulations to number 10086. Please come on stage to claim your prize. The hostess in a cheapao announced loudly, inviting the winner forward. Yay, I won. The lucky winner was an adorable young girl who burst with excitement upon hearing her number called. She danced around below, sharing her joy with those nearby, but when she noticed their odd expressions, her smile froze, and her face flushed crimson. It wasn't a major prize. She realized the bigger rewards had slipped away from her. Mortified, she stood frozen in place. The host invited the winner again, and when a girl beside her gave her a gentle nudge, she snapped back to reality and hurried on stage. "Hello and congratulations on winning. This is the first prize drawn personally by Mr. Liu," the hostess said to the girl on stage. The girl brightened at the hostess's words, delighted to know she'd been chosen personally by Mr. Liu himself. Truly unique. "Thank you," she replied quickly. Guided by the hostess, she approached the lottery box and drew the next winning ticket, which showed the number 9,527. Then the girl went to claim her 1,000 yuan lucky prize. As soon as she finished, a young woman at a nearby table called out, "Hello, I'm from XYZ Bank. Would you like to deposit your winnings?" The girl thought for a moment. 1,000 yuan wasn't much. There was no need to deposit it. Only a grand prize would warrant a bank visit. "No thank you, I don't need to deposit it." With that, she walked off the stage. The lottery continued producing winners one after another, with the prizes growing ever larger. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, while those yet to win felt a complex mix of emotions, disappointment, and anticipation dancing alternately within them. Disappointment stemmed from not winning, while excitement came from the possibility of hitting the jackpot. As time passed, the prizes grew larger, from thousands to tens of thousands, then to amounts reaching 100,000 yuan. More and more winners chose to deposit their prizes directly on-site, most requesting a photo first before banking the money. The banks even assigned dedicated staff to help photograph the winners, a remarkably thoughtful service. Finally, the drawing reached its climax, a first prize winner brimming with excitement before all eyes drew the grand prize. The ultimate grand prize went to a grassroots employee named Qian Duodua, who was overjoyed and delivered an acceptance speech on stage. "Thank you to the leadership for this opportunity. I will definitely work hard. I'm incredibly honored to join the Yijian family. I hope to contribute what I can within my abilities, and I will strive to excel in everything I do." Qian Duodua, despite his name suggesting abundance, actually came from a poor family. His father had named him hoping he would escape hardship and attain prosperity. Though he lacked exceptional talent, his redeeming quality was his steadfast diligence and dedication to his work. 2 months ago, he joined Yijian Company as a warehouse manager responsible for moving and organizing goods, earning 8,000 yuan per month after all deductions, including social insurance and housing fund. He treasured this opportunity immensely and worked with all his might, for he saw hope for his future. Winning 1 million yuan at the annual meeting had completely transformed his life, and he was profoundly grateful to Yijian Company. Many people like him had found their lives changed at Yijian Company. While Yijian's annual meeting was filled with joy, the internet buzzed with envy. Since Yijian had invited various media outlets and content creators to the event, many spontaneously contacted their superiors to live stream the annual meeting, foreseeing that its numerous highlights would draw massive viewership. Yijian's annual meeting soared to the top of online trending topics. Countless viewers across the nation watched with envy as Yijian's year-end bonus distribution rules spread throughout the internet, with many expressing their desire for such treatment. Netizens remarked that they worked tirelessly for a year only to never see a year-end bonus. Some noted they received only a single month's salary as a bonus, while Yijian employees averaged over 1,000 yuan monthly, even after just 1 or 2 months of work. Yijian's pay slips had also leaked online, revealing even the lowest-tier employees earned over 1,000 yuan, a fact that drew countless envious reactions. The annual meeting lottery was explosive, with cash prizes handed out directly. The participation prizes were generous as well. Many netizens noted that Liu Sen had become extremely popular, rapidly opening stores in major cities and becoming an essential trend among working women. These prepaid cards were elegant enough for personal use or as gifts. Countless netizens remarked that this was how an annual meeting lottery should be conducted, with even participation prizes worth at least 500 yuan. Some netizens shared that their companies never held annual meetings at all, while others mentioned their gatherings offered only a mobile phone as the grand prize. Some netizens praised Yijian Company's transparent and fair lottery process, contrasting it with their own companies where the big prizes were predetermined behind closed doors. More people studied Yijian Company's recently published recruitment details and benefit packages planning to apply after the Spring Festival. With such favorable conditions, why shouldn't talented individuals seize the opportunity? Working at this company for a year was equivalent to 2 or 3 years elsewhere. Yijian had gone viral across industries, with people from all walks of life now aware of the company. Meanwhile, Liu Sen gained wider recognition as a premium brand, essential for high-income earners. Regular consumption was known to help maintain figure, provide comprehensive nutrition, and improve skin quality. A week after the annual meeting, and with the Spring Festival approaching, Edian's various subsidiaries began staggered holiday schedules. While essential staff would still work, the company promised generous compensation for holiday overtime, including an extra month's salary and equal days of paid leave after the festival. With the holidays underway, Liu Sen handled a few matters before shopping extensively with the three ladies and returning to his hometown. Their family home had been recently renovated and fully furnished. Liu Sen drove into the courtyard and admired the exterior. The house had been beautifully renovated. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Liu Sen's parents were busy in the kitchen, having gone to the market early that morning to buy ingredients for a lavish dinner to welcome their son home. Wang Sulian and Liu Qingsheng had originally hoped their son would return to Rongqing to build his career, which would allow them to see him frequently and share meals together. However, they hadn't expected that their time together would decrease rather than increase. They bore no resentment, understanding that their son was focused on building his career and making substantial money. Both parents' accounts regularly received transfers from their son. At first they would check the amounts and call to ask about them, but now they were accustomed to it and no longer worried about how much money sat in their accounts. After all, they knew they could never spend it all in this life, let alone the next. Free from financial worries, they told themselves their son was simply away traveling for several months when they didn't see him for extended periods. Now their son was back for the new year, and they could enjoy quality time together. "It's good that you're home," Wang Sulian said, warmly smiling as she spotted the three young women behind Liu Sen and hurried to offer them seats and tea. "Auntie, please don't trouble yourself. We'll do it ourselves." Liu Ying immediately took over pouring water and brewing tea, while Lu and Yin Dan looked around for anything they could help with. Seeing them all awkwardly deferring to one another, Liu Sen quickly spoke up. "Mom, let me take them upstairs to see the rooms and settle their accommodations." His mother readily agreed, telling him to show them around and voice any concerns. The new house had 2 upper floors plus a basement, with Liu's parents occupying the ground floor to avoid stairs. The group went upstairs and quickly selected their rooms, noting down desired modifications, but none dared mention these to Liu's mother. They planned to purchase and arrange everything themselves. For the next 2 or 3 days, Liu Sen and the others busied themselves furnishing the rooms until everything was finally complete. During this time, Liu's mother had a private word with him, warning him not to mistreat the 3 young women, or she would break his legs. She then presented each of the 3 women with a family heirloom, telling them to come to her if Liu Sen ever treated them poorly. The 3 young women shyly accepted the heirlooms, their earlier worries about whether the elder would approve of them now dispelled. The next morning, they happily drove home separately to celebrate the Spring Festival with their own families. Liu Sen finally had some free time at home. These past few days had been non-stop. Now that it was the Spring Festival, he could finally set work aside and get some proper rest. The house had just been built and professional cleaners had already done a thorough job before they moved in, so there was no need for a pre-holiday deep clean. This year, Liu Sen had made a decent profit from his company, which allowed the family to buy quite a few things, including a robotic vacuum cleaner. At home, Liu Sen was given a task by his parents to buy some New Year goods. Firecrackers were an absolute must. While many cities had already banned setting them off, there was no such rule in Liu Sen's hometown. In previous years, his parents would buy the usual selection of firecrackers, but this time he took the initiative and drove straight to a firecracker shop, purchasing an enormous variety. The shop owner warmly fawned over Liu Sen, practically treating him like a VIP customer. After all, he was the lifeblood of their business. Liu Sen bought out half the store's inventory outright, then visited other shops to see if there were any more novel varieties of firecrackers available. He spotted a Gatling-style firecracker that looked quite impressive. He had never actually played with one before, but trying it out for fun sounded thrilling. He would definitely try something more authentic in the future. Maybe even make something even more powerful himself. After finalizing all his purchases, he asked the shop owner to deliver everything to his home via truck, stacking it all directly in the courtyard. "Ashen, why did you buy so many fireworks and firecrackers?" his father asked upon seeing the mountain of stacked firecrackers. "Just some to set off during the new year and make it more festive," Liu Sen replied with a smile. That was a small quantity. It was piled up like a little hill. Since making some money had the concept of a lot shrunk in his son's eyes. Liu Sen's father shook his head, unable to help himself. "Can you even finish setting off all of these? Leaving them piled up like this is dangerous." His expression grew stern. Well, there are plenty of cousins coming over these past few days. I figured I could let them play with them when they come to our house," Liu Sen said with an awkward chuckle. He had actually bought so many with a subtle plan in mind. Kids couldn't play with them, but he certainly could, and he was happy to help. "I won't stop you from letting them play, but be careful with safety. If any of them get hurt while playing, I'll beat you myself." Back in his study, Liu Sen found something to occupy himself with after noticing several jade rough stones in the corner. He had wanted to work on this for a while, but never had the time. He opened his computer and began searching for information about tools and techniques for cutting and polishing jewelry. He placed several orders online, and everything should arrive before the festival. He went out again and bought a large amount of fruit and nuts, then returned to his apartment to pick up some nutritional supplements that could be used for making juice at home during the holidays. He also loaded a considerable amount of Qing wine into the car, for both family consumption and as gifts. It was already nighttime when he returned to his rural home. After dinner with the whole family, Liu Sen secretly replaced the household chicken essence with a version enhanced tenfold in flavor. Checking the time, the three women should have arrived home by now. None of them were from Jiangnan province. They all worked in Longqing solely because they attended the same university, Jiangnan Institute of Technology. All three had assumed the university was located in Jinling given its name, so they applied directly. It wasn't until they arrived for enrollment that they discovered the school was in Longqing, not Jinling. When Liu Sen first heard about this situation, he laughed out loud. Liu Sen had no idea how many students across Jiangnan province had been misled by university names like this. Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, Huaxia University of Mining and Technology, Jiangnan Normal University, Jiangnan Ocean University, and so on. Almost every institution with Jiangnan province in its name was not actually located in the provincial capital of Jinling. He wondered how many people they had fooled. Sitting in his study, Liu Sen video called each of the three women to confirm they had all arrived home safely. Honestly, he wasn't too worried about their safety because he had already used his ability to modify each of their cars, increasing their strength, durability, and overall safety performance by at least 10 times. They were safer than the so-called flagship military vehicles of the United States. Liu Sen didn't want the three women to leave, but they also longed to reunite with their families, and he had no good excuse to prevent them from returning home to their parents. With everything settled, Liu Sen sat by the window gazing up at the starry sky outside. Mysterious and tranquil, the future awaited his conquest. After a shower, he went to sleep. The next morning, the family busily prepared steamed buns for breakfast, adding the tenfold enhanced seasoning to the filling. In the afternoon, the town leaders came to visit and offer greetings. Mayor Ma's visit made Liu Sen's parents feel a bit uneasy. It was their first time meeting an official like this, and especially one who was personally visiting their home. Liu Sen welcomed Mayor Ma, who had come primarily to thank him for investing in their hometown. Liu Sen hadn't only revived the glass factory, he had also hired a large number of people from the town, providing employment for over 4,000 residents and significantly boosting the town's fiscal revenue. Many villagers who had previously left to work in distant cities had returned home. Mayor Ma had also come to seek advice on how Tianxiao Town, rich in forests but poor in arable land, could best develop its economy. But honestly, the real purpose was to see if he could attract more investment. With such a massive benefactor right there, it would be ridiculous not to seize the opportunity. Contemplating the situation of Tianxiao Town, Liu Sen suddenly realized that their area was hilly with vast forested lands mostly planted with tea trees. Yet none of the tea had ever gained any reputation. In fact, the quality of the local tea was excellent. Liu Sen had tried it before, a delicate aroma with a subtle sweetness. He had even brought some to the company for everyone to taste, and all colleagues agreed it was outstanding, rivaling premium branded tea sold on the market. If he further enhanced its flavor with his ability, the brand would surely become famous. Mayor Ma, here's what I'm thinking. We have plenty of tea mountains, but none of them are well known. How about this? I can establish a company, and I'll buy out the contracts from all the tea farmers and mountain owners in a single payment, consolidating them under my company so we can build a local brand together. Then I will manage these tea plants scientifically. I'll hire the former tea farmers to work for me with salaries that won't fall short, all with formal contracts, insurance coverage, year-round employment, and each year a portion of the profits will be donated to the respective villages and towns for rural infrastructure and elderly care. Mayor Ma was deeply moved. He had only come with a hopeful but cautious attitude, thinking that since such a powerful ally was already in town, not reaching out would be a waste. Unexpectedly, Liu Sen had proposed an excellent plan. If successful, it could almost entirely solve the employment and income problems for the townspeople and ensure a comfortable retirement for the elderly as well. Although there were many tea mountains, tea picking and processing were seasonal by nature. Some people only worked during the harvest months. With formal employment contracts, these workers would no longer need to worry about unemployment and lack of income outside the busy season. Moreover, Mayor Ma firmly believed that since Liu Sen's existing businesses were so successful, this tea project would undoubtedly thrive as well. After briefly agreeing on the cooperation framework and general direction, Mayor Ma and the other government officials left Liu Sen's home. Walking out with smiles on their faces, Mayor Ma immediately made a phone call from the car, convening all town government staff for a meeting in the conference room. A few minutes later, the car entered the government compound. Mayor Ma informed the party secretary about the preliminary cooperation plan he had just reached with Liu Sen. Overjoyed at the news, the secretary joined him, heading straight to the meeting room. The meeting agenda was straightforward: catalog all tea mountains by size and ownership, then have staff visit each owner with the existing contracts to negotiate with the government, acquiring all contracting rights and providing appropriate compensation. This was the most important project for Tianxiao Town in the coming period, and they had to get it done right. The following morning, which was New Year's Eve, the items Liu Sen had purchased online a couple of days earlier arrived at his home. Among them were various machines, tools, books, and some finished jade carving ornaments. Liu Sen carried the books directly upstairs to the study. Father Liu noticed the titles of several volumes, all concerning carving, design, sculptural composition, aesthetics, and related subjects. A son, what use is it to buy so many such books? Father Liu picked one up and flipped through its pages, which contained numerous illustrations. It never hurts to learn more skills. I'll study them during these next few days when I have nothing else to do. Soon after finishing organizing all the books, he carried the stone-cutting equipment, grinding tools, and carving instruments out to the backyard. After lunch, Liu Sen went to the study and retrieved a finished jade carving ornament, which he enhanced tenfold in both aesthetic quality and carving craftsmanship. He then absorbed the relevant knowledge directly into his mind, completing the process swiftly. Picking up books on carving, he began studying, earnestly determined to integrate the knowledge flooding his thoughts as one volume after another was consumed. The complete carving process grew increasingly vivid in Liu Sen's mind. Glancing at the clock, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He went downstairs and saw his mother had placed the prepared couplets and decorative characters on the table. He took the decorative characters and began pasting couplets and charms across the property from the backyard to the middle courtyard and then the front yard, finishing quickly. By then, Liu Sen had entered the kitchen to help with the cooking. Mom, Dad, take a rest for a while. I'll handle the remaining dishes. Nearly all the braised dishes and soups were already done, only the stir-fries were left. Liu Sen donned a protective apron and began stir-frying. The vegetables had already been prepared by his parents, requiring only cooking. 1, 2, 3, 4 dishes. Soon all were completed. He carried the plates to the dining table and set out the bowls and chopsticks. Liu Sen went outside and ignited several large firecrackers along with a string of 10,000-shot fireworks, which erupted instantly in a thunderous barrage. Amidst the crackling explosions, he re-entered the house to begin the family's New Year's Eve dinner. They drank Shanqing wine, whose distinctive aroma brought immense joy to Father Liu, who was even more delighted to learn it was produced by his son's company. Over the meal, they reminisced about the past and discussed the future, how the family had risen from poverty through diligence, and how the nation had transformed from a state of backwardness to a pivotal force on the world stage. After finishing the meal and clearing everything away, his parents gave Liu Sen a red envelope. Son, you've made plenty of money now, but this red envelope is still for you. As long as you haven't married, you'll forever be our child. Mom, Dad, thank you. Liu Sen accepted the red envelope with due solemnity. Though the amount was modest, it represented tradition, the elders' blessing upon the younger generation. He turned on the television in the living room and tuned to China Central Television. Although the Spring Festival Gala was still some time away, and he might not even watch it, Liu Sen kept it on simply to create a livelier atmosphere. Soon neighbors began arriving one after another. Liu Sen brought out the various fruits, nuts, and beverages he had prepared to welcome them. The festive spirit of the new year had somewhat dimmed in modern times. In the past, family visits always involved children, and they were invariably the ones most delighted by such occasions. After dinner, the children would change into their newly prepared outfits and shoes, then visit each household to offer auspicious greetings. At every home, they were treated to an array of delicious fruits and snacks, then accompanied by the host's children as they proceeded to the next house. Nowadays, visits were mostly limited to adults with close relationships. The children rarely went out anymore. After hosting several families, it was past 7 o'clock, and the Spring Festival Gala was about to begin. His parents settled in to watch television. His phone rang again. It had been ringing throughout the afternoon, and he had grown weary from answering so many calls. Without the wireless charging technology he had invented, the battery would have long since died. Checking the screen, he saw it was Liu calling by video. Any lingering annoyance vanished instantly. Brother Sen, Happy New Year. I miss you so much, moi. The moment Liu Sen answered the video call, Liu's rapid-fire words poured through. Liu Sen was immediately thrown aback and shot her urgent glances, silently urging restraint. Liu's parents heard the voices, exchanged a look, and subtly coordinated with each other. They shifted their positions slightly to better overhear, all while pretending to remain engrossed in the television program. Liu, wait a moment. I'll come back to my room. Liu Sen hurriedly left the living room, climbed upstairs, and returned to his bedroom. Brother Sen, did uncle and auntie hear that just now? On the other end of the video, Liu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yes. Seeing her blush, Liu Sen could hardly suppress a smile. Who could blame him when she had been so carelessly reckless? Brother Sen, I miss you. I'll be back in a couple of days. Why not stay longer? Family reunions are not easy to come by. I told my family I need to handle company matters. Besides, I gave them 1 million this time, so they won't keep pressuring me about matchmaking anymore. That's for the best. I miss you. Where do you miss me? Everywhere. After chatting for a while, they hung up. Not long after, the other 2 women also called via video. Dan would be returning just as soon. As for Liu, she still had several more days to spend at home until the holiday ended. With many relatives nearby, her parents wished to take her along on visits to show off. After all, she was now a company executive with a generous salary, and this trip back home came with another 1 million yuan for them. That evening, Liu Sen also made a series of New Year greeting calls. After finishing, he returned to the study to continue reading. When the clock struck 11:55 p.m., his alarm went off. Liu Sen went downstairs and found his parents had already gone to sleep. Picking up several firecrackers, he went to the doorway and lit them. Returning indoors, he took a shower and went to bed. Early the next morning, Liu Sen rose, boiled dumplings, and finished his meal. He then walked to the backyard where all the machines had been installed and took out the jadeite rough stones he had purchased in Long City 4 months prior. Window cut common jadeite rough, net weight 2.7 kilograms, jadeite content 1540G, color green, shade 21 seed, and water grade 51. Window cut common jadeite rough, net weight 3.7 kilograms, jadeite content 2040G, color purple, shade 9 seed, and water grade 41. He began using the stone cutting machine to slice through the edges, then switched to the grinder to polish them. Soon both pieces far surpassed the 3 green jadeites sold previously, excelling in both seed and water quality and color. These two pieces were estimated to be worth 100 million, but such value held little significance to Liu Sen. From the outset, he had never intended to sell them. Instead, he planned to design and craft them himself, reserving them as gifts for his family and loved ones. Soon his older sister and brother-in-law arrived with their niece to pay New Year greetings. The sister's family had undergone a remarkable transformation, and both of them had become far more confident. Shui restaurant had flourished tremendously, opening flagship stores in first-tier cities. Uncle, I'm here. Pick me up. Wang Yao sprinted toward him with arms outstretched. Wait, Liu Sen quickly stopped his lunging niece. Let me change first. I'm covered in dust. There had been considerable dust from cutting the stones. He went upstairs, changed clothes, and then warmly embraced his niece as she lunged at him once more. Son, what are you doing on New Year's Eve? Asked his brother-in-law Wang Shifeng. Making some small crafts. Once they're done, I'll give one to Xiao Yao. Turning to Wang Yao, he asked, Xiao Yao, would you like one? Yes. Taking her by the hand, he led Wang Yao over to the pile of firecrackers to pick out some to play with. During the first and second days of the Lunar New Year, quite a few visitors came to the house. Liu Sen also went to pay visits to relatives. At each home, after greeting the elders, he would take the children to the car to collect plenty of firecrackers and let the kids play with them. Watching the children's joyful expressions, Liu Sen was equally happy. He also went to his maternal uncle's house to pay the New Year greeting. His uncle Wang Dexin was very pleased to see how well Liu Sen had done, repeatedly praising his success and capability. Meanwhile, his cousin Niu was also overjoyed, happy for her brother's achievements, and equally pleased with her own career. All of Edian's business operations were managed through her, making them count as her professional accomplishments. She had already received notification that she would be promoted this year, and from President Jin, she had heard that he likely would be as well. President Jin had been of tremendous help to Liu Sen. Without his support, his entrepreneurial journey would not have been nearly so smooth. Liu Sen had already planned to visit and pay his New Year respects to Uncle Jin in a couple of days. On the morning of the third day, Liu Sen was carving jade at home. After working diligently for quite some time, he set down his tools and was about to take a brief rest when he looked up to find Dan and Lu sitting nearby watching him. Seeing the two of them, Liu Sen's face immediately broke into a smile. When did you arrive? Why didn't you let me know beforehand? We wanted to give you a surprise, Dan explained with a gentle smile, so we arranged to come together. Senji, are you happy to see us? Lu immediately threw herself into Liu Sen's arms, nuzzling her head against him. Happy. Senji, I didn't know you could carve. Dan and Lu had been watching him for a while and noticed how intensely focused he was on his work. Liu Sen possessed profound knowledge and a powerful physique, with steady, strong, and agile hands. His carving skills were masterfully proficient, truly reaching a level that could be termed that of a master craftsman. He was definitely not one of those whose mind understood, but whose hands failed. Setting everything down, he returned to the room to wash up. Though carving produced less dust than the earlier stone cutting and polishing, there was still some. In the bathroom, he washed his body thoroughly. 2 hours later, he finally finished and dressed. Checking the time, he hurried to the kitchen to help prepare meals. Over the next day, Liu Sen worked diligently on carving and polishing while Dan and Lu kept him company, chatting as they watched him shape the jade. They also recorded a video and sent it to Lu Ying. Gradually, the jade jewelry began taking shape through careful polishing and transformation. By the fourth day, all the processing was complete. The green jade was carved into pendants, plaques, and ring faces. The purple pieces followed a similar process. He gave the purple ones to Lu and Dan, keeping Lu Ying's share for when she returned. The green pieces went to his mother, sister, and niece, with an extra one prepared for Niu. On the fifth day, Lu Ying arrived, bringing many local specialties for his parents. In the afternoon, Liu Sen took the three women to visit Uncle Jin, where they received a warm welcome at Jin Ziming's home. After learning more, they discovered that Jin Ziming would be promoted to vice president of the Jinling City branch next year, a significant step up from his current position as a local sub-branch manager. Liu Sen asked what he could do to help Uncle Jin establish himself in the new role and make his work smoother, but Jin Ziming readily declined, saying such assistance was unnecessary. It turned out he was simply a laid-back person who was not particularly ambitious about his bureaucratic career. Otherwise, given his background, he would not have remained in the sub-branch president position for so long. What made Jin Ziming truly happy was that his judgment had been sound. Liu Sen had thrived, and he had also helped his daughter Jin Shuya secure a position as a senior executive at such a promising company, which pleased the family patriarch greatly. After dinner, they bid farewell to the family and returned to his spacious apartment. The next day marked the official start of work. After a long separation, their reunion was filled with passion and intensity. The next day, he arrived at the company, distributed red envelopes for the opening, and resumed normal work. Liu Sen went straight to the laboratory, where approximately 2,000 researchers from various fields were now employed. When the company had tasks, they worked on them. When there were none, they conducted their own research on subjects of personal interest. Materials could be applied for directly, and purchases were approved once the company reviewed them. In practice, most applications were merely formalities to check for hazardous experiments. This process also encouraged applicants to value the materials they received, reducing unnecessary waste. Liu Sen gathered the wireless charging research team and shared the next phase's objectives, research directions, and key considerations, helping them avoid common pitfalls and reach their goals more efficiently. The target was clear: achieve a wireless power transmission distance of 100 meters while enabling simultaneous one-to-many power delivery. Everyone was thrilled upon seeing the new wireless power research requirements, eager to achieve further breakthroughs. They left the conference room with the documents in hand and began their next phase of research. In the afternoon, Liu Sen visited Edian Liquor to review the progress on fruit wine research. He was satisfied with the actual results and confident they would meet the requirements soon. At Edian Glass, Liu Sen and Ian Dan reviewed the development of next-generation glass, which was progressing remarkably well. Indeed, a larger team brought greater strength. With the momentum from earlier recruitment drives, he believed hiring this year would be significantly easier. Leaving the glass facility, they headed directly to the town government office. That morning, Mayor Ma had called to inform Liu Sen that the procedures were essentially complete and asked when he would be available to meet. Since it was the first day back after the holiday, Liu Sen had visited several companies and was quite busy. After leaving the glass factory in the afternoon, he went straight to the town government office. Director Liu, after our surveys and confirmations during the spring festival period, we have a total of 3,000 mu of tea mountains. Of these, 2,500 mu are willing to be transferred by the original contractors. However, their tea trees have been planted for decades, so the transfer fee is relatively high at 30,000 yuan per mu. The mountain land contract fee is not expensive. Our town government only charges 1,500 yuan per mu. This price is acceptable. The tea garden produces about 8,000 yuan per mu annually, which amounts to roughly 4 years of production value. Liu Sen pondered for a moment. The national compensation standard for land acquisition was typically 3 to 10 times the annual output value, so the price seemed reasonable. I agree. What about the remaining 500 mu? Mayor Ma felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing Liu Sen's question, as this situation had not been handled perfectly. He finally explained, that contractor heard you were interested in leasing the land. Probably due to some celebrity effect, he thinks that once you build your brand, he can benefit from it too. His tea garden and tea leaves will appreciate in value. That's why he does not want to transfer. If that's how he thinks, fine. After all, it's his right to decide whether to transfer or not. Liu Sen thought to himself, don't expect to take advantage of me so easily. I hope he will not be crying later begging to sell me the tea garden. He would not resort to bullying the weak as others might. Instead, he would sell tea under the same brand name. When people discovered the difference, the contractor would suffer complete losses. The varieties are the same now, but in a while it will be a different story altogether. Mayor Ma, when can we sign the agreement? Right now? They have been waiting for this. After all, the offered price is 4 times the production value, equivalent to 10 years of profit. Ever since they had spoken with the contractors, they had been stationed here daily since the first day of the Lunar New Year. Hearing Mayor Ma's words, he found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, wondering if he had agreed too readily. Within moments, all 3 transfer contracts were signed, and then contracts with the government were executed once more. At E-Point Group's Human Resources Department, people were constantly coming and going. This situation had been ongoing for many days, with dozens to hundreds of applicants arriving each day. Since most positions were technical roles, these HR specialists were unable to conduct the interviews themselves, so they arranged for research team members from each department to take turns conducting interviews in the guest room on a daily basis. Staff across all departments were steadily being replenished, and soon the headcount nearly doubled, an expansion rate that was simply too rapid. The company's housing situation had actually become tight, with new residential buildings still under construction. They urgently purchased several fully furnished buildings from a recently launched development nearby. Fortunately, housing prices had dropped significantly. Previous discussions with the government had clearly established Rongqing's future direction, a policy of low housing prices. Higher housing prices would actually stifle urban development and depress consumer spending across the city. Most importantly, the revenue from land sales paled in comparison to the taxes paid by E-Point Group. These factors did not hinder the R&D progress across the various companies. Instead, the new arrivals brought fresh perspectives to their collaborative research, accelerating the work. In the group's laboratory, lights burned throughout the night as Liu Sen continued his efforts. The radio technology was finally nearing completion. Suddenly, the telephone rang, interrupting his concentration. Liu Sen looked up and noticed several colleagues around him glancing his way. He realized it was his phone ringing. Offering an awkward smile, he saw it was Deng Yaluan calling, muted the phone, and stepped out of the laboratory. Answering the call, he said, "Hey Yaluan, what's up? I was just in the middle of an experiment." "Hey Sen, I just got a call from our lab. The fruit wine research is complete, and the first batch of test batches has come out." "Really? How does it taste?" Liu Sen hadn't expected the fruit wine to be ready already. "It tastes excellent. I'm confident it can capture a portion of the market, and it should actually be more popular abroad." Liu Sen understood the market positioning of the fruit wine. This was meant to supplement E-Point's domestic market, while the primary focus was overseas, where consumers had far broader tastes for fruit wine than back home. When people in China thought of fruit wine, they'd probably picture bayberry wine or plum wine. Actually, wine itself falls under the category of fruit wine. Both red wine and white wine are fruit wines. Once the taste tests prove consistently reliable, start contacting our distributors in the Lighthouse country. They have strong connections and should be able to establish sales channels quickly. For the domestic market, proceed with standard retail distribution. The bottle design from last time worked well and can be used as is. The wine name was already decided, Yulu. After hanging up, he returned to the laboratory and resumed his research. Before long, another half-month had passed. Wireless charging had gone through numerous rounds of testing with materials, improving each iteration, and they had just completed an update to both the algorithm and materials. Test 19231 10 meters, stable current duration, 1 minute 0 energy loss. Moving forward 20 meters stable for 1 minute 0 energy loss. Continuing to move 30 meters stable for 1 minute 0 energy loss. Continuing to move 50 meters stable for 1 minute 0 energy loss. Continuing to move 80 meters stable for 1 minute 0 energy loss. Continuing to move 100 meters stable for 1 minute 0 energy loss. Continuing to move 105 meters stable for 1 minute energy loss 5%. Continuing to move 110 meters unstable connection energy loss 30%. They began testing increased current power output. 30 watts, 60 watts, 90 watts, 120 watts. All successful. Any further increase in power resulted in failed transmission and disconnected signals. They then tested the intelligent current power matching function, which worked successfully. Next they tested one-to-many wireless power transmission, which performed flawlessly until the distance exceeded 50 meters, where connection became unstable. This round of wireless power transmission achieved meaningful breakthroughs. The application scope was broader, but certain limitations remained. He notified Qian Guoli, the laboratory director, to produce some test prototypes for internal company testing aiming to identify areas needing improvement. Back in his office reflecting on the previous results, Liu Sen still felt somewhat disappointed. They still fell short of his requirements. At that moment Liu Ying entered the office. Noticing Liu Sen's weary appearance, she naturally walked behind him. She extended both hands and pressed against Liu Sen's temples. Liu Sen was not physically exhausted, only somewhat disappointed inside. The research progress was slower than hoped. It seemed this technology was indeed too advanced, and even with his guidance and the research direction he had provided, they still struggled to meet expectations. Feeling Liu Ying's care, he leaned back into a more comfortable position wrapped in softness, and his mood eased slightly. Liu Sen reflected on everything over the past period. What had not been done well enough, and where things could be accelerated. He knew he could not blame these researchers. They were already working hard, often staying late. Many times they had worked until 1 or 2 in the morning, only leaving after he discovered them, and insisted they return to rest. Another factor was his own overwhelming schedule. He could no longer focus on research as he had at the beginning, which slowed progress. Group-level matters required careful thought, and subsidiary operations also needed attention. To accelerate RD speed, he clearly needed to find helpers. The number of research assistants kept growing, but top-tier experts remained scarce, and managing group affairs consumed too much of his time. He would need to pay closer attention to this aspect in the coming period, yet there was no need to push himself so relentlessly. He still had his own life. Feeling her fingers gently massaging him and the softness supporting his head, he instantly felt a bit lighter. He deeply knew that in recent times he had spent less time communicating with the 3 women, neglecting them somewhat. Yet they never complained, simply giving silently. He reached back and embraced Liu Ying, took a deep breath to catch her subtle fragrance, closed his eyes, and savored the quiet of this moment. Time passed slowly, so long. Finally Liu Sen opened his eyes and released the delicate and lovely Ying standing before him. When the domestic fruit wine launched, it barely made a ripple. Too many affluent Chinese consumers only drank imported fruit wines and always considered domestic options inferior. In the lighthouse country, Jenny, E-Point Wine's cooperative distributor, hosted a wine party inviting executives from various companies and figures from the entertainment industry. All the wines served at the event came from E-Point. After this banquet, Yulu wine gained popularity once again, and many people placed orders with Jenny. Jenny had not expected it to be so straightforward, especially since the wine was not inexpensive, priced at 280 US dollars per bottle of Yulu. Their wholesale cost was 180 US dollars. Domestically, Yulu wine was priced at 1088 yuan, a premium price, which is why domestic sales were relatively low. Due to strong overseas demand, E-Point shipped the majority of their goods abroad, keeping only 10% for the domestic market. Additionally, following Jenny's suggestion, they switched all labels for overseas-bound Yulu wine to foreign language text. The origin was marked as made in PRC. As expected, the label change made the product sell better. The first shipment of 90 tons sold out completely, so they immediately dispatched another 100 tons. Fortunately, E-Point's fruit wine brewing was straightforward with a short cycle. At this moment, another initiative was also advancing steadily. A new company, an agricultural cooperative, was established. This entity had no direct connection to Yijian or Liu Sen, and its ownership could not be traced on the surface. Its primary purpose was to meet the raw material demands for production and consumption of the various companies in the later stages. Yijian Company required vast amounts of grain for its production, and fruit wine demanded an enormous quantity of fruits. Rongqing, being a region of mountains and hills, had a climate suitable for fruit cultivation, but the yield was far too meager to satisfy Yijian's ever-increasing production capacity. The agricultural cooperative leased land from villages across Rongqing to cultivate crops such as wheat, sorghum, and rice. In collaboration with local communities, it also offered a portion of the profit dividends. After securing the land, the cooperative hired local farmers to tend the fields and manage the farms. Formal labor contracts were signed, insurance was provided, and it was promised that if the farmland passed the company's management review, there would be year-end bonuses. Rongqing became the pilot site for the agricultural cooperative. Regarding this test site, Liu Sen had no immediate expectation of profit. Breaking even was the best possible outcome. Edian needed to build its own closed-loop production chain to preempt future troubles. After all, this sector was one of its cash cows and currently his primary source of income. By partnering with local farmers, signing contracts to lease land, hiring them as laborers, and growing the vegetables, fruits, and grains the company needed, he believed farmers everywhere would be highly supportive. They had been scraping by on odd jobs anyway. They were already accustomed to farming. Now, by signing contracts with the agricultural cooperative, though the wages were not high, they would at least have a stable income of over 4,000 yuan along with various insurance benefits. Once profits became substantial, there would be a year-end bonus. Many office clerks in the city earned only slightly more than that. Inside a farmer's home, a staff member from the agricultural cooperative spoke with a warm smile to an elderly man in his 50s. "Uncle, you've heard everything I've explained, right? We are truly sincere." The old man, after listening, felt both tempted and hesitant. He desperately wanted to agree, but the terms were so favorable that he feared it might be a scam. There were too many scammers these days. Online fraud, phone scams. Otherwise the government wouldn't have launched an anti-fraud app. Just 2 days ago, the village cadres had gone door to door urging everyone to install it. He had even called his son about it. His son explained the reason and helped him download the anti-fraud app with the village cadres' assistance. Now, hearing the young man's smiling proposal, his mind was swayed. But such a good deal falling into his lap made him incredulous. Was this young man trying to trick him? It felt like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, ill-intentioned. He silently pulled out his phone and stealthily opened the anti-fraud app. The app gave no alert. The old man grew anxious. Why wasn't it working? Yesterday, when a call came in, it had reacted. "Young man, give me a call." The old man finally devised a plan. What kind of move was that? The young man, still wearing a smile, was taken aback. He was completely baffled by the old man's actions. They were having a perfectly fine conversation, and the old man was right in front of him, so why would he need a phone call? Despite his confusion, he dialed the number the old man had given. After a few seconds, the old man's phone rang. The young man watched as the old man fiddled with the anti-fraud app. "Good heavens. I've been talking to you for ages, my throat parched, and you're using this to check if I'm a fraud." The young man was so exasperated his head ached. He rubbed his forehead. He took a deep breath, then exhaled. Repeated it several times. Then he told himself, calm down, calm down. After a while he managed to steady his voice and said, "Uncle, I'm not a swindler." The old man stiffened upon hearing the young man's words, realizing his little trick had been noticed. He felt embarrassed, his face flushing with heat. Fortunately, the old man's skin was dark, so the young man couldn't see it. "You say you're not a swindler, but I know that farming a moo of land brings in only a few thousand yuan a year, and that's without deducting the cost of seeds, pesticides, and fertilizer. You're telling me you'll pay me 4,000 a month just for helping you farm? Where's the catch? Uncle, you're really something." "This is true, I'm not lying to you. We'll sign a contract." The young man hurriedly pulled out the contract and handed it to the old man. "Contracts can be faked too. Besides, I'm illiterate." The old man tossed the contract aside. "Old Chien from our village bought insurance and signed a contract too. Paid a few thousand every year. But when he got sick, the insurance company refused to pay for this, refused to pay for that." The old man's face was filled with indignation. "That insurance salesman was just like you. Dressed up smartly, smiling all the time, calling him Uncle Chien left and right. After buying the insurance, he turned into a grandson, begging them every day to pay a little." The old man's eyes widened, staring intently at the young man. The young man felt utterly frustrated. He wanted to curse that insurance salesman to hell for causing such trouble. He had no idea what to do with this old man. The old man seemed ignorant in some ways, yet he knew so much, and even gave examples. But if you said he understood, he only had a half-baked grasp of things. Still, his vigilance was commendable, probably because someone he knew had been scammed. There was simply no reasoning with him. If the first household was this difficult, thinking of the other villages made him want to die. After a moment of thought, the young man decided he needed reinforcements. "Uncle, I'll step out for a moment and be right back." He left the old man's house and went straight to the village committee. The old man, seeing him flee, felt smug. "That little swindler trying to fool your grandpa. Lucky you ran fast, or I'd have made you pay." At the village committee, Han Sanren said to the village chief, "Chief Gao, I've come to ask for help." "Little Han, what's the matter? How can I assist you?" "It's like this, I just went to the old man's house at the entrance of the village, explained everything, but he doesn't believe me. He thinks I'm a con artist." Han Sanren recounted the incident. "Please help me explain." Chief Gao muttered to himself, "If the higher-ups hadn't informed me in advance, I'd think it was a scam too, if someone offered such good terms. I was planning to help you with the persuasion, but you left too quickly. I didn't get a chance to say it." Han Sanren's head was spinning. So it was his own fault for rushing off. "Chief, please come with me." Han Sanren was about to drag the chief away. "Don't rush. There's no need to visit every household individually. I'll just call everyone to the village committee and explain together." The chief stopped him. "Young man, working in the countryside requires finesse. Going door to door won't convince them, they might think you're shifty. Gather everyone at once, and the credibility will increase." Chief Gao spoke earnestly. This young man was decent, but too impatient. That was why he hadn't intervened earlier. Letting him experience the setback would help him grow. This agricultural cooperative was truly beneficial to the rural population, so he hoped the company's staff would mature. Under Han Sanren's gaze, Chief Gao pulled out a microphone from the drawer and connected it to the power supply. "Attention everyone. I have an important announcement. All villagers please assemble at the village committee immediately. All villagers come to the village committee now. After speaking, Chief Gao shot Han Sanren a meaningful look. Han Sanren, witnessing the chief's method, felt his mind shatter. Was this how things were done in the countryside? The same scene played out in many places. Many rural folks were skeptical, but after the government's persuasion and explanations, they signed the land lease and labor contracts with satisfaction. The low agricultural output and income were largely due to the lack of high-quality seeds, scientific management, and unified planning. Liu Sen's establishment of the company to lease land and hire farmers was only the first step of his plan. While contracting farmland in various regions, Liu Sen traveled to the agricultural research institutes in Rongqing, Fudu, and Jinling. He wanted to expand his foundation and prepare for contingencies. His visits to the agricultural research institutes were mainly to invest together in research and improve seeds. The domestic reliance on foreign seeds was extremely severe. China imported nearly 80,000 tons of seeds annually. It sounded like a small amount, but one must remember these were seeds, not grain or vegetables. Among all grain seeds, some could achieve self-sufficiency. The self-sufficiency rate for domestic rice and wheat seeds reached 100%, while corn was slightly lower at 95%. This was still the result of relentless efforts by Chinese scientists. Overall, China remained a major importer of seeds. So many seeds were of foreign origin that if supply were cut off, premium vegetables would simply vanish from the market. Furthermore, there were numerous misconceptions about certain titles, with some designations confusing a significant portion of the public. For instance, a certain county renowned for its century-long cultivation history and designated as the hometown of Chinese potatoes, grew most of its potatoes using seeds from the Lantern Country. In a place called hometown of Chinese vegetables, imported seeds accounted for fully 30%. The white radishes people commonly ate mostly used seeds imported from the Han Country. The indispensable chili peppers came from Israel. Half of China's vegetable seeds originated from abroad, and vegetable prices were controlled by foreign entities. Once seed supply was severed, the consequences would be devastating. Therefore, Liu Sen had to make advanced preparations. Seed research was incredibly tedious and time-consuming, with only a few trials possible per year. Because China's breeding methods remained largely conventional, relying on visual inspection and manual selection, with little application of technologies such as anthroculture, genetic transformation, gene editing, and molecular breeding. The top 50 seed enterprises in China collectively invested no more than 1.5 billion yuan annually in seed research and development. Basically, if it could be purchased from abroad, there was no need to research it. National food security was truly a concern, excluding staple grains. The same applied to breeding pigs, which largely relied on imports. Liu Sen's influence was not yet broad enough, and he was not previously known in this field, lacking sufficient reputation. Therefore, he could only leverage his company's name to cooperate with nearby agricultural research institutes first. Proximity alone would earn him some consideration. He established relevant research projects such as studying seeds for various vegetables and fruits, while providing selection strategies, cultivation environments, and growth-accelerating reagents. This would expedite experimentation and further refine his target seeds. This would effectively promote seed development, and once these seeds were bred, they could be promptly supplied to agricultural cooperatives. Large-scale trial cultivation could then commence with researchers from the Agricultural Institute guiding scientific planting methods, while farmers meticulously recorded data and observations. The new seeds held far greater planting value than the original varieties, allowing his cooperative to sustain operations and even generate profits. With more experience, accumulated iteration would accelerate. These seeds might eventually reach a stage where they could be cultivated on spaceships in outer space. This would also reduce domestic reliance on foreign seeds, enabling immediate activation if sanctions were imposed in the future. Moreover, the three agricultural research institutes would each focus on different research areas. Later, a large team would travel to the seed cultivation center being constructed in Rongqing, which would adopt the world's most advanced seed cultivation facilities. Liu Sen would directly sign fixed-point cultivation agreements with agricultural schools in the three cities, training specialized professionals who could enter relevant positions immediately upon graduation. For breakthrough technologies, lectures would also be conducted at agricultural schools in the three cities. This aspect was something Liu Sen had discussed with government officials during the Spring Festival. It was a grand strategic layout that officials would welcome. The agricultural schools in the three cities would acquire the latest knowledge through cooperation with agricultural cooperatives, strengthening their distinctive and advantageous programs. Rongqing's agricultural school had recently been upgraded from a junior college to a bachelor degree institution, making it precisely the kind of prestige boost it needed. Agricultural cooperation was one aspect of their earlier discussions, while other matters were proceeding briskly. After the cooperation agreements were signed, Liu Sen produced the first batch of seeds and distributed them to the three agricultural research institutes. He also attached explanatory documents detailing relevant characteristics, though much of it was speculative, reflecting his own research achievements in the field. He also informed them that the enzymes and fermentation starters used in his Qingfeng wine were discoveries made during related research. Liu Sen engaged in extensive discussions with the Agricultural Institute personnel regarding relevant knowledge, convincing them of the origins of what he provided. After all, someone who could finish reading a relevant book in a short time and immediately draw inferences offering innovative discoveries could certainly be expected to accomplish other remarkable feats. Of course, the seeds he provided were not those he had directly enhanced tenfold. They were the first generation he had genuinely developed based on his knowledge, showing improved yields, better taste, and shortened growth cycles compared to the originals. Upon receiving the seeds, they were quickly put into trials. With the aid of the growth-accelerating solution, they matured rapidly, and all data closely matched Liu Sen's predictions, after which further cultivation began. Regarding the origin of the growth-accelerating solution, Liu Sen explained it was an accidental discovery, with no reproducibility. In truth, this knowledge existed within his mind, but with current technology, it was completely impossible to reproduce. Thus, he could only provide it to aid rapid seed breeding. The priority was to seize time and quickly cultivate seeds that would lead the market. Once market-leading seeds were obtained, normal breeding speeds would suffice. He also left some of the growth solution for them to study independently, hoping they might achieve some results. Under normal circumstances, he would never use his advantage to create such things again. An accidental appearance once could be explained away, but a second provision would indicate reproducibility. The problem was that existing technology and equipment could not produce it. Forcing research and synthetic manufacturing would lead the entire team astray. The knowledge he possessed was genuinely not obtained through current means, otherwise he would have intensified his research immediately. This was a tremendous asset. Soon as the growth solution was nearing depletion, the first batch of more than 10 seed varieties finally met the requirements of the first phase. The seeds also underwent replication and cultivation. Seed breeding was truly arduous, especially natural breeding, without side effects. Genetic modification might achieve rapid results, but these seeds were destined for Chinese people and had to be the safest and most side effect-free options available. The seeds quickly met the requirements, and the distributed seeds were rendered sterile. The farmers who had previously signed contracts finally received their seeds and could begin planting. They had been busy preparing fields and building greenhouses, but had nothing to plant. They feared all their efforts might come to naught. Staff from the agricultural research institutes and cooperatives visited every village to guide farmers in planting. One instructed while another recorded, constantly correcting irregular practices. Although the farmers were confused, they were now formal employees who had been informed at contract signing that they must follow the directives of the Agricultural Institute and cooperative personnel. Edian Glass Factory has recently seen an influx of enterprises seeking cooperation. The quality of glass bottles supplied by Edian Liquor for its Qingfeng and Shangqing wines had already gained widespread recognition. For automobile manufacturers, glass was an indispensable component. Manager Gong, please believe us. We have come with sincere intentions, said Deputy General Manager He from an automotive company. Deputy General Manager He, it is not that I am unwilling to cooperate with you. Rather, the group has previously stated that all partnerships are temporarily postponed, Manager Gong explained apologetically. Manager Gong, whose full name was Gong Rongtao, had recently transferred to Edian Glass from another company. Previously, Edian Glass had been managed by Yin Dan, but as responsibilities multiplied, she found herself overwhelmed and thus stepped down from her position as subsidiary manager. During the handover, Yin Dan had informed him of one critical matter: all requests for cooperation from external manufacturers were to be declined or at minimum delayed indefinitely if outright rejection proved difficult. The specific reasons remained known only within the company and were not yet to be disclosed publicly. Then Manager Gong, should the opportunity arise in the future, please notify us. We will be the first to arrive, Deputy General Manager, he said. Hearing Gong Rongtao's response, Deputy General Manager, he expressed his helplessness. He had already heard from other automotive companies that Edian's reply remained consistent. Nevertheless, he still wished to make an attempt, for he recognized Manager Gong Rongtao from their previous association. Rest assured, once the group gives approval, I will personally make the call. Gong Rongtao finally declined the visitor. He had known Deputy General Manager He previously, as their former companies had collaborated on business matters. After seeing Deputy General Manager He off, Gong Rongtao returned to his office to continue his work. Meanwhile, Liu Sen at the group headquarters welcomed a few distinguished guests. General Manager Liu, a pleasure to meet you. Welcome, welcome. Liu Sen observed the two men before him, both in their 40s, dressed respectively in military and police uniforms at the prime of their careers. Hello, my name is Li Han. Li Han was the middle-aged man in military attire. Hello, I am Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui wore a police uniform. Hello, and welcome to your visit. General Manager Liu, we have come to discuss cooperation, Li Han stated, directly revealing the purpose of their trip without preamble. Oh, I wonder in which area of cooperation you are interested. Liu Sen's company produced several types of goods, and he was uncertain which had caught their attention. We would like to discuss cooperation regarding special-purpose glass. Li Han added. Special glass? I must apologize. We do not currently produce special-purpose glass, Liu Sen replied after a moment's thought. They currently manufactured ordinary glass. While special glass had been developed, it had not yet entered production. Is the glass used for the Qingfeng wine bottles produced by your company, Edian Glass? This time Zhou Rui spoke first. Yes, that is something we produce. However, that is not special glass. It is merely ordinary glass, Liu Sen clarified once more. Li Han and Zhou Rui exchanged glances. This glass, which they considered extraordinary, was deemed ordinary by Edian Glass. Perhaps to Liu Sen it truly was ordinary glass, given the massive volume produced for wine bottles. General Manager Liu, we want the very material used for those glass wine bottles. Let me reiterate, that is genuinely ordinary glass. Have you tested its performance? As a patriotic and honest man, Liu Sen felt compelled to remind them once more. We have tested it. All parameters are exceptionally perfect. lightweight, high-hardness, shatter-resistant, and with outstanding bulletproof capabilities. Despite the bottle wall being nearly 0.3 centimeters thick, it withstood 3 consecutive shots from a sniper rifle at the same point without penetration. Li Han recounted these data with visible excitement. If you truly desire this glass, it is quite affordable. I will offer it to you at a price of 200 yuan per cubic meter. Liu Sen considered for a moment and named a price. Upon hearing this price, the two exchanged glances. Could it really be this cheap? They felt they had struck gold. Agreed. We will place an order with you. Initially, 1000 tons. Detailed technical drawings and specifications will be sent to you shortly. I stated the price for the raw glass only, not including processing fees. I am already offering you an extremely favorable rate. Are you also expecting me to manufacture molds and process the glass for you? The two were momentarily speechless. How could they process glass blocks on their own? They had already attempted to work with the wine bottles and found them impossible to modify beyond shattering. Were they expected to use cubic meters of glass blocks for construction? How about this? For each product type we help produce, you will pay an additional molding fee calculated separately according to complexity. Liu Sen did not demand a high price. I would also like to raise a matter with you. Currently, many manufacturers have approached us seeking cooperation. I wish to understand your thoughts on what would happen if this glass were widely adopted across civilian markets. Liu Sen posed a question he had been contemplating for some time. Widespread promotion of this glass would undoubtedly bring great benefits, further ensuring the safety of motorists. However, it might also complicate accident rescue operations and raise public security concerns. Could it lead to an increase in criminals using vehicles for violent acts such as ramming checkpoints? After all, if police and armed forces found their ability to suppress suspects inside vehicles diminished, criminals would feel emboldened, particularly against standard police firearms. Firing all ammunition might prove utterly ineffective. Furthermore, during apprehensions, officers often need to break windows to gain entry. With this glass rendering every window invincible, how could they ever breach it? No matter how resolute they were, they simply could not break through. Upon hearing Liu Sen's concerns, the two were taken aback. Due to its affordability and high production capacity, widespread supply to the civilian market would inevitably lead to such scenarios. Unlike previous bulletproof glass, which was bulky, heavy, and extraordinarily expensive, costing tens of times more than this new material. General Manager Liu, we cannot answer this question immediately. We will return and report to our superiors. The two replied, unwilling to give a definitive response given the potential implications for social stability. Liu Sen was not desperate for an answer. The material had never been released for civilian use before, and he was hardly lacking in revenue. Recently, however, he had grown weary of constant cooperation inquiries. Perhaps it was better to delegate this decision to the government. Edian Glass had not publicly released this product precisely because Liu Sen had considered such destabilizing factors. Having them evaluate the situation and issue official guidelines would be the wisest course of action. Liu Sen instructed Liu Ying to notify Edian Glass of the day's developments, requesting that they expand a facility, preferably an independent one, with strict confidentiality measures. After all, this involved the production of special equipment. As for why he had not yet unveiled the latest special glass, it was because its production costs remained prohibitively high and the current version already met operational requirements. The latest special glass cost 100 times more than the existing product, truly worth its weight in gold. Gong Rongtao received a call from the group headquarters learning of a special order requiring expanded capacity and utmost confidentiality. He immediately understood the circumstances. He quickly planned and utilized the vacant adjacent area, ordering additional production equipment. 2 days later, instead of receiving a notice prohibiting civilian sales, Liu Sen received a proposal suggesting they could selectively weaken the glass's performance to protect civilians while not impeding law enforcement. Upon reading this, he had no clear idea how to implement it. He delegated the task to Gong Rongtao, instructing him to organize research efforts. If you want to capture more market share, earn greater profits, and receive larger bonuses, figure it out yourselves. The team conducted research and proposed ideas for weakening the glass. Success would be reported to the group, and only upon approval could the product reach the market. In Liu Sen's view, it would be ideal if they succeeded, but failure would not be catastrophic. He was not dependent on such modest gains. Following the recent breakthrough, the latest wireless power transmission devices have been installed throughout Edian's office buildings and industrial park. Each wireless power transmitter covers an area of 31,400 square meters. The entire park spans over 1 million square meters, approximately 1 square kilometer, with 33 transmitters deployed, all interconnected via underground cables. Wireless power coverage has been essentially achieved across the park. Everyone's mobile phones now use the Carefree Power system, automatically connecting to nearby transmitters for charging. No one needs to worry about phone battery life anymore. Furthermore, many appliances throughout the park have been upgraded with wireless power receiving ports. This includes the electric sightseeing vehicles used by security patrols, ensuring they never face power shortages and are continuously charging wherever they go. All streetlights and landscape lighting in the park have likewise been converted to wireless connections with intelligent scheduling configured through the Carefree Power application. Lights are set to activate at fixed times each day. Of course, in special circumstances, manual adjustments can be made through the application. Voluntary free upgrades were also provided for all employees' electric bicycles, converting them to models capable of infinite wireless charging. Although the company provides dormitories, many employees have purchased property in Rome City, given the numerous residential communities located nearby. Many of these employees commute on their electric bicycles. After the completion of the wireless power upgrade across all group facilities, everyone within the corporation was deeply astonished. Initially, the technology could only charge mobile phones. Now it has been upgraded to support many everyday appliances, such as refrigerators. However, high-power devices like air conditioners, induction cooktops, and rice cookers still cannot operate on wireless power. From the launch of the first wireless charging phone to these appliances now, only a few months have passed. This technological advancement is astonishingly rapid. Countless people were amazed, and they feel a deep sense of pride in being employees of Awaken. During internal testing within the group, several issues were also identified, particularly the ongoing need to install and maintain underground cables. This situation differs significantly from Liu Sen's original vision. The power output remains insufficient to support all appliances comprehensively. To provide power for high-wattage devices, the existing electrical infrastructure must be retained entirely. These issues were summarized by the research team. As an ordinary person, using the current advancements yields a very satisfactory experience. Many appliances no longer require charging at all, and electric vehicles completely eliminate the need for wired charging. The dangerous practices of dangling charging cables from 5th or 6th floor windows and pushing electric bicycles into elevators to charge upstairs can now be eliminated entirely. Many appliances can be placed anywhere and used directly without concern for whether an outlet is available. You could even use them on your bed. Future interior design will no longer require so many power strips and sockets. Moreover, there is no longer worry about aging electrical wires causing fires. Renovations will not require purchasing large quantities of wiring or burying cables, saving considerable money. Lighting requires no wiring at all. It is fully wireless. Devices that need charging can do so, automatically eliminating any concern about forgetting to plug them in. Furthermore, the current technology supports one-to-many connections, allowing multiple appliances and phones to charge simultaneously. Before the upgrade, only one-to-one pairing was possible. If you wanted to charge another phone, you had to disconnect the one currently charging. The current wireless power transmission does not yet meet Liu Sen's requirements, with the main limitation being the slow pace of material breakthroughs. Reviewing the compiled issues, Liu Sen fell into deep contemplation. A dedicated materials research institute must be established. The existing materials R&D team is far too small and inadequate. Significant expansion is essential. He took out his phone and immediately contacted Chun Tianxiang, the top government official in Rome City. "Director, I have a matter that requires your assistance," Liu Sen stated directly upon connection. "Director Liu, please speak your mind directly. You are aware that our previous strategy required close coordination," Chun Tianxiang replied without pretense. "Our technology has achieved some breakthroughs, but the pace is too slow due to delays in materials research. I wish to establish a materials research institute and acquire a small metal smelting plant." "Understood. Let me check whether there are suitable options and help coordinate." After hanging up, Chun Tianxiang summoned his secretary to search for appropriate enterprises, but after extensive review, found none. Sighing, he knew it was because Rome City's industrial foundation was simply too thin. He left his office and went directly to Xia Hongshan's. "Old Chen, what brings you here?" Xia Hongshan asked upon seeing him. "Sigh that Liu Sen has thrown another challenge our way. I've come to consult with you." Xia Hongshan and Old Chen sat together on the sofa, and Xia invited his secretary to brew tea. Once the secretary had left, Old Chen recounted Liu Sen's request and explained the difficulties they faced. Neither spoke for a moment. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Xia Hongshan said, "Old Chen, it seems we cannot keep everything within our own pot. We should be content with what we have. After all, one cannot become prosperous overnight." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Besides, we are all working toward national development. It is not wrong to let our larger partners take on what we cannot accomplish ourselves. Then I will reach out to Kudu and Jinling. Both possess geographical advantages here." Soon after, contact was established with both cities to explore suitable options. A day later, while Liu Sen was still immersed in his research, Chun Tianxiang called. "Director, have you found anything suitable?" "Yes, there are 2 options, one from Kudu and one from Jinling. I will send you the materials for your review." Liu Sen opened his email and reviewed both companies, ultimately choosing the one in Jinling due to its stronger overall capabilities. Since he wished to accelerate the research pace, he naturally selected the better option. Moreover, Jinling's proximity to Rome City would facilitate easier communication. He informed Chun Tianxiang of his choice and arranged a time to meet in person to finalize the acquisition. In the afternoon, Liu Sen accompanied Chun Tianxiang to the materials research company. The company also operated a small smelting plant. There he encountered an unexpected figure, Luo Jinquan, the top government official of Jinling. Chun Tianxiang introduced Luo Jinquan. Liu Sen politely greeted him, wondering inwardly whether such a prominent figure needed to be involved in a simple corporate acquisition. "Director Liu, I have long admired your reputation," Luo Jinquan said with a smile. "Director Luo, hello. We should connect more often in the future, and feel free to reach out for any matters concerning Jinling." Luo Jinquan added, his demeanor notably warm. Liu Sen found this somewhat puzzling. They had just met, yet Luo Jinquan's enthusiasm was surprising. With Director Luo's assistance, the signing was completed swiftly. After the signing, Luo Jinquan departed for other matters, leaving Liu Sen his personal contact number beforehand. Liu Sen made no immediate changes to the research institute's management and instead met with Hu Yongyi, the head of research there. After a brief discussion, Liu Sen confirmed that Hu Yongyi's expertise was indeed commendable. He promptly outlined future research plans and provided Hu Yongyi with contact information for the materials research team at the Rome City laboratory. Hu Yongyi had initially resented the acquisition, expecting another amateur to interfere. Instead, he discovered a true technical expert, far more knowledgeable than himself. Liu Sen directed the management team to fully cooperate with the research department and ensure solid logistical support. As he and Chun Tianxiang returned to Rome City, Chen explained the reasons behind Luo Jinchuan's unexpectedly generous disposition. The future development plan proposed by Liu Sen and Rome City demonstrated high feasibility and had the potential to drive regional and national development. Accordingly, Rome City submitted the proposal through successive levels until it reached the provincial government. At that time, Luo Jinquan was also present. He was after all a senior provincial leader. Upon hearing Edian's development plan, he expressed strong support for the company's growth. On the way back, Liu Sen thoroughly thanked Chun Tianxiang for his assistance to the company. Although the acquisition could have been completed without him waiting for him to gather information, conduct due diligence, and finalize, everything would have taken about a month. In that time, the next generation of technology might have already been developed. Of course, Chun Tianxiang's willingness to help also stemmed from Edian Group's growing influence and its positive contributions to the nation and society. Upon returning to the group, Liu Sen instructed Jin Shuya to not only process the acquisition payment, but also allocate an additional 100 million to Edian Materials account, ensuring ample funding. The integration of the materials team and the materials company's research efforts immediately accelerated experimental breakthroughs, while the presence of a small metallurgical firm enabled faster product testing. Recruitment for the materials company was also underway. Lino, who had earned his master's degree 2 years ago, worked as a researcher at a company where he deeply loved materials and continuously pursued more knowledge. His company's material division had developed a highly successful product that generated nearly 100 million in profits through market recognition alone. Lin O joined hoping to make meaningful contributions and develop new products. His ambitions were grand, yet reality proved far more challenging. After joining the company, Lin O discovered that the reality was completely different from what he had expected. This material company, renowned a decade ago, invested less than 5 million annually in research and development, a mere shadow of its former self, with the R&D department existing purely as a facade. He struggled to comprehend how a company with such an impressive exterior could rely solely on past achievements. Through discussions with veteran employees, Lin O learned that their current flagship product was actually an accidental discovery by a former employee who had been gradually pushed out by the company. He longed to escape this corporate prison. The company offered decent salaries, but they hired people primarily for their advanced degrees to enhance their public image. When he finally discovered the Materials Research Institute was hiring with competitive compensation, he approached the interview with anxiety. To his surprise, it went remarkably smoothly. All the interview questions fell within Lin O's expertise, and even when he encountered gaps, they pertained to specialized industry knowledge rather than general concepts. His previous company's interview had focused almost entirely on situational questions, how to handle directives from superiors, rather than technical competencies. Lin O immediately submitted his resignation upon returning to his former company. Since the R&D department functioned as merely a hollow shell with no substantive research assignments, there was no resistance to his departure. Numerous professionals shared his passion and aspirations, all converging at Edian's newly acquired Materials Research Institute. They discovered this was the environment they had been seeking, a place where their expertise could truly thrive and their potential be fully realized. Liu Sen's mandate for materials improvement research continued advancing. With each new hire, the pace accelerated as team members contributed innovative proposals. Some proposals proved ineffective through experimentation, while others significantly propelled the research forward. During his research, Lin O discovered a novel extractant that dramatically enhanced both the performance and stability of the new metal alloy. He promptly reported his findings to Hu Yongyi, who was astonished to learn that the young researcher had achieved what so many others had failed to accomplish. Lin O remained vividly memorable from the interview he had conducted himself. Through Lin O's performance, Hu Yongyi recognized someone with profound expertise, solid foundations, and remarkable innovative capacity. Hu Yongyi immediately accompanied Lin O to conduct the material testing again, confirming that performance and stability had indeed improved substantially. Delighted by the breakthrough, Hu Yongyi felt his efforts had fully justified Liu Sen's trust. Edian had provided unrestricted resources and unwavering support for their research. President Liu, we've achieved a breakthrough in our experiments. The performance has improved significantly. Excellent news, old Hu. This timing couldn't be better. We've been waiting for exactly this to proceed with our tests. Then arrange for someone to deliver them to this laboratory immediately. Liu Sen had been troubled lately because without breakthroughs in the materials, all other experiments would slow down. Even if he participated in the research himself, he would need time to study and integrate the memories in his mind. Material research was fundamentally different from brewing. It was orders of magnitude more difficult. His rapid success in brewing was partly due to modifying the equipment. I'll have Lin O deliver them. He's our hero this time. His discovery made this possible. Hu Yongyi didn't claim credit, but instead highlighted Lin O's contribution. Sending Lin O to deliver the materials was also an opportunity for him to meet President Liu and make a favorable impression which would benefit his future career. Lin O was highly talented, and Hu Yongyi hoped he wouldn't be wasted in this position and would advance further in his career. Very well, have him bring them over. I'll ensure the company issues his reward as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Liu Sen and Qian Guoli watched as the research institute's vehicle pulled up at the company entrance. As soon as Lin O stepped out of the car, he spotted Liu Sen and Qian Guoli. He had seen their photos in the company introduction, but never expected them to be waiting personally, leaving him both honored and overwhelmed. At a loss for words, Liu Sen stepped forward. Lin O, I'm Liu Sen. You're our hero, thank you so much. President Liu, this is merely my duty. Composing himself, Lin O lifted the box he was carrying. The new materials are inside. Excellent. Let's go check the test results together. Liu Sen turned toward the laboratory while Qian Guoli took the box from Lin O and walked alongside him. The laboratory was already fully prepared and waiting for the material testing. Upon receiving the materials, the lab staff quickly completed processing and began the tests. Everyone held their breath, concerned their exhalations might interfere with the results. But this was unnecessary, and technique of this caliber wouldn't be affected by something as trivial as breathing. After continuous adjustments and testing, the results finally emerged an hour later. Qian Guoli handed Liu Sen the compiled data sheets, his face beaming with satisfaction. Liu Sen didn't even need to review the data. Victory was certain. His golden finger clearly displayed the results on the experimental object, confirming he had achieved his near-term objective. Wireless power transmission distance 10 kilometers. Transmission energy loss 1. Liu Sen glanced at the sheet and announced, we've completed the interim milestone for wireless power transmission. Congratulations, everyone. Upon hearing Liu Sen's words, the entire team erupted in cheers. Lin O shared in their joy, proud to have contributed to the achievement. Take a day off. Resume work the day after tomorrow to begin the next phase of research. The new materials and technologies were completed, and the legal department was arranged to handle the corresponding patent registrations. The verification of the new materials was also submitted to the National Testing Department, and the qualification certificate was soon obtained. Liu Sen directly instructed Liu Ying to arrange for the company to produce a small batch and have it installed within the group for further testing and use. In fact, each upgrade only involved the wireless power transmitter, while the receiver remained the same. The previously used ones did not need to be replaced. Users only had to rebind the device on the Carefree Power app. 2 days later, the new power transmitter was installed. This time, only a palm-sized transmitter was installed, yet it fully covered the Yijian Park. Liu Sen also set a limit restricting the coverage to a radius of just 1 square kilometer. It was worth noting that at full power, this transmitter could cover a circular area with a radius of 10 kilometers, achieving a maximum coverage area of 314 square kilometers. This was without industrial design optimization, otherwise the transmitter would be even more compact. Most of the previous generation transmitters were dismantled, leaving only a few for charging electrical appliances and electric vehicles within the buildings. After several days of testing, no issues were found. Liu Sen also upgraded the Carefree Power app further. Now anyone wishing to connect to the coverage-type transmitter for wireless charging had to register an account with their phone. Only after registration could they connect, and the system would calculate the usage time and amount of electricity consumed. Without registration, the device could not be activated. Indeed, Liu Sen intended to charge for electricity. Once everyone used wireless charging, the daily electricity fees would be substantial. Of course, the electricity fees were never something he cared about. What he valued was the user base. Previously, the Carefree Power app could be used without registration, but that was for private chargers. Now using the full coverage charging would require registration. And to pay for electricity, a payment tool was needed. He planned to develop one as well. Not to make money, but to prepare for the worst-case scenario. He wanted to expand from offline to online. How many potential wireless charging users were there? How many phones? In the country, the world, hundreds of millions, billions. His user growth might peak within a year, and the scope of involved content would continue to expand. For now, Liu Sen's wireless power transmission was just beginning, temporarily limited to phones. He would gradually advance, and also restrict the transmission power. Long-distance transmission within 10 kilometers would be limited to low power, while within 100 meters higher power could be used. He wanted everyone to believe that the current technology could only achieve high-power transmission within 100 meters, while beyond that, up to 10 kilometers, only 30 W power transmission was possible. To reduce the vigilance of other countries and enterprises. To prepare for the upcoming user explosion, Liu Sen ordered an ultra-large server from Huawei. Liu Sen thought about an unavoidable department regarding electricity use. After some deliberation, he decided to contact them in advance to gauge their attitude. Liu Sen called Liu Ying and Yin Dan to stroll around the group, then had them film a video. That evening, he sent an email to the Huaxia Electric Power Corporation's mailbox. Xue Zhijin was the manager of foreign business cooperation at Huaxia Electric Power Corporation, and his mailbox often received cooperation emails. He checked his email every day. Today, as usual, he brewed a pot of tea and began reviewing the public mailbox. One by one, he read through the emails, mostly inquiries. Just as he thought there was nothing important, he noticed a particular email subject. The future direction of Huaxia Electric Power. Seeing this subject, he couldn't help but smirk. Which company was brazen enough to tell them about the future of electricity? This was sheer hubris coming to Huaxia Electric Power with such boasts. He almost deleted it, but professional courtesy made him open the email. The email requested that they watch the attached video carefully and hoped that Huaxiao Electric Power would send a professional team to visit their company for inspection. Shui Zhijin noted the sender, not from the power industry circle. How much alcohol had this person consumed to utter such grand claims? Even a peanut would have prevented such drunkenness. Shui Zhijin shook his head. Out of caution, he ran an antivirus scan on the attachment. Finding no issues, he opened the video and took a sip of tea. The video showed a handsome young man who looked vaguely familiar. He then displayed his phone, which was in a wireless charging state. Seeing this, Shui Zhijin muttered to himself that wireless charging was quite popular lately. He had bought one himself and found it convenient. However, its application scenarios were still limited. Unless one was a heavy phone user, it was hardly necessary. The electric power company had even held a special meeting to discuss this, concluding that without a technological breakthrough, it was just a gimmick. Moreover, they had reasoned that the current wireless charging was already a breakthrough extremely difficult to achieve. It might take other companies 5 or 10 years just to match it. Another breakthrough would likely take another 50 years. Hence, the company had only assigned a small team to research wireless charging. As the video showed the young man wandering around his phone constantly displaying wireless charging, Shui Zhijin was unimpressed. A portable wireless power bank could achieve the same effect. Then the man approached an electric vehicle, removed its battery, yet the vehicle could still start and run. After moving a short distance, it stopped due to lack of power. When reversed about 6 or 7 meters, it could be used again. Next, he demonstrated lights without any wired connection, all functioning normally. Shui Zhijin suspected these were tricks or photo editing. But then he saw one scene that made him take it seriously, the sign of the Edian Group. How could he not know this company? They were the inventors of wireless charging technology. At that moment, he realized who the young man was and whether everything shown was real. Suddenly, the credibility of the video skyrocketed. Shocked, he stood up instantly, his thigh hitting the desk hard. The intense pain made him collapse onto the table. After a long while, he recovered. Regarding the email, he reported it to the higher-ups that very night. After watching the video, the top management took it very seriously and immediately called a meeting of all senior executives for the next day. Meanwhile, Liu Sen was lying on the sofa at home, teasing Lu while Liu Ying and Yin Dan watched them with smiles. Lu had been traveling constantly between multiple cities recently. The Mulinlin shops were expanding rapidly, and the expansion model previously decided was proving highly effective. In a short time, nearly half of China had been covered. Unbeknownst to many, the number of stores had reached about 200, with 70 being directly operated and the rest invested by store managers. The expansion was incredibly fast. At this pace, by the end of the year, it could reach around 1,000 to 1,500 stores. Hearing Lu's account of her recent efforts, Liu Sen felt deeply sorry for her. She had been working too hard. Originally, he had entrusted Mulinlin to Lu because she had a passion for it, and he thought she could take it slowly. With obvious advantages in quality and taste, such rapid growth was undoubtedly the result of her diligence. He hugged Lu, tenderly relieved that she hadn't lost weight in the right places. Why push yourself so hard? We're not short of money, Liu Sen said, smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. I'm afraid of falling behind your pace, Lu pouted. Liu Sen was deeply moved by Lu's words. Since following him, the three women had all worked tirelessly. Liu Ying and Yin Dan were perhaps in a better position, able to stay by his side and grow alongside him. But Lu was entirely different, as she had branched out on her own much earlier, taking sole responsibility for Mulinlin. He had not invested much thought into Mulinlin, for it was merely a casual idea. Yet to Lu, Mulinlin, entrusted to her by Liu Sen, was her entire world. She had to run Mulinlin well, so she continuously enriched herself, learning as much as she could to ensure she was capable of managing it properly. Watching Edian surge forward, she feared falling behind and drifting further from Liu Sen. The weight on her mind shifted her mindset, no longer satisfied with slow, steady development as she had once been. She directly called over several sisters from her university dormitory to help, and after a brief period of adjustment, the four of them launched into a broad expansion. The eldest sister, Yuan, took charge of exploring the milk tea market and confirmed the number and location of stores in every city. The second, Guoshan, assembled a renovation crew dedicated to furnishing the outlets across all cities. This not only reduced costs significantly, but also allowed the renovation crew to become intimately familiar with every detail of Mulinlin stores. Since same brand shops shared similar layouts, the experienced team more than doubled their efficiency. The third sister, Dang Yunxiang, handled all recruitment and training with the primary direction aimed at contemporary college students. Today's youth, given a promising project, are more than willing to participate and build ventures. With uniform training for all staff, the expansion no longer worried about insufficient personnel. This enabled over 200 stores to open within roughly 6 months. Such efficiency was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Lu leveraged her own strengths, continuously developing new products and occasionally seeking inspiration from Liu Sen. Liu Sen could not help but feel that Lu was under considerable pressure, and fortunately, she had some capable sisters by her side. Lu, you have worked so hard. Next time, come to me directly instead of bearing everything inside yourself. And don't carry such a heavy burden. Our relationship will not change because of these things. Holding the beauty in his arms, Liu Sen continued to comfort her. This was truly his fault for not noticing sooner. Most of his energy had been consumed by the Edian company. It's not hard. Lu shook her head and continued. Brother Sun, my three sisters came to help without a single hesitation when I shared my difficulties, asking for nothing in return. But I still wish to show my appreciation. I would like to give them a portion of my shares. Would that be alright? She had actually wanted to give her three sisters some shares for quite some time, but since her equity came from Liu Sen, she had to seek his approval first. She seized this opportunity to bring up the matter of distributing shares. Liu Sen noticed Lu gazing at him with those large, earnest eyes, fearing she worried he would refuse. You little fool, with only 5%, how could that be enough to divide? Liu Sen gently patted Lu's head. Hearing Liu Sen's words, Lu fell silent for a moment, about to protest that 5% was already substantial. At current profit levels, her monthly dividend alone would reach approximately 1.5 million, and by year-end with more stores it could climb to around 10 million. But before her words could leave her lips, she heard what Liu Sen said next. At the start I did not give you more shares because I simply wanted you to treat it as something fun, your allowance really. But since you have taken the milk tea shop as your own endeavor with such dedication, I will transfer another 15 to you and set aside an additional 5 as rewards from Liu Sen's senior team. That 5 is yours to arrange as you see fit. These should attract many talented individuals to assist you, giving you some relief. Brother Sen, I really do not need this. I already have more than enough money. I cannot spend it all. Lu declined. No refusals accepted. It is decided. Liu Sen did not entertain her objections and made the decision outright. He then shared with Lu the current status of the agricultural cooperative. The new fruits and vegetables had been growing for some time and would soon be ready for harvest. Liu Sen could then source fruit from the cooperative, further improving taste and allowing a new slogan centered on specially supplied premium fruit, making brand building far easier. These fruits and vegetables were absolutely among the finest internationally, both in yield and flavor. Self-production and sales would create even greater profit margins. This would also enable the agricultural cooperative to achieve financial balance sooner, after which the cooperative scale could expand to surrounding counties and cities. The following day, Liu Sen took Lu to inspect the cooperative. Walking through orchards and fields of wheat and rice, everything was heavy with fruit and thriving exceptionally well. Cooperative staff accompanying them continued to offer explanations. The projected yields for all these fields this year would exceed the current national average per mu. The farmers all wore sincere smiles. Seeing such healthy crops gave them a profound sense of security. These yields were far beyond their expectations, but they made them feel their labor was producing results and that the cooperative they belonged to would endure. They would not have to return to their former hardships if the cooperative collapsed. For these reasons, as well, many who had been working away from home began returning to their rural villages. In recent years, rural population drain had grown increasingly severe, leaving behind many left-behind children and elderly residents, and rendering every village increasingly desolate. But within these past 2 months, a turnaround had appeared. Rural populations were rising again, and more smiles graced the faces of children and the elderly as families reunited. Young and middle-aged people, whose absence from rural areas had seemed inevitable, were returning in numbers once more, and abandoned fields were being reclaimed and replanted. Little Han, you're here, inspecting again. I have water if you'd like some, an elderly man asked with a smile as he approached the field for a drink. Little Han, referred to Han as, were in the cooperative staff accompanying Liu Sen on this inspection. After the previous incident, he had found his way of dealing with farmers working with ease. Recently, his outstanding ability had earned him a promotion to team leader. Uncle Song, I'll skip the water. I'm here with leadership to take a look, Han Esrin replied. The leader has arrived. Hello. The elderly man named Song turned immediately to Liu Sen and offered his greetings. Uncle Song, how are things now? Is there anything you still need assistance with? Excellent, truly excellent. I never imagined I would live like this. Thank you, leaders, for providing us with a path forward. Uncle Song spoke from the heart. Previously, he could barely earn a few coins in an entire year. Now he farmed near home, watched the children when needed, enjoyed a drink, and still received over 4,000 each month. A truly comfortable life. Combined with his wife's income, they had over 8,000 in disposable earnings monthly, plus various insurance benefits. Under current conditions, he could easily continue for another 15 or 20 years working comfortably until age 70 without issue. Upon retirement, he would also receive a pension. Moreover, his son and daughter-in-law were returning. They earned roughly 4,000 monthly elsewhere, but lacked the comprehensive insurance and housing fund benefits he enjoyed. It would be wiser to return home and join the cooperative, keeping the family together, so his grandson would no longer constantly long for his parents. Hearing Uncle Song's heartfelt thanks, Liu Sen was genuinely happy. His original goal when starting his business had been to lead everyone towards shared prosperity and contribute to the progress of society and the nation. Seeing the results with his own eyes, combined with reports from cooperative staff, he understood the magnitude of the change being brought about. This model could maintain financial balance and even generate profit. He realized he needed to accelerate the promotion of this model. Cities were increasingly pushing older migrant workers back to rural areas, and their future income sources were a pressing concern. One his cooperatives could absorb and resolve. And this also served as a safeguard. One must neither harbor ill intentions nor neglect vigilance. The profits EGN would soon generate would surpass everyone's imagination. Currently, the global grain shortage is not only due to wars abroad, but also partly because the natural environment is gradually deteriorating, leading to reduced crop yields. Therefore, his rural layout perfectly aligns with national policy, as the entire country is implementing measures such as returning forest land to farmland. However, land abandonment continues to increase across regions. After all, rural residents also need to make a living. Ordinary farmers would consider it a miracle just to break even from farming. This has led to a massive influx of rural residents into cities, but lacking stable income, many eventually returned to the countryside. The contradiction became pronounced and demanded resolution. The nation lacked an effective solution, yet he happened to be positioned to help. On his afternoon drive back to the office, his secretary Liu Sen called to inform him that representatives from Huaxia Electric Power Company had arrived and were waiting in the reception room. It turned out that after receiving the email, the power company convened an executive meeting the following day to examine the wireless power transmission phenomenon featured in the video. Many remained skeptical, yet it seemed unlikely that the CEO of Edian would deceive them. The claims were too easily verifiable. The invitation to visit Edian Company further demonstrated their confidence. The executives participating in these discussions were all ambitious and forward-thinking, otherwise they would never have built Huaxia Electric Power to its current scale over decades. Having achieved global leadership and become the industry's standard, Chinese has become a mandatory requirement for anyone entering this field, a truly unique position. The meeting concluded with a decision to send an inspection team comprising Vice President Ho Yongtao, External Relations Manager Xue Zhijin, and Technical Director Qiu Tingshan to visit Edian Company. In the Edian Company reception room, Liu Sen, who was hosting them, rose immediately to introduce them. Mr. Ho, this is our company's Liu Sen, President Liu. President Liu, this is Vice President Ho from the Electric Power Company. After shaking hands, they began their discussion, and the other party introduced the names and positions of the remaining two members to Liu Sen. President Liu, we came specifically to see the technology featured in your video, the other party stated directly, without concealment. Of course, I understand everyone is busy, so let me show you around right away, Liu Sen said with a smile. He then instructed his staff to send the three of them the latest internal testing version of Wio Power. This is our internal test version. Install it now, and you can experience the new features. Ho Yongtao and the other two didn't hesitate. They installed the software immediately and began registering accounts on their phones following the instructions. Upon entering, they saw three tabs labeled Private Regional Power and Public Power Signal. Clicking on Private revealed the wireless power bank, wireless charger, and Bluetooth headphones she had previously paired. In Regional Power, numerous options appeared for matching refrigerator light, but all grayed out along with one labeled wireless charging. Clicking each grayed option displayed a request sent notification. She summoned an administrative staff member from the group, asked them to retrieve their phone, and showed it to the others. Ho Yongtao noticed two notifications on the admin's Wio charging app. Upon entering, he saw Ho Yongtao's recent application request and clicked to approve it. His phone then displayed the approval confirmation asking whether to proceed with refrigerator management. Once confirmed, he could view the refrigerator's power consumption and related settings. After confirming the wireless charging request, his phone immediately began wireless charging, and the settings interface matched what he had experienced with traditional chargers. Ho Yongtao tested disconnecting the refrigerator, and sure enough, the test unit stopped working. Reconnecting it restored operation. Watching this, Ho Yongtao swallowed hard and exchanged glances with Xue Zhijin and Qiu Tingshan. He suppressed his astonishment, but then wondered if the control relied on wireless network connectivity. Acting on this thought, he disconnected his network and tested power off and on again. The same result occurred. He looked up sharply at Liu Sen with a probing gaze. Is this real? Liu Sen did not respond verbally, simply nodding quietly. They ran several more tests, same results, even after removing the SIM card entirely. Opening the public power tab again, they saw only one option, Edian wireless power. After submitting the request and entering the SMS verification code, the connection succeeded. They could not detect anything unusual and looked up at Liu Sen in confusion. He said little, instead leading them on a tour of the campus. Soon they noticed the difference. Moving farther from the building, all the regional power connections dropped offline, showing they were out of range. Yet public power continuously displayed Edian wireless power. For a moment he wondered if this was some trick by Edian, perhaps Liu Sen carrying a multi-pairing power bank. But they quickly dismissed it since their own wireless power banks only appeared under the private tab. Liu Sen soon provided a brief explanation. Regional power delivers short-distance transmission covering up to 100 meters with a maximum output of 120 watts, powering select appliances with zero energy loss during transmission. The first Wio Power account paired with any appliance becomes the master account with full authority. It can grant or revoke permissions to other requesters. The master account can relinquish or transfer these privileges at will, ensuring safe electrical operation. Public power represents the latest breakthrough, covering a 10-kilometer range with 30-watt transmission capacity suitable for phones or low-voltage systems, achieving just 1% energy loss during transmission. Qiu Tingshan, the electric company's technical director, grew visibly excited, his hands trembling slightly. He found this invention extraordinary and already in active use. Another critical factor involved energy loss. Current power grids waste 6 to 8% in urban areas, 10 to 15% in rural regions, and up to 20% in remote locations. Accounting for these losses, the savings would amount to 8 to 10% of total energy. Simply unimaginable. Though emotionally stirred, Ho Yongtao composed himself and asked President Liu, since you invited us here, there must be a purpose. Liu Sen smiled at the question. President Ho, I will be direct. We at EGN want to collaborate with you to develop and promote wireless power transmission more effectively. President Liu, while we work with electricity, we genuinely do not understand wireless power transmission technology, Ho Yongtao replied. Despite wanting to cooperate, he had already consulted technical director Chiu Tingshan at the company. They lacked expertise in this area entirely. Liu Sen led the electric company representatives into the conference room and explained his vision, developing a new generation of smart meters capable of wireless power transmission. This would eliminate the need to run wires to individual households and facilities, making residential power use significantly safer and virtually eliminating fire risks from electrical faults. Liu Sen also hoped to leverage the Electric Power Group's RD team to overcome the bottleneck of low transmission power. Once they achieve unlimited power meter transmission within 10 to 100 meters that supports normal operation of all appliances, widespread deployment becomes feasible. Additionally, they aim to integrate their Wuyo Power app with features from the State Grid's online platform, enabling bill inquiries and payments. They also hope to partner with regional subsidiaries to transform local power systems and establish rural demonstration bases. Urban power systems were too vast and complex to tackle immediately. Instead, they would refine rural power transformation technology first before expanding to cities. Testing would begin in the new countryside, starting with Rongqing's rural areas. Liu Sen's vision involved building modern rural communities through collective development initiatives. The plan encompassed comprehensive wireless charging networks, wireless street lighting, and full coverage of wireless surveillance and public address systems. Ho Yongtao, the vice president of the power company, was equally startled to hear Liu Sen's plan. After careful consideration, he found the proposal to be remarkably viable. If truly realized, it would be profoundly disruptive to the nation's electricity market. The three individuals from the power company discussed among themselves before contacting senior management to relay the situation. Mr. Liu, we believe your plan is excellent, but given its extensive scope, we've just briefly consulted with other executives and feel we need to return and discuss it more carefully. Ho Yongtao said apologetically to Liu Sen. I understand it concerns energy security and people's livelihoods. Liu Sen responded without any trace of disappointment. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Liu. This isn't something our company can decide on its own. We'll need to report to higher authorities, Ho Yongtao mentioned, acknowledging that this technology was truly groundbreaking. Once implemented, this technology could obviously save nearly 1/10 of the nation's electricity consumption, not to mention its broader impacts. Liu Sen showed no surprise at their response and nodded in agreement. However, the rural transformation would not be halted by this. Rongqing had already been coordinated, and village collective land now possessed autonomous construction rights. To ensure quality and speed, they directly acquired a construction company with proper qualifications and communicated straight with the village collectives to complete the survey and design work. This was also meant to improve rural living standards. With Liu Sen's agricultural cooperatives, rural populations would no longer drain away in large numbers. In fact, the population might grow. Through Liu Sen's transformation, living conditions would improve, while costs remained low thanks to the cooperative backing. Daily necessities would be affordable, and every household would soon have new villa-style homes. Once education and healthcare were addressed, the rural birth rate would surely surpass urban levels. Rongqing would serve as the pilot zone, with its rural areas leading the way. Advancing alongside the agricultural cooperatives would accelerate the process significantly. Several days later, the trial crops of new vegetables and fruits across Rongqing's rural areas yielded a bountiful harvest. As farmers celebrated, the statistical results came in. Yield per mu increased by 30 to 50% beyond normal levels. Staff from agricultural research institutes walked through the fields together, examining the crops. The strawberries proved sweeter, superior in texture, and larger in size, with a growth cycle shortened by a third, and yield per mu increased by a third, meaning annual output from the same land could nearly double. The other seeds performed similarly. Grapes, for instance, saw their market value multiply several times over. His fruit teas and red wines would elevate in quality by utilizing these new varieties, commanding higher prices and generating greater profits. The agricultural researchers were thrilled. The previously validated theories had materialized, reducing dependence on foreign seed sources. The Rongqing municipal government likewise received the report and shared in the optimism. This demonstrated the plan's sustainability without perpetual reliance on EDN Group support. This approach proved particularly valuable for targeted poverty alleviation, offering a fundamental solution to eradicate poverty. Liu Sen felt the pace remained insufficient. Only 3 agricultural research institutes were optimizing a handful of crop varieties, so he sought to expand their collaborative scope. Liu Sen shared his vision with Chun Tianxiang, who was equally enthusiastic, but recognized the practical limitations. Most of Rongqing had already been transformed. After considering Chen's words, Liu Sen called Luo Jinquan and Jinling. Director Luo, this is little Liu from EDN. I hope you still remember me. Liu Sen. How could I forget? Why the long silence? Luo Jinquan was surprised. He hadn't heard from him since their last meeting. I didn't want to disturb you with all your busy schedule, Liu Sen replied hurriedly. Please stop calling me director. Just call me Uncle Luo. It's uncomfortable in formal settings. Luo Jinquan strived to appear warm and approachable, for he genuinely held Liu Sen in high regard. Uncle Luo, then I won't stand on ceremony. You may call me Asen. Liu Sen immediately expressed his readiness. Very well, Asen. What brings you to call? It's about. Liu Sen outlined his agricultural cooperative venture and its current achievements. Luo Jingquan was taken aback. He'd been aware of the cooperative and had approved Rongqing's pilot program. The results emerged within mere months, far exceeding expectations. They'd approached it as a last resort, accepting potential losses. The rural predicament troubled these leaders. A successful pilot would be ideal, and even if losses occurred, Aegean Company could absorb them without severe impact, with government tax incentives potentially offsetting any shortfalls. This remarkable young man had somehow achieved success, delivering what could prove a blessing to rural communities. Sen, it's excellent that you've succeeded. This could be widely promoted. Is there something you need my assistance with? Currently, agricultural research institutes in Rongqing, Kudu, and Jinling are collaborating with the cooperative. However, once I scale this nationwide, these partnerships will fall short given the vast number of seed varieties requiring research across China. Luo Jingquan pondered this. While Aegean's efforts were commendable, Liu Sen's ambitions risked becoming unwieldy. Containment within pilot zones posed no issue, but as municipalities and provinces multiplied, complications would emerge. During Rongqing's initial pilot, some had raised objections on these grounds. But with limited expectations for success, they permitted Liu Sen to proceed without restrictions. The outcome far exceeded expectations. Not only did it succeed, but it also generated substantial profits. Luo Jingquan recognized the need for careful deliberation. Scaling up would demand more than his backing alone. With tens of thousands of families and hundreds of thousands of people already involved, expansion could eventually encompass tens of millions of households and affect the livelihoods of over 100 million individuals. Sen, your vision is admirable, but the scope and scale are overwhelming. We need to deliberate carefully. Please send me the relevant documentation on the agricultural cooperative, Luo Jingquan said solemnously. Understood, Uncle Luo. Liu Sen replied. After ending the call, he organized the materials and transmitted them to Luo Jingquan. Luo Jingquan settled back into his chair, lit a cigarette, and gazed thoughtfully through the window. Lost in contemplation, he only snapped back when the burning ember seared his fingers. Retrieving the printed documents from his email, he studied them intently before making a decisive call to convene an emergency meeting. The meeting erupted into vigorous debate with voices both in favor and opposed. I support expanding cooperation with agricultural research institutes, argued one elder statesman. This aligns with their mandate, and having an external partner lead would also conserve resources for other infrastructure projects. The Rongqing pilot's outstanding success validates this approach, another elder affirmed. We should endorse it. While the results are impressive, I oppose uncontrolled expansion of trial cities. However, increasing the number of collaborating research institutes seems reasonable. I must dissent entirely. Continued expansion risks creating a situation where beneficiaries credit only Aegean Company, overlooking government involvement. That's a legitimate concern. Scaling to hundreds of millions of people creates enormous complexity. If complications arise, resolution becomes exceedingly difficult. Consider how major real estate crises eventually burden every level of government with bailouts. Aegean's operation would extend far beyond that scale. It's almost unthinkable. Indeed, at that magnitude, 1/5 or more of the national population could be affected by their enterprise. We shouldn't assume the worst. Aegean has consistently operated within legal boundaries and demonstrated concern for people's well-being through shared prosperity, objectives aligned with national priorities. I suggest approval with appropriate safeguards. If Aegean agrees to binding constraints that should address our concerns. The meeting in Jinling continued with various differing opinions. Despite several hours of discussion, no consensus was reached. Ultimately, they decided to report the matter upward. Soon guidance came down from above. Anything beneficial to the people and the nation should be supported. The leadership team of Jiangnan province quickly reached a consensus, entrusting Luo Jingquan to lead a delegation to inspect Aegean Group. Liu Sen received notice from Luo Jingquan's secretary and prepared with utmost seriousness, for this visit would likely determine the outcome of his earlier proposal. Though nothing personally significant rested at stake for him, the benefits to the nation and its people were substantial, and he was only too willing to assist where he could. Of course, this inspection also sent a positive signal. That it was Luo Jingquan, someone familiar, coming personally, only underscored the importance of the matter. The following day, the provincial delegation's vehicles emerged from the expressway exit, joining the Rongqing leadership team already in waiting, and together, they proceeded to Aegean Group. Liu Sen had just received word that they would arrive within minutes. He and a group of executives waited at the company entrance. Barely 2 minutes had passed when a motorcade came into view. Welcome, distinguished leaders, to inspect our company, Liu Sen said warmly. Mr. Li, you're too kind. It is precisely because Aegean has flourished so remarkably in recent times, achieving significant breakthroughs across multiple fronts, that we have come to observe and learn. You flatter me, leader. We are still in our infancy and have much to learn from others. Liu Sen led the delegation through Aegean's campus, touring the laboratories and office building. He highlighted the company's staffing structure and demonstrated their latest wireless charging technology. The delegation was struck by the scale of their research operations. Over 10,000 researchers across the group, the majority holding doctoral or master's degrees. All the visiting leaders were profoundly impressed. Though they had heard numerous reports about Aegean's remarkable growth, none had fully grasped the magnitude of what lay before them. They had been aware that Aegean was only about 6 months old. How impressive could a company so newly founded possibly be? Some of the rumors they assumed were likely exaggerated. But now that they had witnessed Awaken firsthand, they realized the rumors pale in comparison to reality. Far too much remained hidden from public knowledge. Take Awaken Liquor for instance. Its latest sales figures were several times higher than those of just a few months prior, while technological advancement accelerated with each passing day. Their wireless charging technology had evolved from a mere 10-meter low-power novelty into a 120-watt system covering a 100-meter radius. With further refinement, it could potentially replace all traditional power infrastructure. And that was without mentioning the full-coverage 10-kilometer radius model. A small city needed only one unit, a larger city 5 or 6. And even Jinling's sprawling 6-0+ square kilometers could be entirely covered with merely 20 stations. Moreover, the cost was remarkably low, far cheaper than 5G signal towers. No towering structures or rooftop installations required, or deployment could occur anywhere. The device itself was compact, no larger than a clenched fist, and simply needed to be plugged into function. During the tour, one leader raised a concern: was the power transmission safe? Were there any radiation risks? Liu Sen presented a battery of test reports from internal labs, municipal and provincial authorities, and national institutions, all confirming compliance that far exceeded mandatory standards. Under normal conditions, not even a trace of anomaly could be detected, as though the emission didn't exist at all. Any measurable irregularities appeared only in specialized environments such as lead line chambers or underground bunkers. Following the technology showcase, Liu Sen elaborated on potential applications and future possibilities. He then guided the delegation to Awaken Liquor to observe the complete production process. Liu Sen explained that Awaken Liquor's output was selling faster than it could be produced. Nearly everything was purchased directly by distributors, with only limited inventory reserved for online sales, and even that stock vanished within moments of launching. Their premium liquor Shanqingjio was currently unavailable for purchase. It was released sparingly, just half a month before each holiday, with strict annual quotas and a price point restored to 1699. In the secondary market, Shanqingjio had become the most sought-after commodity. All the leaders watched as the product continued flowing off the production line, packed, loaded, and shipped without pause. They well understood the economics at play. Every case represented real profit. No wonder Awaken Group could afford such ambitious operations and sustain such an extensive research workforce. They then visited the glass manufacturing facility, where they learned, quite surprisingly, that Awaken also produced specialized glass for military and law enforcement applications. Finally, Liu Sen took them to visit the agricultural cooperative and survey the state of rural development in the area. The countryside radiated a striking difference. Having visited numerous rural areas, the leaders recognized the typical lifelessness that plagued most villages, drained of energy and vitality. But today this rural community felt profoundly different. Every person they encountered wore a genuine smile, one born of contentment with present circumstances and optimism for the future. This was not an isolated phenomenon. Across more than a dozen villages they visited, the same scene unfolded. They also noticed far more people about, notably many young adults and prime working-age individuals, a stark contrast to the elderly and children they usually encountered. Those who had previously harbored doubts about the cooperative's expansion were now silent. Having witnessed this transformation, they resolved to offer their support, not merely in word, but in action. As the directive from above had stated, anything that serves the people and strengthens the nation deserves unwavering support. The nation had finally awakened to the crisis, which was why more voices were rising in defense of rural communities and farmers. Policy directives on returning marginal land to cultivation and revitalizing the countryside were now being implemented. Achieving shared prosperity for all people fundamentally required rural development. In the years ahead, a substantial portion of economic growth would depend on rural momentum. Urban economic dynamism had in fact entered a period of deceleration. Liu Sen was among the first to take decisive action here. The agricultural cooperatives served as pioneers while also reducing the nation's reliance on foreign seed supply. He then explained that the fresh produce and grains from the cooperatives were supplied directly to bubble tea chains, hot pot restaurants, and Awaken Liquor. Sold at premium prices, this arrangement ensured the cooperatives generated real profits and could sustain their growth. The leaders then visited local farming families to hear their perspectives and needs firsthand. They returned together to Awaken Group's conference room, where Liu Sen knew the final decision was about to be announced. After a moment's reflection, Luo Jingquan spoke. Mr. Liu, we support your proposal. But during implementation, you must ensure that farmers' interests are protected and your original intentions remain intact. You have my word, leader. My intentions have not changed. Otherwise, I would have no reason to undertake such an arduous endeavor with so modest a return. The leaders in the room immediately grasped the significance. Liu Sen stood to gain little financially while shouldering considerable risk, for the liquor produced at that distillery was essentially printed money flowing faster than currency from a press. However, I do have a few requests. Liu Sen did not wish to shoulder every burden alone. Please speak, Mr. Li. First, we need your assistance in establishing communication channels with agricultural research institutes across the province and in coordinating with universities to cultivate agricultural talent. Second, you should assign qualified personnel to manage the cooperatives in various regions. Our company will focus solely on oversight, financial management, seed research, and distribution. Third, our company retains full supervisory authority over any individuals assigned by your government, including the right to recommend appointments and dismissals. Fourth, 20% of our cooperative's annual profits will be allocated to the local government designated exclusively for rural development with transparent accounting. Fifth, all intellectual property generated through the cooperatives and affiliated research institutes will be owned by our company without compensation. Other enterprises may use these results only with our authorization. State-owned entities may also utilize them, but under no circumstances may they be sold abroad. The visiting leaders were taken aback. Rather than making demands themselves, Liu Sen was offering concessions, all designed to benefit their side. Many who had opposed the proposal felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Their skepticism had been rooted in convention rather than reality. Other companies would have exploited every opportunity to extract favors, yet Liu Sen had offered the exact opposite. A few days had passed since the leadership inspection, and everyone was pushing forward with the Awaken plan. The agricultural cooperative, accompanied by government officials, was collaborating with agricultural research institutes across Jiangnan province, while relevant majors at all universities were also under active discussion. Agricultural programs at numerous universities were finally seeing a springtime of opportunity, for employment prospects in the agriculture sector had long been grim after graduation. Meanwhile, the cooperative was offering ample position-appropriate jobs, with generously competitive salaries. After gaining sufficient practical experience on the job, one could pass evaluations to enter agricultural research institutes. Governments in various regions were also organizing personnel to visit Rongqing for study and observation. Jiangnan province was famously well known, colloquially dubbed the loose-packed Jiangnan. Its cities constantly vied with one another, each determined to outshine the other. Even towns and townships would show off their strengths, refusing to lag behind in the competition. Upon returning to their respective regions, all parties carried out targeted characteristic renovations. This was precisely why Liu Sen wished to hand over management authority while still retaining control over finances and other critical matters. Should any lazy governance or incompetent management arise, a replacement request would be filed immediately. All localities were expected to achieve breakthroughs this year, pushing GDP growth by 10 to 20 percentage points, with many cities aspiring to break into the trillion-yuan metropolis club. Several days later, representatives from the fruit company arrived. Their visit came much later than Liu Sen had anticipated, considering that the first-generation wireless charger had already been on the market for 2 or 3 months. The marketplace had seen numerous modified charging adapters, and many people were already using them. However, the Weiyo Dianying app remained unpiratable and had never released a version compatible with fruit phones. Many fruit phone users purchased another cheap Android device solely so they could use the app to match and pair the wireless charger before switching over to wirelessly charge their fruit phones. Such was the maneuver of those with deeper pockets. Meanwhile, countless mobile repair and sales shops directly sold wireless charging kits on-site, offering to help customers connect and match the wireless chargers right there and then. This greatly eased the impact on fruit phone users, who could now enjoy wireless charging as well, though it certainly involved more hassle. Thus, the Lighthouse's nation had taken no action thus far. Although they had previously sought to sanction Awaken through the White House, subsequent developments showed that the current situation posed minimal impact on fruit phones, so they temporarily abandoned their suppression efforts. However, recently they had learned through certain channels that Awaken's wireless charging system had undergone upgrades, introducing new application scenarios and a reinforced authentication system that no longer permitted the third-party certification methods available with the first generation. With no other option, the CEO departed immediately from their meeting and traveled to Huaxia to discuss authorization matters. Mr. Liu, hello. We have come specifically to obtain authorization for your wireless charging technology. Mr. Liu Sen noticed the other party heading straight for the main point and smiled faintly. It seemed they truly could not hold out any longer. During this period, fruit phone sales had been somewhat affected domestically, and the same held true overseas. Yet the impact of the first generation remained limited. Once the second generation was launched, a major shift could be anticipated. Hello. First and foremost, your charging port is proprietary, and we do not wish to pay licensing fees for its use. There is no problem. We can authorize you to use it free of charge, but we also hope you will authorize us for built-in integration. The other party had long since contemplated this matter. Currently, international opinion against them had grown substantially, with many countries beginning to enact laws and regulations requiring them to abandon their proprietary connectors in favor of the universal Type-C interface. They merely hoped to prolong things a little longer to eke out more revenue from accessory sales. After all, this single stream alone generated nearly 10 billion US dollars annually. But given the current circumstances, it appeared they were nearing the end of that road. It might as well be simpler to directly agree to let Awaken use the technology. Moreover, with wireless charging arriving, that proprietary connector was becoming increasingly obsolete. They had to ensure their next-generation phones could support wireless charging, or else their mobile business would face grave danger. Liu Sen did not respond directly. Instead, he led the fruit company delegates to experience the next-generation product firsthand. After the experience, the expressions on everyone's faces darkened considerably. Although they had received some prior information, nothing could have prepared them for such a visceral and overwhelming impression. They must reach an agreement today, or else return home immediately and have the White House sanction Awaken company. I can authorize you to use it, but we previously signed an agreement with Puhua. During the first half year only they are permitted to integrate it internally. Breaking this contract will require paying a substantial sum. That breach of contract fee can be covered by us. The penalty amount is 500 million. Hearing that figure, the other party pondered for a moment and ultimately accepted it. We will pay it. Furthermore, regarding wireless signal usage, we will charge a patent fee of 20% of the selling price for every unit produced. Agreed. They had already made thorough inquiries about this condition. Puhua had been charged the same rate, and EDN had not inflated the price. Additionally, the Wuyo Dianying app will be listed on your phone marketplace. In the future, our app's operating revenue will not be subject to any commission deductions from your side. The several delegates discussed it at length before ultimately reaching an agreement. After all, the second-generation wireless charging technology was extraordinarily impressive. Without the support of this feature, their phones might prove unsellable, since they could no longer rely on the first generation's ability to complete pairing through third-party means. The second generation required direct internal pairing and connection, as it operated on a registration-based system that could not be circumvented in any way. Accounts recorded power consumption in real time, and without an account there would be no power connection at all. Liu Sen had not made any additional demands, and instantly the fruit company executives regarded him as an exceptionally reasonable person. Soon after, the other party departed, repeatedly thanking Liu Sen on their way out, and even calling him a dear friend. Liu Sen placed absolutely no credence in such words. His willingness to agree stemmed entirely from his broader strategic layout. Rejecting them now would create tremendous difficulties and hinder future development. Once fruit phones could utilize wireless charging, his Wuyo Dianying app could spread across the globe at remarkable speed, and his next phase of planning would fall into place. By then, nearly everyone's phone would carry the Wuyo Dianying app, and Fruit Company could even assist him in installing the second-generation wireless charging transmitters throughout the world. His own company currently lacked such influence, and any direct push would certainly face rejection from other nations. He could instead position Fruit Company as his vanguard, charging ahead on his behalf. The wireless power era he envisioned would knock upon the doors of the world. Furthermore, agreeing to this partnership now would bring him exceedingly lucrative patent fees, enabling him to increase EDN's research investment and iterate technology even faster. Seated in his office, Liu Sen phoned Udazue at Puhua. He explained the terms agreed upon with the fruit company and the 500 million they had secured, promising to transfer the funds once they cleared. In truth, this entire situation had already been discussed with Puhua beforehand, which is precisely why he had so readily agreed to the 500 million breach payment. After all, Huawei phones were already devoid of inventory, and attempting to monopolize the entire market was impossible regardless. Moreover, the contract would automatically expire in 3 months, so it was wiser to simply profit from it. Liu Sen expressed to Udazue his desire to visit their solar power generation base in the northwest, remarking that if solar energy were combined with his wireless power transmission technology, the future would shine with boundless promise. The other party did not hesitate in the slightest. Visiting the solar base posed no problem whatsoever, though they would need to file a report with the company. They would confirm the specific schedule accordingly. Through Yuan Dazue, Liu Sen made contact with Tang Jian, the president of Banana Digital Energy. After expressing his interest in a visit, he received a warm welcome. In today's society, green energy has increasingly garnered public favor. After all, this energy source is cost-effective and pollution-free. What Liu Sen was keen to understand was Banana's cutting-edge leadership in green energy, especially their intelligent design capabilities for distributed photovoltaic projects and the digitalized intelligent system platform for energy storage. Liu Sen visited the completed projects in northwest China and observed both the advantages and disadvantages of current solar energy utilization. Liu Sen had self-studied extensive related knowledge, so the communication went relatively smoothly. After the entire visit concluded, he returned to his company. Regarding the current situation, his plan was quite clear. The next crucial step was the application of solar energy. A few days earlier, he had purchased some of the most advanced solar panels available online, which had now arrived. He immediately had them installed directly on the rooftop. Soon after the installation crew departed, Liu Sen activated his golden finger ability to modify his attributes, boosting solar energy conversion efficiency directly to its absolute limit. Relevant knowledge was directly implanted into his mind. Combined with the numerous related books he had already read, the knowledge in his mind quickly began to integrate and coalesce into understanding. A crucial element here was the material, silicon. Several entirely new structural formations emerged in his mind, and because of these novel materials, the photoelectric conversion rates reached 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, and even 100%. Based on his knowledge and the current processing technology, Liu Sen knew that at present large-scale production could only achieve the 50% structure material through research and refinement. Liu Sen immediately traveled to the northwestern region of China, where solar resources are most concentrated, to his established company EDN Green Energy, and signed a lease agreement with the local government. After leasing a substantial area, he again dispatched personnel to rent land at the desert's edge and began constructing the factory. At this moment, in the Beacon Country, Fruit Company held a press conference. The subject of the meeting was that they had completed a partnership with EDN Company from China, and their phones would be equipped with built-in wireless charging receivers. Furthermore, all subsequently released phones would support wireless charging. The related worry-free power app had already been uploaded to the Fruit software platform. Additionally, for the already released iPhone 11, 12, and 13 series, users could visit after-sales service stores and pay $69 for a phone modification. They could also directly purchase a wireless charging kit from the official website for $59. The wireless receiver was priced at $19 and the wireless charging adapter at $49. These prices applied to overseas markets. The pricing in China was even more outrageous. A phone modification required a payment of 999 yuan. The wireless charging kit was priced at 499 yuan. The wireless receiver was 169 yuan, and the wireless charging adapter was 399 yuan. The press conference triggered intense reactions, with fruit fans cheering enthusiastically. People from various countries chose to upgrade to wireless charging, and fruit after-sales stores were suddenly swamped with customers. After a week, most people overseas had begun using wireless charging. Many Chinese fruit fans also could not wait to get their phones modified, as many fans cared deeply about the appearance of their devices. However, very few people purchased the complete charging kit. Many gritted their teeth and bought only the wireless receiver for 169 yuan, then purchased the charging adapter from Banana's official website for just 138 yuan. This approach was the most cost-effective, as the charging adapter was universally compatible while the receiver's connector varied by phone model. Online discussions about Fruit's wireless charging rapidly surged onto the hot search trends. Countless people were cursing Fruit for being overly greedy. Some others claimed it was not expensive and acceptable. However, many people compared the overseas and domestic prices, making many feel uneasy as the domestic prices were clearly higher than those abroad. At this point, a piece of information was leaked by an informed source. To enable users to adopt wireless charging technology as quickly as possible, Fruit Company had negotiated with Edian Company, ultimately paying 500 million yuan in liquidated damages on behalf of users. Many commenters stated that this was entirely Edian extorting money, while Fruit Company was doing everything for the sake of users, so what was wrong with charging higher prices? It seemed Edian had no regard for their own country's people, only chasing profits, which is why Apple's wireless charging equipment was sold at such inflated prices. When this post was exposed, it quickly accumulated tens of millions of views. Many people left comments demanding that Edian Company refund the excess amount charged for wireless chargers. Numerous people flooded the comments section under Edian's official Weibo account. At that time, Edian Company only had a few million followers, completely overwhelmed by these mindless fans. However, many netizens also commented that this was absurd logic. Blaming Edian for Fruit's high prices was like blaming insufficient gravitational force when you cannot produce waste. If you have the courage, simply do not use wireless charging. Had you not been using it just fine before? Liu Sen did not pay attention to the online matters himself. He directly had his network public relations department preserve evidence, and then published an announcement on the official website. Regarding the company's defamation and provocation, as well as the damage to its reputation, legal responsibility would be pursued. As soon as this announcement was released, the official Weibo and the entire internet fell silent at once. Then a vast number of people began deleting their posts and comments. This situation caught the attention of many more netizens, revealing the devastating power of Edian's announcement. A group of netizens flocked to the official account's comment section. 666. Edian forever the god. The relevant announcement was then shared continuously, and this announcement also rose to the #1 spot on the hot search. Some netizens who did not fully understand left questions below. A little fish, why can such an ordinary announcement make the hot search? I have seen many announcements from companies and entertainment stars before, and none of them mattered much. An enthusiastic netizen explained, brother upstairs, you should look at an announcement from last year. Someone attacked Edian in the exact same way back then, but they were all sent to prison. The minimum sentence was 3 years along with substantial compensation. Many people were completely bankrupted as a result. Some bystanders who were merely watching were also sent away for 3 days of administrative detention. Moreover, a lawyer who was defending those who attacked Edian was also sent to prison. A little fish, so brutal. An enthusiastic netizen, so now you understand why everyone is mass deleting their posts. This is emergency self-preservation. A little fish, I have never seen internet trolls this afraid before. An enthusiastic netizen, have you not checked who Edian Company's legal counsel is? That is the infamous Liu Sen from Beyond the Law. No more talking. I must go practice emergency self-preservation as well. A little fish, I know him too. I am slipping away. Liu Sen then instructed the Materials Research Institute to begin researching new silicon structures, including both monocrystalline and polycrystalline silicon. They were also researching energy storage batteries. The battery technology obtained long ago was finally time to be studied. The new batteries combined with wireless power transmission would open up far more application space. With the current team, he believed the first generation could complete its research very soon. Inside the laboratory of Edian Group, Liu Sen was immersed in his research just like all the other researchers. Currently, the group's operations were being jointly managed by Liu Ying and Yin Dan, with numerous assistants supporting them below. Liu Sen only needed to set the overall strategic direction. With his involvement, the pace of research could advance more rapidly. Just as Liu Sen was leading the team to overcome battery technology challenges, he received a phone call from Liu Ying. Representatives from Dajiang Company have arrived and wish to discuss a business cooperation, Liu Ying said directly upon connecting the call. Dajiang, the one that makes drones. A company instantly appeared in Liu Sen's mind. Yes, Alright, please ask them to wait a moment. I'll be right there. Liu Sen immediately instructed the other researchers to carry on with their work before exiting the laboratory. If it were an ordinary company, Liu Sen would not have personally received the visitors, instead letting Liu Ying decide whether to cooperate or decline. However, Liu Sen held considerable respect for Dajiang Company. It was one of the rare technology-driven enterprises in China, having grown from nothing to become the world leader in civilian drones. In a single specialized domain, Dajiang's monopoly was arguably even stronger than that of Puhua Corporation. This was not to say Puhua lacked strength. Puhua was involved in far more areas, much of it rooted in foundational technologies challenging Western dominance, a far more arduous path that drew fiercer suppression. Upon entering the reception room, Liu Sen saw several visitors who were trying out the latest wireless power transmission technology under the guidance of a dedicated staff member. Hello, I'm Wang Tao. Hello, I'm Liu Sen. After everyone was seated, they began conversing, opening with the customary exchange of mutual respect between business leaders. While one shouldn't exactly call it mutual flattery, rather both sides genuinely admired the achievements of the other's company. Mr. Liu, we came today because we heard your company's technology has made a breakthrough. Next generation wireless power transmission is complete. So we decided to visit in person and explore the possibility of cooperation. Mr. Wang, I believe you've already experienced the new generation yourselves. However, we are not yet ready to launch it to the market. We need to observe for a while longer. Actually, Dajiang Company had been closely watching Edian since the release of its first generation wireless charging technology. They had purchased many units, not only for mobile phones. They also modified drones by equipping them with wireless power receivers. After modification, the drones could charge wirelessly within a 10-meter range, while the original batteries continued to function normally. Once a drone flew beyond 10 meters from the charger, it would switch to battery power. Upon returning within the 10-meter range, it would automatically switch back to wireless power supply and begin charging. If wireless power transmission could reach further distances, the possibilities for drone integration would be extraordinary. Consider that current drones consume power extremely quickly, often running out of battery within 10 to 30 minutes and requiring replacement. Flying any considerable distance or duration forces them to return, severely impacting efficiency and user experience. Countless people must have experienced drones crashing due to sudden power loss resulting in broken equipment. They had also experimented with reducing the drone battery size to cut weight, which made the drones fly remarkably faster. With smaller drones came greater agility, unlocking richer applications, such as reconnaissance and self-destruct attacks. But with wireless power transmission limited to just 10 meters, the concept was too restrictive to be truly useful. They had also assigned their own team to research a breakthrough, but to no avail. Waiting for Edian to break through on their own seemed uncertain. It was regrettable that many companies once achieving leading technology ceased investing heavily in further research content merely to reap the dividends and earn steady profits. Perhaps this technology was merely an accidental breakthrough by Edian that made them wonder whether they could independently push the research forward. Unfortunately, months passed with substantial funds invested and no progress in sight. The professional technical teams they collaborated with reached the same conclusion. Just as they were about to give up, news emerged from the industry that Edian's wireless power technology had achieved another breakthrough, a major one indeed. Thus, CEO Wang Tao personally came to Edian both to verify the news and to experience the technology firsthand. The experience was remarkable. Applied to drones, this would be truly revolutionary. The drone industry had reached a bottleneck primarily constrained by battery capacity. It limited motor power endurance and the addition of functional components. Mr. Liu, may I ask when you plan to bring this to market? Launching the technology directly into the market would carry significant positive implications, but there are also considerable negative impacts we are currently evaluating. Liu Sen did not conceal anything and explained the situation straightforwardly. Indeed, wireless power transmission involves far-reaching concerns. If drones were to use it, control would be quite difficult. Moreover, if individuals purchased and used your public power transmitters, it would cause considerable trouble. Already many people in society had modified devices creating various small-scale wireless charging equipment. Therefore, our public power transmitters will not be sold to the public. Only the small-scale models with a 200-meter coverage range will be available, which would have minimal impact on your operations. Wang Tao pondered for a moment. This made sense. The 10-kilometer public power transmitter was the true trump card. Previously, due to battery limitations, flight time was short. With 10-kilometer public power transmitters in place, if such infrastructure were deployed nationwide, a single operator might control a drone flying across the entire country. Wang Tao contemplated this possibility, finding it nearly unimaginable. However, he then considered another angle. Civilian applications might be restricted, but what about military or police use? How convenient would that be? Drones equipped with night vision goggles could pursue and conduct reconnaissance around the clock without distance or time limits. The possibilities were hard to imagine, perhaps even more effective than satellites. Wang Tao shared his concerns. Mr. Wang, rest assured, cooperation between us is certainly viable. We can begin preliminary research and testing right now. As for civilian restrictions, we will certainly find solutions. And drones for military and police use require even more urgent research. Wang Tao's vision was still rather limited. Liu Sen's own plans envisioned wireless power coverage not just across China, but globally. The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. Drones would undoubtedly become a formidable tool. With wireless charging, there would be no need for large batteries, significantly reducing costs. Smaller batteries meant lighter drones, which in turn allowed for smaller, less expensive motors, further driving down the price. By then, a drone might cost merely dozens to hundreds of yuan, yet deliver performance nearly as capable as the 1,000 yuan models available today. Mr. Wang, how about this? Send a team to our facility for research. I can provide you with an independent experimental space. Wang Tao considered this and agreed. After all, only here was there a public power transmitter. Having a team research in advance would allow them to contact headquarters remotely for any necessary modifications. The drone team from Dajiang Company arrived swiftly and soon settled into the adjacent experimental site. The China Electric Power Group finally replied, and after discussions among top leaders and senior management, they agreed to collaborate with EDN Group on the development of wireless power transmission technology. Liu Sen was overjoyed upon receiving this news. EDN Group was finally about to step into the spotlight from behind the scenes. When that time came, there would be another wave of personnel expansion. EDN Group was still too young. Although it had previously hitched a ride on Huaban's success, its own reputation remained relatively obscure. Many users still thought of Huaban first. Only by releasing an independent flagship product that everyone could use would EDN gain a more resounding reputation and attract more talent. The previous product was merely an accessory after all. How many people would remember which company provided the technology for that accessory? A smartphone contains hundreds or thousands of components. How could a user possibly recall which company each part came from? Moreover, EDN's public image was largely associated with liquor, overshadowing its identity as a tech company. When people mentioned EDN, the first thing that came to mind was a liquor producer making professionals think. Why would a mathematics, computer science, or electronics graduate go to work for a liquor company? To compile sales statistics, create reports, serve as a network administrator, or fix printers and appliances. That was why he needed to thrust wireless power transmission into the limelight. By releasing it as an independent product, he could transform the public's perception of EDN. He didn't want EDN to be like Baidu, where the first impression was a search engine and advertising platform and full of spam ads. Or like Alibaba, which made people think of online shopping. Or like Qi, which evoked thoughts of gaming plagiarism and perhaps phishing. Or like Huaban, which was associated with making smartphones. EDN Group once again vacated a laboratory specifically for the personnel from the Electric Power Group to work alongside EDN's researchers on high-power electricity transmission. After all, to achieve widespread adoption, the technology needed to support all electrical appliances. It wouldn't make sense to have separate wiring and sockets for air conditioners, induction cookers, and other devices. If that were the case, what use would short-range wireless power transmission be? Homes would still need full wiring. Once these issues were resolved, homes truly wouldn't need any wires. Additionally, wireless power repeaters would need to be developed so that all wireless transmitters could be interconnected. Then in a residential community, only one cable would need to connect to the repeater, which would directly transmit power to each household's wireless area power transmitter. Each household's wireless area power transmitter would then supply power wirelessly to all appliances. This would be a monumental change. This was precisely the focus of the newly established experimental group. Meanwhile, the electronics and information researchers were working on mitigating potential drawbacks, continuously optimizing the Carefree Power Usage app. As the lab personnel poured all their energy into contributing to research that would impact human society and future development. Liu Sen and another group finally succeeded in upgrading the battery technology. The energy storage battery was complete, achieving a massive improvement in energy storage efficiency within the same volume, and a new battery structure was realized. The battery density reached 1000 Wh/kg. Moreover, tests showed that the battery capacity did not decrease under low temperature conditions and could operate normally in cold environments. It was also extremely safe and stable at high temperatures. This was far superior to current ternary lithium batteries and lithium iron phosphate batteries. Furthermore, the battery cycle life was greatly enhanced. It could withstand 200 full charge-discharge cycles without any capacity degradation. Beyond that, degradation would occur at a rate of 1 per additional 2000 cycles. For comparison, ternary lithium and lithium iron phosphate batteries typically maintain their capacity for 200 to 300 full cycles, after which degradation accelerates rapidly. Moreover, calculations showed that the production cost was extremely low. In other words, if the battery cost for an electric vehicle was previously 500 yuan, the new battery with the same capacity would cost only 500 yuan. The vehicle would also be much lighter, leading to increased interior space, faster acceleration, and significantly extended driving range. If this battery were released, it would cause a massive earthquake in the battery market, propel the electric vehicle industry forward, and drive gasoline cars into decline. Liu Sen did not intend to disclose this information publicly. For now, it would remain a reserve technology for internal use within the company. After all, the emergence of wireless power had already alleviated much of the range anxiety. Once the latest wireless power transmission was launched, battery capacity would become less critical for the consumer market. This battery would still be used for military purposes and solar energy storage projects. Liu Sen directly contacted Major Li Han, the military officer he had worked with previously. Major Li, I've achieved a new technological breakthrough and would like to collaborate with you. President Liu, hello. What kind of technological breakthrough is it? Li Han was somewhat surprised to receive Liu Sen's call and treated him with particular respect. Thanks to their previous collaboration, specialized equipment had seen significant improvements, and the cost was less than half of similar products before. He had received commendation from his superiors. Therefore, Li Han was very interested in the technological breakthrough Liu Sen mentioned. It's hard to explain over the phone, and the technology is quite sensitive. I need to report it to higher authorities. Liu Sen needed him to contact higher-ups. This breakthrough required strict secrecy, and crucially the production of this product would impose many demands on the factory. He needed to put this product into use as soon as possible, so he had to directly contact the military and request that a classified unit handle the manufacturing. Li Han initially wanted to come and see for himself before making a decision, but Liu Sen refused outright, stating that the matter involved a very high level of clearance and could only be understood by higher-ranking officials. Liu Sen apologized, explaining that it wasn't a matter of distrust, but rather the extreme importance of the technology, and he revealed that it was about battery technology. Li Han stopped asking further questions, hung up, and contacted his superiors. The next day, a man named Wu Qing, who was in charge of equipment logistics and procurement, arrived at Edian. Wu Qing had received reports from various levels the previous day and took Liu Sen's request very seriously, given that Edian's recent moves, as revealed by their investigation, were substantial. The wireless power transmission alone was a major move with great potential for military equipment, enabling many changes in various gear. Since Liu Sen had specifically requested to report to higher authorities, Wu Qing attached particular importance to this matter. Liu Sen introduced their latest research results to Wu Qing, providing a detailed explanation of the battery's performance. It was 50 to 100 times better than current batteries, extremely safe, performed excellently in various extreme environments, and had a low production cost. To maintain secrecy, Liu Sen did not want to produce the battery in his own factory and requested state assistance to ensure the technology would not leak. The batteries produced would be used by the state and Edian internally. Wu Qing was skeptical upon hearing about such a powerful battery. In his procurement work, he had dealt with batteries before, but how could a battery with such performance exist? President Liu, are you sure everything you said is true? This isn't a joke. Wu Qing asked seriously. I am sure. Liu Sen nodded solemnly, then picked up a battery from his drawer and said, I have a test sample here. You can take it back and test it. Wu Qing looked at the battery, then carefully placed it into his briefcase. If it was as Liu Sen described, then a major piece of equipment would need to be adjusted and replaced. That aircraft carrier used electromagnetic catapults and required enormous amounts of electricity. He knew the energy storage batteries currently in use. They were far inferior to this one and extremely costly. If this battery was real, they would need to select a factory for production as soon as possible to put it into use. Then that great national treasure's performance could certainly be improved significantly. Imagining the Chinese aircraft carrier fleet traversing the world's oceans stirred his emotions. I'll have it tested. If it's true, we'll discuss your proposal and inform you of the outcome. I hope you can act quickly. I wish for this to be the start of a great cooperation, Liu Sen said to Wu Qing. The previous collaboration on special glass couldn't even be called a partnership. It was merely a one-time transaction. Through this opportunity, Liu Sen wanted to see how the higher-ups would respond, which would determine many of his future actions. Although this battery was powerful, it was by no means a problem for him. He could always develop an even stronger one on his own if needed. The UAV team at Dajiang under Edian was continuously testing new drones using wireless power transmission. For household use small drones, they introduced a novel design, a significantly reduced size, with the battery scaled down to sustain only 1 minute of flight, intended for emergency usage. This was also a measure to cut costs. Should the drone venture beyond the coverage of the regional power transmission, it would automatically switch to battery power and return to the transmission zone. This design prevents accidents caused by power loss and subsequent crashes. Additionally, spatial distance is often difficult to gauge, making it easy for operators to inadvertently fly out of range. Such small drones are primarily aimed at beginners, offering affordability and a flight range within 100 meters. Priced at just a few hundred yuan, their quality far surpasses that of any drone in the same price bracket. This is but a niche market. Dajiang also researched large-scale wireless power transmission drones predominantly for professional applications. Among them are firefighting drones, which are sizable and integrated into fire trucks. Upon receiving a fire alarm, the drone takes off, heading directly to the scene in advance. It can also monitor traffic conditions along the route. The firefighters inside the truck can then prepare accordingly based on real-time data. With ample power, the drone can carry small fire extinguishing equipment and perform aerial firefighting. Two drones working in tandem can hoist fire hoses to great heights for direct water spraying, or they can be equipped with fire extinguishing bombs for targeted suppression. This enhances rescue efficiency. Moreover, thanks to abundant power, there is no need for large batteries or fuel engines, granting the drone excellent payload capacity, enough to lift the weight of 2 people. This enables high-altitude rescue and personnel deployment. Often many people are trapped in fire scenes, and the drone can use ropes to lift them to safety. The power is sourced from regional transmission, either from the community system or connected to the fire truck's generator. While everyone was immersed in continuous experimentation and research, news also arrived from the Huaxiao Electric Power Laboratory. Their research had achieved a breakthrough. Indeed, the scientific research strength of Huaxiao Electric Power was formidable, greatly accelerating the pace of development. They had finally realized power limitation for regional electricity, making it indistinguishable from normal power supply. The regional electricity meter had also been developed. This was actually the least challenging part, as it merely required integrating a digital meter with a regional power transmitter. A power receiver was also incorporated into the meter, enabling a relay function for wireless power transmission. Currently, the relay could only complete one hop, but this already met Liu Sen's initial expectations. Thus, a residential community would only need a single central regional power transmitter, and each household a wireless meter to eliminate the need for wires throughout the neighborhood. This would make the community exceedingly safe. Electrical safety issues and the aging of wires after decades would be solved. Incidents of fires caused by short circuits would become a thing of the past. If an appliance malfunctions, the meter automatically detects the fluctuation in power and disconnects the connection. However, one drawback was that due to increased power, the regional power transmitter had grown considerably in size, though still only about 2 to 3 cubic decimeters, with the central unit around half a cubic meter. It was still too large and would require further optimization and miniaturization. On the eve of May Day, Edian's Shangqing wine finally went on sale again online, with distributors receiving limited quantities. Many distributors would hoard the wine rather than sell it externally, which is why Deng Yaluan chose to sell large quantities of Shangqing wine online. Upon hearing the news, netizens were overjoyed, finally able to purchase Shangqing wine again. It had been 5 months since the last sale, and the circulating stock was truly scarce. A portion had been consumed by buyers, another portion was collected by families, and yet another was hoarded by investors and wine speculators. The market price of Shangqing wine was 1899 yuan for the unupgraded version. Those speculators who upgraded the wine had already sold it for around 2100 yuan. And everyone who had purchased Shangqing wine before had made a substantial profit, given the previous price of just 699 yuan. Those who were fooled online into believing the price wouldn't rise were already filled with deep regret. For a time, the posts claiming the price wouldn't rise were dug up, and their authors were subjected to fierce criticism. Now Edian had finally restocked, and many were eagerly waiting to snap up Qingfeng wine. At midnight that day, the 100 tons of wine sold online were snatched up within just over an hour. This sales figure stunned everyone. An hour's revenue reached 398 billion yuan. And this was only for Shangqing wine. Many also purchased Qingfeng noodles and Yulu wine while waiting. With these added, the total sales likely approached 5 billion yuan. This result shot straight to the top of trending searches. Countless netizens showed off their successful purchases of Shangqing wine, congratulating one another, while those who missed out were deeply frustrated. As countless eyes turned to Edian, Liu Sen had the Edian Group post an announcement on its official website. A live broadcast would be held a week later at 8 p.m., showcasing the company's latest technological achievements. This announcement quickly became the second hottest topic on trending searches. Many celebrities who had bought their way onto the trending list could only sigh in bewilderment. Why was a wine seller competing with them for trending spots? The entire company began preparations, setting up the venue for the event a week later. Have the invitations for the guests been sent out? Liu Sen once again asked Liu Ying about the guest list. The invitations have been sent out. They include companies like Huaban Dami Lanchang Dajiang Shuigua, Jelly Meidi Biati Godong, and others. The number of invitations for this live broadcast was enormous, covering a wide range of industries and companies. The invitees were either existing partners or domestic firms. The live streaming equipment is also ready. Time passed in preparation while the outside world buzzed with speculation about the upcoming conference. Many paid attention to the news only briefly at first, then quickly lost interest. But as time went by, more and more brands announced on their official websites or Weibo that they had received invitations and would attend Edian's product launch. Seeing so many companies agreeing to attend sparked curiosity about the reason behind their participation. These companies spanned many industries and had no prior business relationship with Edian. A netizen took the initiative to compile a list. Those who had announced their attendance included mobile phone manufacturers, home appliance companies, electric bicycle makers, electric vehicle firms, drone manufacturers, Huaxia electric power lighting companies, courier services, and food delivery platforms. It seemed as though nearly every everyday item was represented. Amidst widespread speculation among netizens, the day of the press conference had finally arrived. The live stream had been opened early and numerous media outlets had gathered on site for interviews. On every table in front of each seat at the venue, a cup of Liu Sen milk tea was placed. Above the press conference stage, several drones hovered silently. All these drones were connected to a single live stream, which featured multiple camera angles broadcasting from different perspectives simultaneously. Netizens who had entered the live stream early had already deduced through analysis that all 5 camera positions were drone operated. Many people wondered how the drones could continuously hover and film. Didn't they need to be swapped out every few dozen minutes? As everyone was studying the footage, one of the screens suddenly came to life. Viewers watched drone no. 1 weaving through the air before flying out through the main entrance. It soon passed over a green belt and arrived at the company's main gate. At this moment, a car pulled up at the entrance. As the vehicle slowly entered the gate, viewers in the live stream through the drone footage recognized the person inside the car. It was Yu Dazue from Huaban Company. Before the first car had even disappeared from view, another vehicle approached from the distance, carrying the boss of DD Electric Vehicles. People in the live stream were calling out the names of various companies, Dajiang Biati Jelly, and others. More and more vehicles kept arriving, each carrying top executives from different industries. Meanwhile, Drone No. 2 captured the scene of guests arriving at the entrance of the press conference hall, where Liu Sen was personally welcoming these distinguished visitors. Drone No. 3 followed the attendees as they entered the assembly hall, showing them being guided to their seats by ushers. Drone No. 4 soared directly into the sky, beginning to survey the entire Awaken company complex. The company grounds were beautifully landscaped, and the nighttime illumination was breathtaking. Then it climbed even higher, gradually capturing the nightscape of the entire Rome city. Countless lights twinkling below, peaceful and serene. Meanwhile, Drone No. 5 continuously orbited, filming the venue from various angles. The main camera remained fixed on the stage. Everyone watching the live stream found this uniquely styled broadcast fascinating and novel. The buzz around this live stream continued to grow, attracting more and more viewers. Before long, it was 7:55 p.m. With the help of Liu Ying and Dan, Liu Sen adjusted his attire. He walked onto the stage and stood at center, gazing at the audience filling the seats below. His heart pounded with emotion. This was the influence he commanded now, and it would only grow stronger in the years to come. Good evening, everyone. I am Liu Sen. First and foremost, thank you all for attending our company's press conference. Liu Sen bowed to the audience from the stage. I also want to express my gratitude to all the netizens who have supported us online. Tonight's press conference was primarily focused on unveiling the company's achievements over recent months and introducing new technologies and products. First, let me briefly review our company's business performance in recent times. It is now May, and our company has seen positive growth this year. Below are the approximate revenues for the first 4 months. Domestic alcohol sales. Qingfeng wine 24000 tons, revenue 8.064 billion yuan. Shanxing wine 3000 tons, discounted 2500 tons at special price. Regular 1000 tons, revenue 6.893 billion yuan. 3.495 billion. 398 billion. Mianjiu 1200 tons, revenue 936 million yuan. Yulu wine 36 tons, revenue 52.75 million yuan. Overseas alcohol sales. Qingfeng wine 1360 tons, revenue 78.88 million US dollars. Shanxing wine 300 tons, revenue 172.80 million US dollars. Yulu wine 290 tons, revenue 104.40 million US dollars. Domestic wireless charging sales. Charging kits 371. 25 million sets, including 171.01 million from Shuigua, patent fees 22.594 billion yuan. 527 billion. 17.067 billion. Receivers 310.02 million units, including 10.25 million from Shuigua, patent fees 2.614 billion yuan. 278 billion. 336 million. Wireless charging pads 26 million units, including 1000 from Shuigua, patent fees 438. 198 million yuan. 437. For 1,798,000. Overseas sales. Shuigua charging kits 515 million SE. After a few seconds, a wave of murmurs and discussions suddenly erupted. Everyone seated below were leaders in their respective industries, seasoned veterans accustomed to grand spectacles. Yet even they were thoroughly stunned by Edian's numbers. Their hearts raced uncontrollably. Impossible. This simply could not be real. These figures alone would place this company within the top 50 of China's 2021 Fortune 100 enterprises by revenue. And this was accomplished in less than half a year. How could one not be astonished? For months, and already nearly 250 billion yuan in revenue. Edian Group's growth was nothing short of extraordinary. Just last year, 3 months yielded barely over 3 billion yuan. Everyone was dumbfounded. Now it had multiplied more than 80-fold, faster than printing money itself. Many in the audience knew Edian was growing rapidly, but none had imagined it would soar to such astronomical heights. This performance already surpassed the lifelong achievements of most companies present, and then some. No one dared to underestimate Edian Company anymore, nor did they have the right to do so. Edian Company had become an undeniable force to be reckoned with. Even viewers in the live stream fell instantly silent. The normally relentless barrage of comments came to a complete halt. Netizen, holy crap, I can't find a single word to describe what I'm feeling right now. Netizen, all I can say is, just wow. That's it. Netizen, could these numbers be fabricated? Netizen, did you leave your brain at home, pal? Do you really think Edian Group would dare make up data like this in such a public setting? Netizen, isn't there someone who could file an official complaint? Weren't there cases before where internet celebrities were exposed for bragging about earning hundreds of millions in a day, and the government investigated and fined their companies hundreds of thousands? Netizen, that complainant wasn't stupid. Would you really compare Edian to some gimmicky internet celebrity? Netizen, how many small goals is this exactly? On stage, Liu Sen observed the expressions on everyone's faces and felt deeply satisfied. This moment had sent Edian's reputation soaring to new heights overnight. We are truly honored that Edian Company has achieved a small milestone. We will undoubtedly continue to work hard in the future. Hearing Liu Sen's words, everyone in the audience burst into enthusiastic applause. We have always known that investing in scientific research requires enormous resources. Last year, I poured nearly all of our billions in revenue back into research and development, and the returns have been equally tremendous. Therefore, we have increased our investments, further recruiting researchers from a wide range of disciplines. And once again, we have made some significant progress. This modest breakthrough may bring about a 100-fold return. Thus, EGN will persistently continue to increase our investment in research and development. After finishing his remarks, Liu Sen turned to the audience with a warm smile and said, "Today our main purpose is to unveil several new technological breakthroughs. First, our original one-to-one power transmission has evolved into one-to-many transmission. Second, short-distance wireless power transmission has been upgraded from limited low-power delivery to unrestricted high-power transmission. Third, we have completed electric relay transmission using power transmitters. Fourth, we have achieved a breakthrough in low-power transmission over a range of 10 kilometers. Fifth, the worry-free power app registration and authentication system is now live, ensuring the safety of all power-using devices and enabling intelligent power management." He then proceeded to explain and demonstrate each breakthrough one by one. The entire audience applauded repeatedly, and many attendees engaged in animated discussions with one another. Meanwhile, online EGN company had already climbed to the #1 spot on the trending search list. EGN company's small milestone, 250 billion yuan in revenue within 4 months. The live stream was ongoing, but a new internet term emerged. Liu Sen's a little achievement. Netizens, what the hell is a little achievement? Is this a new unit of measurement? A little equals 250 billion. Netizens, what a little achievement? That's billions of achievements. Netizens indeed, I was born just to make up the numbers. Netizens from now on, who dares to boast of having a little achievement? Everyone should be more humble. Netizens, could Rongqing be pushed into the trillion-dollar club by Liu Sen alone? Netizens, the one above, that's definitely possible. Even without further growth by year-end, it would be 750 billion. And that's just from his one company. What about the consumption of so many employees? That would be even more. Discussions about EGN and Rongqing never ceased. The on-site commentary continued, and Liu Sen was demonstrating. Then he uttered a sentence. "I believe the trajectory of technology will shift significantly, and our lives will undergo many changes. That's why I have invited representatives from various industries today to provide better services for everyone." Now let's welcome manager Ho Yongtao from Huaxiao Electric Power to the stage for an introduction. Ho Yongtao from the Electric Power Company walked to the stage, took the microphone, introduced himself, and presented the cooperation project between the Electric Power Company and EGN Group. Holding an electricity meter about the same size as ordinary ones, he introduced, "Through our joint efforts overcoming many difficulties, we have finally achieved short-distance, full-power wireless electricity transmission. With this meter, all household appliances can receive power wirelessly, such as TVs, refrigerators, air conditioners, induction cookers, and so on. In the future, home decoration no longer needs to worry about wiring, layout, socket arrangement, and the positions of home appliances can be adjusted arbitrarily, greatly reducing decoration costs and difficulty. The situation of fires caused by aging circuits in homes will no longer occur. Electric vehicle charging will no longer be a problem. No need to take it into the elevator or up to the floor, it can be charged downstairs without connecting to an external power socket. Electric cars will no longer need charging stations, reducing charging anxiety. Our regional wireless power supply will gradually become popular and be available to the whole society." Ho Yongtao introduced with great enthusiasm, and Liu Sen then added, "Have you ever imagined such a scene? I believe it will gradually come true, but of course it requires the participation of all appliance manufacturers. Let us witness the future together." After Liu Sen finished speaking, everyone seated applauded. Everyone present at the meeting finally understood the purpose of Liu Sen's invitation. The electric power reform required the joint participation of all. At the same time, they realized that they could choose to participate or not, but those who did not participate were destined to be eliminated in the near future. The press conference lasted over 2 hours, packed with substantive content. All live streams never stopped, and only after it ended did the netizens in the live rooms come to their senses. One fixed camera position and the other 5 were all shot by drones, uninterrupted throughout. One drone was even kept hovering over the entire Rongqing city for an aerial view. Normal drones would have run out of battery long ago, but these were operating normally, indicating that Dajiang's drones must have used EGN's wireless power transmission technology. This also proved from the side that EGN's technology was truly successful, not just confined to the laboratory, and large-scale promotion was not a problem. Everyone envisioned the application scenarios mentioned at the press conference. While the internet was buzzing with discussions, Liu Sen had already led all the guests into a new meeting room. What followed was the main topic of their discussion. This meeting was not open to the media, as it involved commercial secrets. In the meeting room, everyone present was a familiar face on TV and the internet. Liu Sen glanced around and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are all leading figures in various industries of our country. I believe you have already guessed the purpose of calling you here. You are all my seniors or elders. This time I hope everyone will gradually adopt wireless transmission technology and phase out wired appliances. This is beneficial to all. It's a new market. Even for already produced and sold machines, we can launch retrofitting services." Liu Sen paused, giving the audience time to react. The people below started discussing. They definitely wanted to join, but how would the patent royalties be calculated? They had seen how much patent fees Huaban and Shuigua had paid before. "President Liu, we can join, but how do you charge for patent licensing? If it's too high, we cannot afford it." The speaker was an executive from DD Electric Vehicle, and this question was what everyone cared about. Liu Sen looked around and said with a smile, Actually, everyone need not worry. I won't charge too high, nor will I set a fixed fee. I'll adopt the same licensing strategy as Huaban and Shuigua, charging 2 of the selling price of your products. Previously, when licensing to Huaban and Shuigua, the fee was 20. The reason for the high rate was that it included an exclusive 6-month usage fee. After another month, the fee will drop to 2. After all, with widespread adoption, more products will use it, and the base will increase significantly, so the annual fees will not be lower than before. His technology was a global monopoly. Almost all electrical appliances would be equipped with his wireless power transmission. Moreover, many appliances using his technology would actually reduce some costs. For example, a rice cooker's power cord and internal connector cost about 10 yuan. A rice cooker costs 200 yuan, and a 2-patent royalty is only 4 yuan. This truly saves costs and is also aesthetically pleasing. A DD electric vehicle costs 300 yuan with a patent fee of 60 yuan, which is about the price of a charger. By using wireless charging, no charger is needed. It can be said that there is no impact on the original product price. The people below were each thinking. For them, it really didn't add much cost, and some companies were very happy. But some felt it was unfair, thinking the fee was too high. Their companies produced high-value products, and this calculation would mean paying a lot of money. Why should low-end industries pay just a few yuan, or even a few cents, while they had to pay tens, or even hundreds? Liu Sen ignored the thoughts of some. If a uniform fixed price were set, then many small appliances would be unable to use his products. After all, many small appliances cost only about 10 yuan, or even less. If a fixed patent fee of 5 yuan were charged, these small appliances would certainly not use his technology. Then it would be impossible to promote wireless power throughout society. Moreover, these large or high-end products often have very high profit margins, so charging a bit more is not a big deal. Ladies and gentlemen, if you agree with my proposal, you can sign the contract directly. After signing, I will give each of you 100 wireless power receivers and 1 regional power transmitter. Take them back to improve and upgrade your own products for testing. Liu Sen had already established a new factory to produce wireless power receivers, regional power transmitters, and public power transmitters. Mass production costs are very low. A power receiver costs only 5.005 yuan. A small regional power transmitter 10 meters costs only 5 yuan. A medium one 50 meters costs 10 yuan. A large one 100 meters costs 20 yuan. And a public power transmitter 10 kilometers costs 200 yuan. In the future, with even larger batches, production costs will decrease further. The power receiver will be sold at double the price, while others will be increased by 10 to 100 times. Moreover, to prevent cross-region unauthorized sales, each product shipped contains information records. If the usage deviates from the factory's intended purpose, the authentication connection through the Wuyo Yongdian app will fail, rendering it unusable. Looking down at the people below, who were incessantly discussing, some of them were even making phone calls to report on the relevant situation. Liu Sen did not rush them, but sat quietly aside, contemplating the company's future development. After much deliberation, some companies signed contracts directly with Edian, as cooperation was purely beneficial and posed no drawbacks to them. Other companies replied that they needed to report back to their headquarters and required board approval before confirming whether to proceed with cooperation. Some companies believed they held a dominant market position and that Edian's licensing fees were excessively high, which they assumed could be driven down through negotiation. Mr. Liu, we still believe your patent licensing fees are far too high and should be reduced, said a corporate executive with thinning hair. Liu Sen, who had been deep in thought, was interrupted by this rather arrogant tone. He looked up at the person before him and asked, "May I ask who you are?" "I am a manager from a certain company. My name is Wu Hongxing," the thinning-haired executive replied. "Oh, then what amount do you consider appropriate?" Upon hearing the introduction, Liu Sen understood the other party came from a lighting company whose products commanded a 70% market share. Sensing Liu Sen's approachability, the executive instantly gained confidence, feeling that his own company still carried considerable weight. "I believe 1/10% would be more appropriate. After all, our annual sales have reached 6 billion yuan, meaning you would gain an extra 6 million in revenue." His tone radiated arrogance and condescension. Those seated nearby heard the figure, and their eyelids twitched. They immediately distanced themselves from the executive. Liu Sen felt at that moment he might have been too accommodating. This was no simple negotiation. It was an attempt to slash the price to nothing. That was a 20-fold discrepancy. Was he truly overestimating himself? Was Liu Sen the type of man who cared about mere millions in revenue? The adoption of wireless technology could eliminate 5% of your costs, allow for more elegant designs, and further increase your market share. If the other party could not bear to pay such a trivial sum, then simply dispense with the technology altogether. It would be our honor to cooperate with you. I actually feel that 6 million is excessive, and I would be remiss in accepting it. EGN will deliberate internally regarding your proposal. Liu Sen said these words as a matter of courtesy. He could not outright dismiss a visitor and appear discourteous. The executive, delighted by this response, hurriedly said, "Very well then, I shall await your favorable news." The thinning-haired executive departed the conference room in high spirits. Those who had witnessed the exchange immediately suspected his judgment was flawed and shook their heads in dismay. Noticing their reactions, Liu Sen could not help but ask, "Do you also feel the fees are too high and wish to negotiate them downward?" Hearing Liu Sen's question, their expressions changed instantly. Faces that had been flushed with color drained of hue turning pale, and they instinctively began shaking their heads. No, we have absolutely no issues. They had no intention of following in the thinning-haired executive's footsteps. Hoping to receive cooperation news after such an insult was sheer delusion. His own boss would likely fire him on the spot. The meeting concluded and Liu Sen immediately sought out Udazue, inviting him to visit his home the following day. The two companies had enjoyed a smooth partnership recently, and Udazue did not refuse agreeing directly. The next day Liu Ying received word that Udazue had arrived at Liu Sen's residence. "Brother Yu, welcome to my home." Liu Sen hastened to greet him warmly. "You are too kind, Brother Liu." Udazue was clearly delighted, for private visits were reserved for those sharing close bonds. "Brother Yu, I will prepare a few signature dishes for you at noon. Then I look forward to tasting them. Your homemade wine is exceptional. I wonder how your cooking compares." After exchanging pleasantries about daily life, Liu Sen finally asked, "Brother Yu, as you know, the wireless charging technology, 1M advancing, requires chips. Though they need not be cutting-edge, widespread deployment will generate enormous demand. Indeed, even entry-level chips would represent demand in the billions, or perhaps hundreds of billions. Moreover, chip supply is severely constrained and manufacturers are reluctant to produce these low-margin components for us. The volumes supplied thus far have depended largely on your relationships with Banan and Shueigua." Liu Sen spoke these words in a somber tone. "Our chip technology has long lagged behind, and the specialized manufacturing equipment remains exceedingly scarce. Brother Yu, let me share a concern. Our current needs are for basic chips, which is relatively manageable. But as our technology advances and power transmission coverage expands to serve more connected users, we will require far more sophisticated chips." Udazue fell silent upon hearing Liu Sen's words. EGN currently faced no blockades or restrictions from foreign firms, having even outmaneuvered Shueigua recently. But what of the future? The company would inevitably grow. And when that time came, they would face the same chokehold that other domestic firms endured, possessing superior design capabilities and the richest patent portfolios, yet unable to manufacture and deploy them. Much like Banan, capable of designing world-class chips, but lacking foundry support. Imagine developing a wireless power transmission device capable of covering 100 or even 1,000 kilometers, yet unable to produce or sell it without advanced chips. It was precisely akin to Banan's predicament, designing world-leading chips with no one to manufacture them. "Brother, I must prepare for a rainy day. Our company will inevitably face sanctions in the future, creating dire difficulties. That is why I wish to invest in chip manufacturing, now laying the foundation early. You have already been pursuing this, and therefore." Liu Sen did not continue, but Udazue understood his purpose clearly. Liu Sen proposed that they collaborate with Banan to jointly overcome these technological barriers. Yet how should such a partnership be structured? Though he welcomed Edien's involvement, the principle remained: even sworn brothers settle accounts clearly, let alone two separate companies. "I will report this upon return. Senior management will certainly deliberate, though I cannot guarantee the outcome." Liu Sen understood his position. Through his golden finger he could develop the technology independently, but it would consume considerable time. If Banan cooperated, progress would undoubtedly accelerate. However, his counterpart, unaware of this advantage, would naturally harbor reservations. Edien was not a professional in this field, but an entrant, a newcomer to an industry notorious for its steep barriers. Time flew swiftly. Approaching noon, Liu Sen went to the kitchen and soon completed several signature dishes. Udazue dined with great pleasure, repeatedly praising Liu Sen's culinary skills as surpassing those of a professional chef. Watching Udazue depart, Liu Sen felt a touch of melancholy. He truly did not wish to waste so much time. It seemed that in the end the chip industry would have to rely on his own efforts. Liu Sen entered the studio and began systematically browsing books on chip manufacturing. The scope of the design was truly immense. No wonder high-end chips were so difficult to produce. That foreign company had arrogantly claimed, "I'll give you the blueprints, and you still won't be able to build them." Over the following days Liu Sen studied continuously and discovered that chips came in various types, some carbon-based, others silicon-based. Currently the mainstream was silicon-based, mature and affordable. Liu Sen reviewed silicon-based chip varieties once more and discovered glass chips, though their technology remained immature with obvious material trade-offs. The advantages of glass chips were numerous: excellent chemical properties, superior optical performance, ease of photolithography and etching, and diverse bonding processes. The drawbacks, however, were significant: extremely fragile and costly to process. Upon seeing these, Liu Sen felt inspired. Glass was the first material he had ever mastered and the one he understood best. The traditional disadvantages of glass were non-existent in Edien's production, and those shortcomings transformed into strengths. The material became exceptionally sturdy, and under his catalyst it was remarkably easy to process with extraordinary plasticity. Moreover, the cost was exceedingly low, suitable for large-scale applications. Edien's glass also possessed outstanding heat dissipation properties, nearly maintaining a constant temperature, ensuring chip performance would remain unaffected by thermal fluctuations. With this realization, his specialty glass material could entirely serve the development of next-generation glass chips. Immediately he decided to establish a new company, Edien Semiconductor. He invested 50 billion yuan, directly setting up a factory at the border of Rongqing and Jinling. The semiconductor plant was only 10 kilometers from Edien Glass, facilitating close coordination between the two facilities. He directly purchased a 54-nanometer domestic photolithography machine at a premium price, with delivery scheduled within 1 month, by which time the semiconductor factory would also be completed. He additionally purchased a 90-nanometer photolithography machine, which was placed directly in Edian Group's laboratory. Liu Sen needed to verify his hypothesis. Using the 90-nanometer machine to process the glass, he discovered something astonishing. The catalyst he had previously used in the glass factory could serve directly as photoresist, with virtually no significant difference in function or purpose from conventional photoresist. This was something Liu Sen had never anticipated. The catalyst had originally been developed precisely because the specialty glass was too hard to process and recycle. Now it could double as photoresist. Furthermore, the application of this catalyst significantly reduced the difficulty of chip fabrication. Because the catalyst made the specialty glass easy to machine, and after removal the glass chips became extraordinarily durable. This instantly accelerated Liu Sen's anticipated progress. After numerous trials, he finally completed the first piece. Post-packaging and testing revealed its performance exceeded that of chips with identical specifications by twice. This confirmed to Liu Sen that Edian's specialty glass could directly serve as wafers, far easier to process than silicon and considerably cheaper. He could immediately expand Edian glass and construct cleanroom workshops to produce glass wafers. Liu Sen directly used his special ability to enhance the performance of the freshly produced glass chips, then adjusted the 90-nanometer photolithography machine to 9 nanometers. He then immersed himself in absorbing the knowledge within his mind. The volume of information was overwhelming. Even though Liu Sen had previously read numerous professional texts, the knowledge surrounding photolithography machines resembled an endless ocean compounded by the new processes and designs for glass chip fabrication. Before leaving the laboratory, Liu Sen restored the photolithography machine back to 90 nanometers to avoid suspicion. Edian Semiconductor continuously recruited researchers across the country, but personnel proved exceedingly difficult to find given that China's semiconductor industry was indeed far behind. After considerable effort and investment, they finally recruited over 1,000 people nationwide, many of whom had been poached from scientific research academies. Each recruit received a 2 million yuan settlement allowance upon joining Edian, a monthly salary of 100 yuan plus additional bonuses for research achievements. After assigning everyone to the laboratories to conduct research according to Liu Sen's guidelines, he temporarily stepped back from direct oversight, checking in periodically to prevent any deviation from the intended direction. As the temperature gradually rose, Liu Sen resumed swimming in the rooftop pool, then reclined on a lounge chair to relax, teasing Liu Ying Dan and Lu. Gazing at the night sky, he felt the profundity of the universe. Liu Sen thought that someday he would venture into the deep cosmos. He spotted a remarkably bright object traversing the sky. To ordinary observers, it might have appeared as a mere star, but Liu Sen saw it with extraordinary clarity. What had initially been somewhat blurred instantly sharpened as he focused his attention, as if the stellar scene were magnifying before his eyes. Liu Sen ultimately confirmed it was the space station launched by Huaxia. The space station consisted of interconnected modules. If his wireless power transmission system were applied to the space station, it could save considerable space and significantly reduce overall weight. Edian's long-term plans included launching satellites into space, numerous ones. Satellites in orbit could all utilize wireless power transmission, meaning every functional component would be equipped with a power receiver, saving enormous space and weight while simplifying maintenance. Should any issue arise, the faulty component could simply be replaced. This approach would also drastically simplify satellite construction and reduce costs. What previously cost enough to build one satellite could now produce two, and what once required a month to manufacture could be completed in a single week. Additionally, the Weo Power app could assist in fault diagnostics. If a component failed to connect to power or exhibited abnormal consumption, it indicated a problem, reparable or replaceable. Liu Sen pondered whether future space shuttles and fighter jets could similarly employ this method, isolating all functional components independently. Need a specific function. Simply assemble it, damaged. Replace it directly. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Sen immediately shared his idea with Liu Ying. Yinger, gather the heads of each research group tomorrow morning for a meeting. Yes, brother Sun. Liu Ying responded and picked up her phone to draft a memorandum. The following day, in the grand conference room of Edian Group's laboratory. Everyone, I have an idea. For future spacecraft, space fighter satellites, and so on, could we design each functional module to be fully independent with every component directly detachable? This would make production and construction remarkably straightforward. Liu Sen glanced at the assembled crowd and spoke. The hundreds of department heads present in the conference room froze upon hearing his proposal. This was such a massive leap. The company had no involvement in this domain whatsoever. Why would they suddenly begin researching space fighters and satellites? Why did you suddenly think of this direction? Laboratory Director Qian Guoli hesitated before speaking. This is a forward-looking vision for future development, Liu Sen explained directly. Is this approach feasible? Might it become the direction of future progress? Our wireless power transmission makes this possibility attainable. A company's growth cannot rely solely on diligent labor, one must occasionally look up to survey the horizon. Upon hearing Liu Sen's words, the assembly began seriously contemplating the feasibility of such a scenario. They gradually realized this was not merely possible. It was the inevitable trajectory of future development. Once again, the crowd was awestruck by Liu Sen's vision. He was not only a master scientist, but also possessed remarkable foresight regarding future trends. Liu Sen raised the topic and all the researchers opened their minds beginning to discuss and ponder. I believe this situation will certainly occur. Future engines, cockpits, and various functional cabins will inevitably develop in this direction. However, we are discussing this too far ahead as none of us have delved into this field. Pure speculation may not yield any practical results. The speaker was a young researcher named Zheng Gang, the head of the electronic engineering team. Indeed, while envisioning future possibilities and trends is worthwhile, dwelling on such abstract concepts now is too vague. Liu Sen nodded. Team leader Zheng is right. Looking to the future is not wrong, but the focus must remain on the present. I think we can apply this modular research to automobiles. After all, cars are the most accessible products for us, and they are highly integrated industrial products. By altering the exterior and some components, they can essentially function as small spacecraft. Zheng Gang, seeing his idea gain approval, continued. This statement instantly brought a sense of clarity to everyone in the conference room. Indeed, they could fully study automobiles, disassemble them, and conduct modular research. Electric vehicles are relatively simple and well within their current research capabilities. Once all ideas are perfectly realized in automobiles, making slight modifications for space applications should certainly be feasible. Of course, another essential task is to immediately begin researching and reserving electric propulsion engine technology. This engine, which uses electricity to generate thrust, is also known as an electric rocket engine. The combination of their company's wireless power transmission and the electric rocket engine would be an excellent match, forming a crucial link in future strategic plans. Engineer Qian, let's establish a new project team. You will serve as the director and Zheng Gang as the deputy director. You can select the personnel specifically for automotive modular research. If you need more people, submit the recruitment requirements. Establish an electric propulsion engine research and development team, which I will lead. After speaking, Liu Sen dismissed everyone to continue their research. The personnel in the laboratory continued their previous work while new workers began incessant new developments. First, they recruited several engineering designers and automotive designers. They also purchased several electric vehicles from the market, disassembled them, and then optimized all components. In the end, they determined that the chassis was an integral unit that could not be altered, as any change would compromise the vehicle's structural safety. The same applied to the body shell. The components that could be manipulated were the motor, dashboard, control screen, horn, controller, lights, air conditioner, and so on. Essentially, anything electrical could be modularized. All these components could utilize wireless power transmission technology, eliminating the need for wire connections to all electrical devices in the vehicle. This would also prevent electrical fires and similar issues. However, batteries could not yet be replaced, as the current wide-area power transmission equipment could only cover a radius of 10 kilometers and could not support high power output. Nevertheless, short-range power transmission over 100 meters could charge the vehicle. No longer would they need to worry about charging locations and charging piles. Thus, the entire vehicle would become a single framework into which various components could be directly installed to complete assembly. Vehicle assembly would become extremely simple, as no wiring would be involved. Simply using the Wio Power app to connect would supply power to the entire vehicle. Adding a small area power transmitter 10 meters to the vehicle battery would cover the entire vehicle, allowing phones to connect directly for charging and other devices like refrigerators and dash cams to connect and operate. After more than half a month of research, all components had been modified. The appearance remained largely unchanged using the previously purchased Baiadi Han and Wuling Min vehicles. Liu Sen stood in front of the two car frames with many people watching. Begin installing the components, Qian Guoli commanded. Zheng Gang, upon hearing the command, immediately started assembling the vehicle with his team members. First, they installed the battery directly onto the frame and mounted a small area transmitter on it. Then they installed the dashboard, headlights, horn, and various other items. Soon the empty shell was assembled. After powering on, all equipment functioned normally. They tried driving it, and it ran smoothly. Everyone cheered. They had truly replaced all wiring, and the transmission of all instrument data was completed through a local area network. The team upgraded the ports for wireless network and wireless power transmission, merging the two ports. Moreover, power transmission was fully automated and could be set up directly on the Wio Power app. For example, a dashcam could be set to operate 24 hours a day with controls accessible via phone or the vehicle's central console. However, all components would be integrated under a single algorithm. If a high-priority component such as the motor or brakes malfunctioned, the vehicle would not move and would display a warning on the central console, while the phone would also receive a notification. Low-priority components that malfunctioned without affecting driving would only trigger a warning. Thus, any component failure would allow ordinary car owners to repair or replace it based on the prompts. Since all components were modular, maintenance was extremely convenient. Owners could purchase replacements and install them themselves. Additionally, the disassembly and assembly procedures for each component were displayed via animation on the phone or central console, ensuring that everyone could easily learn them. The new vehicles were driven around the company a few times at a slow speed. The entire vehicle became lighter, and the interior space became larger than before. The two vehicles were tested continuously, and relevant data was collected and refined. The exterior and interior design of the new vehicles were also being iteratively modified by the design department. The new vehicle blueprints were very concise. The interior space of the small car was larger than that of some C-class vehicles. The exterior was aesthetically pleasing with a streamlined design that was visually delightful. The various components were also designed to be very compact. In the new vehicle, some components could be inserted directly for use, while a few required screws for reinforcement. The theoretical design speed of the vehicle was very high due to its lightweight and rapid acceleration. This time Liu Sen did not contact other vehicle manufacturers for production. Instead, he planned to build his own factory as he needed to possess large-scale industrial processing capabilities. After all, when they eventually ventured into space, many things would need to be processed and built on their own. Now they needed to enhance their industrial processing capabilities and experience in large-scale manufacturing. He believed that once everything was completed, the vehicle could be shipped directly to customers' homes. Those in need could assemble the vehicle themselves after receiving the package following the instructions and animated tutorials. It would be like assembling a puzzle or building blocks. Liu Sen took the blueprints and relevant technical parameters and called Shun Tianxiang in Rongqing. After hanging up, he took a car to the Rongqing government office. At the Rongqing Municipal Government Office, Liu Sen outlined his vision and objectives, seeking approval for an additional parcel of land to build a new factory near the former semiconductor plant. The response came swiftly. Rongqing had already planned the surrounding area in advance, though no public bidding had been initiated, as they anticipated Yijian Group might have needs there. After all, Liu Sen had previously shared his future plans with the government, which would involve numerous industries, all within real entity manufacturing, so sufficient land had been reserved. He directly invested 10 billion yuan to begin construction. This time, however, Liu Sen did not draw all the funds from the company, opting instead for bank financing. Factory construction accelerated. At that moment, news arrived from the modular vehicle team. The modular car was experiencing issues during operation. Following the team's suggestions, Zheng Gang had conducted high-intensity testing on the prototype vehicle. They transported it to a dedicated testing facility and began new evaluations across various conditions, which ultimately revealed the problem. Under multi-component networked operation, the system lagged under high-intensity conditions. The system in question was the original vehicle infotainment system. Previously, when only a few components needed scheduling, there were no issues. But now, with all instruments on the vehicle operating simultaneously, problems emerged. A system capable of supporting multi-threaded collaborative operation was essential. Upon hearing the report, Liu Sen fell into thought. He had previously believed the modular vehicle was problem-free, never expecting issues to arise at the system level. Where could he find a system that supports multi-threaded collaborative work? If he researched it himself, it would take an extraordinarily long time. Even with his golden finger, he estimated it would require several years. Foreign systems were completely out of the question. His goal was to strengthen the nation, and these technologies would eventually be applied to space exploration. Security considerations had to be comprehensive. Liu Sen sat in his office reviewing the problem summaries and related videos Zheng Gang had sent. Opening a video, he immediately spotted Bioti's modified test vehicle speeding down the road. During a turn, he clearly saw one of the wheels suddenly lose traction, causing the vehicle to lose control and crash into a tire barrier on the side. The airbags deployed instantly. It took quite some time before someone was seen running over to provide rescue. This was an accident captured during testing. Liu Sen stared at his phone screen, feeling a headache coming on. Building a car meant lacking chips, lacking a system, having to develop everything themselves. It was truly exhausting. Conquering obstacles one by one, when would it ever end? Some weariness plagued him, but he thought of the efforts made by the nation's pioneers who had built something from nothing during an era of utter poverty. He was developing within the foundation of an already powerful nation. What right did he have to complain? Straightening his posture, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He gripped his phone tightly and waved his hand a few times, trying to dispel his worries. Suddenly his hand froze. Liu Sen's eyes locked onto the phone screen. Wasn't the Harmony OS a naturally multi-threaded distributed collaborative system? Moreover, it was developed domestically in China. Huawei had developed it independently when all critical technologies were controlled by foreign entities. How remarkably similar it was to his own situation. With no external support, they relied entirely on their own gradual research and breakthroughs. Not expecting other domestic enterprises to offer support, they merely hoped no one would exploit their vulnerability or stab them in the back. That alone was their greatest wish. Liu Sen couldn't help but sigh. Although the current Harmony OS was excellent, since he intended to use it, he would need the best version available. Opening the phone's properties, he examined Harmony OS. To his surprise, although the system was displayed, its attributes could not be modified. What caused this? He had never encountered such an issue before. Liu Sen stood by the office window contemplating the problem. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Although the phone was his, he only possessed usage rights to the system within it, not ownership. Therefore, modification was impossible. Could he only cooperate with Huawei, or perhaps purchase the Harmony OS license? A thought flashed through his mind. Liu Sen immediately walked to his desk and sat down, opening a desktop computer and navigating to a specific website. The website belonged to the Open Atom Open Source Foundation, which hosted the open source Harmony OS donated by Huawei. This was accessible to everyone, allowing direct modification or optimization based on the original framework. After extensive searching, he finally located the complete source code. After a considerable period, the download finished. Liu Sen clicked on the property display again, and this time a flickering indicator appeared in the Harmony OS attributes. The Harmony OS properties jumped directly from version 2.0 to version 20.0. A torrent of information flooded his mind. Liu Sen felt as though a data river was continuously washing through his brain. After a long while he emerged from his dazed state. Closing his eyes, Liu Sen combed through the knowledge, cross-referencing it with previously learned and observed information. This advancement was a completely leapfrog progress. He had even optimized the underlying architecture of the Harmony OS. Perhaps it was no longer accurate to call it optimization. The entire structure was fundamentally different. Within the code, only faint echoes of Harmony OS remained, everything else was entirely transformed. The new system demonstrated exceptionally high compatibility with other systems, and multiple threads could run simultaneously without any delay or lag. System security had also received a comprehensive upgrade. Liu Sen immediately began writing programs on his computer to modify the original 2.0 system. He would not release the 20.0 version directly. It was far too advanced with certain functions excessively ahead of their time. The current chips struggled enormously to run it, which was sheer waste and risked foreign scrutiny. While foreigners might not crack it, a glimpse through a tube could still allow them to learn certain aspects, providing them with considerable enhancement. Releasing this version would bring no meaningful benefit to the software capabilities of society or the nation. It had to progress incrementally. The current version, if shown to top programmers, would be incomprehensible. Its architecture and language bore no resemblance to any programming languages in use today. Liu Sen modified the 2.0 system. His extraordinary brain and physical conditioning made his efficiency astonishing. Soon he continuously adjusted the programs, bringing the code to version 5.0, a version understandable to people of the current era. This version already exceeded the world by 30 to 50 years and could fulfill his operational requirements for the present stage and the extended period ahead. Liu Sen directly applied multiple layers of encapsulation and encryption to the system, ensuring no one could crack it. He named the system Zero System. He sent the completed system to Zhenggang, instructing them to modify and adapt it for automotive use on this foundation. Next, Liu Sen modified the system again. This time he utilized the pure domestic Harmony OS architecture, eliminating all previously borrowed foreign elements, and elevated the system performance to version 4.0. This 4.0 was entirely different from what Huawei claimed as their 4.0. A gap of at least 20 years separated them. He packed all the contents, encrypted them, and sent them to Yu Dazue. Picking up his phone, he dialed Yu Dazue's number. "Old Yu, I just sent you a file. It is extremely important. Review it yourself. You know the password." Liu Sen wasted no words. As soon as the call connected, he went straight to the point. "Brother Liu, understood. I will look at it immediately." Yu Dazue opened his email and saw a notably large file beginning to download. After checking the downloaded software, Yu Dazue found it to be entirely composed of code along with an accompanying document. Opening the document, he read the introduction and instructions for the software. Yu Dazue was utterly stunned upon reading that the software code represented Liu Sen's optimization of the Harmony OS system, with performance and various other metrics improved by several times over. This was no trivial matter. Harmony OS was one of the cornerstones of their company's development. To have it optimized so effortlessly, and with several-fold performance gains, was extraordinary. Although his heart was filled with doubts, and he found it hard to believe, recalling Liu Sen's extraordinarily solemn tone, Yu Dazue hesitated no longer and directly placed a call to Old Ren. Over the phone he detailed everything that had transpired. After listening carefully, Old Ren also felt that Liu Sen would hardly make such an enormous claim as a joke. In the conference room, several senior Harmony OS engineers were scrutinizing the code within the files. Old Ren and Yu Dazue waited patiently nearby, and soon the preliminary results came in. Old Ren, whoever modified and optimized this Harmony OS system, is undoubtedly a genius, remarked Li, the chief architect of Harmony OS. Engineer Li, are you saying the system is sound, and that the performance truly has been improved several times over? Certainly, it is optimized. Moreover, the underlying code has been thoroughly refined, and it has now completely broken free from foreign technological influence. As for performance, further testing is still required. Fortunately, there was an introductory document, otherwise we would not have comprehended the principles behind that code so quickly. This has pointed us in the right direction for our subsequent development and optimization. Upon hearing this, Old Ren wore a satisfied smile. Since the optimization was confirmed, the performance gains should align closely with what Liu Sen had stated. Meanwhile, as Huaban began their system testing, Liu Sen finally received good news. The solar power generation and energy storage base in the northwest was finally completed and ready for operation, and the glass factory built in Lakush County in the desert had also finished construction. EDN Group's demand for glass materials was no longer so pressing given the extensive semiconductor requirements ahead. The mass-produced regional power transmitters and public power transmitters were all delivered to the power supply companies and state grid. The first to begin was the power renovation in Rongqing, where 5 public power transmitters were directly installed covering the entire city. Every location within the city, including rural areas, could now connect to a 30-watt power supply through the Worry-Free Electricity app. This renovation was actually quite straightforward. The transmitters were only a few cubic decimeters in size. Once the 5 transmitters were powered on, coverage was achieved without needing to build separate towers or dedicated power rooms. However, for safety reasons, they were installed in existing power rooms. In just 2 days, coverage of approximately 1400 kilometers across the city was completed at low power. Each transmitter could cover a radius of 10 kilometers, encompassing an area of 314 square kilometers. Following the completion of coverage, Rongqing's power company simultaneously published a message on their official WeChat account, and Weibo, at 9:00 a.m. Rongqing, has finished setting up low-power wireless public power transmission. It will officially commence after midnight today. You may then use the worry-free electricity app to connect. Electricity fees will be charged at 10 above the standard rate. Many young people were both intrigued and proud upon seeing this information. Rongqing was receiving this treatment for the very first time, with cutting-edge technology being promoted and put into use here. Originally, this push notification was issued solely by the local power company, but the information soon began spreading rapidly. More and more people noticed the situation. Numerous posts and videos shared by residents of Rongqing were later reposted across various platforms. Many self-media creators saw this as an opportunity, a golden source of traffic. Edian's news was already highly popular, and this was the very first public promotion of wireless power. One by one, they began making their way to Rongqing through various channels, eager to be among the first to experience wireless public power. High-speed rail and bus tickets sold out instantly. Large crowds flooded into Jinling and then took the subway to Rongqing. From noon onward, the streets of Rongqing, gradually filled with people, and the once uncongested small city began to grow crowded. Among those who arrived were not only media creators, but also many ordinary people from nearby cities coming to witness the spectacle. In response, Rongqing immediately deployed all traffic police, auxiliary police, and urban management officers to patrol the streets. A considerable number of volunteers also joined to help maintain order. Amidst the bustling excitement, night fell. Liu Sen rested at home, lying on the rooftop and gazing at the starry sky. From nearby came the occasional laughter and playful chatter of Liu, Ing, Dan, and Lu. "Brother Sen, look how lively the streets are now. You never see this many people at normal times," said Lu, glancing toward the road outside the residential community. "Many of them are here for the public wireless power. But in the future, the population of Rongqing will certainly keep growing. Just our company has brought in a vast number of people. Our own employees alone number tens of thousands. Including their families, the total reaches over 100,000. Which has directly increased Rongqing's population by 1/6. After a moment's thought, Liu Sen continued, "I wonder whether what I've brought to this once peaceful city is ultimately good or bad. Brother Sen, this change is undoubtedly positive. Previously, Rongqing's commercial sector was extremely sluggish, the rural population was very small, and there were few employment opportunities for local residents. Essentially, only civil service and public institution positions remained. If things had continued this way, it would have been highly dangerous. They will all be grateful to you." I hope so. Time quickly advanced to midnight. Countless people stayed up late, and many clicked the worry-free electricity app the moment it launched to connect to the public wireless power signal. However, they all received prompts requiring a software version update and mobile phone registration. After completing registration, everyone discovered that an account had been created containing an asset of 1 yuan. Many curiously tapped into the account and discovered it displayed 1 yuan in electronic RMB, a gift from Edian Group, a prepaid amount provided on their behalf. Most people immediately understood using public electricity required payment, and as a welcome gesture, Edian would preload 1 yuan for first-time registrants. The payment system was directly connected to the electronic RMB system. All users registering for the service were effectively opening an electronic RMB account. Users of the worry-free electricity app were extremely pleased. They could experience electricity usage immediately with real funds, which felt much more comfortable than many services that demanded advance payment before any use. Once connected to the public wireless power signal, the connection was successful with a single tap. Users could then configure charging settings, such as specifying the battery threshold at which charging begins, or setting time periods for connecting to public power. After all, many people at work or at home would connect their personal chargers or regional power sources, avoiding app consumption and the extra 10 surcharge. This further demonstrated Edian's human-centered approach, free from oppressive terms. On the internet, a large volume of videos and explanations about wireless power use appeared, all at once flooding platforms like Doushou and Weibo. Tens of millions of netizens across the country, having waited eagerly for so long, suddenly poured into various platforms. The information about Rongqing's public wireless power was immediately pushed to the #1 trending position. Countless netizens watched the video showing someone connecting to a charger that was filled with admiration and envy. Technology was advancing faster than ever, and this was something only our nation could achieve, igniting immense pride in everyone. At the same time, countless people desired the same treatment, wanting their cities to be covered as well. Many left messages on their local power companies' official accounts and Weibo urging them to accelerate the construction of wireless power infrastructure. Official accounts across regions had never enjoyed such attention before. All of a sudden, so many people were paying attention, catching everyone off guard. The hotline setup couldn't even be reached. They had never expected anyone to call and were forced to urgently replace the hotline numbers. After compiling citizens' requests, they immediately contacted their superiors to inquire about plans for wireless power in their city. Many people online saw videos showing phones charging from 10 to 100 and then checked the electricity statistics in the Weibo Power app system. The charging took 1 hour and consumed only 0.02 kilowatt-hours. Netizens calculated that at 0.55 yuan per kilowatt-hour, 0.02 kilowatt-hours would cost only 0.011 yuan. The revelation shocked everyone. Every day their phones only required about 1 cent to charge, meaning the 1 yuan gifted by Edian Group could last several months. At first, many netizens criticized Edian Group for being too stingy. Other companies' apps gave away ride-hailing vouchers, food delivery coupons, or point cards offering several yuan at a time and constantly distributing them. Edian only gave 1 yuan, simply penny pinching. Just recently they had announced they had achieved a small milestone, earning 250 billion yuan. And yet only 1 yuan. Many netizens said they wouldn't use Edian's wireless public charging even if they were in a battle where they had already defeated 4 enemies and were chasing the 5th with only a sliver of health remaining and a notification warning the phone would shut down in 30 seconds. They assumed the 1 yuan would only be enough for 1 or a few charges and spewed their frustration across the internet. However, after analysis by sharp minds, everyone realized Edian was being the most genuine. After all, other companies gave more, but those amounts couldn't even cover a single consumption cycle. The money Edian gifted was enough for several months of expenses. Unlike Tencent or iQIYI, which demanded monthly membership fees, kept raising prices, and introduced pay-per-view early access. Recently, the finale of the trending drama, Menghua Record, required extra payment to watch. Many people quickly deleted their previous remarks and flooded the comments with 666. The person who had earlier claimed they wouldn't use wireless charging even at the cost of giving up a 5th kill now stated they would definitely support Edian. Oh my goodness. How wonderful. At this moment, another post rose to the top 10 trending topics. Shocking, the electronic yuan in Edian accounts is real Chinese currency. Many users clicked into the post and read the blogger's explanation. After upgrading to the superpower app and registering an account, he found 11 yuan in electronic currency. He wondered if Edian Group had mistakenly sent extra money. After thinking for a while, he remembered he had previously downloaded the electronic yuan software and quickly checked his account. It showed 11 yuan. It turned out his original balance was 10 yuan from when he had first downloaded the electronic yuan app and topped up out of curiosity. Now it had become 11 yuan. Checking the account details, it showed a transfer of 1 yuan from Edian Group. He then used this money to buy a pack of cigarettes priced at 11 yuan, and the payment was immediately confirmed as successful. This Weibo post revealed to many people that Edian's gift was not fake credits or tokens, but spendable currency. Many netizens began wondering how much money Edian would have to spend on this initiative. Although each account only received 1 yuan, how many people were there nationwide and worldwide? The superpower app already had nearly 2 billion users, meaning Edian was giving away over 2 billion yuan in total. No other platform could match this generosity. Those platforms' coupons came with complicated discount conditions, and ultimately the cost was borne by individual shops on their platforms, not the platforms themselves. These platforms incurred no actual costs, yet constantly claimed losses of tens of billions. Even during Spring Festival, the so-called red packets issued by some large corporations could not compare. It was well known that obtaining those red packets the meager few yuan required enduring half a month of deceptive games. While many were still marveling at Edian's generosity, opportunists looking for loopholes saw a golden opportunity. Everyone who updated the superpower app and registered would receive 1 yuan. They began recruiting people everywhere. Those who had never downloaded or used the superpower app started registering, and the 1 yuan in their accounts was quickly transferred away. Some earned dozens or hundreds of yuan in a single day, while others made thousands or even tens of thousands. Some people fond of showing off posted their earning methods on Douyin, and the videos went viral immediately. More and more people joined this money-making campaign, causing domestic user numbers to surge dramatically. Inside the Edian Group office, President Liu, we just detected that user growth for the superpower app is extremely rapid, which is highly abnormal. I checked online and discovered someone is exploiting the system. Chao Lei said to Liu Sen, his tone anxious, because this could cause the company direct losses exceeding 1 billion yuan. Chao Lei had deep loyalty to the company. As one of the earliest employees and due to his outstanding ability, he now oversaw the development and operation of the superpower app. Liu Sen listened to Chao Lei's report and smiled slightly, waving his hand. No problem, let them exploit it. This was already gifted away, and it doesn't matter if they find a way to use it. 1 yuan to acquire a new user was such a profitable deal. Moreover, these users would eventually use the wireless power network, and there was no escaping it. Some might register, exploit the offer, and then abandon the app. That was impossible under his watch. They would eventually start using it. Once his wireless power transmission network covered the entire nation and the world, who would refuse to use his app? At that time, without money in the account, they would certainly top it up themselves. Furthermore, the superpower app only accepted electronic yuan, so the usage of the Chinese yuan would gradually spread across the globe. Global recognition of the yuan would increase, and it would become a world currency, raising its share in international trade settlements. All of his plans would gradually be realized as he led the nation toward greatness. Moreover, while 1 yuan did last quite a while given current electricity consumption, after people became accustomed to phones never running out of power, phone electricity usage would inevitably rise. At that point, 1 yuan lasting half a month would be considered excellent. Looking at this, dear readers, does it remind you of data and mobile phone bill usage? A promotion offering 30 gigabytes of data for 1 yuan reverting to the original price after 3 months. During those 3 months, users develop a habit of consuming data. When the promotion ends, even if they use data sparingly, they still consume around 15 to 20 gigabytes, resulting in an extra 30 yuan spent each month on phone bills. Liu Sen had the same strategy in mind. When reaching 2 billion users, monthly phone electricity alone would generate approximately 220 million yuan, with 10% of that electricity bill coming to 200 million yuan. Even with the current user volume, there would be a monthly revenue of 200 million yuan, and this was only from phone electricity. Remember, once all appliances became wireless in the future, the user base and electricity consumption would be simply terrifying. It was worth noting that Huaxia's daily electricity consumption was 271.87 billion kilowatt-hours, meaning EDN would collect a 10% handling fee amounting to 495 billion yuan per day. Of course, it would not reach that high since there was much high-power industrial electricity that EDN could not currently support. For now, it could only handle residential and household power supply. But the future prospects were still extremely promising. Liu Sen had also laid out plans for solar power generation. His developed solar panels possessed such high output capacity, and once connected to the power grid for electricity supply, how much revenue that would generate was simply unimaginable. Of course, Liu Sen did not do all of this for money. Money was truly irrelevant to him. He aimed to drive national prosperity and strength. Why were Western countries so highly privileged in welfare? It was because of their technological dominance, with everyone paying them. Now he wanted the whole world to pay him. Therefore, he would continue managing things step by step, and the money he earned would all be returned to society. The agricultural cooperative was exactly such a product, and of course, it was also to break free from dependence on foreign seeds and grain.